Chapter 1 Midnight Trap, Substitute Lover. The glow from her phone screen felt like a poison needle, piercing right through Jiang Shi's heart. The photo showed her husband, Shi Jiang, his clothes disheveled, lying on a hotel bed. His belt was unbuckled, his brow furrowed in what looked like pained acceptance. The message below was bold and cruel. "Your husband is mine tonight." Rage incinerated her reason. She loved him. She could endure his coldness, but she would never tolerate betrayal. Shi slammed her foot on the accelerator, her sports car screeching towards the hotel. She stormed to the luxury suite, gathering all her strength to slam against the door only to have it swing open silently under her touch. The room was eerily quiet. There was no scene of debauchery, only Shi Jiang sleeping fitfully on the large bed. His handsome face was flushed with an unnatural heat, his dry lips pressed together, as if he were fighting something. She searched the entire suite, even the corners of the bathroom, but found no trace of another woman. Who was she? The one who sent the message? Pushing down her confusion, she poured a glass of water and approached the bed. "June," she whispered, gently shaking his shoulder. In a blur of motion, an iron grip locked around her wrist. The world spun, and she was pulled into a burning, hard embrace. Shi froze. This was the first time in their 2 years of marriage they had been this close. His mature, masculine scent enveloped her, charged with a dangerous intensity. She trembled in his arms like a startled fawn, feeling the scorching heat radiating from his skin. "Let me go," she pleaded, struggling uselessly. Shi Jiang's eyelids fluttered open. His deep eyes burned with a dark fire, mixed with a struggle she couldn't comprehend. Yet his body moved faster than his mind. He held her tighter. As she tried to speak, his lips crashed down on hers, swallowing her words with a searing, dominant heat. Her mind went blank. In the dizzying haze of passion, she vaguely heard his ragged whisper against her skin. "Lisa." Lisa? The name was a bucket of ice water, dousing her completely. Last night's intimacy, she had just been a pathetic stand-in. Her clothes tore. The night was long. Dawn came with the jarring ring of her phone. "Ma'am, your car is blocking the spot. Could you move it?" Battling the soreness throughout her body, Shi scrambled into her clothes. Her eyes caught the open closet door, where several women's dresses hung in plain view. Her heart plummeted. She fled. Shortly after Shi's escape, a slender figure swiped a key card and entered the suite. The woman looked at the sleeping man, jealousy and triumph warring in her eyes. Her suspicions were correct. If not for Shi Jiang's condition that made it impossible for him to touch her, Jiang Shi would never have gotten so lucky last night. Lisa quickly undressed and slipped into the bed, a smug smile curling her lips. From now on, this man was hers. Shi waited all day. Her phone remained terrifyingly silent. Who was this Lisa? Gathering her courage during his work hours, she dialed his number. "Do you have time tonight? We need to talk." A single, icy syllable. Then the dial tone. Night fell. Shi had spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen. The dining table was laden with exquisite dishes. "Madam, if Sir knew you went to all this trouble, he'd come home more often," a housemaid offered kindly. Shi forced a weak smile. The way to a man's heart? Did he even care in a marriage he believed had begun with her calculated scheme? 2 years ago, an accident had convinced him she was a cunning social climber who had trapped him. For 2 years, he had never touched her, never offered a kind word. Until last night. Could that mistaken intimacy be the spark to melt the ice between them? The growl of an engine approached. A black Maybach pulled into the villa. The staff hurried out to greet him. Shi Jiang stepped out, his polished shoes sinking into the lawn, his posture ramrod straight. He walked straight into the dining room, casually draping his suit jacket over a chair. A trace of weariness clung to him. Taking a deep breath, Shi followed. A beautifully wrapped gift box sat in front of her place. A gift? His first gift to her. "Open it." His voice was low, unreadable. A flicker of hope ignited in her chest. Carefully, she lifted the lid. Inside was an elegant, lady-style dress, the kind he always admired. Her lips began to curve into a smile, only to freeze abruptly. Beneath the dress lay a document. The black text on white paper was blindingly stark divorce agreement. So, this gift was the final funeral offering for a foolish, hopeful marriage. Chapter 2 His cruelty, her resolve. A dead silence choked the dining room. Jiang Shi held the agreement, her fingers ice cold, her heart stuttering to a halt. The memory of last night's feverish intimacy flashed before her eyes, his scorching skin, his ragged breath, that heartbreaking name. Lisa, had it all been a mirage? Why? Her voice trembled, each word a struggle. Shi Jiang looked up, his gaze sweeping over her pale face. He thought of last night's accident with Lisa, a wave of irritation rising. He'd been set up, but the details were none of this woman's business. She, too, had used tricks to secure her position. You said you wanted to talk? He stood, picking up his jacket, creating distance. Speak. Last night, the words were on the tip of her tongue. Just then, his phone screen lit up on the table. The name Lisa pulsed there like a curse. So that was it. Every question found its answer in that single, glaring name. Last night's passion, this morning's cruelty, it was all for another woman. She, his lawful wife, was just a mistaken substitute in his moment of passion, an obstacle he was desperate to remove. The last flicker of hope inside her died. Explaining the misunderstanding from 2 years ago, it was pointless now. She picked up a pen and signed her name on the divorce agreement. The pen scratched across the paper, severing her years of foolish devotion. I don't want anything else, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm. Just process it quickly. Watching her swift, decisive action, Shi Jiang irritably loosened his tie. He snatched the still-ringing phone and walked out. What? On the other end, Lisa's fragile voice pleaded. Mr. Chi, last night was an accident. Please don't divorce because of me. I feel so guilty. I'll handle it. He clipped out, hanging up. His assistant spoke softly beside him. Lisa's brother has been dealt with, sir. The photos are destroyed. A pity for Miss Lisa, having such a scoundrel for a brother. Rubbing his temples, Shi Jiang issued a cold order. Make sure Lisa takes the morning after pill. I don't need any complications. Outside the door, ready to leave, Jiang Shi overheard those final, chilling words. A cold dread slithered up her spine. He was so heartless? He wouldn't even allow the woman he loved to carry his child? Then what would he do if he knew it was her in that bed last night? What would be the fate of any potential child then? No more delusions. 1 month later, the grand opening of the Junhua Group's hot spring resort. As a general affairs staff member, Jiang Shi was run off her feet. A sudden wave of nausea hit her, so strong she couldn't even sip water. Shi, you look pale. Are you okay? She shook her head, rushing to the restroom to retch over a sink. Fumbling for a tissue, her hand brushed against the unused sanitary pad, her bag, the one that was a month late. A terrifying suspicion dawned on her. She immediately took leave, dashed to a convenience store for a pregnancy test, and hurried back to the resort's VIP lounge to deliver documents. Seizing a moment of privacy, she slipped into the private in-soot bathroom. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shi stared at the 2 stark red lines on the test stick. Her mind went blank. She was pregnant, but she'd taken a pill. In her shock, the bathroom door was pushed open without warning. Shi Jiang's tall frame filled the doorway, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. What are you doing in my restroom? Chapter 3, A Mother's Resolve, a clean break. Jiang Shi's blood ran cold. She instinctively hid the pregnancy test behind her back, forcing calm. This is the ladies' room. This is my private suite, Shi Jiang countered, taking a step forward, his eyes locked on her concealed hand. What are you hiding? His overwhelming presence sucked the air from the room. Nothing. She stumbled back, her spine hitting the cold tiles. His eyes darkened. His long arm reached past her, snatching the handbag she'd left on the counter. Give that back. Panicking, she jerked away, her head slamming hard into his chin. He grunted in pain. The bag fell, its contents scattering across the floor. The air froze. His gaze swept over the sanitary pads, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his features. Shi's heart hammered against her ribs. Thank God. The pregnancy test was still clutched tightly in her hidden hand. Get out, he said, his voice returning to its usual frost. Or did you want a tour? Humiliation and relief warring within her. She quickly knelt, shoved everything back in her bag, and fled. She went straight to the hospital. The blood test confirmed it. Pregnant. 5 weeks. The baby is healthy. Will you be keeping it? The doctor asked routinely. Yes. Her answer held not a shred of hesitation. 2 years of marriage couldn't hold him, but this unexpectedly conceived child was her only solace. She had to protect it. That evening, Shi waited in the villa's living room, anxiously anticipating Shi Jiang's return. She would tell him, not to reconcile, but to plead for her child's chance at life. But as the sky outside turned from dusk to dawn, the man never came. Returning to the resort the next day, her colleagues were buzzing with excitement. Sure, we saw the mysterious Mrs. Chi. Her heart clenched. The big boss was with a young woman earlier. Their luggage was in the same room. She wasn't a secretary. It has to be her. Lisa. So, he hadn't come home last night because he was wrapped up in her embrace. Her hand drifted to her still flat stomach, the last fantasy shattered. If she told him about the pregnancy now, he'd only see it as a desperate ploy. He would terminate it without a second thought. He could never know this child existed. Sure, take this aromatherapy to the hot spring pool. For Mr. Chi. Okay. Carrying the essential oils, she entered the steam-filled hot spring area. Through the mist, Chi Jun reclined with his eyes closed, water droplets tracing the lines of his sculpted chest. She moved to approach him about finalizing the divorce when the inner door opened. A woman in a revealing bikini emerged. Lisa. She carried a tray, kneeling beside Chi Jun with a seductive grace. Jun, her voice with a honeyed drip. Shall we begin in the water? The man replied, eyes still closed. Lisa shed her robe, her perfect body on full display. Blushing, she leaned into him. What would happen next was painfully obvious. Shurshu's heart felt as if an invisible fist had squeezed it, the pain stealing her breath. She finally saw the full, brutal truth. That night, he had mistaken her for someone else. Now, he was flaunting his new lover. Even if she told him the truth, he wouldn't believe her. It would only doom her and her child. Tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. I'm sorry, baby. To protect you, Mommy has to run away. She turned and fled the heart-shattering scene. Pulling out her phone, she sent the message she had already drafted. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., City Hall. Don't be late. By the hot spring, Chi Jun's phone buzzed. He opened his eyes. Seeing the message, his handsome face instantly hardened into a frosty mask. A cold laugh. She's taking the initiative? Before he could even push? Playing hard to get? She was practiced at that game. Beside him, Lisa glimpsed the message, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Her brother's blackmail attempt a month ago had failed, making Chi Jun hesitate on the divorce. So, she had to give Jiang Shi a little push. She feigned concern. Jun, your wife, she's just saying that. Women do that, you know? They want you to chase them, to beg them to stay. She doesn't really mean it. I know how she is better than you. Chi Jun tossed his phone aside, his tone icy. After the evidence was destroyed last month, he had indeed paused the divorce proceedings. The woman was genuinely good to his grandmother. Keeping her around wasn't the worst option. But now, she dared to mention divorce first? He would never let her have her way. Seeing his anger, Lisa hid her delight. She pretended to slip, letting out a gasp as she tumbled toward his chest. Chapter 4. I want nothing. Leaving with nothing as Lisa fell, Chi Jun swiftly rose to assist her, releasing her once she regained her balance. Whether that evening's events were accidental or premeditated did not warrant further inquiry, yet I fervently wish to avoid a repeat of such occurrences. How much do you desire? I can accommodate you, he offered. Jun, no. I seek no monetary compensation. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I truly am sorry. Lisa felt a surge of indignation. Yet she recognized that a man like Chi Jun was not easily subdued. Persisting in her pursuit would only lead to a fate akin to Jiang Shi's. Though she had previously made both overt and subtle advances, none had succeeded. He did not permit others to encroach upon him, or else Jiang Shi would not have had that prior advantage. Nevertheless, the identity of the woman he had previously been involved with was of little consequence. What mattered was that this man would be hers, and hers alone. After all, there was ample time ahead. Furthermore, he was on the verge of divorce, and currently, she was the only one capable of alleviating his persistent headache. He had even invited her to the company as a designer, allowing her to remain by his side long-term. Surely, the path to ascendancy was not far off. With a sly smile, she retreated. Chi Jun, oblivious to her scheming, focused his irritated gaze on his phone. Fixated on a message from Jiang Shi, thereby missing the calculating expression that adorned Lisa's face. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Jiang Shi began to pack her belongings. She contacted a moving company to transfer her items into boxes, all destined for her one-bedroom apartment. Upon Chi Jun's return, he observed the moving truck departing and frowned as he entered the hall, finding her still occupied with her tasks. Jiang Shi, what are you plotting now? He inquired, his tone laden with suspicion. Plotting? In your eyes, everything I do is a scheme, she replied, continuing her packing without raising her head. After the divorce, I will be moving out. Is that a problem? The lingering scent of the hot spring aromatherapy clung to him, and the thought of him entwined with Lisa in the water made Jiang Shi feel nauseous, prompting her to yearn for an immediate escape. Have the divorce papers been signed? She inquired, closing her suitcase and retrieving the divorce agreement to present it to him. I leave with nothing. I desire nothing. Oh, you wish for nothing? Chi Jun responded incredulously, stepping closer and gripping her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Did you not go to great lengths to marry me solely for financial gain? Jiang Shi Do not attempt to play games. You cannot afford it. If I intended to play games, I would have leaked these photographs to the media or shown them to Grandma to seek her intervention. Jiang Shi retorted, flinging a stack of photos at him. They depicted him on the hotel bed, flushed and disheveled. Fury radiated from Shi Jiang. How did you acquire these photos? Mr. Chi. To remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing, she replied, leaving him with her words as she departed, dragging her suitcase behind her without a backward glance. As she watched her retreating figure, Shi Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. He called his assistant, questioning the earlier assurance that the negatives had been retrieved. Why then? Did Jiang Shi still possess photographs? Investigate this thoroughly. The following morning, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Shi arrived 10 minutes early. At 9 o'clock, a discreet black Bentley appeared by the roadside. The two entered the VIP room simultaneously to clandestinely finalize their divorce. Shi Jiang's tone remained as frigid and unfeeling as ever. Have you truly decided to forfeit every penny? I've heard your brother has incurred substantial debts. If he cannot repay, he may face legal consequences. This is his affair and does not concern Mr. Chi, Jiang Shi retorted. Upon noticing the discontent in Shi Jiang's eyes, she smiled. So concerned about my family? Perhaps we should reconsider the divorce. Shi Jiang's expression darkened. Despite having been together for 2 years, he had no intention of being so petty as to let her suffer in any respect, particularly financially. Yet this woman displayed an utter lack of gratitude. Shi Jiang's patience waned entirely, his voice turning even more frigid. Jiang Shi, do not attempt to play games of seduction with me. It will not work. Enraged, she felt an urge to lash out. Did this man truly believe she would resort to such tactics to ensnare him? Did he think her feelings for him lingered? Yet, a dull ache in her heart reminded her that sadness still lingered. Soon, 2 vibrant red divorce certificates emerged, scorching to the touch. Jiang Shi inhaled deeply, surveying the space around her. 2 years prior, she had entered here filled with joy. Now, everything had changed. The moment she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, nausea washed over her. Fearing Shi Jiang might detect her distress, she hastily summoned a cab and departed without a backward glance. Montag, observing Jiang Shi's retreating silhouette, expressed confusion. Mr. Chi, did you not say that once matters were resolved, the marriage would remain intact to spare the elder lady any distress? If she wishes to play, then I shall indulge her to the very end. Shi Jiang seethed, watching her vanish from sight, utterly exasperated. It was merely a game of seduction. He would play along until the conclusion. Once in the car, Jiang Shi exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling significantly more at ease. Her complexion improved, and she instructed the driver to head directly to the Junweg Group headquarters. With the hot spring project concluded, she could finally resign with peace of mind. On one hand, she desired a clean break from Shi Jiang. On the other, she feared the discovery of her potential pregnancy. Upon arriving at the company, she headed straight for the HR office, only to be directed to the president's office instead. Reluctantly, she complied. However, she was utterly unprepared for the uninvited guest awaiting her inside. Lisa, Jiang Shi entered expressionless. The other woman greeted her with familiarity. Shi, it's me. Don't you recognize me? After scrutinizing her for a long moment, Jiang Shi replied, I do not. I am Chuyu. We were desk mates in elementary school. It turns out to be you. After so many years apart, your transformation is so drastic that even your father would hardly recognize you. Jiang Shi suddenly recalled the identity of the person before her. They were not only elementary school classmates, but also good friends. However, their paths diverged after they began studying acupuncture together. At that time, their master praised her for her medical talents and intended to pass on a book on acupuncture to her, which incited Chuyu's jealousy. She maliciously accused Jiang Shi of treating patients for profit, disregarding the master's previous admonition that one should not charge for medical services without proper apprenticeship. Consequently, Jiang Shi faced the master's reprimand and, to prove her innocence, signed a guarantee that she would never profit from her medical skills in this lifetime. Thus, she saw through Chuyu's true nature. Unexpectedly, fate has brought them together again. Shi, after all these years, we were classmates. There is no need for you to treat me with such disdain. I have no kindness to spare for a mistress, so spare me the pretense. You were the one who sent me those bed photos, weren't you? I just divorced Shi Jiang today, and here you come, flaunting your prowess as a mistress? Still pretending at this point? Chu Yu's facade finally crumbled, her composure faltering as she retorted, Jiang Shi. Weren't you also employing despicable means to enter into a wealthy family? Chu Yu, you have always enjoyed feigning fragility to seize what belongs to others. Even now that I am divorced, Qi Jun is merely second-hand goods that I chose to discard. You will forever remain an unworthy mistress, Jiang Shi replied. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yu was incensed and raised her hand to strike. Jiang Shi swiftly grasped Chu Yu's wrist, sneering. Not every mistress can successfully ascend the social ladder. If I expose your sordid affairs to Grandma Qi, you'll have to face the consequences. You are welcome to try. A cold, indifferent voice emerged from behind her, causing the temperature in the office to drop significantly. Chapter 5. It turns out Lisa is her. Jiang Shi instinctively released her grip, causing Chu Yu to cry out as she fell to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Jun had approached, his tone unkind. Jiang Shi, do not go too far. Grandma's health is precarious, and to think you would resort to using her as leverage against me. Truly a sinister and malicious woman. Jiang Shi was taken aback. How could he claim she was the one being excessive? It was evident that Chu Yu had stumbled on her own. Was Qi Jun blind to such blatant tactics? So, I am the one being excessive? Jiang Shi turned to the nearby table, poured a glass of water, and splashed it onto the fallen Chu Yu. The sudden chill caused Chu Yu to gasp in surprise. Jiang Shi raised her chin defiantly towards Qi Jun. Indeed, I am excessive. If Mr. Qi is displeased, feel free to dismiss me. With that, Jiang Shi turned and walked away. Qi Jun watched her determined departure, momentarily stunned. Over the years, she had always presented herself as cautious and submissive before him. This boldness was indeed a first. Unbeknownst to her, the fury that had consumed her moments ago suddenly dissipated. Chu Yu, sensing the shift in circumstances, hurriedly explained with tearful eyes, I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to offer her an apology and clarify my intentions. However, she refused to listen and accused me of being a mistress. In my frustration, I exchanged a few heated words, never anticipating that she would resort to violence. Has your brother approached her? Qi Jun inquired abruptly, offering no consolation. Jun, I'm unaware of my brother's actions. I shall have a serious conversation with him upon my return to ensure such incidents never recur. A wave of trepidation washed over Chu Yu. Could it be that he was aware of that night, when Jiang Shi had also visited the hotel? Your brother sent my wife a photograph, Qi Jun stated, his brow furrowing, his voice chillingly cold. I have long warned him against harboring delusions of gaining more. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to part with a little wealth to make him regret ever entering this world. I can grant you one concession, but there shall not be a second. Very well, I shall certainly admonish my brother thoroughly. Under Qi Jun's formidable presence, Chu Yu was drenched in cold sweat, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief. It appeared he remained oblivious to the identity of the woman from that night. Furthermore, in the office, refer to me as President Shi and refrain from visiting my office without cause. Qi Jun, seated with an air of impatience, delivered his directive. Chu Yu could only respond with a forced smile, her heart simmering with resentment. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi sat at her desk, her mind replaying the scene of Qi Jun's wrath directed at her in favor of Chu Balian. A chill enveloped her heart. It was perhaps for the best, as it severed all her illusions about him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shi submitted her resignation through the system's backend. After completing this task, she felt a wave of nausea, dashing to the restroom, yet she could not expel anything. Was a reaction to pregnancy truly this intense? As Jiang Shi emerged to wash her hands, a colleague from the adjacent stall stepped out. Shi, you were retching so violently. Could it be that you were pregnant? No, I simply have an upset stomach from something I ate recently. Jiang Shi hastily fabricated an excuse, awkwardly returning to the office. However, scarcely had she left when Chu Yu appeared around the corner, her eyes wide with astonishment. She can't possibly be pregnant, can she? After calculating the timeline, it seemed quite plausible. She resolutely decided that Jiang Shi must not obstruct her path. Turning, she dialed a number. Brother, Jiang Shi is pregnant. What should we do? Chapter 6. This child cannot be allowed to remain. Before long, Jiang Shi's department manager summoned her for a conversation. Shi, I hear you intend to resign. May I inquire why? Personal reasons, I apologize, manager. However, your design submission, number 52, from the recent internal design competition has passed the preliminary selection and is soon to enter the finals. Should you win, you could transfer to the design department, which has always been your aspiration. It's a remarkable opportunity. Has it indeed advanced? Yet, I must resign. Is it possible to withdraw my design? The design draft was submitted 2 months ago. She had originally studied design in university, yet the Chi family never inquired about her career aspirations, instead assigning her directly to the general management department. In an effort to prove herself, she participated in an internal design competition within the group. However, that necessity has now dissipated. The manager shook his head, stating, "It has already reached the president. It cannot be retrieved." In the office of the group president upstairs, an assistant entered, saying, "Mr. Chi, the HR manager has called to inform you that Miss Jiang has submitted her resignation." Resignation? Huh. Does she think to threaten my grandmother and draw my attention? How naive. After speaking, Chi Jun resumed his perusal of the design drafts in hand. He worked swiftly, selecting several that caught his eye. These will advance. The assistant nodded, but suddenly noticed that one of the selected drafts belonged to Jiang Shi Shi and asked, "What should be done about Miss Jiang's situation?" The man's hand briefly paused over the documents. "If she wishes to leave, let her go. Do you think I am in need of one less employee? But really, where is all this unnecessary chatter coming from? Is the workload so light?" The assistant scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I hope you won't regret this." In the afternoon, as the workday was drawing to a close, Chi Jun received a message. "Dear Mr. Chi, a reservation has been made for you at the Sky City restaurant on the top floor at 7 o'clock this evening. Mrs. Chi invites you to attend the dinner. Your presence is anticipated." Upon reading the message, he felt a surge of sarcasm within. Just days after the divorce, she now seeks to discuss her resignation and invites him to dinner. Such tactics are truly relentless. At 7 o'clock that evening at the Sky City restaurant, Jiang Shi Shi hurriedly arrived by taxi, presenting the invitation to enter. She glanced at her phone and was taken aback that Chi Jun had invited her to dinner. Even after their divorce, was he truly suggesting a farewell meal? Nevertheless, she intended to discuss the possibility of retrieving her design draft. After all, with such a large company, they surely wouldn't miss a draft created by an outsider. The elevator ascended directly to the top floor, where the ambience was elegant. Jiang Shi Shi approached, and there he sat, his shirt sleeves rolled up, exuding undeniable charm. Just as she took her seat, an impatient voice interrupted from across the table. "Jiang Shi Shi, speak up. What trickery do you intend with this invitation?" Jiang Shi Shi was taken aback. "What trickery? Wasn't it you who invited me?" "Invite you? Do you really think I would waste my time dining with my ex-wife? Speak plainly. What do you truly want?" Just as she was about to retort that she had no time for dinner with her ex-husband and advised him to spend his time more wisely rather than speculating about others' intentions, Chi Jun interrupted. Jiang Shi Shi stood abruptly, preparing to leave, when the door to the private dining room swung open, revealing a flamboyantly dressed young man. "Hello. Surprised? Unexpected?" he exclaimed. "Sister, brother-in-law, this is a special arrangement just for you two." Chi Jun's eyes flickered with embarrassment. It truly was not her doing. Jiang Shi Shi wore a look of reproach. "Jiang Zia, why are you here?" "Hee, sister, I suspect you have forgotten what day it is today." Jiang Zia wore a mysterious expression. "What day?" Chi Jun turned his gaze towards Jiang Shi Shi. Noting Chi Jun's ignorance, Jiang Shi Shi's eyes dimmed. Today marks their wedding anniversary. Indeed, he had never cared for this marriage. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," Jiang Shi Shi replied without answering, picking up her handbag and preparing to depart. "Hey, sister, don't go. What could possibly be more significant than spending our wedding anniversary with your brother-in-law?" Jiang Zia boldly grasped Jiang Shi Shi, utterly oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between them. "Jiang Zia, speak plainly. What is your true intention behind this charade?" Jiang Shi Shi was incredulous that this fellow would genuinely celebrate their anniversary with her. "Hee, who knows me better than you, sister? I recently started a small company, but I'm currently facing a bit of cash flow issue and would like to borrow some money from your brother-in-law," Jiang Zia said sheepishly, glancing expectantly at Chi Jun. "How much?" Chi Jun was clearly addressing Jiang Zia, yet his scrutinizing gaze was directed at Jiang Shi Shi. Jiang Shi Shi could easily comprehend his implications. During their divorce, he had offered her money, which she had firmly declined, asserting she did not require his assistance. But now no. Jiang Shi Shi did not wish to appear diminutive in the eyes of that man. "Huh? Why? Just as Jiang Zia was about to divulge an amount, he was abruptly rejected by his elder sister, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "We are divorced. He is no longer your brother-in-law." Jiang Shi pushed past Jiang Zia and left without a backward glance. Jiang Zia felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His words caught in his throat before he could even voice them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Oh no, someone has fainted." Chapter 7. Clearly caring, yet why divorce? Shi Jiang acted decisively, hastily pushing the door open, with Jiang Zia following closely behind. Outside was chaos. A middle-aged woman lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Upon realizing that the fainted individual was not Jiang Shi, both of them instinctively sighed in relief. Jiang Zia observed the changes in Shi Jiang with confusion. He clearly cared, so why pursue a divorce? Meanwhile, Jiang Shi was checking the pulse of the fainted woman, retrieving a long cloth bag from her belongings and extracting several silver needles, expertly targeting specific acupoints. Her movements were swift and precise. Soon, the middle-aged woman ceased convulsing and regained consciousness, though she remained quite weak. Jiang Shi removed the silver needles, placing them back into her bag, and wiped the corners of the woman's mouth with her sleeve. "You will be fine. Help will arrive shortly. Please do not worry." The middle-aged woman nodded, feebly removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. "Young lady, thank you." The jade bracelet was translucent and lustrous, a clear indication of its high quality and considerable value. However, Jiang Shi shook her head in refusal. "It was merely a small effort. There is no need for you to mention it, madam." The hotel staff and onlookers, witnessing Jiang Shi's successful revival of the woman, immediately began to applaud. This young lady, despite her youth, demonstrated remarkable skill with those silver needles. Indeed, the young lady has demonstrated remarkable qualities. Observing the praise directed at his sister, Jiang Zia nudged Shi Jiang and remarked, "Brother-in-law, my sister is truly a rare gem. Kind-hearted, gentle, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen. Have you truly given no thought to remarrying her?" Remarrying? 2 years prior, he had fallen victim to Jiang Shi's machinations, coerced into marriage through threats involving his grandmother. Within the confines of their marriage, they were like strangers, with there being a thorn lodged in his throat. Now, having finally secured a divorce, he had anticipated a sense of liberation. However, upon witnessing Jiang Shi wiping vomit off a middle-aged woman with her own clothing, while dismissing an offer of $1 million jade bracelet, his long-held perceptions began to waver. Yet, he refrained from responding, instead countering with, "Your sister possesses medical skills? How was I unaware of this?" "Oh, she learned from a peculiar old man in her childhood. For various reasons, he forbade her from pursuing a career in medicine. So she never displayed her talents again," Jiang Zia replied, his expression tinged with regret. Shi Jiang, however, grasped the essence of the matter. Her childhood training likely only equipped her with rudimentary skills sufficient to address the ailments of the middle-aged woman. Due to the number of onlookers, Jiang Shi remained oblivious to Shi Jiang and Jiang Zia at the back of the crowd. When the paramedics finally arrived, she rose to depart. En route, she received a call from her mother. Shi, have you been busy lately? You are to become the wife of the president of Junyue Group. You must learn from your mother-in-law how to be a strong woman and a supportive spouse." Jiang Shi found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain to her mother that she had already reached an agreement for divorce with Shi Jiang. Her mother would undoubtedly disapprove. "Mother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Just tell me." Jiang Shi was well aware that her mother would not call without a purpose. "Well, Shi, it's about your brother. He started a company, but now he is facing some issues and needs financial assistance. Can you ask Jiang if he might invest a little in your brother's venture? Just 50 million. 50 million is not a paltry sum." Jiang Shi felt utterly drained. "I won't intervene. If you don't, I shall call your husband myself." "Mother, Jiang Zia is starting a business. Why should he use Shi Jiang's money? Can't we refrain from engaging in such undignified dealings? What is dignity worth?" Jiang Shi found it impossible to continue this conversation, abruptly ending the call. Over the years, her mother had only sought to extract wealth from her, offering no semblance of maternal affection, as if she were not her biological daughter. Not her biological daughter? A fleeting thought surged through her mind, stirring tumultuous waves within her heart. Chapter 8. She is indeed the president's wife. Yet, Jiang Shi quickly dismissed this notion. Her father had always treated her with kindness. and she bore a striking resemblance to her brother. Surely, her pregnancy was causing her to entertain irrational thoughts. The following day, Jiang Shi reported to work punctually. With her resignation not yet approved, she could not afford to be absent, particularly as she had yet to secure a new position and required this month's salary. Indeed, financial struggles often curtail ambition. In the afternoon, a female colleague approached, exclaiming, "Shi, hurry up and head upstairs for the meeting." "What meeting?" Shi inquired. "The award ceremony for the design competition we had last time. Quick, let us go." Jiang Shi was briskly pulled upstairs by her colleague, who was even more excited. "Shi, I heard that your submission is highly regarded, and you might just win first place." As they conversed, they entered the conference room. Suddenly, a derisive laughter pierced the air. "With someone like Miss Lisa here, does she really think an amateur could win first place?" Jiang Shi and her colleague turned to see a slightly plump woman standing next to Chuyu. Clearly, this woman was attempting to belittle Jiang Shi to flatter Chuyu. Chuyu feigned reproach towards the plump woman, saying, "Xiaohong, that's not fair. Shi has been talented since childhood. Perhaps the first place really is hers." The plump woman retorted, "If she wins first place, I'll livestream myself eating dung," bursting into laughter afterward. "Fine, it's a deal." Jiang Shi remained unfazed by the woman's mocking tone. Regardless of her standing, she had nothing to lose, and there was a 50 chance of making the woman eat her words. The plump woman did not expect Jiang Shi to respond, her expression turning malicious. "And what if you don't win?" She sneered. "Then I'll resign." Jiang Shi replied without hesitation, as she was already planning to quit. "Then prepare to pack your bags." The plump woman laughed even louder. "What's all this ruckus?" At that moment, Shi Jiang strode in, taking his place at the head of the long table in the conference room. He leaned against the table, casting a heavy gaze around the room. When he spotted Jiang Shi, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. She participated in this competition and made it past the preliminary selection. However, Shi Jiang quickly shifted his focus. For this competition, aside from the design department submissions, there are also design drafts from 3 colleagues in other departments. The selection was done through a blind voting system, and we have shortlisted the top 3. Notably, one of the top 3 is not from the design department. At his words, everyone was taken aback. The plump woman's mouth dropped open. There was only one individual from outside the design department who had advanced, and that person must be Jiang Shi. She felt a sudden flush of heat in her face. Jiang Shi herself was stunned. She had made it to the top 3? A whirlwind of emotions coursed through her. The plump woman stiffly smiled and declared, "The first place is undoubtedly our Miss Lisa. After all, Lisa's design is showcased at the top of the screen." Chui us my Fai Li, casting a glance at Jiang Shi, thinking that even if she made it to the top 3, she would still lose to her. Shi Jiang calmly stated, "Unfortunately, our first place is not from the design department, but from this very individual." Chuyu's expression froze. The atmosphere in the conference room turned awkward. Jiang Shi appeared to possess an uncanny intuition as she lifted her gaze towards the grand screen. Only one image remained, labeled number 52. Shi Jiang directed his attention to the 3 amateur contestants at the far end of the long table. "Who is number 52? Chapter 9. Jiang Shi. What other secrets do you hold?" In the conference room, all eyes were fixated upon Jiang Shi. She stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat flustered. Had she truly secured first place? A scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, and as Jiang Shi looked up, she noticed that the man across from her bore an expression of evident astonishment. Shi Jiang's emotions were a tapestry of complexities. He had been taken aback upon seeing Jiang Shi earlier, having never heard of her artistic capabilities or witnessed her creations before. He was astounded to discover that she was indeed number 52, the submission he deemed the most inspired and gifted. The disparity between his preconceived notions and this revelation left him with a sense of discomfort, for Jiang Shi had always been perceived as materialistic, manipulative, and lacking in distinctive talents, seemingly reliant on men like a parasitic vine. Last night, when he observed her rescuing someone in the restaurant, he had assumed it was merely an act to garner his attention. Yet today, she had overturned his established impression of her through sheer talent. Countless thoughts flickered through Shi Jiang's mind, though his countenance remained composed, his handsome face exuding an air of noble aloofness. The conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause, albeit tinged with awkwardness. After all, Lisa had only secured second place, outdone by an amateur woman from the general department. Chuyu's expression was decidedly displeased, yet she struggled to conceal it. With a forced smile, Chuyu spoke. Sure, congratulations. I never imagined you possessed such talent. Why did you ever venture into the general department instead of the design department, where you could truly shine? Were you afraid that our CEO, Chi, might discover the gem you truly are? Chi Junyi frowned at her words, genuinely surprised. Had she deliberately concealed her abilities to draw his attention? Jiang Sure, clutching her award certificate, calmly replied, I lacked confidence in the past, and I am grateful to CEO Chi for granting me this opportunity. Of course, with someone like Miss Lisa, a returnee, in the group, CEO Chi's potential is undoubtedly enhanced. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Was she mocking him? She had willingly chosen the general management department, and he had never restricted her career development. Now, she was laying blame at his feet. It seemed prudent for her to invest more energy into her work henceforth. With that thought, he turned and departed. Sure, congratulations. I knew you could clinch first place. By the way, who was it that mentioned live streaming a rather unsavory act? A female colleague, elated for Jiang Sure, deliberately redirected the focus towards the slightly plump woman. The plump woman had intended to slip away unnoticed, but was suddenly called out. Where do you think you're going? Your performance hasn't even begun yet. Jiang Sure approached, blocking the woman's exit. She had never been a soft target for others to manipulate. If she dared to speak ill of her, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Jiang Sure, don't think that winning an award makes you exceptional. I was merely joking earlier. You shouldn't take it to heart. Chuyu hurriedly echoed. Indeed, sure, we are colleagues. There is no need to make things difficult for one another. Jiang Sure let out a cold laugh, truly a high-level white lotus, effortlessly transforming her into an aggressive character with just 2 sentences. But was she afraid? Enough of nonsense. Just tell me whether you will eat or not. Jiang Sure didn't even spare a glance at Chuyu. If I refuse, what can you do about it? The slightly plump woman retorted defiantly. Jiang Sure then seized a nearby cup of water and splashed it all over the woman's face. If you won't take action yourself, then allow me to assist you. If you dare to insult others carelessly again, it won't be as simple as a cup of water. Moreover, even if you choose to flatter someone, pick someone of substance. Selecting those who are gilded on the outside yet rotten within will only lead to your own misfortune. Jiang Sure's words were pointed, and with that, she yanked her female colleague and strode away, leaving behind the furious shouts of the slightly plump woman. Chuyu glared at Jiang Sure's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. Jiang Sure, why do you obstruct my path? Jiang Sure ultimately received the certificate for first place along with a prize of 100,000 yuan. When she returned to the office, she was utterly dazed. The manager came over with others to congratulate her, and it took a while for the commotion to dissipate. Soon, she received a call from the HR department. Miss Jiang, your performance in this competition was outstanding. Would you consider transferring to the design department? I believe you would truly shine there. I'm sorry, but I need to think this over, she replied, contemplating resignation. The caller likely hadn't anticipated her reluctance to accept immediately, especially since the design department was not accessible to everyone. Looking at her award certificate, Jiang Sure felt as though she were dreaming. Creating design drawings had been her childhood dream. She never imagined she would see the day of receiving an award. Before long, the phone rang again. Without even looking, she answered, Hello. Why did you decline the HR department? If you do not wish to go to the design department, where else do you intend to go? Chi Junyi's familiar voice echoed, maintaining its consistently lofty tone. This is my affair. Don't act impulsively. Going to the design department will not stifle your talent. On the contrary, you will gain much more. After all, you must be in need of money now. It's better to be practical. You have always made the most pragmatic choices before, and you can do so now. I was blind to that before. Jiang Sure retorted before abruptly hanging up the phone. Chapter 10. Just divorced and already found a new partner? Everyone believed Jiang Sure married Chi Junyi for money. Yet this time she refused his goodwill, determined to prove herself through her own capabilities. In the president's office, Chi Junyi hung up the phone, his expression darkening. This woman truly does not know what's good for her. He turned to his assistant. Bring my mother the manuscript from this competition. Does she need to be informed that manuscript number 52 was drawn by Miss Jiang? Why must you always have me make decisions? Assistant Mo scratched his head awkwardly, but Miss Jiang's resignation procedures have already been processed. Who allowed you to agree to that? Huh? Assistant Mo looked bewildered, sir. Why are you hesitant to acknowledge what you have done? Within 5 minutes, whatever method necessary must be employed to resolve the situation. Assistant Mo, on the verge of tears, could only leave in dejection. Despite the divorce, her husband's demeanor was perplexing. He instructed the system to retract the process, fortunate that Jiang Shi had yet to discover it. This afternoon, Jiang Shi had ordered milk tea, inviting her colleague from the comprehensive department to partake, as she felt compelled to treat them after receiving a substantial bonus of 100,000 yuan. At that moment, 2 friends in her chat group expressed their support upon learning of her divorce, significantly uplifting her spirits. Having parted ways with Shi Jiang, she realized that her life must continue. Finally, as the end of the workday approached, the internal group chat erupted with excitement when someone casually shared a photograph taken outside the company. Rumor had it that the famous and handsome movie star Lu Shi was present. Is the actor still at the entrance? Can I make it down in time? Jiang Shi felt an uneasy premonition upon reading the messages and quickly checked her phone, discovering an unread message from half an hour ago. Little zombie sister, I'm here to pick you up after work, sending you kisses and a surprise. More like a fright, she thought. She swiftly replied, I'm waiting for you in the underground parking. Hastily, Jiang Shi made her way to the underground garage, only to unexpectedly encounter Shi Jiang, who had just exited the elevator. Their eyes met, and a sleek black Bentley rolled up beside them. Shi Jiang's eyes flickered with surprise. If you have something to say, do it quickly. You have 1 minute. He assumed she had reconsidered her earlier decision. Jiang Shi replied, The man, growing impatient, glanced at his watch. You have 30 seconds left. This game of hard to get does not suit you. If you continue to pretend, it will be too late. Wasn't your refusal to join the design department quite decisive this morning? Now you regret it? Suddenly, a silver sports car appeared with a screech. The window rolled down, revealing a strikingly handsome man. Little zombie sister, get in. The atmosphere turned awkward. I'm sorry, but I'm waiting for him. Jiang Shi replied with an embarrassed yet polite smile, turning to enter the car. Shi Jiang's brow furrowed in irritation, watching as the woman was whisked away in a luxurious vehicle. He could not help but voice his frustration. Who is that man? He's a rising movie star. Assistant Mo kindly supplied, opening Lu Shi's Weibo account, revealing the man's recent surge in popularity. Shi Jiang glanced at the update, which read, Warm congratulations to my little zombie sister on regaining her single status, curing her blindness, kicking away the dog of a man, and returning to the pinnacle of life to raise a young boy. Let us throw her a singles party, and don't miss it. Upon reading this, Shi Jiang's expression darkened considerably. He bent down to enter the car, coldly instructing, find out what their relationship is, how they know each other, and investigate that man's background. How could a commoner like Jiang Shi possibly know a celebrated movie star without my knowledge? This woman possesses quite the cunning. Just after her divorce, she has already found a benefactor to take over. Chapter 11. Pregnancy exposed in the sports car. Jiang Shi gazed at the enchanting man before her, a mix of laughter and tears in her expression. She pressed her forehead in frustration. Please refrain from being so ostentatious in the future. Did you not see how green Shi Jiang's face turned just now? Little zombie sister, what does this even mean? It's merely a deliberate slap in the face to that scoundrel. Despite your kindness, he never cherished it. Now that you are divorced, why should you still give him any regard? We only had a secret divorce. Shi grandma's health is not well. We cannot directly inform the elder. For the past 2 years, only Shi grandma had treated her with genuine kindness, akin to that of a biological grandmother. She was willing to compromise for the sake of the elder. Lu Shi sighed. The eldest is wonderful in every way, but she is simply too sentimental. Jiang Shi covered her mouth and retched, frowning. Could you drive a little slower? Goodness, are you perhaps pregnant? Although I did not wish for this, it is indeed the reality. I have not disclosed this to Shi Jiang. I intend to raise this child on my own. Disregarding her friend's astonished expression, she calmly inquired, Are you free tomorrow? Could you take me to the hospital? I need to get some folic acid. She resolved to keep this child and needed to consult the hospital regarding the precautions and preparations for childbirth. Lu Shi sighed again. What a situation this is. The following day, accompanied by her friend, Jiang Shi went to the hospital for a checkup. With a companion by her side, her nerves were somewhat alleviated. After establishing her medical records, obtaining medication, and inquiring about precautions, they finally left the hospital. However, A man trailed them, taking several photographs before returning to the doctor's office. "Doctor, I am Jiang Shi's brother. She accidentally dropped her prescription. Could you kindly issue another one? She is 2 months pregnant. What should she be mindful of?" In truth, she was only 1 month along, and the necessary precautions had already been conveyed to her. "Thank you, doctor." The man gathered the information and left, heading directly upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi stood outside the hospital, waiting for her friend to return from the restroom. She glanced at the written precautions, committing them to memory. Noticing a small child who had fallen, she hurried over to help him up. Yet, just as she stepped forward, a flower pot fell from above, shattering into pieces. Holding the child, Jiang Shi turned back to see the broken pot, her body drenched in cold sweat. Had she not gone to assist the child, she would have been the one struck, bleeding profusely. Jiang Shi looked up but saw nothing amiss. Was it merely an accident? Upon learning of the incident, Lu Shi cursed and threatened to confront the hospital. However, even after reviewing the surveillance footage, they could not identify the culprit due to a blind spot in the cameras. Jiang Shi urged her friend to leave. "Perhaps it was an accident. No one knows about my pregnancy." Thus, Lu Shi ceased her inquiries and guided her away. On Monday, the entertainment headlines exploded. The renowned actor Lu Shi is rumored to be expecting a child with a mysterious girlfriend, whose identity has been unveiled. The scandal surrounding Lu Shi has been rampant, yet the notion of impending fatherhood has proven unbearable for many female admirers. In response, his manager hastily sought the assistance of the largest crisis management firm in the industry to navigate this public relations debacle. Coincidentally, the chosen firm is a subsidiary of the Junwei Group. By the following day, the matter was presented to Shi Jiang. The manager in charge of the case failed to perceive any unusual demeanor from the company's president, eagerly contemplating the potential benefits this situation could bring to the firm. "President Shi, we can certainly take on this business. Lu Shi's fame is at its zenith, and this mysterious girlfriend appears to be quite materialistic." Shi Jiang frowned, discontented with the manager's assessment. Oblivious to the disapproval radiating from Shi, the manager continued to elaborate. "I suspect this mysterious girlfriend might be a divorced woman who, during her marriage, sought to ingratiate herself with the actor. She seems intent on spreading rumors to elevate her status through this alleged pregnancy. One can only pity her husband." Shi Jiang's expression darkened considerably, while his assistant Mo Zhu felt an overwhelming urge to silence the manager. The atmosphere was tense, and it was evident that the manager had failed to gauge the president's displeasure. "Perhaps we should investigate the identity of this mysterious girlfriend's husband," the manager proposed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After all, if he is indeed the wrong party, he could one day emerge to confront the actor, and we must be prepared for such an eventuality. Enough. Shi Jiang's single word resonated with lethal intensity, leaving the manager nearly prostrated in fear. The chilling aura emanating from the president made him question whether his suggestion had overlooked some critical aspect that might have displeased his superior. He had envisioned a flawless plan, yet now found himself hesitant to inquire further, casting a furtive glance at Mo Zhu, silently seeking assistance. Mo Zhu sighed inwardly, shaking his head. The president is making every effort to keep this matter under wraps. Pursuing further investigation would be tantamount to courting disaster. Without thorough investigation, one lacks the authority to speak. If one were to rely solely on conjecture, one ought to consider stepping aside. A seemingly casual remark from Shi Jiang left the manager drenched in perspiration. "President Shi, I leave," Shi commanded, prompting the manager to flee in disarray. Shi Jiang tugged at his bow tie, struggling to release the pent-up frustration within him. Mo Zhu, equally anxious, feared the repercussions of the unfolding situation and quickly presented his findings. "President Shi, Miss Jiang, and actor Lu are friends, yet they have never crossed any boundaries," confirming their innocence. Noticing a slight improvement in Shi Jiang's demeanor, Mo Zhu exhaled in relief and continued. "Actor Lu has utilized his initial earnings to strategically invest in various sectors, such as film, fashion, and construction, albeit only modestly compared to your ventures." As Shi Jiang perused the documents, he was met with an overwhelming sea of green on the first page. The man was seething with anger, his temples throbbing. Mo Zhu hurriedly explained, "This is the latest architectural design from the opposing company, emphasizing a green and environmentally friendly concept. Bring that woman to see me," he commanded, slamming the documents shut. "Miss Jiang is on leave today. Shi Jiang erupted in fury, who permitted her to take leave. If she's off gallivanting, her salary for this month will be deducted entirely. Chapter 12. Jiang Shi Shi, you have actually committed adultery while married. An hour later, Jiang Shi Shi rushed back to the company, only to find her colleagues huddled together, animatedly discussing something. Shi Shi, have you heard? Lu Shiying's rumored girlfriend works here. They expressed envy for the little zombie sister of the film emperor. Though she encountered a scoundrel and divorced, she ended up with the film emperor, which isn't too shabby. Jiang Shi Shi's expression froze as the realization dawned that she had been photographed with Lu Shi. A sudden headache struck her. Thankfully, no clear frontal shots were taken. Otherwise, she would be in deep trouble. Glancing at the alarming headlines mentioning pregnancy sent chills down her spine. If Shi Jiang caught wind of this, wouldn't her child's safety be compromised? Jiang Shi Shi contacted Lu Shi urgently. You need to clarify the rumors. Don't worry. My manager has contacted the most reputable PR firm in the industry to handle this matter. It's all taken care of. Jiang Shi Shi felt a twinge of skepticism as her right eyelid twitched. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was rather unreliable. She could only hope that the doggo man wouldn't read entertainment news and remain oblivious, especially since her face hadn't been captured. In the afternoon, her manager handed her a document requiring delivery to the president's office on the upper floor. Upon arriving at the office, she intended to drop off the materials and leave, but was stopped by Mo Zhu. Miss Jiang, President Shi is still in a meeting. Please wait a moment. The documents are here. Just hand them over to him. Jiang Shi Shi insisted, eager to depart. President Shi specifically requested to speak with you. Jiang Shi Shi felt a surge of anxiety. She had hoped to find a place to sit and wait. However, her gaze fell upon a document. The health check report from the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Name, Lisa. Gender, female. And Mo Zhu quickly picked up the file. Please don't misunderstand. This is just... Jiang Shi Shi's eyes flickered with a hint of derision. I have seen it. And Mo Zhu appeared awkward, resembling a subordinate whose superior had been caught cheating and was now tasked with damage control. At that moment, Shi Jiang strode in. What is going on with your rumors? Jiang Shi Shi's heart raced. She hadn't anticipated he would be aware of it. But considering that this man was entangled with other women, what was there for her to feel guilty about? After mentally cursing the man repeatedly, Jiang Shi Shi forced a professional smile. President Shi, we are already divorced. The implication being, you have no right to meddle. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp. So, this is your retaliation? To put a green hat on me? Jiang Shi Shi responded coolly. Since we are divorced, our lives are now separate. Whom I choose to associate with is of no concern to you. Her calmness was strikingly different from her usual demeanor. Shi Jiang was taken aback, momentarily stunned by her unexpected composure. Immediately, a hint of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it does not matter, but Jiang Shi Shi, how dare you engage in infidelity while married, and to top it off, be pregnant? The man advanced relentlessly, causing Jiang Shi Shi to retreat a few steps. Jiang Shi Shi, is your eagerness for divorce merely a facade to conceal the disgraceful acts you have committed? His words struck deep. Jiang Shi Shi believed her heart, once riddled with wounds, had healed, fortified like a bastion, yet this single inquiry pierced her, leaving her nearly doubled over in pain. How could he slander her so? Throughout her life, there had only been one man for her, Shi Jiang. Did he not comprehend this? What? Are you rendered speechless? Shi Jiang grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Jiang Shi Shi fought to suppress the anguish and bitterness swelling within her, managing to force a mocking smile. Does not President Shi also indulge in marital infidelity? How is it that in your case, it is permissible for the officials to set ablaze while the common folk are forbidden to light a candle? Shi Jiang regarded her for a considerable time, then released his grip, casually shaking his hand, and remarked coldly, you should have known what was expected of you when you resorted to unscrupulous means to compel me into marriage. Jiang Shi Shi, you have no options. Terminating the pregnancy, to me, is akin to squashing an ant, regardless of the stature of the person involved. Jiang Shi Shi's complexion turned ashen. Indeed, how could he be so heartless? What, reluctant? Shi Jiang pressed on, his frigid gaze laced with a hint of disdain. Jiang Shi Shi trembled all over. Had she known of his aversion to children, she would have kept it a secret. But who had informed him of her pregnancy? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Shi Shi forced herself to regain composure. Who told you I was pregnant? It was merely a case of menstrual irregularity, I went to get it checked. Is that so? I have already dispatched someone to the hospital to retrieve the records. The truth regarding your pregnancy will soon be revealed. Jiang Shi's heart plummeted, her body chilled and shaking. If Qi Jun were to procure the records, it would be as easy as pie, and her child would be imperiled. Chapter 13. Are you pregnant? Fortunately, before the results returned, Jiang Shi received a call from Grandma Qi, summoning them both back to the ancestral home. Having already divorced, Jiang Shi was acutely aware that this matter would inevitably come to light. It could not be concealed for long. She initially intended to refuse, but upon catching the menacing glance from the man, she had no choice but to acquiesce. You go back first. I have a meeting to attend before returning. Qi Jun cast a glance at her. Jiang Shi, you had better ensure Grandma is in high spirits. Jiang Shi seethed with rage, wishing she could obliterate this despicable man. However, she dared not linger, fearing that Qi Jun's associates would return with the results, which could potentially expose the child. No. She needed to confirm the situation with Lu Shi. It was imperative that this remained undiscovered. Yet, the other party did not answer her call. Just as she exited the elevator, Mo Zhu approached her. Madam, President Qi has arranged for a driver for you. Mo Zhu lowered his voice, ensuring only Jiang Shi could hear. I don't need a driver. I can go myself. President Qi insists. The old lady is watching. And if you take a taxi alone, it would surely distress her. Jiang Shi silently berated Qi Jun once more in her heart. This insufferable man knew precisely how to exploit her vulnerabilities, fully aware that she could not bear to see the elderly distressed. As soon as work concluded, she returned to the ancestral home. The elegant little villa, with its distinctive garden, reflected her fondness for this architectural style. Madam, the young mistress has arrived. A servant joyfully announced as she reached the entrance. Sure, come here, dear. Come sit with your grandmother and see if you like these. Jiang Shi beamed as she entered and settled beside the elderly woman. Yet, beneath her cheerful demeanor lay a twinge of guilt. Although Qi Jun harbored no affection for her, his grandmother treated her with unparalleled kindness. Sure, have you been unwell lately? Your complexion appears rather poor, the grandmother observed with concern. Grandmother, I have merely been busy with work, Jiang Shi replied, a hint of anxiety in her tone, as recent morning sickness had left her unable to eat much. No job is more important than your health. I will have that rascal Jun informed not to burden you with so much work. Look how exhausted and thin you have become. The elderly matriarch's face was etched with worry. As dinner approached its conclusion, Qi Jun finally returned. Casually tossing his coat onto the sofa, his tie loosened and disheveled. Jiang Shi was consumed with anxiety, uncertain if he had seen the test results. However, his normal demeanor suggested he had yet to discover the truth. My grandson, you are rather late. We have almost finished our meal. Qi's grandmother greeted him warmly. Luma has brought you a bowl of bone soup. It was prepared for Wang Kai after his neutering surgery, and there should still be some left. Qi Jun raised his eyes, his tone languid. Grandmother, is it not better to spread a bit of love in this world? Feeding a dog bone soup? As long as there is food, it suffices. You were the one who arrived late. Were you not, grandson? What do you think, my eldest grandson? With each affectionate mention of grandson, Jiang Shi could not help but smile. Her grandmother was always playful. Well done. Just as she lifted her gaze, she sensed the man beside her watching intently, and she hastily lowered her head to sip her soup, attempting to mask her current unease. However, the soup had grown slightly cold, and after a few sips, she was suddenly overwhelmed with nausea, rushing to the nearby restroom to expel its contents. Instantaneously, the atmosphere in the dining room shifted, tense and eerie. The servants held their breath, awaiting the commands of their masters. Qi's grandmother sprang to her feet, bubbling with excitement. This means she is expecting. Shi is pregnant. Inside the restroom, Jiang Shi's face turned ashen at the proclamation. There was no hiding the truth any longer. Turning around, she saw the man standing at the door, and panic surged within her. How could she ensure the safety of her child? Dazed, Jiang Shi followed Qi Jun out of the restroom. The elderly matriarch, trembling with joy, grasped her hand. Shi, why did you not tell your grandmother you were pregnant? In a flurry of anxiety, Jiang Shi averted her gaze. Grandmother, although she wished to be truthful, she could not bring herself to reveal the reality. At that moment, Qi Jun's phone rang. The sound struck Jiang Shi's heart like a bolt of lightning. She was right beside him, clearly seeing the line of text displayed on the screen. It was the lady's examination report. The truth could no longer be concealed. Indeed, it could not be hidden any longer. Chapter 14. Examination results. It may have been merely a few seconds, yet Jiang Shi felt as though a lifetime had passed. During those fleeting moments of anticipation, her mind was a blank. The examination report that Shi Jiang had taken would be accurate. No one would dare to tamper with it under his watchful eye. Therefore, she could not be pregnant. Shi Jiang's voice broke through her thoughts. Jiang Shi looked up at him in disbelief. He was gazing back, but a trace of contempt was evident in his eyes, unmistakably clear. Before she could comprehend the sudden wave of disdain directed at her, she heard him say, "She just had her period last month." Shi, is that true? Shi Grandma was still not convinced. Jiang Shi numbly nodded yes. Fortunately, Shi Grandma did not press further, allowing Jiang Shi to relax slightly as she awkwardly retreated to the upstairs bedroom. In that brief moment, she had contemplated revealing the truth, thinking perhaps Shi Grandma could assist her. But she did not dare take the risk. She truly did not intend to lie and disappoint the elderly woman. Shi Jiang followed her upstairs. Upon entering the room, he locked the door behind him and tossed his phone onto the table in front of her, his expression foreboding. How intense must the situation have been to cause such tearing, to necessitate a doctor's visit? Jiang Shi. His cold voice resonated, laced with sarcasm. Jiang Shi sprang to her feet, her body tense like a startled kitten. If he truly forced her to terminate the pregnancy, she would immediately inform Grandma, who would undoubtedly support her. Jiang Shi, how did I not see it? You feign virtue on the surface while indulging in such reckless behavior behind closed doors. As he approached, she found herself cornered against the wall, with no avenue of escape. What do you want? Her voice trembled as she instinctively shielded her abdomen. Pain shot through her chin as he forced her to meet his gaze, his eyes icy. Do you think I would do anything to you? Even if you stood before me completely undressed, I would not touch you, because I find you repulsive. What's the matter? Are you so frightened that you cannot bear to look at the results? Shi Jiang released his grip, and Jiang Shi nearly stumbled to the ground. Steadying herself with great effort, she snatched up Shi Jiang's phone and, in an instant, was taken aback. Minor vaginal tearing. It turned out she was not pregnant. That scoundrel Lu Shi had issued such a diagnosis. What a trap he had laid for her. In that moment, she was at a loss for words. Yet, simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least the child was safe. Everything else paled in comparison. Jiang Shi, I hope you remember clearly that you are the woman of Shi Jiang. Anyone who dares to touch you, including your so-called movie star companion, should not expect to remain unscathed here. However, we are already divorced, and you cannot lay a hand on him. Do you think I need your assistance to find reasons to deal with a minor movie star? Shi Jiang's gaze was cold and merciless, leaving Jiang Shi breathless under his scrutiny. She understood that he was a man of his word and had never shown her any leniency. Her eyes involuntarily reddened as she asked, "What must I do for you to let him go?" For reasons unknown, Shi Jiang, who had been filled with rage only moments before, found his anger dissipating the instant he noticed the tears welling in Jiang Shi's eyes. The words he had intended to use to punish her abruptly shifted. I have rejected your resignation. Before our divorce is publicly announced, you will remain at Junyue obediently. This time I will spare him. Do not let me discover otherwise, or else. Very well, I promise you. Thank you, President Shi, for your mercy. Jiang Shi replied, bowing respectfully to him. Observing her subservient demeanor for Lu Shi, Shi Jiang felt an inexplicable irritation and retreated to his study, not returning for the entire night. Fortunately, Shi grandmother did not sense anything amiss. The following morning, everyone enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together before parting ways. Jiang Shi exhaled in relief, having navigated that challenge. As she watched their departing figures, Shi grandmother sighed. My grandson is still lacking. It seems I must step in. When will I ever hold my great-grandchild? She gestured to Mama Lu, instructing, we must proceed as such. Please make the arrangements. Chapter 15. Are you truly a man? At noon, the headlines regarding the movie star were clarified. Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Her friend Lu Shi's scandals occurred several times each year, and the speed of the agent's response was commendable. Arriving punctually at the staff cafeteria, she fortuitously encountered Chuyu, adorned in a white dress and surrounded by admirers, radiating an aura of celebrity. Miss Lisa, Is this your first time at the staff cafeteria? Are you hoping to experience the life of the common folk? Miss Lisa, our cafeteria's offerings are rather monotonous. Could you kindly suggest some changes to President Shi upon your return? Chu smiled without revealing her teeth, feigning ignorance, but neither confirming nor denying the insinuations. A colleague beside Jiang Shi whispered, "This woman named Lisa is rumored to be Mrs. Chi. The design department has been quite elevated lately, especially with such a deity among them." Upon hearing her colleague's speculation about Chu possibly being Mrs. Chi, Jiang Shi suddenly lost her appetite. After all, she was already divorced from Chi Jun. Whom he chose to be with was no longer her concern. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly stepped outside the cafeteria. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. "Hello, mother-in-law." The caller was Chi Jun's mother, the matriarch of Junwei Group. Sure. I have reviewed your design sketches and see great talent in you. You have been overlooked in the comprehensive department. I did not expect you to inherit your father's brilliance. Prepare yourself. You will be returning to the design department soon. Jiang Shi was taken aback. How did her mother-in-law know about the design plans? Next month marked their wedding anniversary, and it had been 2 years without any news of a child from her. I've recently met a gynecologist. Once I return home, I will ensure she examines you thoroughly. As Mrs. Chi, your primary responsibility is to bear a child. Faced with her mother-in-law's calm yet assertive remarks, Jiang Shi found herself at a loss for words. After the call ended, her emotions became quite intricate. Ever since their marriage, her mother-in-law had been pressuring her to conceive. Yet Chi Jun had never even touched her. How could she possibly have a child? This matter was too difficult for her to articulate, and she had long carried the burden of her inability to conceive. Now, having gone through a divorce, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant. However, if her mother-in-law were to discover this, she would undoubtedly insist on her giving birth, only to take the child away afterward. She gently touched her abdomen, determined that such a situation must not occur. Sure, what a coincidence. Jiang Shi turned to see Chu Bai Lian, accompanied by several members of the design department. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. I heard you turned down the HR department's offer to join the design team. May I inquire why? The atmosphere was far from amicable. I don't see the need to explain myself to you, Jiang Shi replied, noticing Chu's gaze fixed on her abdomen, prompting her to hastily lower her hand. Chu's expression darkened as she smiled and said, Sure, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to express my concern. After all, Junu's design department is renowned domestically, a top-tier team. I simply cannot fathom why you would decline such a splendid opportunity. How disingenuous, Jiang Shi thought. Feeling an urge to strike her, she approached and whispered, because I do not wish to share a department with a mistress. Chu's expression instantly froze, her eyes darkening ominously. TSK, you won't be able to revel in your triumph for long. After Jiang Shi left, she took out her phone to message her brother. Has everything been arranged at the hospital? Rest assured, the agent of that film emperor has also communicated with the hospital. However, if I hadn't acted swiftly to alter the records, Chi Jun might have discovered the truth. I even presented Jiang Shi with a grand gift. It's likely that Chi Jun will no longer approach her, nor will he uncover the existence of the child. We must keep a close watch on her and create an accident to eliminate the child within her. Chi took a deep breath, resolute that this child must not be allowed to remain. Had it not been for her quick thinking that sent her brother to the hospital in advance, they might have been unable to contain the situation. Nonetheless, fortune favored her, with the case manipulated. Chi Jun's obsessive cleanliness would ensure he would never touch Jiang Shi again. No man could tolerate infidelity from his wife. Even if he eventually learned of Jiang Shi's pregnancy, he would doubt whether the child was truly his. Upon returning to the office, the manager specifically approached her for a conversation. Shi, congratulations. You are bound to soar in the design department. Do not forget about your colleagues in the general department. Jiang Shi was somewhat astonished. What do you mean? The Human Resources Department has already issued a notification to me, and I have just signed it. Starting next week, you will officially be a member of the design department. Over the next few days, you should hand over your responsibilities to your colleagues. Jiang Shi opened the employee system and, as expected, received the internal notification. It was evident without needing to speculate that this was an order from her mother-in-law. Her resignation had been rejected, and thus she was compelled to obey her mother-in-law's directive to join the design department. which would inevitably lead to more frequent interactions with Shi Jiang. She could not conceal her condition for much longer and absolutely could not remain at Junhua indefinitely. Shi Jiang had insisted that they must publicly announce their divorce before she could leave, which meant she had to urge that man to expedite the announcement. Jiang Shi opened the chat with Shi Jiang and typed a message. When will you inform Grandma Chi and Annie about our divorce? An hour passed without a response. She continued, I can cooperate with your act, but you must at least provide a timeline, right? How can you not worry about your precious little white lotus feeling wronged with your ex-wife and current partner in the same department? By the end of the workday, Jiang Shi still had not received a reply. Frustrated, she sent another message. Shi Jiang, do you even count as a man? Give me a definitive answer. At this moment, atop the pinnacle of power, Shi Jiang had just concluded project discussions with several partners and was slightly intoxicated. He pulled out his phone and naturally noticed the unread WeChat messages, particularly the last one. Do you even count as a man? Shi Jiang's expression darkened as he stood up and strode outside, thinking to himself that Jiang Shi was becoming increasingly audacious. Assistant Mo hurriedly followed, whispering, Sir, where are we headed? To find my wife. The man retorted before bending down to enter the car, leaning back in the seat and feigning sleep. The sight of that woman, so desperately wanting to sever ties with him, made him feel quite uncomfortable. He even found himself wanting to check if she was home alone. He harbored serious suspicions that she was eager to fly off with Lu Shi. Assistant Mo looked utterly bewildered. Which wife? The ex or the current? Shi Jiang gritted his teeth. If you ask any more foolish questions, go directly to the HR department and submit your resignation. The assistant replied, with such anger. It must be Miss Jiang. Just as Jiang Shi was preparing to take a shower at home, her phone rang. It was unexpectedly Shi Jiang calling. She answered, Mr. Chi, you owe me a clear answer. Ahem, Miss Jiang, I apologize. My husband has had too much to drink tonight. What does his drunkenness have to do with me? She retorted. Just as she finished speaking, she heard someone shouting from outside. Open the door. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Jiang Shi opened the door, only to be startled to see Shi Jiang standing outside. Was she seeing things? In the next moment, she decisively shut the door without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 16. He wants to stay the night outside. Shi Jiang's face turned ashen. This woman dared to lock him out? Assistant Mo wished he could become invisible. Witnessing such an embarrassing scene with his boss, he feared for his own safety. In adherence to the principle that a benevolent employer ultimately benefits oneself, the assistant hurriedly approached and deftly manipulated the door lock, successfully unlocking the password mechanism and discreetly concealing their feet. Shi Jiang entered with a grim expression. The modest one-bedroom apartment was small enough to be surveyed at a glance, devoid of any hiding spots. He settled onto the sofa. The sound of water running in the bathroom reached his ears. The frosted glass door cast a shadow, its contours unmistakably defined, prompting him to tug at his tie. Feeling a sudden warmth, he had previously overlooked how splendid Jiang Shi's figure was. At that moment, an unexpected reluctance to leave enveloped him. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Shi recalled the earlier scene of locking the man outside, her spirits lifting considerably. Shi Jiang was an addictive poison. She needed to gradually wean herself off him. After her shower, she wrapped herself in a simple towel, humming a cheerful tune. Yet, in the next instant, her gaze fell upon the uninvited guest on the sofa. Extinguishing her smile, how did this man, Shi Jiang, gain entry? The man lounged on the sofa, one hand pressed against his stomach, displaying signs of discomfort. He had long suffered from gastritis. Whenever he drank a tad too much, he would experience pain, and she would always prepare herbal remedies for him to be delivered by the housekeeper. But now, Jiang Shi resolutely turned away. She had no desire to be accused of seeking to appease him. However, after only a few steps, a muffled groan emerged from behind her. She halted, glancing back to see Shi Jiang curled up in a ball. If she ignored him, would the Chi family seek vengeance upon her should something happen? Jiang Shi approached, disdainfully nudging him. Hey, wake up. Shi Jiang remained unresponsive. I know you can hear me. The sofa is available for you to rest a while. Once you feel better, be sure to leave promptly. After saying this, she tossed him a blanket, but as she turned away, he seized her wrist. With a slight pull, Jiang Shi found herself tumbling into his warm embrace. The air was thick with his scent. What are you doing? Jiang Shi regarded Shi Jiang with trepidation. He opened his dangerous eyes. Didn't you ask me whether I'm a man? Care to test that now? Before she could react, Shi Jiang rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Shi Jiang, you've had too much to drink. Let me go. Jiang Shi struggled fiercely, but could not budge him. She seriously questioned whether this man was truly unwell. Just then, the phone vibrated, breaking the tension. Shi Jiang had no choice but to release Jiang Shi and answer the call. Upon seeing Lisa on the screen, she snatched the phone and answered. Chu Bailian, manage your man properly. Don't come running back to your ex-wife while still married. It makes me suspect he wants to reconcile. With that, she hurled the phone at him. Jiang Shi. After hanging up, the man seized her hands. What's this? Do you wish to remarry me? As his words fell, a throw pillow came flying toward him. Mr. Chi, if you wish to dream, do so at home, not here while indulging in drunken folly. Jiang Shi forcefully pushed him away, turning back to the bedroom and locking the door behind her. She sank to the floor, leaning against the door, fiercely pinching her arm. She had almost succumbed to his tenderness. This man was devoid of emotion. She must not allow herself to become infatuated again. Outside the bedroom, the man rose and leaned against the sofa. His white shirt was disheveled, and his black trousers hung loosely, creating a certain curve at his waist. He raised a hand to shield his somber eyes, remaining utterly still. The phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Shi Jiang glanced at the caller ID, Lisa, before averting his gaze, choosing not to answer. The night was cold and desolate as he reclined on the sofa, his shadow both solitary and formidable. The next day, Jiang Shi opened the bedroom door to find the man on the sofa had vanished without a trace. She composed herself and proceeded to work at the corporation. On Friday, the atmosphere was relaxed. Everyone seemed preoccupied as they awaited the upcoming holiday. It marked her last day in the general department, as she would report to the design department the following Monday. The thought of working alongside Chu Yu, that white lotus, filled her with discontent. They had attended the same school from kindergarten through high school, and it was a relief to finally part ways in college. Yet here they were again. What a cruel twist of fate. Shi, come here quick. Our CEO Chi is trending again. Jiang Shi paused, wondering if perhaps the paparazzi had caught him visiting her the night before. Chapter 17. Grandmother's direct approach. She leaned in to catch a glimpse, and the headline displayed a photo of a man and a woman, their backs turned towards the camera. Wasn't that Shi Jiang with Chu Bailian? Shi, see? I told you Lisa is Mrs. Chi. Many still doubt it, but this photo is definitive proof. It seems to have been taken in City F, where our boss was on a business trip last month. They even attended a banquet hand in hand. Our president is handsome and wealthy, yet there are no scandals surrounding him, save for this mysterious wife. How enviable for Mrs. Chi. A flicker of derision crossed Jiang Shi's eyes. A business trip last month. Indeed, it appeared that the phone call from the previous night had significantly rattled Chu Yu, prompting her to leverage the scandal for her own gain. In the office of the president of Junhue Group, Shi Jiang furrowed his brow. Who is responsible for this? His assistant replied. Preliminary investigations suggest it may be Miss Chu's brother. The man's expression turned icy. You know what to do. Since his hands are so unscrupulous, we shall dispose of him. The assistant nodded and promptly made arrangements. Before long, Chu Yu burst into the office in a state of panic. President Chi, my brother knows he was wrong. It is right for you to teach him a lesson, but he is my only family. Please spare his life. She had not anticipated that merely exposing a photograph would lead Shi Jiang to have her brother taken away, his demeanor frighteningly fierce. Shi Jiang raised his eyes, his gaze frigid. I have never been a patient man. I have already extended him an opportunity. After this lesson, there will be no second chance, I assure you. Upon witnessing the man enveloped in an aura of rage, with sweat cascading down his back, Chu Yu pondered the cause of his ire. Was he genuinely distressed at the prospect of their divorce being unveiled? Or was it true, as Jiang Shi had claimed the previous night, that Shi Jiang harbored intentions of reconciliation? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. This time, she had acted impulsively. Shi Jiang's scandalous news had been swiftly eradicated, leaving no trace behind. However, the photograph capturing the two of them had been seen by individuals within the corporation, and it was evident that the woman beside him was none other than Lisa from the design department. Consequently, the mysterious identity of Mrs. Chi had sparked a flurry of speculation, with many convinced that Chu Yu was indeed Mrs. Chi. In response, Chu Yu issued a message on the internal network. I sincerely appreciate everyone's attention lately. Please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors, as they may adversely affect the company. I hope everyone remains focused on their work and wishes you all the best. In an instant, numerous individuals transformed from bystanders to admirers, developing a fondness for the discreet and enigmatic Mrs. Qi. Upon seeing this declaration, which reeked of a White Lotus demeanor, Jiang Shi recognized that although it was a denial, it simultaneously acknowledged her role, subtly urging everyone to concentrate on their duties. She hadn't anticipated that Qi Jun was drawn to such a type of woman. Just as she was about to immerse herself in her tasks, she received a call from Grandma Qi, requesting their return to the ancestral home, expressing her longing for them. Instantly, she felt a chill run down her spine. After all, she had just slapped that insufferable man the night before and was eager to avoid him. Jiang Shi wished to decline, knowing the risk of revealing too much at the ancestral home was substantial. Yet, the elderly lady spoke with such a pitiful tone that she could not bring herself to refuse, ultimately acquiescing. After contemplating, she attempted to call Qi Jun, but he did not answer. Deciding not to dwell on it, she figured she could simply take a taxi back. However, just as she was about to step outside, Mo Zhu approached her, explaining that President Qi had a meeting and insisted on sending her back with the driver. Jiang Shi did not object. During her time at the ancestral home, she conversed with Grandma Qi for a considerable while before Qi Jun finally returned. Following dinner, the elderly lady did not allow her to accompany her for a post-meal stroll, but urged her to rest instead. Although puzzled, Jiang Shi did not overthink the situation. Once back in her room, she found herself troubled about how to face Qi Jun when a knock echoed through the door. Standing outside was the ever-smiling Mama Lu. "Young mistress, the old lady has prepared some refreshing drinks to cool you down. Have a sip before resting, as it promotes better sleep." Mama Lu entered with 2 bowls of beverage, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Jiang Shi instantly comprehended the significance of the concoction, her face flushing with embarrassment. The grandmother had always been so direct. Qi Jun had not departed. After closing the door, he cast a glance at the drinks and scoffed. "Jiang Shi, do you truly believe I would still touch you? Utilizing Grandma in such a manner, do you think you deserve her?" His words struck her like a blow, nearly rendering her breathless. Was she so repugnant to him? After composing herself, she responded, "Believe it or not, I did not request Grandma to do this." "Huh. Continue your fabrication. Just last night, you claimed you wished to reconcile. The intent is so evident. Do you think I cannot see through it? Do not presume that I would ever touch you. Even if I did and you were to conceive a child, you would never succeed in your aims. I detest being threatened." Jiang Shi cast a glance at her abdomen, her eyes tinged with derision. "Rest assured, even if I were truly pregnant, I would never hold you accountable. How could I conceive when I have never even touched you? It would be wise for you to abandon this futile hope of using your allure to draw near to me." With that, Qi Jun tossed his suit jacket onto the bed. "I need to rest." His gaze was unmistakable, signaling her to make room. Jiang Shi remained unmoved. "I, too, wish to rest." Previously, she had always opted for the small sofa, but today she refused to endure any longer. Having divorced, why should she continue to endure discomfort? The man gritted his teeth. "This is my bed. Apologies, but that unscrupulous woman you speak of does not comprehend your words. If you insist on driving me away, I shall simply retire to my grandmother's room. The choice is yours." With that, Jiang Shi resolutely laid down on the bed, presenting him with her back. Qi Jun was infuriated yet amused. Indeed, she had grown quite audacious. In a fit of rage, he took a nearby drink and gulped it down, only to abruptly pause. In the dead of night, Qi Jun awoke, drenched in heat. He tugged at the collar of his sleepwear, staring at the ceiling with no trace of sleepiness, feeling parched. Turning his head, he observed the woman curled up beside him, his gaze becoming perilous. Chapter 18. A most embarrassing dream. Jiang Shi experienced a nightmare. She felt as though she had fallen into a den of ferocious beasts, unable to escape. The entire night was restless, her clothing was torn, and the beast held her down, licking her incessantly, leaving her hot and breathless. Struggling, she awoke with relief, only to hear the sound of water from the bathroom. Still shaken by the absurdity of the previous night's dream, she could not help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How could she have dreamed such a thing? It was utterly shameful. The bathroom door swung open, and the man emerged casually wrapped in a towel, his tall, muscular frame catching her eye. Upon seeing the woman awake in bed, his expression grew somewhat awkward. How could he have almost lost control last night? How could he possibly have feelings for Jiang Shi? It was preposterous. Jiang Shi dared not look at him. She lowered her head to get out of bed, only to have a button from her sleepwear fall to the wooden floor, bouncing a few times before rolling to the man's feet. He glanced down, his expression complex. Embarrassed, Jiang Shi felt as though her toes could burrow through the floor. She clasped her hands in front of herself, her face aflame, and dashed into the wardrobe. Leaning against the door, she studied the fallen button for an eternity, unable to fathom why it had simply come undone. After changing her clothes, she emerged to find Shi Jiang had already left the bedroom. Descending to the dining room, she discovered her grandmother and Shi Jiang present. With her gaze cast downward, she sat quietly, eating her meal. Little Shi, her grandmother began. Earlier, Shi Jiang explained that the rumors circulating about you are entirely fabricated by the media. The photos are doctored. Do not take them to heart. Her hand hesitated as she said, Grandma, I know those are all falsehoods. No wonder Grandma welcomed them back for dinner. It was all due to the scandal. That is well and good. Regardless, Grandma made her position clear today, aside from you. I shall not accept any of those rascals outside. Xiao Shi, rest assured, remember to take the time to give Grandma a grandchild. That would be splendid. Coughing lightly, Jiang Shi found herself both amused and bewildered by the old lady's words. Throughout the conversation, the man beside her had not uttered a single word. After the meal, the elderly lady smiled and said, Grandson, it's the weekend. Let your wife rest well and refrain from burdening her with too much work. If she falls ill from exhaustion, I shall hold you accountable. Shi Jiang donned his coat and prepared to leave, while she blushed and followed him into the car, departing the ancestral home under Grandma's affectionate gaze. The car was enveloped in silence, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Jiang Shi's phone vibrated a few times, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she quickly answered, Hello? Shi, did you mention the investment to Jiang like I asked? Your brother's company urgently needs a substantial sum, or else he risks imprisonment. Mom, didn't I tell you to discourage him from continuing? He is your brother. If his entrepreneurial endeavors succeed, our family will be financially secure, which would benefit you as well. Why can't you understand that? Jiang Shi forced a bitter smile, Mom. I have no money. You are the young mistress of the Qi family. How could you be impoverished? Besides, if you lack funds, your husband is wealthy. Have him invest a little for your brother. It will be nothing for him. This time, I'm begging you as your mother. Go and sweet-talk your husband. Be a bit more proactive tonight, perhaps whisper sweet nothings, and this matter could be resolved. Jiang Shi felt her face flush with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a hole. She hung up the phone, but soon rang again. She was reluctant to answer. Her mother had no idea that in Shi Jiang's eyes, she was merely a facade. How much do you need? His deep voice inquired. Jiang Shi gripped her phone tightly. You don't need to worry about it. We are divorced, and our family matters are no longer your concern. If she were to accept money from Shi Jiang, what would that make her? A beggar? Yet, outwardly, they still appeared as a couple. Here is 50 million. Rather than wasting time on men, it would be wiser to invest some energy in helping your brother improve. It would save more money in the long run. A substantial check was placed before her. Jiang Shi closed her eyes with difficulty. The term couple felt particularly ironic to her. She reached out and tore the check to shreds. I will find a way regarding the finances. There is no need for Mr. Qi to be so generous. Are you seeking another wealthy man? Rather than seeking distant opportunities, why not consider how to please me? Perhaps I would be inclined to grant you more money. After all, those so-called film stars and second-generation wealthy individuals, no matter how affluent, do not possess wealth greater than mine, do they? Chapter 19. What brings you to the obstetrics and gynecology department? To please him? Jiang Shi feigned strength and smiled, saying, I've tried for 2 years without success, so I no longer harbor any hope. Mr. Qi has a fondness for the delicate white flower type, something I simply cannot emulate. Shi Jiang retorted, Who on earth claimed to prefer delicate white flowers? Turning to the driver, he instructed, Please pull over. She was reluctant to remain in the same space as Shi Jiang, feeling nauseous at the thought. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, but did not dare to stop. Shi Jiang remained silent, his expression stern. Jiang Shi remarked, If you want to stop, at least take me home. It will save on taxi fare. In the next moment, Shi Jiang's phone rang, and she instinctively glanced at the screen, seeing the caller ID, Lisa. With a sigh, she averted her gaze, forcing herself to focus on the scenery outside the window. Stop the car, let me out, she insisted. Shi Jiang didn't spare her a glance, as if her presence were utterly distasteful to him. Jiang Shi suppressed the moisture in her eyes and exited the car without looking back, thinking to herself that she had no desire to listen to the couple's phone conversation. The car door slammed shut, betraying her simmering anger. The man watched her until she successfully hailed a taxi, then shifted his attention to answer the call. Hello? Jun, could you come to my rescue? My brother seems to have borrowed money from loan sharks and has been taken to the hospital. I'm also stuck here. They say if the debt isn't repaid, they'll sell me off to a club to settle it. I'm so scared. The woman on the other end sounded pitiful, with menacing voices audible in the background. Shi Jun furrowed his brow, addressing the driver. Head to the hospital immediately. The vehicle braked and turned towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi was in a taxi when she received a call from the police station. Hello, is this Miss Jiang Shi? We are from the XX precinct. Yes, that's me. What is the matter? Your brother, Jiang Zia, is implicated in a brawl. We kindly ask you to come down. Jiang Shi hung up and made her way to the police station, where she could hear her mother's voice from afar. My son is innocent. They're the ones trying to extort money. Why haven't you apprehended those loan sharks? As she entered, her mother's eyes lit up and she rushed over. Sure. You arrived just in time. Your brother is being extorted. I'll tell you scoundrels, my daughter is the wife of Shi Jun, the one from Junwei Group. Do you know that? Mother, what are you saying? Jiang Shi quickly grasped her mother's arm, turning to the staff. Where is my brother? I wish to understand the situation. She found her brother confined, looking disheveled and embarrassed. Jiang Zia sheepishly replied, Sister, I was tricked this time. You don't need to worry about me. I can handle my own mess without asking for brother-in-law's help. If it comes to it, I'll serve my time. But I want to let this gang of scoundrels off the hook. Jiang Shi covered her face, about to respond, when she heard her mother's shrill scream outside. My daughter is a high society lady. Oh dear, even a family of a wealthy matron is borrowing from loan sharks? Where is Shi Jun? Are you all so desperate for money? Jiang Shi turned to find her mother collapsed in anger. Without a second thought, she rushed to get her to the hospital. On the road, her mother grasped her hand, her face flushed with anxiety. Call Shi Jun over. Bring him here. All right, I will call him. Please, try to remain calm and take a deep breath. To soothe her mother, Jiang Shi indeed made the call to Shi Jun, but there was no answer. After admitting her mother into the emergency room, she stood outside, feeling a chill envelop her. An hour later, the doctor emerged. The patient is stable, but be cautious of emotional fluctuations. They can lead to complications. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Shi exhaled in relief, but then furrowed her brow, clutching her abdomen as a sharp pain surged through her. Could there be an issue with the baby? After ensuring her mother was settled, she went directly to obstetrics, wishing to check on her child's well-being. After explaining her situation to the doctor, the physician advised, avoid overexertion for now, and let's perform an ultrasound to check the fetal heartbeat. She queued alone for the ultrasound. As she lay on the examination table and heard the rhythmic beating of her child's heart, a profound sense of motherhood washed over her. It was truly a marvel. Exiting with the ultrasound results, she gazed at the tiny form depicted within, the little life within her striving to grow. Jiang Shi. Upon hearing the familiar deep voice, her heart raced. She looked up to find Shi Jun standing not far away, and an instinctive urge to flee surged within her. Stop! Before she could escape, she was seized. The man, towering over her with furrowed brows, inquired, Why are you running? My mother has just been hospitalized and requires my attention. I wouldn't want to waste CEO Chi's precious time. Shi Jun glanced at the area behind her and remarked, I recall your mother was admitted for hypertension. What brings you to obstetrics? Jiang Shi clutched the ultrasound report tightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. In that moment, her mind went blank. How could she explain and conceal her past? She had to protect her child from Shi Jun's discovery. Stammering, she replied, I came to this floor for a gynecological checkup. My menstrual cycle has been irregular. Irregular menstrual cycle? You used that excuse last time. What is it this time? Another delicate ailment? The man's voice was icy, disappointment flickering in his eyes as he regarded her. He had hoped she had changed, but found her still lacking in progress. Jiang Shi lowered her gaze, her tone laced with self-mockery. This is my personal matter, so there's no need for my ex-husband to concern himself with my private life. She emphasized the words private life. Knowing Shi Jun's character, he would not pry further. Indeed, the next moment, he stated before we publicly announce our divorce, it will be prudent for you to maintain a respectable image. Should any negative rumors surface, even if you beg me on your knees, it will be of no consequence. I understand. Jiang Shi took a deep breath, clutching the ultrasound examination report, her knuckles turning white. Yunyi, a slightly panicked female voice called out. Jiang Shi looked up to see Chu Yu, who was also exiting with an ultrasound report in hand. Her gaze fell upon the document, as if pierced by an unseen pain. Could it be that Chu Yu was pregnant? Chu Yu, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Jiang Shi, glanced down at her report and instinctively concealed it behind her, betraying a hint of guilt. This small gesture only solidified Jiang Shi's suspicions. Jiang Shi lifted her gaze at her. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Congratulations. Upon hearing the word congratulations, he furrowed his brow, prepared to explain. But the delicate woman turned away and walked off, her frail form seeming as though it could be blown over by the slightest breeze. Why did it seem that Jiang Shi had lost considerable weight during this time? He recalled the troubles that had surfaced in the Jiang family. That foolish woman was likely to be dragged down further. Chu Yu approached cautiously, speaking tentatively. Junyi, how is it that Shi is here? Could it be that Qi Jun was aware of Jiang Shi's pregnancy? It didn't seem likely. What other reason could there be for visiting a hospital? Chu Yu sighed with relief inwardly. It appeared he was unaware. Concealing such a significant matter as pregnancy from Qi Jun, he was truly foolish. However, this offered her an opportunity. She hesitated before saying, Do you know what illness she has? It's not entirely her fault. The man lowered his gaze. What do you mean? I'm uncertain whether I should share this with you. It's not good news for a woman. In revealing it would not benefit Shi either. Chu Yu paused, appearing somewhat conflicted. Qi Junyi spoke sharply. Speak, then I'll tell you. But please ensure you keep it to yourself. A few days ago, my brother, after being reprimanded by you, suffered a fracture and was hospitalized. By chance, I encountered Shi here at the gynecology department for an examination. It's merely some delicate gynecological issues, and if she wishes to be cured, it may not be easy. Upon hearing this, Qi Junya's expression darkened considerably. What had begun as mere speculation now felt almost certain. Jiang Shi, you have truly disappointed me. Noticing Qi Junya's grim countenance, Chu Yu swiftly changed the topic. Junyi, my brother's x-rays have come back. There's nothing serious. Thank you for coming. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. Internally, she reveled in her triumph. Jiang Shi, this time you are finished. Even if you confide in Qi Junyi about your pregnancy, he would never believe the child to be his. Jiang Shi was occupied in the hospital caring for her mother, while also attempting to manage the colossal mess her brother had created. She was busier than ever, having taken leave from the company. Yet, Jiang Zia had accrued a debt of 50 million to the bank, and now he had been blacklisted and served with a lawsuit. If the debt remained unpaid, her brother would have no choice but to serve time. Shi, please plead with Qi Junyi for assistance. 50 million is merely a trifle to him. We must not allow your brother to come to harm, for he is your own flesh and blood. If you turn a blind eye to his plight, I might as well end my life, as living holds little meaning. Shi, I implore you on behalf of your mother. Assist your brother this once. He has also been deceived. Jiang Shi disembarked from the bus and ascended to the top floor via the elevator, now devoid of any means of retreat. 50 million is no insignificant sum. Even Lu Shi cannot possibly come up with such an amount. The only person she could turn to is Qi Junyi. As Jiang Shi approached the office of the CEO, the door swung open, revealing Chu Yu, who emerged with a smile. Shi, you finally arrived? I heard there have been some issues at home. Have they been resolved? Do you require our assistance? After all, even though you are divorced, it is still feasible for Junyi to grant you 50 million, considering your unfortunate situation. The last remark was whispered intentionally, audible only to the two of them. Jiang Shi looked up to see the man seated in the luxurious chair within, his gaze icy and unyielding. Her hands trembled slightly. How did you know it was 50 million? Could it be you? Chapter 21. A sudden fainting Jiang Shi only learned of her brother's substantial debt today upon reviewing the bill. Whose fault is it that he is so foolish? Chu Yu, you heartless woman, what grievance does my brother have against you? Jiang Shi seethed with indignation, and just as she confronted her, Chu Balian feigned a pitiful collapse onto the floor. Shi, I merely wish to advise you against being a foolish sibling. Your brother is already lacking in ambition. Why must you sacrifice yourself? Even if you call me heartless, I must insist, do not become a foolish sibling. After all, Jun owes you nothing, yet you constantly expect him to clean up after your brother. Be silent, or I shall ruin your face. Jiang Shirshi's mind erupted with anger. This woman had always resorted to such tactics since childhood. How despicable! Are you finished causing a scene? A man's irritable voice interrupted, his brow furrowed. Assistant, take Lisa to the hospital. The assistant, feeling compelled, approached, while Chuyu felt a pang of reluctance but dared not refuse, lest her recent act of feigned collapse be exposed. Soon, only the two of them remained in the office. What is the matter? Do you regret tearing up the check yesterday? Jiang Shirshir bit her lip, her self-esteem trampled into the ground. It was no wonder she could never hold her head high in Qi Junyi's presence. Money truly is a powerful entity. She resolutely lifted her chin. I do not regret it. I am here to reclaim my design drawings. What trick are you trying to play this time? Just state how much you desire. You think that because you secured first place, you can use the design as leverage against me? You are not worthy. His gaze was frigid and filled with disdain, and Jiang Shirshir felt a bitter ache inside. Feigning calmness, believe what you wish. Once, this design sketch was merely a rough draft displayed by a friend, and it garnered interest from potential buyers. However, she declined to sell it, asserting her disinterest. The interested party remarked that whenever she decided to sell, they would be ready to negotiate. Now, she finds herself at a crossroads. Should she shatter the vessel completely, knowing that the design has already entered production and media promotions are underway? To demand the return of her design at this juncture feels like a veiled threat. Jiang Shirshir opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. 10 million for your design. Surely that suffices? Qi Junyi tossed a check towards her, which landed lightly at her feet. Jiang Shirshir glanced down at the check, straightened her posture, her palms aching. If circumstances permitted, she would have wished to turn and walk away. Yet, the harsh reality was, she could not leave. She bent down to retrieve the check. Placing it on his desk, not enough. Everything has a price, and I believe you are worth 10 million, not a cent more. Qi Junyi regarded the woman before him. What is this? Experiencing physical ailments and unable to extract funds from those men. So you return to me? Do you perceive me as an easy target? His words struck her like a hammer, leaving Jiang Shirshir in disarray, her vision clouding, collapsing before the desk. Qi Junyi stood frozen, observing the woman on the floor. Jiang Shirshir, rise. Are you feigning illness to extort me? Your tactics are becoming increasingly lowly. After a moment of silence, he approached her. Noticing her pallor akin to that of a specter, Jiang Shirshir, I grant you one more chance. He gently touched her forehead, noting its coolness, then lifted her in his arms and exited the office. He transported her to the hospital, watching as she was wheeled into the emergency room, reflecting on how thin she felt in his embrace, almost fragile. Shortly, a doctor emerged. The patient merely has slight hypoglycemia. Just slight hypoglycemia? With her gaunt frame and chills. Was there no other ailment? Chapter 22. Arranging a gynecologist for her, the doctor paused. We recommend scheduling a gynecological examination for the patient. Qi Junyi instructed his assistant. Make the arrangements and find the best gynecologist available. What a foolish woman, neglecting her own health while being consumed by her brother's troubles. The assistant nodded, then added, Sir, Miss Lisa is upstairs in her room, having sprained her ankle and needing 2 days of rest. She expressed a desire to see you. Qi Junyi glanced at the doctor. Notify me once the results are available. With that, he ascended to the patient's room. Meanwhile, the designated doctor arrived, conducted an examination, and expressed confusion. The patient is not seriously ill. She is merely pregnant, approximately 2 months along. The accompanying nurse recorded the findings. Relieved that medication had not yet been administered, the doctor frowned. Were the patient's relatives? In the early stages of pregnancy, her health is precarious, and she requires proper nourishment. The nurse replied, I will inform those who brought her immediately. In the VIP ward upstairs. Qi Junyi sat on a chair beside the hospital bed. You should rest well. I apologize. It was my carelessness. Please do not hold it against Shirshir. Her family is going through a crisis, and it's understandable that her temper is less than pleasant, especially considering it is her brother involved. Shirshir certainly does not wish to play the villain. Your brother is not without fault either, one supporting a younger sibling, the other a brother. Upon hearing this, Chuyu's expression turned slightly awkward. She had hoped to tarnish Jiang Shirshir's reputation in Qi Junyi's eyes, leading him to be utterly disillusioned with her. At that moment, a nurse knocked on the door from outside. Sir, the examination results from Miss Jiang you brought in have come through. Shi Jin nodded and stood up to leave. Shi called out loudly, "Wait a moment." The man turned back, his eyes filled with curiosity. Why is Shi at the hospital? What happened to her?" "She fainted." After saying this, Shi Jin exited the ward. Flustered, Chu hurriedly dialed a number. "Brother, think of a way. Something has gone awry." Who would have thought that Jiang Shi could faint and would be brought to the hospital by Shi Jin? If he were to discover that Jiang Shi was pregnant, all her efforts would be in vain. Downstairs, Shi Jin entered the ward, where Jiang Shi remained unconscious on the bed. He turned to the nurse beside him. "What are the examination results?" The nurse handed over the report, summarizing. "The patient has contracted HPV, resulting in a weakened immune system, which caused her to faint." Shi Jin glanced at the diagnosis, his brow furrowing. What are her chances of recovery? This illness is difficult to treat. Many young women lack self-respect and end up with such conditions. Shi Jin shot a cold glare at the nurse. "Your words are excessive." The nurse quickly fell silent, refraining from embellishing further. "Provide her with the best medication and arrange for the finest doctor to treat her." Also, Shi Jin cast another look at the nurse. "Assign her a different nurse. We do not need someone so loquacious. It reflects a lack of medical ethics." The man then turned to leave, while the nurse patted her chest, shaken. From the bathroom of the ward emerged a young man, his hand bandaged in plaster. Chu Zifeng casually draped an arm over the nurse's shoulder. "Yeah, I owe you one for your help just now. I will certainly repay you. You scare me to death. What if I've been caught lying? I would have lost my job," he whispered, glancing back at the slumbering Jiang Shi. A glimmer of triumph in his eyes. "I nearly got caught by Shi Jin. Fortunately, I was clever enough. The position of Mrs. Qi can only belong to his sister. Chu Yu." Soon, he would revel in wealth and splendor. Jiang Shi dreamt of wandering through a labyrinth from which she could not escape. She woke abruptly, the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window. Shi, you're awake? Are you hungry? Mother has made you chicken soup. You need to nourish yourself." Jiang Shi, upon hearing her mother's voice, propped herself up. "You've been discharged? I was only upset because of your brother. Now that he is fine, naturally, I could leave the hospital. Yet, you should take better care of yourself. Both your brother and I rely on you." Jiang Shi felt a throbbing pain in her head. "Mother, please clarify. How is my brother fine? And who provided the funds?" "Of course, it was your husband who paid. Did you not see how humbly he came to apologize? It was quite gratifying for me. You truly brought honor to your mother." Shi Jin gave 50 million? Indeed, he even had someone retrieve your brother. Otherwise, he would have been detained for another month. You must make a good impression on Shi Jin when you return. Jiang Shi, helpless, closed her eyes, choosing not to respond. Ultimately, she accepted the assistance of that man. Shi, it has been 2 years since your marriage, and there has been no sign of a pregnancy. Now that your mother-in-law is returning, you must seize the opportunity to conceive." Jiang Shi, hiding her hand beneath the covers, gently caressed her abdomen. This was her child, and no one could take it away from her. Should her mother-in-law discover that she was divorced and pregnant, given her temperament, she would surely attempt to claim the child. She would not allow such a situation to unfold. Feigning sleep, Jiang Shi refused to listen to her mother's incessant chatter, and soon her mother departed, leaving her in peace. In the evening, as she was dining, Shi Jin arrived. She set down her chopsticks. "I know your mother-in-law will be returning soon. Rest assured. I will play my part in this charade and will not slip up." The man replied, "It seems you've become quite clever. After all, having received your money, one must fulfill their obligations." Jiang Shi conceded, obedient as a wooden puppet, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Shi Jin. "Very well. I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain." Shi Jin produced a contract. "Sign this. 50 million for your design. You won TB at a loss." Jiang Shi glanced at the sale contract for her design, offering a wry smile. "I shall not retract my commitment. Do you believe there is still trust left between us?" She lowered her gaze and inscribed her name, Jiang Shi. She vowed never to endure such humiliation and powerlessness again. Jiang Shi handed over the contract. "I can participate in your charade, but surely I deserve a timeline? The child within me cannot remain concealed for long." For the sake of her child, Jiang Shi needed to calculate her time wisely. Shi Jin accepted the document. "What is this? Are you so eager to leave? Which man is waiting for you now? This has nothing to do with our agreement, does it? Given your current situation, are there truly men who desire you? Be wary of their intentions. I am destitute, with nothing to lose." Jiang Shi refrained from elaborating further. She simply wished to leave his side in due time. 3 months. That won't suffice. Chapter 23. Enduring 3 more months, before him, Jiang Shi instinctively rejected the idea, but upon meeting the man's scrutinizing gaze, she quickly altered her response. You are aware of my situation. The other party is only willing to wait for a month. In this scenario, she had no choice but to continue fabricating her story. The child was already over 2 months along, and if she were to wait another 3 months, it would undoubtedly lead to her exposure. 2 months, then she would proceed to the Human Resources Department to finalize her resignation. If the other party cannot exercise even this degree of patience, I suggest you seek another man. Shi Jiang took the contract and departed, leaving her no room for negotiation. Jiang Shi watched his retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. That insufferable man. Even the divorce process is dragged out. The following day, Jiang Shi was discharged from the hospital. After her release, she reported to the design department. The jewelry design division was a newly established office space, spacious yet rather empty, with only a handful of personnel. The team leader was a man in a suit, appearing to be in his early 30s, quite youthful. Jiang Shi extended her hand. Hello, team leader. I look forward to your guidance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, several individuals approached, among them Chuyu. Shi, I heard you were reporting today. Here is a small gift I prepared for you, hoping you will thrive and shine in your work. Jiang Shi glanced at the cake and an exquisite tea box in Chuyu's hands. With a slight smile, she replied, No, thank you. I'm on a diet and avoiding sweets. Chuyu's expression froze, taken aback by Jiang Shi's public rejection, showing no regard for the semblance of politeness. The atmosphere grew awkward. Seeing the tension, Bao Dahai hurriedly interjected. All right, the meeting is about to start. Everyone, please prepare. One by one, the group filed into the conference room. In the jewelry design department, the personnel were scarce, with only 5 individuals present. Bao Dahai arrived last. Standing before the department manager and lowering his voice, Uncle, does Jiang Shi have a past with Lisa? Arranging such a person in my department seems like placing a thorn in the side of Mrs. Qi. He had expected a prodigy, only to find himself with a hot potato. Bao Qiqing frowned. Mind your own business. Jiang Shi is a favored candidate from above. The personnel transfer order was directly endorsed by the Empress Dowager. Who is backing her? Qi General? Or perhaps even higher? The Empress Dowager? Bao Dahai gasped in realization. This was the reputed iron-fisted matriarch of a Junhui group, who had taken the reins after her husband's incident, transforming the company into a real estate powerhouse. No wonder Jiang Shi had the audacity to confront Lisa. She had the Empress Dowager as her support. Could it be that Jiang Shi was leveraging this connection to ascend as Mrs. Qi, while Lisa, as the primary wife, began to retaliate? Be quiet. Refrain from making unfounded statements. Just then, the conference room door opened, and everyone resumed their silence. Shi Jiang entered the room, clad in a black suit that exuded an air of coldness. He surveyed the gathering, his gaze momentarily lingering on Jiang Shi in the corner before swiftly diverting away. He began, Ladies and gentlemen, the design blueprints from our last competition have been dispatched to the workshop for the production of the initial batch of products. At present, we require personnel from the Architectural Design Department to assist temporarily. The Human Resources Department will expedite the recruitment process. I hope we can all collaborate to launch the first initiative of Junhui Group. A promotional video showcasing this campaign was displayed on the screen, prominently featuring the piece de resistance, the 50-second creation, Jiang Shi's design, which turned out remarkably striking. It was simple yet elegant, exceedingly pleasing to the eye. The audience was captivated, their expressions a mixture of awe and surprise. Chuyu gazed at the dazzling finished design, her hand gripping the flesh beneath the table, her eyes dark and profound. Jiang Shi, upon viewing the promotional clip, was equally astonished. It was undeniably alluring. The concept behind the design mirrored that of the promotional video exactly. How did the publicity department know this? Jiang Shi was still in a daze when a WeChat message pinged. How is it? Upon reading the content, she instinctively glanced at the man at the end of the long table. He was attentively watching the slideshow, handsome and serious. No one could discern that Shi Jiang's mind was wandering. Jiang Shi lowered her head and typed. Not bad. Her tone was decidedly proud. Shi Jiang furrowed his brow upon reading her succinct response. Was that all? In the past, she would have expressed her astonishment, appearing as a devoted fan. Now, it was evident she was playing hard to get. As the meeting adjourned, many approached to compliment Jiang Shi Shi, leaving Chu Yu somewhat neglected. A flicker of coldness passed through her eyes as she sent a design sketch from her phone. The time to act has come. Jiang Shi Shi, do not bask in your triumph too soon. The best is yet to come. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. Chapter 24. Accusations of plagiarism due to the buzz surrounding the design blueprints. Jiang Shi Shi became a rising star in the jewelry design department. While she was in the tea room, she encountered Chu Yu along with two women, her usual companions from the design department. Chu Yu was never without her two little followers. As Jiang Shi Shi entered, the previously lively tea room fell into a sudden silence. Chu Yu approached with a smile, linking her arm with Jiang Shi Shi's. Shi Shi, now that our design department's promotional video has been released, your work has taken off. It might become the trend of this quarter. Congratulations. Thank you, Jiang Shi Shi replied, stepping back to create distance, finding the scent of Chu Yu's perfume rather unpleasant. Shi Shi, are you still upset about what happened in the office last time? I shouldn't have called you Voldemort. Please don't be angry. We used to have a good relationship. Why has it grown distant since I returned from abroad? Do you not comprehend the reason behind our estrangement? Jiang Shi Shi chuckled coldly. It truly is a pity that you are not in the entertainment industry, as your talent is remarkable. You portray the role of a white lotus with such authenticity. Shi Shi, I am aware that you are still upset with me. Here, try this trendy tea bag. It is beneficial for women's health, Chu Yu remarked. Placing the tea bag into her cup, Jiang Shi Shi lowered her gaze at the tea bag and replied, I apologize, but my stomach has not been well lately. I only drink plain water. Her aversion stemmed from nausea due to her pregnancy, rendering her unable to consume anything with flavor. However, Chu Yu's actions set off alarm bells in her mind. What if Chu Balian discovered something? After Jiang Shi Shi declined, an awkward silence enveloped the break room. Come on, Shi Shi. Just take a few sips. It tastes quite good. Indeed, Shi Shi, I recall you mentioning your delayed menstrual cycle last month. This tea bag is quite effective. The mirth in Chu Yu's eyes deepened. Yes, do give it a try. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Jiang Shi Shi nodded. All right, I will try it later. She did not wish to oppose the group. Upon returning to her seat, she did not touch the water in her cup. She was not foolish enough to succumb to such a trap. As Chu Yu exited the break room, she cast a glance at Jiang Shi Shi's seat and noticed she had not taken a sip, feeling internally vexed. She should not have been so hasty. Last time, Shi Jiang had personally taken Jiang Shi Shi to the hospital, and it was rumored that Shi Jiang's mother would be returning next month, insisting on the couple's attendance at a banquet. If she did not act soon, it would be too late. At the end of the month, Junwei Group's new jewelry line was set to be unveiled. However, that evening, someone posted a lengthy complaint on Weibo. The designer at Junwei Group has plagiarized my work. I seek justice. The post quickly gained traction. Shi Jiang convened an emergency meeting, demanding that the public relations department investigate the accuser's background and devise a viable plan, ensuring that the upcoming product launch in 3 days would not be affected. President Shi, I sense something amiss. After all, Jiang Shi Shi is merely an ordinary employee of the General Affairs Department. It is unusual for her to suddenly create such an exquisite piece. Indeed, President Shi, if it turns out that our employee has indeed plagiarized, she will have to bear the consequences, as well as the losses to our group. Shi Jiang gazed sternly at the lengthy complaint, declaring, I will get to the bottom of this. I will show no leniency. Jiang Shi Shi, you have surprised me once again. Chapter 25. Do you truly wish to believe in me? Shi Jiang took out his phone and dialed Jiang Shi Shi's number, but there was no answer. Jiang Shi Shi was awakened by a knocking at the door. Glancing at the clock, she saw it was 5 in the morning. Who could be knocking at such an hour? She quietly approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to see a man in a black suit, his features bearing signs of fatigue. She opened the door in astonishment. Shi Jiang, are you drunk and knocking on my door in the middle of the night? In the ensuing moment, the man entered with a cold expression, rubbing his temples. Jiang Shi Shi, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Do you think that by avoiding me, the matter will simply evaporate? Shi Jiang, could you possibly articulate something comprehensible? Please clarify what I am supposed to explain. Jiang Shi Shi retorted. At that moment, her assistant handed her a tablet. Miss Jiang, someone has reported that your work is suspected of plagiarism. Impossible, Jiang Shi Shi exclaimed, snatching the tablet to view the content of the allegation, along with the so-called evidence. She laughed in anger. This is utter nonsense. And how do you account for the fact that the manuscript in their possession bears a striking resemblance to your work, and they published it long before you did? Shi Jiang pressed on. She set down the tablet. First of all, I had created that design long before, and I have numerous drafts, some of which I discarded. The so-called manuscript and preliminary sketches they have published are merely drafts I once drew, but deemed unsatisfactory and discarded. I never anticipated that these would be retrieved and used against me. Jiang Shi, your words lack persuasiveness. But the truth remains, I did not plagiarize. Jiang Shi gazed at the comments on Weibo, which had begun to sway overwhelmingly against her. After all, people tend to sympathize with the underdog. In the face of individuals and organizations, there's an instinctive tendency to side with the weaker party. The current situation for Junwei Group was dire. Jiang Shi gritted her teeth. What would make my case more persuasive? Present evidence proving that this is indeed your work. Otherwise, they could easily counter by claiming you appropriated their design. After all, you are merely an unknown, while they are a somewhat renowned designer. Jiang Shi calmed herself, scrutinizing the evidence laid out before her, scrolling through images until her gaze fell upon the last one. This one was drawn before I submitted my work. It cannot possibly be in their possession. Which one? Shi Jiang instinctively leaned closer, their heads nearly touching. Jiang Shi's body stiffened momentarily as she clicked on the final image. This one. Excellent. Then let's start with this design and trace who took your work. The man looked up, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her long eyelashes, which fluttered slightly. A pause ensued, enveloped in silence. Shi Jiang straightened his posture. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, it would be wise for you to avoid the company to prevent being cornered by reporters. I understand. Jiang Shi placed the tablet on the coffee table, attempting to regain her composure. This design was ultimately completed at home, and I brought it to the company office. At that time, I had no expectation of winning an award, so I carelessly stowed it away in a drawer. Had it not been for today's incident, I would not have realized that one of the images was missing. Shi Jiang rose. I will send someone to investigate the surveillance footage at the company. Do not wander off. Do you truly believe in me? Jiang Shi asked, somewhat surprised. Despite his earlier severity, he accepted her words without suspicion, directing someone to retrieve the footage. The man's stride faltered momentarily. You haven't quite mustered that level of audacity yet. Jiang Shi is skilled in maneuvering and possesses a hint of cunning. Yet she would never resort to actions that could harm the interests of the corporation. After the man uttered this statement, he departed, leaving Jiang Shi staring blankly at her tablet, momentarily uncertain whether to feel joy or relief. The following day, the internet erupted in chaos. The designer Jiang Shi's information was unearthed, only to be swiftly deleted. Junwei Group publicly announced that they had commenced an investigation into the matter. Yet the controversy remained at its peak. At this juncture, Jiang Shi received a call from home. What is this about you being accused of plagiarism online? You barely studied for a few days, and yet you dare to design jewelry for Junwei Group? Have you lost your mind, Jiang Shi? Mother, I did not plagiarize. I know your capabilities all too well. You lack the talent to design jewelry for Junwei Group. You might as well admit to the plagiarism, take the blame, and resign. It would be better for you to return home, focus on preparing for pregnancy, and have a son, which is the most important thing. Jiang Shi struggled to close her eyes. The notion of having a child. In her mother's eyes, she possessed no abilities, her sole purpose being to marry Shi Jiang and bear a son. But she is a person, not merely a tool. She harbors her own dreams and aspirations. While no one believes in her, she is determined to prove them wrong. After much contemplation, Jiang Shi sent a message to Shi Jiang. I have a way to uncover who stole my design. Chapter 26. Capturing the thief. Meanwhile, in the corporate office, Shi Jiang was holding an urgent video conference. On the other end of the line was a middle-aged woman clad in a white suit, well-preserved. She spoke directly. This matter must be resolved within a day. The man replied, I will ascertain the truth. The truth is of little importance. What matters most at present is to mitigate losses and reduce the impact on the group's new product launch. As for Jiang Shi, she can be sacrificed if necessary. After all, this incident was instigated by her, and she bears responsibility. Ms. Song Zhaoying's expression was frigid as she directly sealed Jiang Shi's fate. Shi Jiang frowned. I will uncover the truth within a day. Do not interfere. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Let her sacrifice something for the Qi family. and I believe she will have no objections. With that, the video conference concluded. Shi Jiang rubbed his temples and turned to his assistant. What results do we have from the surveillance? There's nothing significant. The administration department doesn't possess any crucial information, and the surveillance equipment is flawed. There are no cameras in the office area, nor can we determine who approached Miss Jiang's desk. Shi Jiang took out his phone and saw the message from Jiang Shi Shi. He replied, "What method? I need you to cooperate in staging a scene." Jiang Shi Shi briefly explained her plan, and after a moment of contemplation, the man responded, "Agreed." Subsequently, she responded to the plagiarist via her Weibo account. The innocent have nothing to fear. I have already reported this matter to the authorities. Although I am but an unknown individual, I have a habit of using specially crafted paper for my artwork. Any fingerprints left behind will not fade away for quite some time. The truth cannot be disguised, and falsehoods cannot be made authentic. Her words immediately sparked a considerable reversal in public sentiment, as everyone eagerly awaited to uncover who had plagiarized whom. Within the organization, Shi Jiang instructed all members of the comprehensive department to gather fingerprints. Xiao Li from the comprehensive department hurriedly stepped out to make a phone call. "Hello, have you seen Weibo? The paper used by Jiang Shi Shi is custom-made, and the fingerprint collection has already commenced within the organization. What if we find something?" The response came swiftly. "Jiang Shi Shi is merely trying to deceive you. Remain calm. Fingerprints cannot linger for such an extended period. But what if? I cannot afford to lose my job over a trivial sum of money. Unless you offer me 10 times the amount, I will expose this matter. Suit yourself." The caller abruptly ended the conversation, and further attempts to reconnect were futile. "Xiao Li, what are you doing outside? You're the only one who has yet to collect fingerprints. I just went to the restroom. I'll be right back." After speaking, he headed straight for the elevator, completely bypassing the restroom, as he needed to leave the premises swiftly. However, as soon as he reached the ground floor, he was detained by the security personnel and brought before Shi Jiang, who gazed down at him with a chilling demeanor. "I grant you one chance. Who instigated you to act in this manner?" "Mr. Qi, I confess my fault. Someone bribed me to steal the design drawings from Jiang Shi Shi's drawer. I initially thought it was a prank, but unexpectedly, Jiang Shi Shi's designs won an award and became the company's flagship product. I was also a pawn in this scheme." Faced with imminent exposure, he divulged the entire sequence of events, including the amount he was paid and the contact number of the perpetrator. Regrettably, the payment had been in cash, and the contact number was a virtual one that had been deactivated 10 minutes prior. The individual had been exceedingly cautious, erasing all traces. Shi Jiang regarded the man from the comprehensive department. "Follow my instructions. You will receive double compensation upon resignation." "Understood. I will comply with your directives. I was foolishly misled and exploited. Mr. Qi, I beseech you to show me mercy. Take him to the police station." Shi Jiang waved his hand dismissively, then turned to his assistant. "The public relations department will work overtime tonight. Tomorrow, we will await the police's findings and then promptly hold a press conference to clarify the truth, showcasing the apology video from that man." "Yes, sir. And what about Miss Jiang?" Shi Jiang retrieved his phone and sent her a message. "The culprit has been apprehended. We will hold a press conference tomorrow. Ensure you're not late." "Understood." Jiang Shi Shi had already learned of these developments from her colleagues and was astonished by Shi Jiang's swift actions and his faith in her words. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to clear her name. Soon enough, rumors began circulating that the traitor within the comprehensive department had been captured. Upon witnessing someone being apprehended, Chu Yu, feeling vexed, sent a message to Chu Zifeng. "Brother, have you left any incriminating evidence?" Initially, she thought the matter was as good as settled, only to realize that a single misstep had altered the game. Chapter 27. Dismissed. Rest assured, I have been exceedingly cautious. Shi Jiang cannot trace anything back to me. Chu Zifeng, reclining in a luxurious hospital room, indulged in the attentions of a nurse while replying. "Just a mere pawn. Unfortunately, it did not bite." "Did Jiang Shi Shi consume the tea bags you sent?" "Brother, Jiang Shi Shi has likely sensed something amiss and has refrained from drinking the tea. She is usually quite vigilant in the office. I had no opportunity to act." Chu Yu regarded the child in Jiang Shi Shi's womb as a ticking time bomb that must be eliminated for her own peace of mind. "Do not worry. Once my hand has healed, I will take care of the child and Jiang Shi Shi for you." A shadow flickered in Chu Zifeng's eyes, the scar at the corner of his eye betraying a hint of menace. Anyone who had crossed his sister would be dealt with in due course. That night at midnight, entertainment journalists unveiled several photographs. The president of Junwei Group leaves the residence of a plagiarizing designer at midnight amidst ambiguous relations. The president of Junwei Group splurges on designs to elevate his mistress. The president's timeline reveals a date with his mistress at the Sky City restaurant last month. With photographic evidence, the incident quickly spiraled, once again capturing public attention, as Jiang Shi Shi transformed from a mere plagiarist into a mistress, the drama intensifying. The following morning, Jiang Shi Shi was awakened by a call from her friend, Lu Shi. "Hello, superstar. I hope you have something important to share. Waking a pregnant woman is quite unethical. Little zombie sister, I advise you to check the entertainment headlines. You and Qi Jun have been photographed." Upon hearing Qi Jun's name, Jiang Shi Shi's drowsiness evaporated. She hastily opened her phone and, to her dismay, found herself featured in the entertainment news. In reality, the reporters had captured two instances, one at Sky City and another the night before, when Qi Jun had come to explain the plagiarism incident. As is well known, Qi Jun is married, and she was being portrayed as the mistress. Lu Shi quipped, "How does it feel to be labeled as a mistress? Perhaps I should interview the former Mrs. Qi." "I am innocent," Jiang Shi Shi insisted. "Going to Sky City for a date and having him visit you at midnight." "I believe that, but do you think the public will?" Jiang Shi Shi received numerous messages on WeChat, both overtly and subtly inquiring about her relationship with Qi Jun. She had never anticipated the matter would escalate to such proportions. While the plagiarism could be clarified, how could she explain this situation? She wondered if Qi Jun was aware of the developments. Surely he would handle it appropriately. At that moment, Jiang Shi Shi received a call from the Human Resources Department. "Miss Jiang, this is the HR manager. In light of the plagiarism incident and the ensuing media coverage, a significant negative impact has been inflicted upon the group. After discussion, we have decided to terminate your employment. Please come to the office today to complete the necessary resignation procedures." "Terminate me?" "But the plagiarism issue has already been thoroughly investigated." Jiang Shi Shi was left bewildered. The tone of the other party was unkind. "Miss Jiang, one must remain grounded in reality and refrain from straying down dubious paths. By the way, I wish to inquire, who made the decision to dismiss me?" "Naturally, it was the higher-ups." "Who are these higher-ups?" "It is none other than Qi Jun." "How convenient. When it suited his needs, he coerced me into not resigning. Now that trouble has arisen, he is eager to cast me aside." Initially, she had contemplated uncovering the truth. But now it seems Qi Jun would relish the opportunity to pin the blame on her, thus allowing him to vent his frustrations on his cherished little white lotus. Truly, a capitalist, merciless. Although she yearned to resign swiftly, being dismissed at this juncture felt utterly humiliating. As Jiang Shi Shi entered the design department, the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Some individuals, appearing quite respectable, were secretly nurturing dreams of soaring to greater heights. TSK. I wondered how a mere inconspicuous employee from the comprehensive department could astonish everyone with a single drawing, which then became the highlight of the collection. It turns out, it was achieved through less than honorable means. Haha, indeed. Unfortunately, a mistress remains a mistress, once exposed in an effort to placate our beautiful Chu. She was ultimately dismissed. She deserved it. Seeing that the chatter had nearly run its course, Chu finally spoke. "Enough, you needn't continue. She has already been dismissed and has undoubtedly learned her lesson." She spoke with an air reminiscent of Mrs. Qi. Earlier today, upon glimpsing the sensational entertainment headlines, Chu had been dumbfounded. The only way to clarify this matter was to acknowledge that Jiang Shi Shi was indeed Mrs. Qi. Before she could devise a plan, the Human Resources Department issued a statement announcing Jiang Shi Shi's dismissal. It was rumored to have come directly from the hands of the matriarch of the Qi family. Clearly, this incident of plagiarism had caused significant repercussions, and the Qi family could no longer tolerate Jiang Shi Shi. Now, everyone mistakenly believed that Qi Jun dismissed Jiang Shi Shi out of a desire for retribution. She could not be bothered to explain, choosing instead to play along. After all, she was the ultimate victor. Jiang Shi Shi wished to sever ties with these individuals and promptly completed her exit formalities. The moment she stepped out of the building, a weight lifted from her shoulders. Farewell, Qi Jun. She deleted all contact information related to him. Their agreement to publicly divorce had led her to the Human Resources Department to process her resignation. Now that he had dismissed her, it signified the end of their pact. However, just after she deleted the number, a familiar one rang her phone. It was Shi Jiang's number. Chapter 28. She was unworthy of being Jiang's wife. Jiang Shi stared at the phone number, hesitating before refusing to answer. Since it was over, what was the purpose of this call? She recalled Chu Yu's triumphant gaze and the mocking words directed at her, gritting her teeth as she blocked the number. If she was to sever ties, it should be done decisively. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Shi Jiang had struck multiple times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He stood at the press conference, his expression dark as night. Jiang Shi, what on earth are you doing? You promised to attend today's press conference. As the event was about to commence, and she had yet to arrive, she was also unresponsive to his calls. His assistant, with a shaky resolve, spoke up, "Sir, the press conference begins in 5 minutes. Inform the PR department to prepare Plan B. The conference will proceed as scheduled." Shi Jiang set his phone down and strode to the podium, commencing his speech as per the agenda. The man was strikingly handsome, refined, and exuded an air of sophistication. Standing before the audience, he elucidated the circumstances surrounding the incident and unveiled the apology video from the traitor, revealing the truth in conjunction with the police findings. After the conference concluded, Shi Jiang invited the media representatives to dinner, and by the time all was said and done, it was already deep into the night. Adjusting his tie, he inquired, "Where is Jiang Shi?" "Miss Jiang went to the Junwei Group and then returned home," replied the assistant. "What business did she have at the Junwei Group?" The assistant hesitated, but Shi Jiang furrowed his brow, urging him to speak. "The Human Resources Department has informed us that Miss Jiang went to process her resignation today." Shi Jiang's countenance darkened. "Resignation? Who gave her the audacity?" "Jiang Shi. Do you truly believe I will continue to tolerate your antics?" The assistant trembled, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Yet he too was curious about how Miss Jiang dared to toy with the president. Had it not been for the president's protection, she would have long been held accountable by Lady Song. Even as a daughter-in-law, Lady Song would not hesitate to act when necessary. Yet, at such a critical moment during the press conference, Miss Jiang had the audacity to abandon her commitments, resign, and go silent. Was she out of her mind? The assistant cautiously handed over the phone. "Sir, it's a call from your mother, Lady Song." Shi Jiang took the call and answered, "Hello. Xiaoye. You managed the public relations crisis exceptionally well. After this incident, I believe Shi is no longer fit to remain in the company. Since she has resigned, it will also mitigate the negative impact on the organization, allowing her to focus on preparing for pregnancy at home." The man frowned. "Her resignation was your doing? What could I do?" "She resigned of her own accord. She has never truly been suitable as Mrs. Qi. Had it not been for your grandmother, she would never have crossed the threshold of the Qi family. Now, with her repeated blunders causing significant losses and negative headlines for the company, she is unfit to stay." Shi Jiang pressed his lips together. The matter of her resignation is not hers to decide. "Xiao Yi, if she wishes to resign, why hold her back? The crisis has passed, and there remains much to manage. Your time is precious and shouldn't be squandered on trivial matters. Thus, let her resignation be, and do not pursue it further." With that, Lady Song ended the call. She stood, surveying the grandeur of Wall Street, and quietly mused. "Do you think my actions are somewhat excessive? Greet the personnel department without revealing to Shi Jiang that it was he who dismissed Jiang Shi, allowing him to mistakenly believe that she had resigned voluntarily." The secretary respectfully replied, "Everything you do is for the young master's benefit. Indeed, it is all for Xiao Ye's good. He does not require a wife who merely hinders his progress. From the very beginning, Jiang Shi should not have entered this family. Over the course of 2 years, the Junwei Group has stabilized and flourished. It is time to seek a more supportive spouse. Jiang Shi, it is your moment to depart from the Qi family." Chapter 29. Shi Jiang, the dog of a man, strikes back. Shi Jiang, in a fit of frustration, removed his tie and flung it aside. "Very well, Jiang Shi, you resign and even inform your mother. Attempting to use this tactic to escape me and pursue some film star? Not a chance." He turned to his assistant. "Retrieve the information on that film star we investigated earlier. Were they bidding on a piece of land recently?" The assistant nodded, thinking to himself that the boss seemed driven mad by Miss Jiang's actions, seeking vengeance. The boss had never been so irrational before. "Sir, you must remain composed." After resigning, Jiang Shi intended to spend the day in a deep slumber at home, but the following morning she received a call from her mother, inviting her over for a meal, claiming to have made chicken soup. Glancing at her gaunt reflection in the mirror, she too wished to return home for some nourishing broth. However, upon stepping through the front door, she discovered a black Bentley parked in the yard. Instantly recognizing it, she knew whose car it was. She understood that her mother wouldn't so eagerly invite her home for no reason. Jiang Shi hesitated, wanting to turn back, but the housekeeper called out. The young lady has returned. Has Shi come back? Hurry inside. Dinner is almost ready. Everyone is waiting for you. Her mother quickly emerged, linking arms with Jiang Shi and ushering her into the hall. When Jiang Shi looked up, she saw the man seated on the sofa, casually draped in a leisure jacket, wearing a white long-sleeve shirt, exuding a youthful and easygoing demeanor. Yet, the more relaxed Shi Jiang appeared, the more she felt apprehensive. Each time he intended to scheme against someone or settle a score, this was the expression he bore. Yet, it was he who had dismissed her. Why should she feel afraid? With this thought, Jiang Shi mustered a hint of courage. Mom, I'll help in the kitchen. There are enough people in the kitchen. You needn't assist. You are Mrs. Chi, and such trivial matters do not require your attention. Please, have a seat. You and your husband should chat with your mother. It has been ages since I've seen you both return home for dinner together. As Jiang Shi sat down, she felt as though she were perched upon a bed of thorns. At that moment, Shi Jiang spoke up. It is my fault for being so busy with work that I have not been able to visit more often. No worries, son-in-law. You are a busy man. Our Shi is not particularly adept at taking care of others and has a bit of a temper. I hope you can be understanding. If she has done anything wrong, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall speak to her. Jiang Shi struggled to maintain her composure. Why has Shi Jiang come to her home? It feels like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, harboring ulterior motives. Shi Jiang straightened his posture, revealing that he indeed had a matter to discuss. Jiang Shi, alert and cautious, wondered what his intentions were. The man chuckled softly, remarking on how Shi takes such excellent care of others, works diligently, and possesses remarkable talent in design. Her perfection, he mused, makes him feel inadequate. Even now, he conceals her identity, leading to misunderstandings that cast her as a mistress in the entertainment headlines. We all understand this situation. It is for the good of the Chi family, he continued. Your mother's secretary even called me personally, expressing that due to the plagiarism incident, it would be inappropriate to reveal Shi's identity at this time, lest it create a negative impact. We all comprehend this. Shi Jiang turned his head to look at her, adding, yet, Shi is angry with me, which is why she resigned. Jean Chichius alarm bedron. The old fox was indeed turning the tables on her. As she prepared to speak, she retorted, who said I resigned? It was you who dismissed me. Oh, Shi, your mother will have a word with you about this. As Mrs. Chi, you must consider the bigger picture. What is a little grievance in the grand scheme of things? You must be understanding. Yes, sister, another voice chimed in. Though it may be hard to explain, why not have brother-in-law compensate you? Perhaps a luxury car or designer handbag. Though it may feel shameful, the essence remains intact, and when your identity is eventually revealed, you can deliver a resounding slap to the face of those who doubted you. Jiang Shi was left speechless, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, You know nothing. Shi Jiang has a woman outside. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Mrs. Jiang hesitated, inquiring about the situation. Jiang Zia quickly interjected, Mom, I understand this matter. My brother-in-law is such an exceptional man that naturally, women will throw themselves at him. My sister has misunderstood. He is steadfast and has no affairs. Jiang Shi felt she might explode. Her mother had pulled her aside for a lengthy lecture. Shi, you must be sensible. Today, Shi Jiang came specifically to seek you out. Do not push him too far. Mom, he truly has a woman outside. It wasn't my decision to resign. He dismissed me to appease that woman. Jiang Shi could no longer contain herself and was ready to reveal the truth to her mother. She was not the one in the wrong. Even if he had another woman, that merely made her a mistress. She was the legitimate Mrs. Chi. Jiang Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her mother grasped her hand, speaking earnestly. Now Shi Jiang is here, trying to placate you. It is normal for a man like him to have affairs. What matters is that you secure your position as Mrs. Chi and bear him a child sooner rather than later. The group's work is secondary. Trust your mother. I will not steer you wrong. With that, her mother hurried to the hall, greeting Shi Jiang with a beaming smile, leaving others to think he was her son. Alone, Jiang Shi stood by, feeling as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. She covered her face, questioning why even her family did not support her. Why should she endure Shi Jiang's infidelity and still be expected to bear his children? Absolutely not. She could not do it. During the meal, a serene atmosphere enveloped the room, primarily due to the conversation between the mother and younger brother, who were engaging in light-hearted banter. Shi Jiang maintained a facade of insincere smiles, responding with casual indifference. Jiang Shi, however, was entirely disregarded. She lowered her head and consumed 3 large bowls of chicken soup in quick succession. This was a battle of endurance, and she needed to fill her stomach. After the meal, Shi Jiang announced his departure, prompting a sigh of relief from Jiang Shi, who felt that the source of her distress was finally leaving. To her dismay, he turned to her and said, Shi, there is an important bidding meeting shortly. You must accompany me. Chapter 30. My dear, how do you intend to plead with me? I want to go. I have no time, Jiang Shi replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejecting his request. Yet, her mother insisted, forcibly placing her in the car. Shi, don't be stubborn. The two of you should work together harmoniously. As the car door closed, isolating them from the outside world, Jiang Shi glanced at the man beside her. Is this amusing to you? Fair enough, Shi Jiang replied, shedding his pretentious smile and reverting to his aloof demeanor. Didn't you say you enjoyed a good game? I'm here to ensure your enjoyment. Jiang Shi, I've offered you numerous opportunities, yet you failed to seize them. You manipulated the situation with the medicine your grandmother delivered, and later, you used your mother to avoid accountability for your resignation. Do you think I, Shi Jiang, can be toyed with so easily? This time, I will make you come to me in tears. Jiang Shi took a deep breath. I've already resigned. Is that not sufficient for you? The headlines weren't even orchestrated by me. You dismissed me out of spite, and I have let it go. What is this all about? You think resignation marks the end? This game is mine to dictate. Shi Jiang fixed his gaze upon her, warning. Don't presume that using your mother as a shield will grant you peace, allowing you to escape with another man. As long as I hold on, you shall never escape. Losing her patience, Jiang Shi exclaimed, You're insane. Let me out of this car. Sit tight. The madman is taking you to witness a splendid show. As she met his icy gaze, a chill ran down her spine, and an ominous premonition loomed. An hour later, the vehicle arrived at an unfamiliar location. Jiang Shi glanced around, feeling disoriented. Where are we? Once you enter, you will understand, there is much to behold. Without a backward glance, Shi Jiang strode inside. As she processed the implications of his words, her expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Lu Shi was present? What was his intention? Stealing herself, Jiang Shi followed him in and saw that the man was surrounded by admirers, akin to a star among his followers. He turned to her, parting his lips slightly. Come here. Instantly, many eyes fell upon her, and those familiar with the entertainment headlines exchanged knowing glances. Realizing the gossip was true, there was indeed a mistress. One person deliberately inquired, Mr. Chi, might you introduce us to this young lady? She is my special assistant. Oh, special assistant, how do you do? Jiang Shi forced a smile, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the other party, especially when the words assistant were uttered with an underlying implication. Shi Jiang turned and walked to the other side, prompting her to hurriedly follow him into a conference room already filled with numerous attendees. Sitting beside him, Jiang Shi noticed the documents laid out on the table, titled XX Land Bidding Event. It dawned on her that Lu Shi had mentioned before his intention to invest in the real estate sector, and this was likely the very plot he was interested in. Lu Shi placed great importance on this project, investing a considerable amount of money into it. She had refrained from asking him for the additional $50 million back then, knowing he was facing difficulties. However, what did Shi Jiang mean by bringing her here? She lowered her voice, asking, What do you intend to do? Watch the show, the man replied in a simple tone that sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Shi softened her demeanor, saying, Mr. Chi, if you have issues with me, please do not involve those around me. The man leaned back in his chair, his delicate features appearing indifferent, as if he had not heard her words. Panic surged within Jiang Shi, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan. She took out her phone, attempting to call Lu Shi, but her calls went unanswered. At that moment, an assistant delivered a thick stack of bidding documents. Jiang Shi felt a wave of dread. Junyu Group has always looked down on such petty squabbles. Why must he be so ruthless? With Junyu Group's presence, other companies stood no chance. In terms of strength and financial power, Junyu Group overshadowed all bidding companies present. Lu Shi had no hope of success. Shi Jiang lowered his gaze, his thin lips parting slightly. Feeling pity? Jiang Shi, retaining her composure, quietly pleaded, Mr. Qi, I implore you, please do not bid. This project represents my friend's entire effort. She did not wish for her friend's investments to be in vain because of her. Those who had climbed from the bottom understood the difficulty. Every effort required utmost dedication. Yet men like Shi Jiang, born with a silver spoon, would never comprehend this. Beg me? He chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear. What could you possibly offer to persuade me? Chapter 31. Deceived by that dog of a man, Shi Jiang. Jiang Shi's face turned pale, her lips trembled. You may target me however you wish. I accept. Just do not bid on this project. Shi Jiang grasped her chin, teasingly caressing it. I never imagined you to be such a sentimental woman, willing to go to such lengths for that actor. However, I am curious. After 2 years of being with me, why have I never seen you be so sincere? Jiang Shi became exceedingly submissive, her lashes fluttering downwards. If you require it, I could go to such lengths. I would even sacrifice my life for you. In 2 years of marriage, she had laid her heart before him, yet he had never deigned to glance at it. Alas, how unfortunate for a woman like you, riddled with flaws. To think I would be foolish enough to pay for you? What value do you possess that warrants me making an exception? Shi Jiang released his grip, took a disinfecting wipe, and cleaned his fingers with a look of disdain. He glanced at the countdown timer on the stage, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Qi, I was in the wrong. Please show mercy and forgive me this once. From now on, I will cooperate with you unconditionally, whatever the terms may be. Jiang Shi nodded eagerly. You say it. The man leaned closer, lowering his voice. Become my personal secretary, available at all times. When I tire of you, I shall let you go. How does that sound? Jiang Shi stared at him in astonishment, a flicker of humiliation crossing her eyes. What did he think of himself? Shi Jiang straightened in his seat. You have 1 minute to consider. Once the bid is submitted, there is no turning back. Jiang Shi, in her desperation to escape from him, resorted to so many tricks, truly believing that Shi Jiang could be easily manipulated. The more she wished to be with that actor, the more he was averse to seeing her content. Jiang Shi stood frozen, watching the countdown for the bid submission, biting her lip fiercely. Mr. Qi, I agree to your terms. Shi Jiang's thin lips curled slightly, his tone icy. You truly are sentimental. Once you claimed to love me dearly, insisting on marrying me. In just 2 years, your affections have shifted so swiftly. Your love is rather cheap. Indeed, I am that kind of woman, Jiang Shi replied, lowering her gaze, her eyes concealing suppressed sorrow. The bidding continued for an hour, and afterward, Lu Shi's company successfully secured the development rights for that parcel of land. She saw Lu Shi, who was exceptionally handsome, and a smile graced her lips, happy for her friend. Shi Jiang noticed her smile and let out a cold snort, feeling a twinge of displeasure in his heart. He stood and headed directly to the lounge behind, where the official personnel for the project were gathered, their opinions crucial to the bidding process. Jiang Shi observed Shi Jiang greeting people in the crowd, seemingly well acquainted with everyone. Mr. Qi, this time the cooperation with Junwei Group must yield satisfactory results. Mr. Qi, I heard your company plans to enter the jewelry industry. It should invigorate local enterprises for mutual development. Shi Jiang displayed his usual business demeanor. That is only natural. Jiang Shi listened in trepidation, snatching the bidding document from her assistant's hands, flipping to the first page. XX Land Joint Development Project Proposal. She had been deceived. Shi Jiang had no intention of bidding for this small parcel. He was targeting the adjacent large-scale comprehensive development area. What a cunning old fox. Chapter 32. Remember, from now on you are my 24-hour assistant. Jiang Shi clutched the project document, her heart aching with indignation. She touched her abdomen, trying to calm herself. Even so, she could not afford to offend Shi Jiang, as her friend Lu Shi's project was still in the hands of this old fox. And given that it was a large-scale development, Lu Shi could only rely on Junwei Group. After all, one's arms cannot surpass the strength of a thigh. At that moment, Lu Shi entered the room and directly approached Jiang Shi. How is it that you arrived here with Shi Jiang? Without dwelling on that, he continued. Were you aware that the adjacent plot was acquired by Junwei Group during your bidding? I only just learned of it. After all, there are only 2 groups capable of securing that land, and I didn't expect such a coincidence. Lu Shi regarded her, saying, It's merely a cooperative development. There's no need for concern. Jiang Shi offered a faint smile, then replied, he has misunderstood the nature of my relationship with you, so he may likely cause you difficulties in the future. I apologize for dragging you into this. Little zombie sister, don't speak of dragging anyone down. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. If it comes to it, I will forego this project. I want to allow you to suffer. Do not be so impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. We won't be compromising our integrity forever. Jiang Shi glanced at the man surrounded by admirers and resolutely declared, one day, we too will achieve success and will not forever depend on others. After the bidding concluded, they went out for a meal. As the winning bidder, Lu Shi was inundated with drinks. On Jiang Shi's side, standing next to Shi Jiang, no one dared to urge her to drink. She observed her friend stumbling towards the restroom and was about to follow when a man leisurely interjected, with so many people watching. Are you planning to flirt with other men? Where does that leave my dignity? He had drunk too much. And so, do you think results come easily without needing to rely on others? Jiang Shi was astonished. How did he know what she had said? The man beside her chuckled lightly. This is the business world. It's not as simple as you think. However, I am quite eager to see what accomplishments you will achieve. Jiang Shi felt a bit embarrassed, surprised that he could read her lips. She clenched her hands, asserting, if one lacks ambition, what distinguishes them from salted fish? Does Mr. Qi not permit me to dream? It's good that you recognize it as dreaming, but if you flatter me, perhaps I will grant you this opportunity to take a shortcut. After delivering his words, the man stood up to leave. Jiang Shi took out her phone and messaged another friend to come pick up Lu Shi. She then followed Shi Jiang into the car as they departed. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them. Jiang Shi's phone buzzed with a message from her friend Li Yuesheng, confirming that she had taken the inebriated Lu Shi away. Only then did she feel a sense of relief. Before long, the car came to a stop, and Jiang Shi looked up to see a familiar road. This was not the way to her residence. It was the route to the marital home. Jiang Shi exclaimed. Stop the car. The man turned his head, his eyes reflecting inquiry. She met his gaze directly, stating, since this is not on the way, I could just take a taxi back. There's no need to trouble Mr. Qi. Suit yourself, but I must remind you, I have a 24-hour personal secretary at your service, so I hope you won't forget. Shi Jiang's tone was remarkably calm. If you dare to pull any tricks, be sure to consider whether you can bear the consequences. Rest assured, I am aware. Jiang Shi opened the car door and walked away without a backward glance. To negotiate effectively, one must possess leverage. She must strive to transform herself into a person of value to earn such standing. After hailing a taxi, she arrived home at 11 p.m., exhausted to the point where her eyelids felt heavy. Since her pregnancy, her need for sleep had only increased. After completing her evening routine and lying down, her phone rang incessantly. Upon seeing the caller ID, she furrowed her brows before answering, Hello, Mr. Qi. What is your command? Why call in the middle of the night instead of resting with Chu Bailian? I cannot locate a brooch. Where have you placed it? Jiang Shi, suppressing her irritation, replied, You can ask the maid to find it. I dislike strangers entering my room. Just tell me where it is. It's in the third cabinet, second to last compartment. As for the exact location, you can search for it yourself. Jiang Shi repeated her mantra of not getting angry several times before refraining from hanging up. Just as she finished speaking, the line went dead. She tossed her phone aside and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang sat in the cloakroom, having searched for a long time without success. Clothes were strewn about, but the item he sought remained elusive. The woman's phone was no longer reachable. His brow furrowed. He usually preferred to organize his belongings himself or have his assistant do it. However, with Jiang Shi's presence over the past 2 years, such concerns had become distant. The bedroom was always immaculate, and she could promptly retrieve anything he needed. Shi Jiang rubbed his temples, suddenly realizing how accustomed he had become to Jiang Shi's presence. Despite her gentle and unassuming demeanor over the past 2 years, she had permeated every aspect of his life. The following morning, Jiang Shi was awakened by a knock at the door. Infuriated, she opened it to find her assistant standing outside, looking troubled. Miss Jiang, Mr. Qi requests your presence. What could Shi Jiang want so early? Jiang Shi regarded her assistant with a look of incredulity. Where to? You will find out upon your arrival. Mr. Qi is not in the best of moods, so it would be wise not to be late. Heeding her assistant's considerate warning, Jiang Shi changed her clothes and followed her assistant. An hour later, the car halted in front of the villa, and upon seeing the familiar structure, Jiang Shi felt a momentary daze. This had once been the couple's marital home. After the divorce, she had moved out. As she entered the hall, a maid approached with a smile. "Madam, you have returned. Please, do not call me that. Where is Mr. Qi?" Jiang Shi felt uncomfortable at the term madam, as she was no longer Mr. Qi's wife. "Mr. Qi is upstairs." A new maid made the mistake of tidying his bedroom the other day, and after he could not find his belongings, he flew into a rage. Understanding dawned on Jiang Shi. Qi Jun had always disliked others touching his possessions, coupled with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies and aversion to disorder. In the past, everything in the bedroom was managed by her. Upon ascending the stairs, she spotted a young maid standing outside the bedroom, her eyes red and filled with a sense of grievance. Another woman, eager to volunteer and prove herself, had inadvertently stepped into a trap. Jiang Shi pushed open the door and entered the somewhat disheveled bedroom, taken aback. Had been ransacked? The 24-hour secretary had slept quite soundly last night. Qi Jun emerged from the bathroom, his expression dark, as if she owed him money. Chapter 33. Teasing the man exuded an aura of displeasure. "You have half an hour to restore the room to its former state. In the future, when I require something, you are to retrieve it for me, just as you did before." Jiang Shi thought to herself, "Is there something fundamentally wrong with your mind? We are divorced, yet you still expect me to revolve around you as before?" Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, she felt compelled to acquiesce, at least for the time being. After delivering his command, Qi Jun exited the bedroom. Jiang Shi glanced at the distressed maid outside. "What are you standing there for? Come in and get to work." "But Sir said we are not to touch these things." "That's because you haven't done a good job. I see potential in you. Come over and learn. Perhaps one day, you'll be the one cleaning this bedroom." Instantly, a glimmer of joy appeared in the maid's eyes as she hurried inside. Jiang Shi settled comfortably onto a small sofa, directing the young maid in her tasks while pouring herself a glass of juice. She would no longer be foolishly devoted as she had been in the past. That man was not worth it. Half an hour later, Qi Jun returned to the room at the appointed time, initially anticipating a spectacle, only to find the room impressively tidy. The arrangement of items was precisely to his liking. "Mr. Qi, are you satisfied?" Jiang Shi emerged from the cloakroom, exuding an effortless demeanor, without even a bead of sweat. Qi Jun raised an eyebrow. "Quite swift. Not bad." Jiang Shi shifted slightly to the side, noticing the small maid behind her, who was exhausted and unable to stand straight, her hair damp with sweat, sticking to her forehead, her meticulously applied makeup now smudged. Upon seeing Qi Jun, the young maid quickly lowered her head and fled, nearly in tears. "I distinctly instructed you to organize it within half an hour. I dislike others touching my belongings." Qi Jun understood perfectly well. This woman had dared to direct someone else to do the work. He had clearly intended for her to handle it herself. Jiang Shi feigned innocence. "Am I not considered someone? Am I truly so different in Mr. Qi's eyes?" The man was momentarily taken aback, scoffing. "Dream on. You may leave now." Jiang Shi turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Who would linger? She exchanged greetings with the maids and ordered her favorite breakfast, consuming whatever was nutritious. Now that the morning sickness had subsided, her appetite had greatly increased. She would no longer do herself a disservice, only to benefit the man unworthy of her. When Qi Jun descended after changing his attire, he observed a woman in the dining room, indulging in her meal, with numerous plates scattered across the table. He took a seat, his demeanor composed. "Eating so much. You ought to be cautious of becoming undesirable." "Thank you for your concern," Jiang Shi replied without raising her head, continuing her feast. It must be said, the chef here prepared dishes that perfectly suited her palate. Initially, Qi Jun intended to retort further, but seeing her so content, he found himself partaking a bit more. After the meal, Jiang Shi reached for a bunch of grapes. The man glanced at his watch. "In an hour, I expect black coffee on my desk." With that remark, he departed. After finishing the grapes, Jiang Shi reclined on the sofa, surveying the place she had inhabited for 2 years. She caressed her abdomen, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Baby, living with mommy means we cannot afford such a spacious home. Will you blame me? But your father does not wish for a child. Thus, I must protect you." At Junyue Group, upon Qi Jun settling into his office, a knock sounded at the door. "Mr. Qi, your coffee." "Guomin." He looked up to find Chu Yu entering with the coffee, and his expression faltered. "Why are you here?" Chu Yu's demeanor was slightly stiff. "Who else could it be? This is a new coffee I purchased. It does not induce tolerance and is beneficial for your health. I thought you might like to try it." With her long hair and subtle makeup, she approached gracefully. Just as she set the coffee down, the assistant entered, holding a takeout box. The assistant hesitated, remaining silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chu Yu, with her keen eyes, noticed the takeout box and instinctively asked, "Mr. Chi, did you order coffee takeout?" "No." Ijunja promptly the naive. "Oh, then who ordered it?" Chu Yu inquired, eyeing the takeout box, her intuition suggesting something was amiss. The assistant, summoning courage, replied, "Miss Jiang ordered it." "Jiang Shi ordered it?" Could it be that she felt remorse for missing the press conference and specifically ordered coffee to apologize? Chu Yu maintained a gentle smile on the surface, yet her words incessantly undermined Jiang Shi, reminding Qi Jun of her past actions. Indeed, in the next moment, the man's expression darkened considerably. Throw the coffee away. Was this how she prepared the coffee he had asked her to make? Previously, she had not been so lackadaisical. Whenever he expressed a craving, she would diligently prepare it herself. Indeed, there must be another man involved for her to change so swiftly. His mood soured even further. Chu Yu turned to the assistant. "Give me the coffee. I will handle it." The assistant did not refuse. It mattered not who disposed of it. Upon leaving, Chu Yu discarded her coffee into the trash and took a photo to post on her social media. Captioned, "Incompatibility is simply inescapable. Certain individuals should cease their sycophantic gestures." The photo conspicuously featured the order details. Miss Jiang. Of course, Chu Yu intentionally concealed this from Qi Jun. However, her colleagues quickly caught wind of it, igniting a fervor of gossip. Who is this Miss Jiang? Even the most naive could surmise. The once inconspicuous member of the comprehensive department had suddenly claimed the top spot with her design, becoming the flagship product of the group. Despite subsequent turmoil, the entertainment reporters exposed their rendezvous, revealing Qi Jun's late-night visits to Jiang Shi's residence. The nature of their relationship appeared decidedly ambiguous. Ultimately, Jiang Shi was dismissed, leaving Chu Yu, the esteemed Mrs. Qi, triumphant. Yet, Jiang Shi, undeterred, still ordered coffee for the president. What a dramatic turn of events. Soon after, Jiang Shi received inquiries from her colleagues. "Shi, did you order that coffee?" She saw the screenshot, which was indeed Qi Yu's social media post featuring the takeaway coffee she had ordered for Qi Jun. With an air of indifference, she had anticipated that Qi Jun would consume such instant coffee. If it was discarded, so be it. What does it mean to curry favor? Is Chu Bai Lian feeling flustered? Hence her public proclamation? Jiang Shi scoffed and promptly replied to her colleagues, "Yes, I ordered it. If Chu Bai Lian wishes to play, then let the games begin. After all, no one shall have it easy." Upon her admission, her colleagues gasped and replied with a single word, "Impressive." Confronting the rumored misses Qi publicly, Jiang Shi was indeed formidable. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, Jiang Shi focused on her recent resignation and contemplated her future endeavors, especially since she would need to support child. The victory of her design reignited her confidence. Perhaps she could once again wield a paintbrush and sustain herself through her artistry. Before long, Assistant Mo called her, "Miss Jiang. The sir wishes to have red wine braised beef and Thai pineapple rice for lunch." "I am not a chef," she retorted. "There are countless Michelin-starred restaurants. Just order from one of them." Jiang Shi was preoccupied with her design work. The assistant hesitated. "Miss Jiang, this is the sir's request. Defying him may not be a prudent choice. Wouldn't you agree?" Gritting her teeth, Jiang Shi abruptly ended the call. This was excessive. At noon, Jiang Shi entered the corporate building carrying a thermal container, only to encounter Chu Yu and her entourage exiting, likely for lunch, leading to an unfortunate collision. What a twist of fate. Following Chu Yu's provocative social media post, Jiang Shi had become a well-known figure within the corporation, the talk of the town. Countless women aspired to win Qi Jun's affection, yet Jiang Shi stood as the singular success among them. Expressions of envy and resentment were evident on the faces of her colleagues. Jiang Shi paid no heed to the group of women and promptly prepared to ascend in the elevator, only to be intercepted by Chu Yu. With a look of astonishment, she remarked, Shi, you have resigned. Non-group employees are prohibited from entering. I hope you will retreat gracefully." Upon noticing the thermos, Chu Yu felt a pang of unease. First coffee, now lunch. Were they divorced? Yet Jiang Shi contemplated a change of heart. She must not be allowed the opportunity to curry favor with Qi Jun. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Jiang Shi smirked. Indeed, I am no longer a group employee. However, I am now Qi's personal secretary, dedicated to overseeing his meals. Excuse me if you would. If Qi Jun dared to summon her, she would undoubtedly sow discord between him and the White Lotus. How long could he endure this? With a fierce determination, Jiang Shi strode into the elevator, exuding an air of triumph that gnawed at Chu Yu, who thought it impossible that Jiang Shi could truly be a 24-hour personal secretary. She was undeniably lying. Chu Yu turned to the security personnel outside. What are you still doing? Non-group employees are not permitted inside. Do you desire termination? The security guards exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain how to proceed. One of Chu Yu's lackeys interjected. Do you not know who Lisa is? Jiang Shi is clearly a dismissed nuisance. If you do not stop her, and she becomes irate, you will bear the consequences. This revelation jolted the security team. After all, Chu Yu was widely recognized as Mrs. Qi, while Jiang Shi was merely a cast-off mistress. Jiang Shi was soon escorted out of the elevator by security. With a bitter smile, she addressed them. It's fine. I want to make things difficult for you. I truly came to deliver lunch to Mr. Qi. Her intent was merely to vex Chu Balian, not to trouble the security staff. Jiang Shi, you must cease your fabrications. You have been dismissed. How could Mr. Qi allow you to bring him lunch? They retorted. Indeed, if you're going to lie, at least choose a plausible excuse. Mr. Qi instructed us to have Lisa bring the meal back. Only then did Chu Yu speak. Enough. Let us not escalate this matter further. Sure, you should leave and not return. Jiang Shi, still holding the thermos, dialed a number on her phone. Once connected, she eagerly began, Hello, Mr. Qi, I brought lunch to the company, but I've been stopped from entering due to the non-employee policy. What should I do? Qi Jun frowned, glancing at the caller ID. Do not speak in that tone. You were invited to deliver lunch, not to cause displeasure. However, I've been halted by the company's well-meaning colleagues. So could you please come down to collect the meal? Jiang Shi concluded her plea, but the call was abruptly terminated without a word. She turned her gaze to Chu Balian. You should leave now, lest you find yourself humiliated further. Chu Yu, infuriated, nearly broke her nails in frustration, harboring doubts, yet hesitating to voice them. After all, Jiang Shi had once been Mrs. Qi. She dared not take a gamble. However, departing like this left her unsatisfied. The onlookers exchanged glances, continuing their mockery. Stop pretending. Your call didn't even go through, did it? Still putting on a show. Just then, the exclusive elevator doors opened. The assistant emerged, respectfully standing beside Jiang Shi. Miss Jiang, please. Instantly, the expressions of the women present varied, engulfed in awkwardness. Could it be that Jiang Shi had truly turned the tables once more? A flicker of resentment crossed Chu Yu's eyes. When had Jiang Shi rekindled her connection with Qi Jun? No need, just take it up, Jiang Shi replied, glancing back at Chu Yu. See, I let you walk earlier. Was it painful to be slapped in the face? I am like the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara. With that parting remark, Jiang Shi strolled away with an air of nonchalance, her flat shoes tapping confidently against the floor. Chu Yu cast her eyes downward, recalling the shadows of the past, when faced with the doubts and suspicions of others. She had murmured in distress. He quite enjoys the meals Shi prepares. I cannot help it. This one sentence vaguely clarified the earlier scene, leading others to believe that Jiang Shi had captivated Qi Jun's palate with her culinary prowess, thereby seeking to elevate her status. In an instant, numerous individuals began to comfort Chu Yu, while concurrently, some women contemplated honing their cooking skills, pondering if they too might seize an opportunity. Following this incident, Jiang Shi successfully acquired the label of Qi Jun's companion. With a sense of delight, she departed the corporation, only to be interrupted by a call from her friend. Li Weisheng, Shi, there's been an incident with Lu Shi. What happened? I'll come right away. Jiang Shi hailed a cab to her friend's office, where she noticed a collective frown among the gathered individuals. Upon entering, she observed the glum expressions on her friends' faces. What is going on? The bank has suddenly stalled our loan. They claim we have a delinquent account, Li Weisheng explained. Jiang Shi paused. Could be Qi Jun? Chapter 36. See you tonight. Moi. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Shi inquired. Which bank? XX Bank. The project we are bidding on has ties to this bank, and even Junue Group has a loan with them. Logically, there should be no issues, yet our application materials have inexplicably been held up. Ive inquired, and they said we have a delinquent account. Li Yuesheng, a seasoned professional, looked at Jiang Shi. The largest client of XX Bank is Junue Group. Could it be him? Lu Shi interjected. Enough. It doesn't necessarily mean it's him. Why would you call that little zombie sister to inform her of this? You know well the life she leads at the Qi household. Li Yuesheng frowned. But if the funds don't come through, we're both finished. I realize I shouldn't have let Shi know about this, but she is the only one who can assist us. Who else can help you? Lu Shi's expression shifted. I will handle this. It was originally my misstep that entangled you. Must you once again plead with that man? Jiang Shi shook her head. There is, in fact, another method that can resolve this matter without alarming Qi Jun. Her two friends turned their gazes towards her as she spoke. Take me to meet the person in charge at the bank. The three of them proceeded directly to the bank and arranged a meeting with the respective authority. Lu Shi lowered his voice. Little zombie sister, are you confident? Rest assured, Jiang Shi inhaled deeply. This time, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Before long, the bank manager approached them. Upon seeing Lu Shi, a look of discomfort crossed his face. Mr. Lu, I truly cannot assist with this matter. Please do not put pressure on those of us beneath you. Hello, manager. Jiang Shi stood up, extending her hand for a handshake while removing her mask. We met once during the bidding process. Oh, you're Mr. Qi's special assistant. The manager recognized Jiang Shi, and his demeanor transformed to one of warmth. Please, take a seat. Miss Jiang, you are here regarding Mr. Lu's matter? Indeed. In fact, I am the behind-the-scenes owner of this minor project. Mr. Qi entrusted me with this small investment. I heard that a friend of mine has offended someone, but I am unaware of who that might be. The bank manager began to perspire at her words, chuckling nervously. I am merely following orders from above. However, there must be some misunderstanding. Miss Jiang, please rest assured. I will report this situation promptly. Jiang Shi nodded, but since the manager had stated this, it was likely not Qi Jun who had intervened. Could it be that someone whose bid had failed was engaging in malicious competition? Just as their conversation concluded, her phone rang, displaying Cheetah Hundan as the caller ID. The bank manager's eyelids twitched upon seeing the name. Jiang Shi feigned calm as she answered the call. Hello, what can I do for you? Her voice was as sweet as honey. Qi Jun furrowed his brow. Did you not message Assistant Mo, indicating you needed to speak with me? Speak. Oh, it is nothing serious. I merely wanted to inquire what you would like for dinner. I had tomato braised beef for lunch. Shall we opt for something lighter in the evening? Perhaps seafood? Jiang Shi felt a flicker of anxiety within her. She had initially intended to call Qi Jun as a precaution in case the manager proved uncooperative, but to her surprise, everything had gone so smoothly. Furthermore, she had not anticipated Qi Jun would personally call her. Qi Jun chuckled lightly. Offering favors without cause is either suspicious or deceitful. Clearing her throat, Jiang Shi maintained her cheerful demeanor. Then it is settled. I shall see you tonight. Moi. Chapter 37. Once, she wished to wholeheartedly care for him. After finishing her words, she promptly hung up the phone. Jiang Shi looked up at the bank manager opposite her, smiling. Shall I take my leave now? Yes, let me escort Miss Jiang. You are quite the esteemed guest. The bank manager's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding warmth and hospitality. Jiang Shi steeled herself as she stepped into the elevator, readjusting her mask. The three of them returned to the car, and only then did she lean back in her seat and take a deep breath. Goodness, I almost reveal myself. Well done. Shi, I didn't realize you had such acting prowess. Lu Shi turned around. Aren't you divorced from Qi Jun? Why are you still cooking for him? Their secret divorce remained unknown to both families. The last time my brother caused trouble, he was the one who helped me resolve it. There was no choice. One must bow their head under the eaves. Jiang Shi refrained from mentioning how she had been threatened by Qi Jun or her role as his personal secretary for 24 hours, not wanting to burden her friend with such knowledge. Li Yu subconsciously lit a cigarette. If you ask me, you shouldn't have left empty-handed. Take a substantial share, or else you'll only be bullied further, leaving room for the White Lotus. Don't smoke. Lu Shi removed the lighter. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, her lips curling coldly. What? Burning bridges after crossing them? Actually, I'm pregnant. Jiang Shi's revelation left the usually formidable urban career woman momentarily speechless as she stared in shock. That scoundreless? Indeed, I don't plan to tell him. I'll raise the child myself. Jiang Shi took her friend's hand and placed it on her small belly. It's almost 3 months now. During my last checkup, I even heard the heartbeat. The strong woman initially appeared reluctant, but when she touched the belly, she abruptly paused. It doesn't feel like much. Jiang Shi smiled. Honestly, I don't feel much either, just a bit strange. Lu Shi glanced at the rearview mirror. No worries, the 3 of us will raise the child. We want to let that scoundrel know. Exactly. The 3 of us can manage to raise child. Jiang Shi smiled, realizing she was not alone in her efforts. She went directly to the marital home, having leveraged Shi Jiang's name to assert her presence, ensuring to complete the act. That evening, Jiang Shi prepared seafood porridge and several light dishes, all of which were Shi Jiang's favorites. Madame's culinary skills are exceptional. Since you left, the sir has gone through several chefs and has thrown quite a few tantrums, someone remarked. Jiang Shi smiled. No worries, I can teach you all, including Shi Jiang's preferences and prohibitions. She feigned ignorance of the young girl's subtle intentions and willingly shared her 2 years of experience with them. Shi Jiang was not easily pleased. It took her 2 years to grasp his little habits, but now it was no longer necessary. After all, having taught them, she hoped Shi Jiang wouldn't call her at midnight looking for clothes anymore. In the past, she desperately sought to integrate into his life. Now, all she desired was to escape swiftly. At 7 in the evening, Shi Jiang's car arrived punctually in the courtyard. The man entered the hall, casually handing his coat to the servant, and looked up to see the petite woman seated on the sofa, a cup of fruit tea beside her as she leisurely held a tablet. She wore no makeup, yet emanated a tranquil aura. Jiang Shi set down her tablet and stood up. You're back? Indeed. Shi Jiang withdrew his gaze and turned toward the dining room, accompanied by the soft padding of footsteps behind him. Everything felt as it once did, and, inexplicably, his mood improved significantly. After taking a seat, he glanced at the seafood porridge on the table and the delectable side dishes, which ignited his appetite. Mr. Qi, please give it a try. Jiang Shi proactively filled a bowl with porridge for him, thoughtfully arranging the chopsticks before standing aside. Shi Jiang lifted his gaze. Speak, what is it? It was improbable for her to suddenly become so obedient and even take the initiative to cook for him. Yet, upon hearing her mention the recipe, he found himself unable to resist coming home early from work, as if ensnared by a spell. I have suddenly reflected on myself and realized that Mr. She has helped me so much. I should be a competent secretary. That is good to know. The man took a spoonful of seafood porridge, and his mood lightened considerably. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, and I want tea to stir to rest late at night. Shi Jiang paused, placing his spoon down. I will be on a business trip for 2 days. Please prepare my luggage. No problem. Jiang Shi turned decisively and left, while the man watched her retreating figure, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. Given her chances to return, why was she in such a hurry to leave? Earlier in the afternoon, she had been fervently calling him, sweetly coaxing him, yet now she feigned aloofness? Such tactics had evidently improved. Chapter 38. No one knows we were divorced. After finishing his meal, Shi Jiang directly headed to the bedroom. Upon entering, he overheard voices coming from the closet. These colors need attention. He dislikes them. No, Mr. Qi is somewhat allergic to this type of fabric, so it's best to avoid such close-fitting clothing. The location for this business trip is expected to experience rain in a couple of days, so remember to prepare a vest for him to wear under his suit for warmth. The man froze, his gaze complex as he regarded Jiang Shi within. Some details he had never truly noticed. Uncomfortable fabrics he would discard immediately without a second thought, yet she knew these specifics so well. In an instant, his thoughts shifted, and he had to admit that Jiang Shi, as a full-time housewife, was quite competent. In the closet, another young maid looked at Jiang Shi with admiration. Sister, you know so much. When you genuinely wish to care for someone, you start to notice these little details. Jiang Shi gazed at the closet she had crafted with her own hands, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes, before she smiled and said, I will leave all of this to you in the future. Do your best. I have faith in you. Perhaps the next Mrs. She will be you. Hearing this, the man outside the door turned dark with fury. He flung the door open, Who decides who the next Mrs. Chi is? It's not for you to say. The atmosphere in the closet grew tense as the man's displeased visage appeared. Jiang Shishir's expression turned awkward, realizing he had overheard her. The young maid beside her mustered her courage to speak. Mr. Chi, Sister Jiang is merely teaching me. Please do not be angry. If blame is to be placed, it should be on me for my foolishness. A dull mind ought to seek a physician. You need not come to work tomorrow. Simply retrieve your pay from the steward and leave. I do not wish to see you here again. The man's tone was icy, causing the young maid's face to turn pale as she fled without a backward glance. Jiang Shishir paused. You were rather harsh in your words. After all, Mr. Chi is quite exceptional. It is only natural for the girl to have a bit of affection for you. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, the man strode toward her with an air of menace. She retreated to a corner, alarm bells ringing in her mind. It was merely a joke. There is no need to be so petty. Chi Juni pinned her against him, leaning down to whisper, Jiang Shishir, your little schemes have successfully captured my attention. She blinked. I believe there must be a misunderstanding. While she acknowledged having employed such tactics in the past, she was adamant that this time was different. You lie. The man's long fingers pinched her chin, prompting Jiang Shishir to quickly assert, look into my sincere eyes. He chuckled softly, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. I have my regrets. Jiang Shishir was taken aback. Regrets about what? I admit that you are quite suited for the position of Mrs. Chi, so I shall allow you to remain by my side. And we will pretend none of this occurred. After all the photographs in Chu Yu's possession have been disposed of, posing no threat to him. What do you mean? Must I spell it out so plainly? No one knows of our divorce. Everything can remain unchanged, and I might even offer you better treatment. Upon finishing his statement, Chi Juni produced a black card from his wallet. This is your allowance. Jiang Shishir gazed at the card, her mind clear as day. In the month following his proposal for divorce, she had dreamt countless times of Chi Juni retracting his decision, yet she had awaited in vain. Now, just as she had ceased to harbor hope, he unexpectedly suggested that everything could remain the same. She raised her eyes. Are you suggesting a reconciliation? Chapter 39, Mr. Chi. Dream on. The man furrowed his brow. You may interpret it that way. However, your entanglements with other men, coupled with your illness, require me to reconsider. Ha! So you do not wish to remarry but still desire the privileges of the past. Is that correct? What a scoundrel. Jiang Shishir pushed his hand away. It is getting late, Mr. Chi. You should wash up and sleep. Dreams can hold anything. Farewell. She left without looking back, hearing his low voice behind her. Are you certain you want to leave? Once this opportunity is gone, it may not return. At the very least, I am wealthier and more powerful than those men outside. You would not be at a loss with me. Continue to pretend, and you will miss out. Jiang Shishir felt an urge to slap him, thinking, how dare you? She placed a hand on her abdomen, reminding herself to remain calm for the sake of the baby. Do not stoop to the level of that scoundrel. Jiang Shishir departed just like that. Chi Juni pinched the bridge of his nose, skeptical that this woman remained indifferent. Given her current ailment, no man would desire her. He was her sole opportunity, and she must still be putting on an act. Very well. I shall await the day you reveal your true self. The following day, Chi Jun embarked on a business trip to assess an external project and encountered a colleague. The latter approached him warmly, inquiring, President Chi, what are your plans for the recently acquired comprehensive land? Chi Junyi raised an eyebrow, responding, I am somewhat perplexed. Junyue Group has only secured a portion. It's not a matter of capability to acquire it all, but rather the necessity of sharing the pie with others. Oh, stop pretending. Everyone is aware of this matter. I was wondering how that film emperor managed to acquire the land. Turns out the real power behind him is you. Chi Junyi found himself a bit confused, yet maintained a facade of composure. How was I unaware that the behind-the-scenes boss had become me? Everyone knows. Just the other day, someone tipped off the bank to block funding, disapproving of that film emperor's small company winning the bid. But unexpectedly, your special assistant intervened, and the bank promptly approved the funds. Where did that bold assistant derive such audacity, if not from your backing? And yet, she claims it wasn't your directive? Chi Junyi smirked. Indeed, she possesses quite the audacity. How dare she act in my name? No wonder she had suddenly sought him out the other day, claiming to prepare a meal for him. She had been waiting for him all along. At that moment, Jiang Shishir was at home sketching design plans when she unexpectedly sneezed. Was someone speaking ill of her? Her friend, Lu Shi, messaged her, Sure, everything is going smoothly with the bank. Thank you for your assistance. In 2 days, we shall celebrate your newfound single status at Junlin Tianang. You must not miss it. Jiang Shi replied with a smile. Congratulations. With her friend's career flourishing, she felt compelled to strive harder herself. 2 days later, at the Junlin Tianang bar, Jiang Shi entered to find the large screen displaying, "Congratulations to little zombie sister on her divorce. Welcome back to singlehood." She thought, surely, this is not an attempt to mock me? Touching her face, she was relieved to be wearing a mask, concealing her identity. Upon entering the private room, everyone was already gathered. Did you see the words on the big screen outside? Little zombie sister? They will be playing for 24 hours tonight. Are you pleased? I thank your entire family. I'm the last one left in my family, so just thank me. Jiang Shi had anticipated merely celebrating, unaware that Lu Shi was being so outrageous and ostentatious. Li Yueshing interjected, quickly change your outfit. Let's go out and have fun. Today's theme is a masquerade ball, so no need to worry about revealing your identities. Jiang Shi changed into a black evening gown that accentuated her delicate collarbone, donning a black veiled mask. 3 individuals made their entrance. Lu Shi, embodying a vampire persona, exuded a striking charm. Li Yueshing, adorned in a crimson robe, took on the guise of a witch. And Jiang Shi, elegantly draped in a black evening gown, portrayed a ghostly bride, shrouded in mystery. It was not long before they became the center of attention. Nearby, a man in a mask placed a call. Hello, Yiga. Guess who I spotted at Junlin Tianang? Chapter 40. Qi Jun. Are you feeling envious? Disinterested? Qi Jun abruptly ended the call. He had just disembarked from a flight and felt fatigued. Soon after, his phone buzzed with a message accompanied by a photograph. Do you recognize the woman in the black evening gown? Brother, do you feel as if there's a glowing green hat atop your head? Upon seeing the woman in the photograph, Qi Jun immediately initiated a video call. When a connection was established, the man on the other end flashed a bright grin. Brother, hello? Step aside. Let me focus the camera on the dance floor. Qi Jun disregarded his cousin's foolishness. In the next moment, the camera panned to the center of the dance floor, where he beheld the woman in the black gown, dancing with vibrant energy and an air of enigma. Several men had already gathered around her, vying for her attention like peacocks courting. With a scoff, Qi Jun ended the video call and hurried to Junlin Tianang. Jiang Shi, you truly learn nothing from experience. You exploit my connections to handle your affairs with men, only to frolic with performers afterward. I see you're courting disaster. Qi Jun met up with his cousin, Lin Kuang, donning the black mask prepared by Lin Kuang. He proceeded to the booth, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shi in the dance floor. In person, she appeared even more stunning and enigmatic, exuding a lethal allure. He irritably tugged at his tie and drained his glass of red wine. Yiga, how's the wine? Today, the esteemed actor Lu Shi has reserved the venue. A simple blessing for the little zombie sister's divorce earns you a complimentary bottle of wine. Such extravagance is remarkable. But I'm quite curious about who this little zombie sister might be. Lin Kuang had not even considered Jiang Shi in this context. After all, Jiang Shi was destitute. How could she possibly know the renowned actor? Qi Jun paused, casting a glance at the wine in his glass, a knot of discomfort forming in his chest. He casually discarded the remaining bottle into the trash, coldly uttering 2 words, tastes terrible. Lin Kuang, observing the discarded wine, hesitated to voice his thoughts, finding it quite palatable. He quickly remarked, Yiga, this Jiang Shi is audacious. Seeing she cannot gain anything from you, she sneaks out to pursue other suitors, showing utter disregard for you. You might as well cast her out. Does she think she's the little zombie sister? Does she expect to garner the actor's fervent pursuit after a divorce? An uncomfortable silence ensued as Qi Junyi's expression hardened. You may silence yourself now. Brother, I understand you're quite upset. I'm not angry. Qi Jun yanked off his tie and tossed it onto the table. Not angry? You must be on the brink of exploding. Indeed, a man who finds himself betrayed would likely be driven to madness. Qi Jun observed the woman in the distance, reveling in her merriment. Her exquisite figure accentuated by the alluring grace of her dance, captivating the attention of numerous men around her. Meanwhile, the so-called film emperor beside her remained engrossed in the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. Does Jiang Shi truly have eyes for such a man? In the next moment, Lu Shi produced a bottle of red wine. Come, whoever can drink me under the table shall have the chance to dance with my companion. Instantly, The atmosphere ignited with excitement. Many men were eager to participate, and just as Shi Jiang prepared to approach, a group of youngsters surged ahead, exclaiming, "Let me have a go." Shi Jiang furrowed her brow. What sort of unreliable man was she pursuing? Upon hearing Lu Shi's words, Jiang Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her voice. "Are you trying to get me killed? Oh dear, there's so many single young men here. Little zombie sister, you must broaden your horizons. Your past lack of romantic experience led you to fall for that man. Fear not, I shall assist you in choosing." Just then, a group of youths clad in eccentric attire rushed over. Jiang Shi, recognizing the leader, tentatively inquired, "Jiang Zia?" "No, I'm not. I'm merely a passerby. Do not play coy. Do you take me for a fool?" The young man before Jiang Shi lowered his voice. "Sister, weren't you and your husband secretly divorced? Now, with such ostentation, how will you explain it if your brother-in-law sees?" She paused. Shi Jiang was likely still on a business trip and would not see her. Chapter 41. It's over, I've been discovered. However, why should she feel guilty? Jiang Shi spoke with conviction. "We are divorced. There's nothing to explain. Sister, your brother-in-law must have his reasons. He is not that kind of man. Perhaps he is being coerced into the divorce. Have you even inquired? I assure you, there is nothing between him and Shu Bailian. This is a matter between him and me. You need not concern yourself." Jiang Shi was unwilling to discuss the issue. Having divorced, she simply wished to start anew. "No, your brother-in-law is working hard to provide for the family while away on business. Sister, we cannot act this way. You must return with me." Jiang Zia spoke in a tone urging her to reconsider, his heart heavy with concern for his brother. Lu Shi approached and grasped Jiang Zia's hand. "Young man, it won't be so easy to take away my companion. Let's drink. Let us drink then." Jiang Zia, being youthful and easily provoked, fell for the challenge. The two began to drink heartily, the crowd cheering them on until both were thoroughly intoxicated, with Jiang Zia succumbing first. Lu Shi grinned triumphantly. "Now, who else dares?" "I do." Lin Kaifeng from the corner booth raised his hand, proclaiming loudly, "But you are already drunk. Your victory lacks merit." If he were to win, dancing with his sister-in-law would surely invoke his cousin's wrath. "Let me try," Li Yuesheng declared, clutching a beer. "Whoever backs down is a coward. Come on, I truly relish drinking with stunning women." Lin Kaifeng's eyes sparkled as he hurried over, completely disregarding the man behind him with a scowl. Jiang Shi found herself both amused and exasperated as she observed her two friends indulging in drinks. However, they were regular patrons, so there was little for her to worry about. Yet in the next moment, her gaze met a pair of exceptionally pale eyes, and her breath caught in her throat. This man seemed oddly familiar. The closer she got, the more he resembled Shi Jiang, the notorious scoundrel from her business trip. Standing before her, the man towered with an air of superiority, his voice laced with pressure. "Care for a drink?" "No, thank you. Coming to a bar and not drinking, pretending to be innocent? Isn't this a celebration of your divorce?" Jiang Shi could no longer suppress her laughter. "Mr. Qi, you certainly have a knack for humor." Shi Jiang dropped the pretense, leaning down to say, "You think you can use me and whip up a meal to brush me off? Do you consider my esteem that trifling?" Jiang Shi's pupils constricted. Did he find out? How could this be? Shi Jiang's status was far removed from that of a bank manager. He dealt only with the bank president. Misfortunes seemed to haunt her. Even drinking water felt like a struggle. Shi Jiang, unwilling to engage in further banter, seized her wrist, intended to pull her away. "Wait a moment, sir. Is it appropriate to take my friend without so much as a word?" Li Yuesheng smirked coldly, according to the rules. "If you wish to dance with her, you'll have to drink with me first." "I'll drink with you," Lin Kaifeng interjected, panic rising as he realized the gravity of the situation. Li Yuesheng regarded Shi Jiang. "If you wish to take her away, you must consume 3 cocktails I've prepared. If you don't pass out, you win." Jiang Shi's eyelids fluttered. Her friend's cocktails had never known defeat in this bar. She looked at Shi Jiang. "Perhaps it's best to let it go. Your stomach isn't well," Li Yuesheng boisterously declared. "Having a weak stomach? You should be more cautious, young man." Both Jiang Shi and Lin Kaifeng wore identical expressions of trepidation, fearing that Shi Jiang might explode in anger and obliterate them all. 3 drinks, is it? Bring it on." The man's calm voice rang out, inciting a raucous cheer from the crowd, prompting Jiang Shi to cover her face in despair. This was going to end badly. Chapter 42. Shi Jiang, are you truly drunk? Li Yuesheng began mixing drinks with practiced ease, his demeanor exuding elegance and aloofness. Lin Kaifeng glanced over sister-in-law. Is your friend single? She is, but I advise you to steer clear. She's a man-eater. Jiang Shi, feeling restless, tugged at him. When did Qi Jun arrive? He showed up while you were dancing, coming to catch you in the act. You haven't even divorced yet. Yet you're flaunting your separation and publicly announcing it with a film star. Sister-in-law, you are quite bold. There's no one who stirs up trouble quite like you. Just moments ago, Lin Kaifeng had been bewildered, but upon recognizing the man beside Jiang Shi as the film star, clarity dawned upon him. So, the little zombie sister referred to Jiang Shi. While her cousin is on a business trip, how audacious of her to indulge so extravagantly. Jiang Shi felt a lump in her throat, unable to utter a single word. According to their agreement, she could not disclose the matter of her divorce to either family. Lin Kefu was a relative of the Qi family, and she could not speak of it. It was utterly stifling. 3 glasses of cocktails had been prepared. Qi Jun glanced at the inky black drink, then swiftly downed all 3 glasses in one go without pausing. The man calmly took a tissue to dab at the corners of his mouth, asking, "Is that sufficient?" Li Yuesheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had not yet succumbed to inebriation. How foolish of him! What manner of being was Qi Jun, after all? The man rose leisurely, gripping Jiang Shi's wrist as the sound of his whistling filled the air. Jiang Shi looked up at her friend, offering a reassuring glance. Fear not. She'll be just fine. They made their way to the private elevator, where Qi Jun used his fingerprint to gain entry. Jiang Shi felt a bit taken aback. Was he a regular at this bar? As the elevator doors closed, shutting out the clamor of the outside world, she pondered for a moment before earnestly explaining, Mr. Qi, regarding the bank incident, I did indeed harbor ulterior motives. Please do not hold it against me. A profound silence ensued, and he remained unresponsive. With her heart in her throat, she took a deep breath and turned back to him, asking, what do you wish to do then? Life or death? Just say the word. To her astonishment, she found the man leaning against the elevator wall, his tie loosened and several buttons of his white shirt undone. His gaze was pale, cool, and detached, yet his thin lips were enticingly red, akin to being stained with rouge. Jiang Shi was momentarily captivated by the man's alluring and languid demeanor. Was he truly intoxicated? Usually, this man was aloof and reserved, his emotions well concealed. Anything I say is acceptable? He suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a deeper tone. Jiang Shi's heart raced. He was undoubtedly drunk. At that moment, the elevator doors opened behind her, and without looking back, she dashed inside, her foot landing on the soft carpet. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a massive floor-to-ceiling window and merely a bed. What was happening? She turned just in time to see the man entering, discarding his clothes haphazardly as he walked, casually tossing his belt aside. Shall you wash first, or shall I? Qi Jun asked. You're intoxicated. We shall discuss today's events when you are sober. Please rest well. Jiang Shi replied, then hurried towards the door, but it refused to budge, leaving her in a state of panic. Ah, it seems you desire to be with me. The man approached her, lifting her off the ground. Qi Jun, you're truly drunk. Please, regain your senses. She implored. It was futile. She was unceremoniously tossed into the bathroom. Jiang Shi shouted, Emmanuel. Have you forgotten? Alarm bells rang in her mind. If she did not devise a plan, calamity would surely ensue. As a pregnant woman, she wanted no trouble. Oh, indeed. Qi Jun leaned against the door, rubbing his temples in discomfort, his mind seeming heavy, and his thoughts slowed considerably. He raised his head, his keen eyes narrowing slightly. You are unwell. It has nothing to do with what I intend to do. Jiang Shi. Had she misinterpreted his words? Yet in the next moment, the man had undressed and slipped into the bathtub, half closing his eyes. Jiang Shi sighed, certain he was intoxicated. Her friend's 3 cocktails had never failed, and it was quite remarkable that Qi Jun had managed to hold on until now before succumbing. Adhering to the principle of not provoking the formidable king, Jiang Shi did not abandon him. She resigned herself to fetching a blanket to cover him and thoughtfully brought a pillow as well. A man of his weight was beyond her capability to assist. After completing these tasks, Jiang Shi called Assistant Mo, only to find the ringing was quite close, just outside the door. Upon opening the door, she saw the assistant waiting outside, confirming that Qi Jun could not possibly be alone. Assistant Mo's expression was somewhat awkward. Miss Jiang, do you have any instructions? He had anticipated that something would transpire between the two tonight, at least requiring his presence in the morning. But he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Shi Jiang has drunk too much. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't do anything reckless. Notify by Lianhua to come over and prepare some honey pomelo tea for him when he awakens. Jiang Shi chose not to expose the assistant's ulterior motives and simply left after speaking. Assistant Mo entered the room, not finding the chaotic scene he had imagined. Upon entering the bathroom, he was surprised to see that the noble and aloof man was lying in the tub, covered with a blanket. Mr. Qi? The man did not open his eyes. What did she say? Miss Jiang personally called me to ensure I take good care of you, mentioning that she would prepare some honey pomelo tea for you upon your awakening. The assistant instinctively omitted the part about bringing Chu by Lian over. Huh, I knew she was insincere. Shi Jiang sat up, rubbing his temples, the blanket draped over him a reminder of the woman's attention. Clearly, she had intentionally sought to capture his interest, orchestrating this farewell party to entice him. He had feigned drunkenness deliberately. The man raised his gaze. I told you she still harbors feelings for me. All her actions are merely to draw my attention. She cannot let go of me. How childish and clumsy her tactics are. The assistant fell silent, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He felt that Miss Jiang was no longer the same as before. Even with 100 opportunities, he would not dare to speak the truth. Assistant Mo tentatively inquired regarding the subsequent loan disbursement for the Film Emperor's company. Shall we continue with that? Disregard it. I shall not permit her to employ this tactic again. How naive. He was eager to witness what other schemes she might devise to capture his attention. Shi Jiang emerged from the bathtub, his tone calm. Have her report to the secretarial department tomorrow. It will keep her occupied and away from the bars. Understood. The following day, Jiang Shi received notification from the Human Resources Department, instructing her to report to the secretarial department. She was decidedly reluctant to comply. However, she soon received a message detailing her job responsibilities, the first of which involved collaborating with a friend's company on a development project for the Junwei Group. Her lips twitched slightly. This was undoubtedly a form of coercion. After much contemplation, she changed her attire and went to the Junwei Group to report for duty. Upon her arrival at the secretarial department, her colleagues greeted her with marked politeness, although she was well aware of the reason behind it. After all, her current status was that of a romantic interest to Shi Jiang. She couldn't be bothered to explain, with Shi Jiang's backing. At least no one dared to mistreat her. Miss Jiang, your primary responsibility will be to manage the daily affairs of the president. Here are his preferences and aversions. Please be sure to remember them accurately. Other than that, there's nothing much. Welcome to our family in the secretarial department, said the manager, a perceptive individual who displayed exceptional courtesy towards Jiang Shi. He had invested considerable effort in consulting Assistant Mo on how to treat this newly appointed Miss Jiang. Receiving a rather profound piece of advice: do not offend her. This statement was rather intriguing. Whether she would ascend in status in the future remained uncertain, but for now, with President Xi's support, they certainly could not afford to cross her. Jiang Shi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. As I am new here, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Once the manager departed, the others exchanged glances, and some approached Jiang Shi to establish rapport. Shortly thereafter, Assistant Mo approached her. Miss Jiang, could you please deliver a drink to the president? Of course. Jiang Shi casually set aside the handbook filled with reminders. Realizing that the information it contained was rather rudimentary, her understanding of Shi Jiang far surpassed what was written in the manual. She made her way to the pantry, and it was evident that the president's pantry was exceptional, stocked with everything one could desire. Rather than brewing coffee, she prepared a cup of honey grapefruit tea, considering that a certain man had indulged excessively the previous night and was nursing a hangover. The staff in the secretarial department exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak up. Jiang Shi carried the grapefruit tea into the conference room, and as she entered, the chatter diminished significantly, giving way to silence. Many turned to her with expressions of astonishment. She walked confidently to the end of the long table and placed the cup beside Shi Jiang's left hand, maintaining an appropriate distance. Shi Jiang was engaged in a phone call, his tone low and rapid as he conversed in English about some matter, not sparing her a glance. Jiang Shi remained silent, preparing to withdraw. However, at that moment, another woman in a white dress entered the conference room. She was also holding a cup of coffee. Initially, she wore a smile, but upon seeing Jiang Shi, her expression faltered. What is she doing here? The atmosphere in the conference room grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Shi approached, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Are you also here to deliver a drink? Unfortunately, the president does not drink coffee. With that parting remark, Jiang Shi exited the room. Chuyu's hand tightly grasped her coffee as she maintained a smile, walking over to place the cup closer to Kijuni's side than the honey grapefruit tea. After executing this maneuver, she returned to her seat, her gaze fixated on him. Upon finishing a call, Kijuni turned to find two beverages beside him. He glanced at them and casually picked up the coffee. A flicker of triumph appeared in Chuyu's eyes. She knew victory belonged to her. Yet in the next moment, Kijuni handed the coffee to a nearby executive, advising him to consume more coffee during late-night work to avoid further mistakes. The executive nodded, albeit with reluctance. Afterward, the man took a sip of the honey grapefruit tea, his previously furrowed brow relaxing considerably. The sweetness was to his liking. Although Jiang Shi lacked any remarkable qualities and often resorted to petty tactics, she did possess a certain talent in cooking and tea preparation. Before long, Kijuni had finished the entire cup of honey grapefruit tea. Chiyu, observing from the side, wore a terrifyingly dark expression. Why had Jiang Shi suddenly returned to the company and brazenly delivered tea? Jiang Shi, why couldn't you simply leave? Must you compete with me? You are not worthy. Chapter 44. Jiang Shi, come sit beside me. The meeting in the design department concluded. However, Jiang Shi's unexpected appearance with drinks quickly spread throughout the company, particularly the fierce competition between the two beverages, which reached a fever pitch. Ultimately, Jiang Shi's honey grapefruit tea triumphed. The reputed Mrs. Chiyu reportedly returned to her office with a rather grim countenance. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi was squatting in the restroom, eavesdropping on colleagues, gossiping for half an hour, boredly fiddling with her phone, wondering when they would finish. Yet, she could easily imagine Chuyu's furious expression. It was rather satisfying. When she had been Mrs. Chiyu had caused her significant distress, perhaps more than now. It was time for Chiyu to experience some of that discomfort. Buzz. Her phone rang, displaying the caller ID. Kijuni, the big jerk. Jiang Shi quickly answered, Hello? Are you constipated? You've been in the restroom for 40 minutes, planning to celebrate the new year on the toilet? Kijuni's deep, displeased voice responded, prompting Jiang Shi to hastily exit the stall. I'm coming. After hanging up, she approached the sink, addressing the clustered women. Excuse me, could you please make way? With an awkward yet polite smile, she calmly washed her hands and left. As long as she remained unfazed, the embarrassment belonged to others. She rushed out and nearly collided with Kijuni, who stood at the elevator entrance, letting out a cold snort. Only my secretary usually waits for me. Today, you kept me waiting for half an hour. Apologies, I've been a bit constipated recently, Jiang Shi admitted, bracing herself as she followed him into the elevator. In this moment, Chuyu gazed at the retreating figures of the two individuals, contemplating the events of the day, and a profound sense of crisis regarding her status engulfed her. Jiang Shi, the path to heaven lies before you, yet you choose to stray. This is entirely of your own making. She turned and made her way directly to the secretary's office, elegantly carrying a beautifully wrapped box. Everyone has worked diligently. This is a custom sachet I have prepared, which aids in sleep, a gift for all. Miss Lisa, the sachet you gave me previously worked wonders for my mother, curing her insomnia after many years. I shall give a try myself this time. Chuyu distributed one to each person, leaving the last on Jiang Shi's desk, a flicker of coldness flashing in her eyes. Even if you choose not to use it, it cannot prevent those around you from benefiting. To eliminate Jiang Shi, one must first rid her of the child she carries, and subsequently tarnish her image in the eyes of the Qi family. Chuyu lowered her gaze at the photographs on her phone. These were images of Jiang Shi dancing at the Junlin Tianxia bar. What expressions would the Qi family bear upon receiving these? She eagerly anticipated it. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi accompanied Qi Juni to a place steeped in antiquity, tastefully adorned. She recognized this locale, rumored to be a members-only establishment frequented by individuals of notable standing. What purpose did Qi Juni have in visiting here? Before long, they entered a private room, already occupied by several men, with her being the sole woman present. Instinctively, Jiang Shi hesitated, choosing to stand alongside Assistant Amo, reluctant to join the seating. This was a gathering of men, and she preferred not to intrude. After Qi Juni sat down, Noticing that Jiang Shi had not followed, but instead remained with Assistant Mo, a frown creased his brow. Did he treat her so poorly? He turned slightly, addressing Jiang Shi. Come here. His words drew the attention of the men at the table, causing Jiang Shi's expression to stiffen. She approached and whispered, Is there something you wish to convey, Mr. Qi? Sit down. As the wife of Qi Jiang, she was entitled to a seat beside him. Standing was unnecessary. His command was simple, yet Jiang Shi struggled to comprehend. After all, she was merely a secretary, unworthy of such an honor. In typical gatherings, companions often accompanied the man, but today's meeting was evidently business-oriented. What place did she have in sitting down? Lost in thought, Assistant Mo had already procured a chair for her, his actions seamless. Although the two had secretly divorced, Miss Jiang was still undeniably Mrs. Qi. The assistant believed Chu Yu could ascend in status. Yet now he sensed that in the depths of his boss's heart, the position of Mrs. Qi had always belonged to Miss Jiang. Perhaps it is only in losing something that one learns to cherish it. Chapter 45. She is mine. Jiang Shi steeled herself and sat down, lowering her head in a show of modesty. The men at the dining table exchanged knowing glances, as they were all too aware of Qi Jiang's recent rise to fame due to rumors surrounding a designer mistress. What was once thought to be mere gossip turned out to have some validity. One of the men, having encountered Jiang Shi at a bidding conference, remarked with a smile, Mr. Qi, you've brought your special assistant along today. His tone was casual, yet laced with innuendo. Jiang Shi remained silent, maintaining a rigid smile, presenting herself as a mere ornament. However, there was still one chair left at the round table, suggesting that someone else had yet to arrive. Before long, a cheerful male voice resonated from outside the private room. Apologies for my tardiness. The door swung open to reveal a mature and handsome young man, who greeted everyone with an air of familiarity, appearing entirely at ease. He approached Qi Jiang, exclaiming, Mr. Qi, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. You are truly a formidable young talent. Mr. Lin, you are the true commercial genius. I hold you in great regard as a senior, replied Qi Jiang, his smile concealing a layer of artifice as he engaged in conversation with grace and poise. Jiang Shi observed silently, captivated by the juxtaposition of youthful charm and mature charisma before her. The sight was undeniably pleasing. Perhaps her scrutiny was too evident, as the young man turned to her, saying, we have a beautiful lady present. Hello, I am Lin Maching. Hello, Mr. Lin, Jiang Shi replied politely, though inwardly she gasped in astonishment. He was none other than Lin Maching, the president of the renowned jewelry group, DK. After the introductions, everyone settled down seamlessly. Clearly, Lin Maching was the focal point of the gathering, steering the discussion towards the latest developments in the jewelry industry. At that moment, Jiang Shi decided not to remain a mere bystander. She perked up her ears, eager to glean any insights that could benefit her burgeoning interest in jewelry design. After all, DK Group was her dream company. Mr. Lin, recently Weiao Jewelry has been making waves, apparently securing numerous contracts from DK. A departure from DK's usual approach, someone remarked. Given that everyone needs to make a living, Weiao Jewelry is a capable company. I hear they are in talks with Junwei Group about collaborating on a series of works. With a deft shift, the conversation turned to Qi Jiang. He replied nonchalantly, discussions are ongoing. Junwei Group indeed intends to venture into the jewelry industry and hopes to collaborate with DK Group, if possible. Qi Jiang candidly shared his intentions, expressing a desire to partner with DK. Should DK decline, he would consider working with Weiao Jewelry, a move that would not bode well for DK. Lin Maching chuckled, saying, Mr. Qi, your group's latest collection has performed quite well. Why seek collaboration with others? Can't you manage on your own? After all, Junwei Group is relatively inexperienced and has much to learn. The ambition of Qi Jiang was unmistakable as he cast a penetrating gaze at the young man across from him, not underestimating him in the least. He promptly shifted the topic. By the way, the design sketches of Junwei Group's flagship project possess quite an allure. I wonder where General Manager Qi unearthed such a gem of a designer. Jiang Shi was taken aback. Did the other party truly find her work captivating? The man beside her chuckled and interjected. Allow me to reintroduce her. She is indeed the designer behind the flagship project. A wave of nervousness washed over Jiang Shi. The young man opposite her displayed a look of surprise and inquired, You are the designer? Young lady, you are exceptionally talented. Have you considered joining DK? I assure you, your future prospects will be boundless. Suddenly, the room fell into silence. It was common knowledge in the industry that Junue Group was renowned, while DK Group's design department was the pinnacle of excellence. However, Junue Group specialized in architectural design, while DK focused on jewelry design. Jiang Shi felt her breath hitch. Could this truly be happening? Was she dreaming? The president of DK had personally extended an olive branch to her. In the next moment, warmth enveloped her palm as the man clasped her small hand firmly, whispering, "Mr. Lin, is it quite fair to poach my talent right before my eyes?" The implication of his words was unmistakable. Instinctively, Jiang Shi attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held it tightly. The man leaned closer, his face near hers, and asked, Shi, have you been stirred?" Jiang Shi replied, "Of course." Yet, she dared not express her true feelings, acutely aware of the warning glimmering in his eyes. She responded, "I appreciate Mr. Lin's recognition, but I fear I must decline your generous offer. I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." The prospect of future collaboration left Shi Jiang feeling inexplicably uneasy. Did she truly aspire to soar above him? No matter, it seems I arrived a step too late. How regrettable that I did not discover talent like you sooner. With that, he ceased to press the matter further. The meal dragged on for quite some time, and amidst the gathering of men, Jiang Shi found herself nursing a painful stomach, having consumed very little. Eventually, Lin Machin approached her. "Miss Jiang, here's my business card. I raise a toast to you in friendship. Should you wish to change jobs in the future, you're always welcome at DK." Jiang Shi's eyelids twitched at the unexpected offer. Yet, she could not afford to lose face. Simultaneously, she harbored her own thoughts. Should she ever leave the infuriating Shi Jiang? Joining DK wouldn't be a bad option. Jiang Shi accepted the business card and raised her juice cup, stating, "I toast to you with juice in lieu of wine." "Miss Jiang, by refusing my olive branch and declining to share a drink with me, do you hold me, Lin, in such low regard? Or is it that this is how friendships are forged at Junue Group?" His tone turned harsh, plunging Jiang Shi into a difficult position. After all, she was still pregnant and unable to drink alcohol. "I shall drink on her behalf." Jiang Shi watched as Shi Jiang took the glass of wine and drank it in her stead. She gazed in astonishment at his profile, a surge of emotion swelling within her heart, yet she swiftly steadied herself, reminding herself to remain calm, composed. This glass of wine was consumed on behalf of the child. It was permissible for Mr. Qi to drink, but he would have to down 3 glasses to truly make it count. Shi Jiang said nothing further, downing 2 more glasses to deftly navigate the situation. As the gathering dispersed, everyone departed in their respective vehicles. Once inside his car, Lin Machin observed Shi Jiang and Jiang Shi as they left, flipping through the investigative materials in his hand. It turned out that Shi Jiang and Jiang Shi were married. How intriguing this revelation was. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Jiang Shi discreetly tucked a business card into her bag. Though it was of no immediate use, one could never know when it might come in handy in the future. A soft grunt from the man beside her caused her fingers to tremble momentarily, though she quickly feigned calmness. "Thank you for earlier," she said. "So how do you intend to be repaid?" Jiang Shi ventured tentatively. "A bowl of hangover soup for you? Is a mere bowl of hangover soup sufficient for an introduction to the president of DK?" He retorted, given her evident talent for design. He was more than willing to cultivate her professional aspirations, whether she wished to continue as a full-time homemaker or embark on her own career. He would support her in any endeavor. After all, as his wife, she could pursue anything she desired. Yet, the thought of her so eagerly wanting to transfer to DK left him inexplicably uneasy. "What would you like to eat?" Just say the word, she offered, believing that if her culinary skills could resolve matters, it would not be in vain. The man, irritated, chose silence, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed. An hour later, the vehicle pulled into the villa's driveway. Jiang Shi disembarked nonchalantly, thinking to herself that preparing hangover soup was quite simple. However, her keen eyes caught sight of an old-fashioned car parked in the yard. Wasn't that Grandma Chi's vehicle? The man beside her stepped out, noticing the additional car as well. His brow furrowed slightly. "Don't let anything slip." "I understand." Jiang Shi inhaled deeply, clearly aware that Grandma Chi had arrived. The two walked side by side into the foyer. And indeed, there sat an elderly lady clad in linen attire on the sofa, her expression stern. "You're back from work so early? Who informed you I was coming?" It's not even time to finish work, and you're both back? Grandma, no one informed us. Shi Jiang and I attended a dinner. He drank too much and was unwell, so we returned together, Jiang Shi explained proactively. Observing her grandmother's expression, she sensed that the old lady must have discovered something, prompting her visit. You both stand straight. Don't think you can gloss over this. The elder's demeanor was serious, and Jiang Shi dared not approach her with familiarity. Instead, obediently standing beside Shi Jiang, stealing glances at the man, only to find his face devoid of expression. Surely he didn't intend to leave her to face the music alone? The elder spoke gravely. Why are you two living apart? What conflicts cannot be resolved? Must you separate and keep it from me? Is divorce the next step? Upon hearing the word divorce, Jiang Shi felt a sudden flutter in her brow. At that moment, Shi Jiang spoke up, saying, Grandmother, indeed, there have been some misunderstandings between Shi and me, but they are trivial matters that we can resolve ourselves. If it weren't for someone sending me these photographs, I would still be in the dark about the situation. Shi grandmother tossed a white envelope, which contained a stack of photographs, all depicting Jiang Shi dancing at a bar, laughing and conversing with other men. One photo even bore the caption, wishing the little zombie sister a happy divorce. Upon seeing the images, Jiang Shi's expression shifted. Grandmother, it wasn't like that day. The photographs had been meticulously angled to suggest an ambiguous relationship between her and the other man, whereas the reality was quite different. As for the phrase wishing her a happy divorce, she found herself at a loss for words. Of course, I believe you, Shi grandmother asserted, holding Jiang Shi's hand and looking up at Shi Jiang. What is the meaning of these photographs? You were present, were you not? Yes, he replied. Yet, someone deliberately captured only Shi's image and ensured it was delivered to me. What is their intention? Have you been entangled with some unscrupulous woman outside? How dare they employ such despicable tactics before me? The elderly matriarch exuded an aura of authority. Upon seeing the photographs, she sensed something was amiss. Chapter 47. You should consider having a child. Firstly, the matriarch was convinced that Shi was not that kind of girl. She had sent someone to investigate and indeed discovered the truth. Shi Jiang had also been at the bar that day, yet the photographs had been selectively taken. Did she truly think her grandmother was naive? After making a few inquiries with the servants at the villa, she confirmed that the couple had quarreled, and Jiang Shi had moved out 2 months prior. Alarmed, she rushed over to ascertain the situation, only to find that more than half of Jiang Shi's belongings were missing, clearly indicating that separation was a reality. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Jiang Shi felt both stunned and warmed inside. She had not anticipated such staunch support and belief from her grandmother. Shi Jiang rubbed his temples, stating, I will get to the bottom of this photograph issue, rest assured. I have no faith in you at all. Starting today, I will have Lu Ma come over, and you shall move back in. I want to see what those little vixens outside can do. Such petty tactics are hardly worthy of inciting discord. Jiang Shi was taken aback, glancing at Shi Jiang across from her. Moving back and seemed inappropriate, especially if Chu Balian were to find out, it would surely cause an uproar. Shi grandmother's words were decisive. Without delay, she dispatched someone to her one-bedroom apartment to pack all her belongings. Jiang Shi shot several pleading glances at Shi Jiang, hoping he would find a way to dissuade her grandmother, but the man remained indifferent, completely ignoring her. How infuriating! That dog of a man! Shi, come here and sit beside your grandmother, she called. Jiang Shi steeled herself as she approached, and the elderly woman grasped her hand, saying, Did I not tell you? If Xiaoya bullies you, come to me and report it. If you leave in a huff, who suffers? You live alone, with no one to cook for you or care for you. If something happens, who will assist you? The elder's concern stirred a sense of guilt within Jiang Shi. Unbeknownst to her grandmother, she had already divorced Shi Jiang. Jiang Shi lowered her gaze and murmured, Grandma, I'm sorry for worrying you. Before long, her belongings were brought back. As Jiang Shi ascended the stairs to organize her possessions, only the elderly woman and Shi Jiang remained downstairs. The elder looked up and inquired, Tell me, who is this Lisa? Grandma, this matter has nothing to do with her. Ah, grandson, your usual tactics are of no use here. If you are not entangled with someone outside, hurting Shi's heart, how could such a kind girl possibly write happy divorce in a bar? She must be heartbroken to act that way. Shi Jiang remained silent, observing that Grandma perceived the bar celebration as merely a childish tantrum from Jiang Shi, unaware of their actual divorce. This photo needs no investigation to reveal its source. I declare here and now, my granddaughter-in-law can only be Jiang Shi Shi. Let no other vixen dream otherwise. Grandma has consumed more salt than you have rice. She has encountered all manners of women-esque schemes. Rest assured, I have no intention of allowing another woman to assume the role of Mrs. Qi, at least during their 2 years of marriage. Jiang Shi Shi never used her title to create trouble and manage the household well. Only recently, perhaps after the divorce, has she taken to sulking to regain his attention. Such minor disturbances he can certainly endure. Initially, his proposal for divorce was merely a stopgap measure. That is good. My health has not been well these past 2 years. I hope to see a great-grandchild born. Xiaoya, can you fulfill Grandma's wish? The elderly woman, recalling how she had pressured her grandson into marrying Jiang Shi Shi, mused whether a child might improve their relationship, given her grandson's indifferent demeanor over the last 2 years. Qi Juni paused before replying. I do not wish to have children at this time. Jiang Shi Shi's current health condition does not permit it either. If it were to be revealed that she had contracted the HPV virus, the consequences could become far worse. At least until her treatment and recovery are complete, she cannot conceive. At that moment, around the corner on the second floor, Jiang Shi Shi, upon hearing his response, gently caressed her abdomen and whispered, Baby, Mommy will protect you. If it does not want a child, I will. Chapter 48. Acting as a couple before Grandma after dinner. The elderly woman insisted on keeping Lu Ma to ostensibly care for their domestic life, but in reality, she was there to supervise. Returning to the bedroom, Jiang Shi Shi turned to look at him. Why don't you find a way to stop Grandma? How could I possibly intervene? Do you have a solution? Jiang Shi Shi was taken aback. If she had a way, would she simply sit idly by? She raised an eyebrow and continued. What if Chu Balian finds out? How will you explain? I have no need to explain anything to her. In truth, he had little connection with Chu Yu. During their previous encounter at the hotel, he had been manipulated. It was inconceivable for him to make a mistake on purpose. He was not desperate enough to compromise his standards. Strangely, after that night, when he faced Chu Yu again, he felt nothing at all. The experience that night was entirely different. Amidst the chaos, his mind was a muddle. Unable to recall the woman's appearance in his arms, only remembering her incredibly soft waist. As Qi Jun spoke, he loosened his tie and casually tossed his jacket onto the small sofa. Jiang Shi Shi watched this scene, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Just a few days prior, when he had been drunk, he had acted similarly. With a wary expression, she asked, What do you intend to do? I warn you, we are already divorced. The man raised an eyebrow, and, after speaking, he removed his shirt, unabashedly revealing his muscular physique, leisurely adjusting the belt of his trousers. Jiang Shi Shi interjected, A solitary man and woman, you undressing in front of me is simply brazen. If you feel it's unfair, you may cover up, he retorted. Cover up? Was she out of her mind? Seeing her flustered expression, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, though his demeanor remained calm. Grandma is very eager for a great-grandson. Oh, you could simply ask Chu Balian. I'm sure she would guarantee you 1 child a year, 2 within 3. The two exchanged glances, and the man scoffed softly. My child is not something just anyone can bear. Chu Yu is not qualified. With that, Qi Juni turned and headed to the bathroom. Jiang Shi Shi reflected on his words, a trace of mockery crossing her gaze. Indeed, not everyone could bear children. In Qi Juni's eyes, she too was deemed unworthy of motherhood. Glancing at the bed, she wondered if Chu Balian had ever slept there during her absence. Without hesitation, she grabbed a blanket and settled onto the sofa. When Qi Jun emerged and saw the woman curled up on the couch, he furrowed his brow and approached. Jiang Shi Shi, what are you doing? Are you intentionally playing the victim by sleeping on the sofa? Although he had never touched her, he had never treated her poorly or allowed her to sleep on the couch. She opened her eyes and replied calmly, Is there a problem with sleeping apart after the divorce? The man was momentarily taken aback. Why was she so prickly? He murmured, Lu Ma may come unexpectedly. What will happen if she finds out? Grandma's health has not been well recently. We should not cause her unnecessary worry. Jiang Shi Shi felt a surge of irritation. Then I certainly don't want to sleep in the same bed you shared with Chu Balian. It's revolting. So you're jealous? The man's expression softened considerably. This bed has only ever been shared with you, a woman. I'm a traditional man, not one to casually bring other women here. He understood that this woman had always been duplicitous, and now her facade had crumbled. Jiang Shi Shi's demeanor stiffened as she turned her head, unwilling to witness his smug expression. A traditional man? Huh. The very term incited a desire to strike out. Come here, do not make me repeat myself. Even with your afflictions, I have not cast you aside. You are the one who is unwell. Jiang Shi was reluctant to explain her health issues, particularly regarding her gynecological examination. In a fit of anger, she approached the man already lying down and declared, though we share the same bed, I expect you to refrain from making advances in the middle of the night. Do not act like a rogue. Jiang Shi mused. How did I not realize before that Shi Jiang's tongue could be so sharp? The following morning, Lu Ma knocked early, bringing in 2 cups of warm water, cheerfully stating, a cup of warm water in the morning is quite healthful. After glancing at the bedroom, satisfied, she placed the water down and departed. The two rose together for breakfast, and under Lu Ma's affectionate gaze, they shared a ride to the company. The sight of Jiang Shi arriving at the office alongside Shi Jiang did not escape many eyes. As soon as she entered her office, someone approached her with a cup of brewed tea. Shi, did you ride to work with the boss today? I mentioned it was on the way. Do you believe that? Naturally, they did not. Who could simply catch a ride with the CEO? At that moment, in the CEO's office, Shi Jiang received a call from his mother, Mrs. Song. I received an anonymous email yesterday indicating that Jiang Shi is hosting a singles party at Junlin Tianxia. Have you divorced her? Although the photographs had incited her anger, divorce could be seen as a blessing. Shi Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. We had a disagreement a few days ago. She's merely throwing a tantrum. The photographs from the bar were not only shared with his grandmother, but also sent to his mother. What was the ulterior motive behind this? A tantrum? If she could tolerate this, then perhaps divorce was the way to go. After 2 years of marriage, Jiang Shi had shown no signs of pregnancy, occupying the position of Mrs. Qi without making any contributions. Mother, this is a matter between husband and wife. Please do not interfere. Still, I feel Jiang Shi is ill-suited to be Mrs. Qi. Last time, it was because of her that the company faced a plagiarism scandal. And what happened? She simply resigned, showing no sense of responsibility. Did she not resign with your permission? Chapter 49. Heed your mother's advice. Divorce her. Mrs. Song paused before continuing. Indeed, since she is so eager to escape the company and evade responsibility, I shall not insist. A married woman cavorting in bars like that is not the kind of daughter-in-law we need in the Qi family. Shi Jiang irritably tugged at his tie. Yet, he and Jiang Shi were already divorced. Whether she resigned was entirely her choice. After all, she is no longer Mrs. Qi. What a heartless woman. He still thought of how to clear her name amidst the plagiarism scandal and sought to elevate her status. Yet, as soon as trouble arose, she was eager to flee. Son, heed your mother's advice. Quietly divorce her without informing your grandmother. In due time, seek a well-matched young lady, and your grandmother will certainly be pleased. Shi Jiang furrowed his brow. Mother, I was present at the bar that day. She did not engage in any improper conduct. Someone is plotting against her. I do not concern myself with such schemes. A fly does not alight upon an unbroken egg. Had she not gone to the bar, how could others have captured those photos to conspire against her? It is her own disreputable behavior a married woman should not be gallivanting about. She is unworthy of being Mrs. Qi. Shi Jiang rubbed his temples, perplexed by the stubbornness of his mother. His grandmother had seen through the machinations aimed at Jiang Shi. Yet why was his mother so resolute? He spoke directly. Mother, I believe she is quite suitable to be Mrs. Qi. I will handle the matters concerning the bar. Please do not meddle. The divorce was indeed a reality, forced upon him by the machinations of others. He understood Jiang Shi's grievances and her desire to throw a tantrum. Previously, he had regarded her as inconsequential, but during her time away, he found himself feeling unsettled and realized that she had done quite well over the past 2 years. He had no intention of replacing her at present. After ending the call, Mrs. Song, incensed, smashed her cup. She glared at her secretary. Did he just say I'm meddling? How could that woman, Jiang Shi, ever be worthy of my son? The young master's current circumstances are indeed not conducive to divorce. He is a rational man. That does not mean I will allow Jiang Shi to trample over my son. I must speak with her mother regarding this matter. She ought to properly educate her daughter, rather than merely living off the Qi family's wealth while failing to raise her child. If she could not sway Shi Jiang, perhaps she could reason with the Jiang family. Mrs. Song promptly contacted the Jiang household, delivering a sharp-tongued reproach to Mrs. Jiang for her failure to raise her daughter properly. After 2 years of marriage, still no news of a child, and yet she spends the Qi family's money frequenting bars. It would be better to divorce sooner rather than later. That morning, Jiang Shi had felt an incessant twitch in her eyelid. She found the office atmosphere rather unpleasant, inducing a headache and causing discomfort. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Why does the office smell somewhat pleasant? Who has sprayed a new fragrance?" "It's a new welfare fragrance sachet from the secretary department, which aids in sleep." Sure, you should take one home to try. It's quite effective." Jiang Shi accepted the well-packaged box, feeling something was amiss. The scent was unpleasant. Stealthily, she took a sachet to the restroom, opened it, and examined its contents. Musk and an abundance of saffron. She replaced the box, intending not to use it, discarding the remnants of the sachet into the toilet. She flushed it away. Outside, voices could be heard discussing. "Why didn't you tell Jiang Shi the truth? This was a gift from Lisa, not a benefit prepared by the secretary department. Lisa mentioned there was some misunderstanding with Shi, so she asked me not to disclose it. The sachet was indeed quite useful, and Lisa had good intentions." At this point, a flicker of coldness crossed Jiang Shi's face. Did Chu Balian truly believe she could manipulate her like a soft persimmon? Did these colleagues genuinely side with Chu Yu, thinking Chu Balian was a benevolent person? This time, she was determined to unveil Chu Balian's true nature. At noon, Jiang Shi ordered lunch for Shi Jiang, a delightful combination from 3 private kitchens. She did not adhere to the manual that outlined Shi Jiang's preferences, which seemed superficial. Although Shi Jiang did not possess any particular tastes, every individual harbors preferences. After cooking for him for 2 years, she had a clear understanding of his palate. When the lunch was delivered, Shi Jiang consumed most of it. The manager of the secretary department witnessed this scene and instantly gave Jiang Shi a thumbs up, elevating her status significantly. Over the years, no one had managed to uncover the boss's preferences, but Miss Jiang was an exception. Whether it was food, drinks, or the office decor, she always managed to please the president. Achieving such a level of understanding was no small feat, even during Chu Yu's tenure. None had been as attuned to Shi Jiang as she was. It seemed that even the rumored Mrs. Qi would find her position precarious in comparison. Suddenly, Jiang Shi felt the manager's attitude toward her had significantly warmed. She found this quite perplexing. As the workday neared its end, her mother, Mrs. Jiang, called, "Shi, I'm at the cafe next to your company. I need to speak with you. Come over immediately." Chapter 50. There's no daughter like you, shameless as you are. Upon hearing her mother's serious tone, Jiang Shi did not hesitate and promptly took leave to head to the cafe. She strode over, asking, "Mom, what is it? How can you even ask? How did I raise such a shameless daughter? You're a married woman. How can you be out socializing at bars, laughing and chatting with those men? Have you no sense of shame?" Mrs. Jiang nearly fainted in anger upon seeing the photos. "Mom, those pictures are not what you think. Someone deliberately took them to frame me." Jiang Shi was taken aback that her mother had received the photos as well. "If you hadn't gone to the bar, how would anyone have had the chance to take those pictures? Do you know how humiliating it was when your mother-in-law called me today? After 2 years of marriage with no news of a child, now this incident arises. Do you know what your mother-in-law said? She suggested it might be best for you to get a divorce. That cannot happen. What would the Jiang family do without the support of the Qi family? Would we not be ridiculed by all our relatives?" Jiang Shi looked calmly at her mother. "Mom, what if I really did divorce Shi Jiang?" "What did you say?" "Repeat that." "I said if I were to divorce Shi Jiang." Before she could finish her sentence, a slap landed on her face, instantly igniting a fiery pain. "Jiang Shi, let me make this clear. You will never escape from this marriage. In life, you belong to the Qi family, and in death, you will be a ghost of the Qi family." Jiang Shi's heart sank heavily as she looked back with a mocking expression. Is it because, after the divorce, there would be no more Shi Jiang to financially support you and your brother? What do you take me for? A mere enabler. Silence. I have raised you, and these are your responsibilities. Marrying Shi Jiang is a blessing you earned in your past life. What if I insist on divorcing? Jiang Shi set her jaw, straightened her back, and defiantly gazed at her mother. If you insist on divorce, I will strangle you, or perhaps I shall simply die before your eyes. Mrs. Jiang, agitated, seized her hand. How can you be so ungrateful? What have you lacked in marrying into a wealthy family? You are oblivious to the fortune you possess. I wish I had ended your life the moment you were born. Jiang Shi felt her heart extinguished. Never had she felt so despondent and disillusioned. It became painfully clear that in her mother's eyes, her worth was solely defined by her marriage to a wealthy man. The lingering scent of the sachet had already unsettled her, and her mother's sharp rebuke made her feel unsteady. As she nearly collapsed, she fell into a broad embrace. Shi Jiang furrowed his brow, shielding her within his arms as he glared at his agitated mother-in-law. Did you not notice her pallor? Is she not unwell? Cough, cough. It's my son-in-law. Don't misunderstand. We were merely having a light argument. Mrs. Jiang managed to suppress her anger upon seeing Shi Jiang, forcing a smile. Have you come to take Shi Shi home? I shall not intrude. Next time, let us have a meal together. Jiang Zia has always admired you, saying he wants to start a business like you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi Shi closed her eyes with difficulty, wishing to utter not a single word more. Was the previous lesson not sufficient? Shi Jiang's tone turned cold. Jiang Zia is not suited for entrepreneurship. He should refrain from creating trouble for his sister. How can you say that? Jiang Zia wishes to make an effort. If he succeeds in the future, it would bring honor to his sister, Mrs. Jiang retorted. Jiang Shi Shi could not help but interject. I do not need him to bring me glory. Shi Shi, how can you speak like that? He is your brother. Don't you wish him well? Next time, I will not assist. I'm not your ATM. With that, Jiang Shi Shi turned away, her steps unsteady and awkward. Shi Jiang frowned, directing his gaze at his mother-in-law. Did you strike her? He had clearly seen the imprint of fingers on Jiang Shi Shi's face. Chapter 51. Are you so pleased with my divorce? Mrs. Jiang's expression faltered slightly. It was her insubordination. She was uncertain if Shi Jiang was aware of the incident at the bar and dared not speak of it. Shi Jiang's voice turned stern. She is my woman. None of the Jiang family has the right to lay a finger on her. Understood? Even though he had always harbored disdain for Jiang Shi Shi, he had never laid a hand on her. What right did the parasitic Jiang family have to strike her? Ms. Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. She dared not utter a word, fearful of offending the deity of wealth. Yet, beneath her facade of compliance, she felt a twinge of contempt. What if her daughter faced violence? To her surprise, Shi Jiang seemed to genuinely care for her daughter, indicating their relationship was quite favorable. As long as Shi Jiang held affection for her daughter, no matter how dissatisfied Ms. Song might be, she could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Jiang Shi Shi was the golden goose of the Jiang family, destined to remain so throughout her life. Upon exiting the cafe, Shi Jiang discovered that Jiang Shi Shi had vanished without a trace. A flicker of concern crossed his handsome features. Where had that foolish woman run off to? Meanwhile, Jiang Shi Shi wandered aimlessly down the street, uncertain of her destination, feeling as though she had nowhere to return to. She found herself in a park, sitting on the steps, lost in thought. Her gaze fell upon a vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes, and she swallowed hard. As she reached for her phone to order a potato, she realized it was dead and had shut off. With no cash on hand, she could only stare longingly at the sweet potatoes. Truly, misfortune had a way of compounding. She placed a hand on her abdomen and murmured, "Little one, are you hungry?" A grumbling sound emanated from her stomach, as if to express its discontent. Suddenly, a sleek black Bentley pulled up to the curb. Shi Jiang spotted the woman huddled on the steps, resembling an abandoned child, alone and forlorn. He exited the vehicle and approached her, speaking softly, "You can certainly run." In the blink of an eye, she had vanished, and with her phone dead, he had to enlist a friend to review the nearby surveillance footage to trace her movements. Fortunately, she had not taken a vehicle. She was merely walking and had not strayed far. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Shi Shi looked up to see a pair of polished black shoes, and then her gaze met Shi Jiang's handsome yet irksome face. If it weren't for him, would she have been so misconstrued? What was wrong with her enjoying a night out? She was single after all. Shi Jiang spoke. "You needn't look at me with such sorrow. Just get in the car." Her stomach grumbled audibly. Blushing, Jiang Shi Shi rose and asked, "Could you let me 10 yuan?" "Just 10. Jiang Shi Shi, this is not like your usual self," he replied. "If you want to lend it, then forget it." In a fit of frustration, she ran over to Assistant M.O., pleading, "Could you lend me 10 yuan? My phone is dead. I promise to repay you tomorrow." Assistant M.O. hesitated, but eventually nodded. Jiang Shi Shi turned and dashed back to the roasted sweet potato vendor, smiling as she said, "Boss, I'll take 2 roasted sweet potatoes." Assistant M.O. instinctively glanced at the vendor, who indeed looked ashen. Had he made a mistake? After receiving the 2 sweet potatoes, Jiang Shi Shi turned to Assistant M.O. and called out, "Could you please scan the payment code for me?" "Thank you." However, assistant Mo, remained motionless as Shi Jiang approached with a cold demeanor, brandishing his black phone to scan the payment code, exuding an air of extravagance as he settled the bill. Did his wife's expenses necessitate the intervention of another man? Jiang Shi, observing his ostentatious demeanor, rolled her eyes, aware that he had merely paid 10 yuan. Those unaware would assume he had settled $1 million. Once inside the car, she cradled a sweet and tender roasted sweet potato, taking a bite that brought a blissful squint to her eyes. Nothing in this vast world surpassed the joy of a good meal. Shi Jiang, noticing her expression of satisfaction, felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheek. With that thought, he acted upon it. Jiang Shi was startled as her cheek was pinched. "What are you doing? Enjoying a meal on my dime? I borrowed it. I'll transfer it back to you as soon as I charge my phone." Shifting closer to the car door, she created a significant distance between them. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Have you gained weight recently? You even have a double chin now." Her face had not seemed so round before. The cherubic roundness of her face appeared much more endearing than before. Jiang Shi's hand froze momentarily as she desperately regained her composure. "It's just that I've been eating more lately. A happy heart leads to a fuller figure." Shi Jiang glanced at the 2 roasted sweet potatoes in her hand, noting that she had devoured 1.5 within this short span. What did she mean by a happy heart leading to a fuller figure? He felt a twinge of displeasure. "Are you that happy after our divorce? In just 2 months, your face has transformed from an oval to a cherubic shape. To be precise, I am merely channeling my grief into a voracious appetite. After the divorce, I am free once more." Jiang Shi laughed it off, yet his words had extinguished her desire for the remaining half of the sweet potato. Shi Jiang shot her a look of incredulity. After returning home, Jiang Shi stealthily weighed herself in the wardrobe, discovering she had indeed gained 2 pounds. It seemed that after passing the phase of morning sickness, her appetite had surged in recent days. If he noticed a mere 2 pounds, Shi Jiang must possess a keen eye. Chapter 52. A sudden sense of sympathy for Jiang Shi before retiring for the night. Jiang Shi received a WeChat message from her brother, Jiang Zia. "Sister, are you all right now? Mom came to see you today and indeed went a bit overboard. I've explained the bar situation to her. Don't take it to heart. Your mother-in-law isn't easy to deal with either, but on brother-in-law's side, she holds no power. As long as your relationship is strong, nothing else matters. You marry my brother-in-law, not that old woman." Reading his words, Jiang Shi felt a swirl of emotions. Her mother certainly favored sons over daughters. Yet her relationship with her brother was relatively good, which made her feel conflicted. She truly needed to become independent and resilient. Otherwise, how would she support her future children? Turning off the lights, she prepared for bed. Shi Jiang lay down beside her, and Jiang Shi turned to him, saying, "I have something I wish to discuss with you." The man, half closing his eyes, replied, "Speak. Aside from being your secretary, may I continue to design?" Shi Jiang opened his eyes. "When have I ever prevented you from continuing your design work? You may carry on with the tasks in the design department, as long as you can manage. I'm quite capable of it." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes. She was still a novice, and if she could continue honing her skills in the design department, it would undoubtedly aid her in securing an excellent position elsewhere after leaving Junwei. Shi Jiang responded affirmatively, pondering why he had never noticed her simple contentment before. Upon reflection, he realized that over the past 2 years, most of the money she had received from him had been sent back to her family to cover their financial gaps, while she herself had scarcely spent any of it. Most of the clothes in her wardrobe had been provided by her grandmother, and she seemed to possess few noteworthy pieces of jewelry or handbags. This revelation caused Shi Jiang to furrow his brow. How had he not recognized that his wife was living such a frugal existence? The following day, Shi Jiang directly communicated with the design department, facilitating Jiang Shi's return to the design team, despite her official position in the secretary department. Within the company, rumors spread like wildfire. The news of Jiang Shi's transition from the secretary department back to design sparked fervent discussions among colleagues. "Oh my, this is just like the plot of Zhenhuan Zhuan." Indeed, she began as an unnoticed figure in the comprehensive department, only to transform into a prominent member of the design team, face a scandal, and be dismissed. Yet, she made a triumphant return as the president's secretary, and now she was part-time back in design. Wasn't it just like the story of Zhenhuan? Do you think Jiang Shi will successfully ascend the ranks? Lisa's position as Mrs. Qi is indeed precarious. In truth, There was no concrete evidence to confirm that Lisa was indeed Mrs. Chi. Perhaps she was merely another aspirant for elevation. Alone in a restroom stall, Chuyu overheard these conversations and snapped her freshly done nails in frustration. Her expression darkened. Jiang Shi, why must you return? Why must you continually vie with me? If this is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chuyu promptly sent a message. Brother, find a time to take action. I can hardly endure this any longer. A couple of days later, a colleague approached. Sure. Have you used that sachet? How effective is it? Jiang Shi smirked slightly. Finally, they had come to inquire. She had wondered how long Chuyu could maintain her composure. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her voice. Actually, I'm not sure if I should say this, but I have a friend who is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. She happened to look at my sachet and mentioned that it contains numerous herbs like saffron, which may hinder pregnancy for women. The colleague's face immediately paled. I've been trying to conceive recently. Jiang Shi's words swiftly circulated throughout the secretary department. By afternoon, several female colleagues requested leave to undergo medical examinations. When the test results emerged the following day, the women in the secretary department were outraged. The sachet provided by Chuyu indeed had implications for fertility. As everyone prepared to confront someone, a colleague timidly spoke up. But have you forgotten Chuyu's identity? She is also Mrs. Chi. Upon this realization, the group fell silent. However, Jiang Shi looked at everyone and said, Who told you she is Mrs. Chi? Is it not merely a series of coincidences? The colleagues exchanged glances, acknowledging that each time it was only Chuyu's ambiguous explanations. They had scarcely seen her alone with Shi Jiang. In fact, Jiang Shi had closer ties with him. Those who thrived in the secretarial department were astute and soon recognized they had been misled by Chuyu. Before long, Chuyu entered the secretarial office. Her eyes red and teary as she lamented, I am truly sorry. This was my oversight. This sachet was originally intended for President Shi, and he has found it effective. I did not realize it should not be used by women. I sincerely apologize for any harm caused, and I will take full responsibility moving forward. With a heart-wrenching demeanor, she bowed deeply, her attitude as humble and pitiful as possible. However, several female colleagues were no longer inclined to be swayed. They had once regarded Chuyu as a kind individual, but now her behavior seemed disingenuous. At this moment, the manager of the secretarial department hurried in, stating, I have also consulted with Assistant M.O. regarding the sachet incident. Indeed, President Shi has used this sachet. Chuyu meant well. She was unaware it was unsuitable for women. She has apologized sincerely, so let us forgive her. Indeed, Miss Chuyu is such a kind person. She would never engage in malicious acts, another man added. Besides, you older women have struggled to conceive. How much impact could a sachet possibly have? Let us not make this difficult for her. This commentary infuriated the female colleagues. They felt victimized. Jiang Shi, with a sardonic smile, retorted, It's easy for you to speak when you're not in pain. If it were your wives trying to conceive today, would you still say the same? If apology sufficed, then what need would there be for police? Indeed, the doctor has said it would be at least 6 months before attempting to conceive. This is excessive. Mistakes cannot simply be absolved with an apology. Does that mean that murder or arson could also be dismissed with a mere apology? Chuyu found herself cornered, her pride bruised. She clenched her teeth, realizing she had underestimated Jiang Shi, who not only knew the purpose of the sachet, but had also turned the tables on her. It seemed Jiang Shi had become wary, and the same tactics could no longer be employed. Jiang Shi observed Chuyu's pitiful, aggrieved expression. Such a display could soften even the hardest of hearts, but this time, she had offended women. With reluctance, Chuyu asked, What do you want then? To report this to the police, allowing them to handle the matter. As soon as Jiang Shi's words escaped her lips, Chuyu's countenance shifted dramatically. Indeed, this little vixen had been waiting for her. Report what? The man's deep voice resonated, restoring silence to the office. With an expression of feigned innocence, Chuyu lamented, It is entirely my fault, President Shi. I misidentified the sachets, causing harm to everyone's health. I observe their efficacy when you use them and wish to share them with everyone. I never anticipated that my good intentions would yield such dire consequences. Had I known earlier that it would affect fertility, I would never have distributed them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi couldn't help but admire Chu by Lian's shrewdness. She knew precisely when to speak and how to present herself, and with her pitiful demeanor. It was no wonder these men were completely captivated. Shi Jiang had just been informed of this incident by his assistant, and he interjected, "Everyone is dismissed today. Ensure the hospital conducts a thorough examination. The company will cover all subsequent treatment costs." Jiang Shi felt a sudden jolt at his words and quietly turned to leave the office. She had no desire to partake in a collective examination. Chu Yu's tears transformed into gratitude. "Thank you, President Shi. I apologize for the trouble I've caused." This would surely clarify to everyone that in Shi Jiang's eyes, she was of utmost importance. Shi Jiang's gaze caught Jiang Shi slipping away, and he averted his eyes, his tone icy. "Lisa, I never anticipated you would commit such a foolish error. Your salary will be docked for 6 months." Chu Yu's expression froze, no matter how reluctant she felt. She dared not argue against him. She had to endure until her brother intervened. Hiding in a nearby emergency exit, Jiang Shi wished to avoid the examination. Once they had all departed, she emerged. Originally, she had intended to escort Chu by Lian to the police station, but Shi Jiang's early appearance had complicated matters, as he had taken on all medical expenses. Indeed, this was true love. Her phone buzzed with a WeChat friend request. The profile picture was blank, yet she recognized it as Shi Jiang's. After resigning, she had deleted all his contact information, including WeChat. Hesitating, she refrained from accepting the request. Soon, a second message arrived, about yesterday's roasted sweet potatoes. "Are you trying to renege?" Fuming, Jiang Shi clicked to accept the friend request. She promptly transferred 101 yuan to him. The extra dime, an act of generosity on her part. Shi Jiang, noticing the additional dime, did not acknowledge the red envelope. Instead, he replied, "Retrieve the topmost document from my office and bring it to the garage within 10 minutes. His tone was exceedingly authoritative. Fuming, Jiang Shi hurried to collect the document and deliver it to the garage. The man rolled down the car window, coldly commanding, "Get in." "Where to?" she inquired. Shi Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Why so concerned about my itinerary?" Jiang Shi closed her mouth, deciding to let it go. She swung open the passenger door, only to find Assistant Mo standing outside, bewildered. He looked uncomfortable and stated, "Miss Jiang, that's my seat. Your place is in the back." Jiang Shi raised her head and remarked, "I'm merely a secretary. It is only natural for me to occupy the front passenger seat." In the end, Assistant Mo reluctantly took a seat in the back, casting a pall over the atmosphere within the vehicle. Jiang Shi glanced at the navigation display, only to discover that their destination was the hospital. With a sense of caution, she inquired, "What is the purpose of going to the hospital?" Shi Jiang, his countenance darkened, was disinclined to engage in conversation with her. Driven by a desire for self-preservation, Assistant Mo explained, "Didn't Tiwi mention that the sachet could have certain effects? Therefore, the boss specifically arranged for a thorough examination at the finest hospital, along with a prescription to help her recuperate." The cat weeping for the mouse's misfortune. "I need not visit the hospital for an examination, as I have not utilized the sachet she gifted me. Which respectable matron would dare consume anything from a mistress? Even after the divorce, I still fear she may have poisoned me. To put it bluntly, this is all a man's fault." Shi Jiang retorted, "Who are you indirectly criticizing?" He had taken the initiative to arrange for her to visit the best hospital and personally escort her for an examination. Did he err in doing so? Assistant Mo hesitantly observed his employer. "So, shall we forego the hospital visit? Do we not hear someone declare that it was unnecessary? Why waste company resources when we could simply continue with today's original itinerary?" Shi Jiang felt a slight sense of relief. It was good that she had not used it. After today's events, he suddenly perceived that Lisa was not as innocent as she appeared. As a person who had inherited the family's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, how could Chu Yu be oblivious to the side effects of the sachet? Unless she was lying. Perhaps, when he had been deceived, Chu Yu was not entirely unaware. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the largest high-end shopping mall in the vicinity. Jiang Shi was taken aback. "What brings you to the mall? Shopping?" Shi Jiang frowned, casting a look at his assistant that conveyed a sense of utter exasperation, as if to say he should simply resign. Assistant Mo was perplexed. This had been today's itinerary. He had assumed the boss intended to take Miss Jiang shopping as a form of compensation. An eerie silence enveloped the car. Jiang Shi, seated in the front, tentatively suggested, "Shall we return? You, a woman, do not wish to peruse them all upon seeing it?" Shi Jiang maintained a stern expression. clearly indicating he was not suggesting she indulge in shopping. Ahem, while an ordinary mall might suffice, this upscale establishment reeked of affluence. I could hardly afford anything here. Such places are suited for successful tycoons like yourself. Upon hearing the term tycoon, Shi Jiang felt a twinge of offense. However, having witnessed his mother-in-law carrying an Hermes Birkin bag and Jiang Zizai cruising around in a luxury sports car, it was perplexing that she, as Mrs. Qi, could not even afford a shop at mall, whose face was being slapped here. Shi Jiang decisively opened the door and stepped out, striding into the mall. Jiang Shi glanced at assistant Mo. What is happening? Did Chu Bailian cause him some trouble, leaving him displeased and seeking retail therapy? Assistant Mo was at a loss as to how to explain the situation. He believed that the boss intended to take Miss Jiang shopping. However, it seemed that Miss Jiang's misunderstanding ran quite deep. Jiang Shi hurried to catch up, remarking, I've come here with my grandmother a few times before. The ambience is quite pleasant, though the prices are rather steep. Shi Jiang stood at the elevator entrance and coldly inquired, What about the card I gave you? Despite his disdain for her, he had never deprived her. Oh, it's still there, resting on the nightstand in my bedroom. I haven't touched it. That card was meant for you to spend. Such frugality. Who are you putting on show for? It dawned on Shi Jiang that he had previously paid little attention to her, even neglecting to monitor the card's expenditures. After all, there was a monthly limit, and he assumed she would not make extravagant purchases. Yet, to his astonishment, she had not spent a single cent. Jiang Shi lowered her gaze, concealing the sorrow in her eyes. After all, everything I need is at home. I don't have much to spend. Initially, Shi Jiang believed she had married him for financial gain, hence her reluctance to touch the money on the card. This infuriated him further. As Mrs. Qi, she was living a life less affluent than her own family's. When the elevator doors opened, Jiang Shi found herself surrounded by women's clothing, and she paused in confusion. Did you perhaps take the wrong floor? For shopping, you should be in the men's department downstairs. Without a backward glance, the man walked away, and a sudden thought struck Jiang Shi. Could he be buying for Chuyu? This notion brought a pang of discomfort to her heart. She had worked so hard to thaw the icy demeanor of Shi Jiang, only to discover that he favored women like Chu Bailian. How ironic. Chapter 55. You have diminished the intelligence of gold diggers. Shi Jiang entered the most renowned women's clothing store, exuding a handsome and affluent aura. The nearby female sales associates nearly swarmed him. Sir, how may we assist you? The man, averse to being encircled by women, frowned and replied tersely, Step back. The sales associate's expressions froze. Jiang Shi observed the unfolding scene with amusement, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, he wasn't shopping for her. Why should she extend warmth to someone who was cold? In the next moment, the man with the dark expression turned his gaze toward her. What are you standing there for? Jiang Shi forced a professional smile. What would you have me do? Selecting clothing, bags, shoes, jewelry. Do you understand? Shi Jiang found her rather foolish. Having brought her to the mall, she merely stood there. Jiang Shi had truly lowered the emotional intelligence of gold-digging women. Fine then. Gritting her teeth, she stomped over, thinking it was merely about choosing items for Chu Bailian. With boldness, she declared, Bring out your most expensive items, do you understand? After all, the foolish spender was not her. Jiang Shi, determined to make a statement, picked out the most garish and eye-watering items she could find. Since Chu Bailian favored white, she would not let her have her way. As Shi Jiang beheld the garments in vibrant crimson, brilliant violet, and fluorescent green, a twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his discontent as he turned to Jiang Shi. Are you certain about these selections? Previously, he had merely perceived her intellect to be lacking, yet now he discerned that her taste was equally questionable. This sense of aesthetics. Are you resolute? If you're dissatisfied, we can opt for someone else. Jiang Shi maintained a stoic expression, embodying a sense of resignation. Shi Jiang's gaze was fraught with complexity, his words hovering on the brink of utterance. As long as you are content. At that moment, Assistant Mo approached. Sir, there's an important call. Observing the man rise, Jiang Shi hastily inquired, Shall we continue selecting? It's entirely up to you. Shi Jiang took the call and stepped outside. After all, he had brought her shopping today, and she was free to indulge as she pleased. Jiang Shi clicked her tongue and glanced back at the sales assistant, who gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Madam, your husband is truly kind to you. He's my ex-husband. The sales assistant's expression momentarily faltered before she forced a response. Even after divorce, he still brings you shopping. That is quite commendable. No, all of this is for the mistress. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Suddenly, a derisive laugh shattered the tension. Huh, Jiang Shi, your role as the original spouse is laughable. Turning around, Jiang Shi was taken aback to find Shi Junyi's cousin, standing there. Previously, Jiang Shi had informed Shi Junyi of Yu's infidelity that had nearly led to disaster, a revelation that had left Yu embittered and resentful toward her. Yu, behaving like a madwoman, was not worth Jiang Shi's attention. Yet, the more one ignored her, the more she assumed they were easy prey. Yu glanced at the pile of shopping bags strewn on the floor, worth no less than $1 million, and exclaimed in mock astonishment. What must my brother think of you to allow you to buy gifts for the mistress? How can you still have the audacity to linger in the Qi household? With such thick skin? Yu's amusement escalated, but her joy was short-lived as a chilling voice cut through the air like ice water. Yu, who bestowed upon you the audacity to mock my wife. Shi Junyi strode in with commanding presence, his gaze sharp enough to instill fear in Yu. He then turned to Jiang Shi, disappointment evident in his expression. Are you wooden? Do you not know how to retort when she mocks you? You were quite sharp-tongued before. Jiang Shi found herself at a loss for words. How could she counter that? The truth was, the clothes were indeed meant for the mistress. Shi Junyi felt an overwhelming urge to knock sense into Jiang Shi, exasperated by her thought process. Did you think this was meant for whom? Jiang Shi. You truly are something. Chapter 56. Did you think this was for whom? Is it for me? Jiang Shi stood, stunned into silence. Cousin, you actually bought her such things? Did she not scheme against you before? Does my affair require your intervention? Shi Junyi shot her a cold glare. No, it's not needed. I shall take my leave. Yu, at a loss for words, sensed the gravity of the situation. Shi Junyi's attitude toward Jiang Shi had shifted, prompting her hasty retreat. Jiang Shi, are you purchasing such glaring items as an act of retaliation? Shi Junyi's gaze radiated an aura of danger. Ahem. Who knows what has possessed you to buy me clothes? To alleviate her embarrassment, Jiang Shi provocatively countered, Shi Junyi, you aren't regretting it and wishing to pursue me, are you? Shi Junyi's eyes darkened, a derisive laugh escaping him. Shi was quite right about one thing. What is that? You truly possess an impressive audacity. With that, Shi Junyi turned and departed, as if concealing something. Jiang Shi, incensed, stamped her foot. Dog of a man, don't walk away. Clarify your words. Who has the audacity? Out of anger, Shi Junyi neglected to pay for the pile of glaring items Jiang Shi had bought. Resigned, she forced a smile and returned the items to their original place. In the following days, Shi Junyi did not seek out Jiang Shi again. The atmosphere in the secretary department was quite gloomy. Yu, who frequently visited, had not been seen for quite some time. Jiang Shi finally felt her life returning to tranquility, free from the constant worry of potential issues with the tea. She received a notification from the hospital indicating that, at 3 months, it was time for a routine checkup for the baby. She took leave that afternoon and went directly to the hospital. During a meeting, when Shi Junyi noticed that the person delivering coffee was not Jiang Shi, he inquired of the secretary department's manager. Where is she? Ahem. Miss Jiang has taken leave to go to the hospital. Didn't she inform you? The man's expression darkened. That woman would rather distance herself from him to flee with another man. After the meeting, Shi Junyi returned to his office. He looked at Assistant Mo. Have you arranged for her to see the best doctor at the hospital? It has already been arranged. Once her examination is complete, inform me of the results. This matter must remain confidential. Understood? After all, for a woman, falling ill is not a matter of good reputation. Her reputation is already sufficiently tarnished. He felt that his tolerance for Jiang Shi was increasingly boundless. After concluding the conversation, he received a call from his grandmother. Grandson, next month marks the 2nd anniversary of your marriage to Shi. How do you plan to celebrate? The man paused for a moment. Grandmother, do you have any suggestions? Why not publicly acknowledge your relationship with Shi? You have been married for 2 years, and you have also done things that have caused her distress. Making your relationship public would serve as a form of compensation for her and keep those little vixens at bay. Shi grandma repeatedly referred to them as little vixens, wishing to hurl the term at Shi Junyi's face. After some contemplation, Shi Junyi replied, All right, let us not disclose this to her for the time being. After all, it was he who had initiated the divorce. Revealing her identity as Mrs. Qi at the anniversary banquet should suffice as compensation for her. After hanging up, Shi Jiang flipped through a nearby jewelry catalog, contemplating for a while, then looked at his assistant. Which type do you think she would prefer? A gift for the lady? Shi Jiang raised his gaze, his tone icy. I believe your capabilities as an assistant require significant improvement. Is it really necessary to ask? The assistant quickly interjected. I believe pink diamonds are quite splendid. Young women universally adore them. As for the last batch of pink diamonds auctioned, I want them all retained for my collection. The assistant gasped. Are you planning to gift these to Madame Jiang? Such a grand gesture. Any woman would be utterly captivated. I owe her that much, Shi Jiang replied, closing the book. Through their time together, he had come to realize that Jiang Shi was not as intolerable as he once thought. In fact, he felt a sense of disquiet in her absence. He continued, all arrangements for the anniversary banquet must be brought to me for review. Assistant Mo silently speculated. Was this a sign of reconciliation? During their wedding years ago, the boss had not exhibited such seriousness. Chapter 57. I am her husband at the hospital. When Jiang Shi went for her examination, she discovered that an appointment had been made for her with a highly esteemed specialist in gynecological disorders. Is there an error in the system? She told the nurse. I did not schedule an appointment with this doctor, nor do I have HPV. It must be a mistake. The nurse, equally perplexed, questioned how such a mix-up could occur. Jiang Shi proceeded to the gynecology department for a routine pregnancy checkup. This time, she heard the heartbeat and saw the faint image of her child for the first time. Though blurry, it filled her with immense happiness. The baby was healthy, and she was advised to continue taking folic acid along with a new prescription for calcium supplements. As Jiang Shi exited the hospital with the ultrasound report, her spirits lifted significantly. Having left the unworthy man behind, she still had her child. Standing at the roadside preparing to cross, a van suddenly sped toward her. In that instant, her heart nearly ceased. Instinctively, she cradled her abdomen as danger approached, when a black SUV veered in, blocking the van's path. The two vehicles collided with a screech. Jiang Shi collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious by fear. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. She quickly checked her abdomen, anxious to know the fate of her child. Miss Jiang, how are you feeling now? A voice called to her, and upon looking up, she was taken aback to see a mature and handsome man. Lin Maching, the president of DK. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Was that SUV yours? Indeed, he replied. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Lin. Gratitude washed over her. Had it not been for Lin Maching intervening, her fate, and her child's, might have been dire. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. Jiang Shi instinctively touched her abdomen, wanting to inquire about the child. But she resolved to wait until Lin Maching departed to speak with the doctor herself. Miss Jiang, please rest well. I have matters to attend to, he said. Taking his leave, I apologize for taking up your time. May good fortune accompany you always. Lin Maching raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't it be a matter of offering oneself? Jiang Shi was taken aback at his words. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Shi Jiang entered with a stern expression. President Lin, you certainly have a knack for humor. Lin Maching chuckled softly, rose without uttering another word, and turned to leave. The hospital room was left with just the two of them. The man noticed the scars on Jiang Shi's arm, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. But his tone remained brusque. You truly have a talent for getting into trouble, taking a sick leave only to be hit by a car. Indeed, it seemed she had not consulted the almanac before stepping out. Jiang Shi lowered her head, feeling dispirited, lacking the energy to engage in banter with him. Huh. Being rescued by a hero, Jiang Shi, you must have calculated this perfectly, haven't you? You dare to covet the wealth of the CEO of DK? Shi Jiang had rushed over upon receiving news of her accident, only to find her flirting with another man in the hospital room. Jiang Shi glanced at him in surprise, then smirked coldly. If you insist on thinking that way, there's nothing I can do about it. After speaking, she turned to lie down, wishing to ignore the man with the dark expression beside her, noting how his mood soured in her presence. Regardless of her actions, he always perceived them as insidious. With a cold snort, Shi Jiang exited the room, realizing he must be insane to have hurried over. He overlooked the cunning nature of this woman. Having failed to ensnare that film emperor, she had simply shifted her target. He began to suspect whether today's accident had been orchestrated by her. How fortuitous it was that Lin Maching had come to her rescue. Just then, a police officer approached, and Shi Jiang halted him. Has the accident investigation concluded? The officer paused. Who are you to Jiang Shi? I am her husband. Chapter 58. Is my wife someone who can be easily harmed? The man's tone was calm, his handsome face serious. Assistant Mo blinked, considering that, rounding up, an ex-husband could be counted as a husband. He gazed intently at the ceiling, realizing that Jiang's cunning had indeed stood the test of time. The position of the wife was firmly established. Oh, the situation is as follows. This van is actually a scrapped vehicle, and the driver's license was revoked due to DUI. Today, the owner of the van secretly took it out to transport goods, and while turning right, he failed to notice the pedestrian signal, nearly colliding with your wife. Shi Jiang's expression hardened, his voice indifferent. This already constitutes attempted murder. Yes, the circumstances are quite severe. He is likely facing 10 years in prison. 10 years? The person he nearly struck is my wife. The man's brows furrowed with anger as he casually addressed the police. We will engage a professional legal team to sue him for attempted murder. I intend for him to spend a lifetime in prison, preventing him from endangering society. The police were momentarily taken aback. While his tone was quite audacious, it was commendable. The perpetrator had a criminal record and had shown no signs of reform. Indeed, he would pose a threat to society if released. After clarifying the details, the police departed. Shi Jiang remained outside, instructing, "Go inquire with the doctor about her examination results today." Assistant Mo made a series of inquiries over the phone, ultimately revealing an expression of astonishment. "Sir, the madam has canceled her appointment." "Why?" "She claims she does not have HPV and went to the medical guidance office to cancel her registration." Shi Jiang furrowed his brow. "Impossible. The nurse explicitly told me that she was infected." Assistant Mo responded candidly. "Then who is lying? Logically speaking, it seems unlikely that the nurse would fabricate a story, as there are no conflicts of interest involved." Shi Jiang narrowed his eyes. "Immediately investigate that nurse." Assistant Mo was not surprised by this outcome. The Chi family is known for its protective nature, and the current attitude of the boss toward his wife suggests, I may harbor doubts, but others must not. It was one thing not to investigate, but upon doing so, they uncovered something unusual. The nurse had already resigned, reportedly to prepare for her wedding. However, upon seeing the nurse's so-called boyfriend, Assistant Mo broke into a cold sweat. Wasn't this Chu Yu's brother, Chu Zifan? Assistant Mo felt the matter had grown rather complicated. He hastily presented his findings to Shi Jiang. "Sir, when the madam fainted last time, Chu Zifan received a reprimand and happened to be staying in this hospital." Shi Jiang's expression turned icy upon seeing this result. He was no fool. He could discern the underlying connections. Chu Zifan had manipulated the nurse, deceiving him and sowing discord between him and Jiang Shi. The temperature in the corridor plummeted, and Shi Jiang regarded his assistant. "What is your perspective on this matter?" "Ah, this is somewhat challenging," the man replied uneasily. "Speak." Shi Jiang's tone was displeased. "Cough. I believe the madam is likely being framed. That rogue, Chu Zifan, was able to use photographs to coerce you into divorcing the madam. Subsequently, in a bid to incite discord between you, he would smear her reputation. Then why didn't she clarify?" Shi Jiang irritably tugged at his tie. The last time at the bar, he had feigned drunkenness to test her, only for that woman to use illness as an excuse to reject him. It was clearly a fabrication, yet she did not elucidate the truth. Were they all treating him as a fool? The assistant cautiously suggested the madam may have been hurt, leading her to give up on herself. Otherwise, why would a woman admit to having such an ailment? Shi Jiang turned and entered the hospital room. The woman was already asleep. She had likely been frightened, her lips lacking color, and her brow slightly furrowed, indicating a troubled slumber. At that moment, the director approached, holding the medical records, his face a picture of panic. He addressed the assistant. "Here are Miss Zhang's medical records. All her examination records are contained within. This incident is a result of our hospital's mismanagement. I implore you, Mr. Chi, do not hold it against us." They could not afford to offend Shi Jiang. Assistant Mo exited the ward and lowered his voice. "Sir, the hospital has brought the madam's medical records. Would you like to review them?" "No need. I already know. She is not ill. The examination was merely a performance for my benefit." At this juncture, reviewing the medical records held no significance. Assistant Mo discreetly exited the hospital room, glancing at the director. "The gentlemen are already aware. Please ensure the medical records remain confidential." "Very well. Congratulations to Mr. Chi." The director had hesitated earlier about whether to mention the pregnancy, but since Shi Jiang was already informed, it was unnecessary to discuss it further. Assistant Mo nodded. recognizing that congratulations were indeed in order. After all, this couple, who had been embroiled in conflict, would likely reconcile soon. However, he suddenly felt that Miss Lisa was not as uncomplicated as she appeared. Wasn't the greatest beneficiary of all of Chu Zifeng's actions none other than Chu Yu? Indeed, women are formidable beings. Turning back for a moment, Assistant Mo noticed the usually aloof gentleman had stealthily moved closer to his wife. Was he attempting to steal a kiss? Chapter 59, Jiang Shi, we are even now. Qi Jun stood by the bedside, bending down to tuck the blanket around her. He lowered his gaze to find her furrowing her brow, and he gently smoothed her forehead, whispering, Jiang Shi, we are even now. I was set up, which led me to propose the divorce. You purposely withheld information about your illness and employed various tactics. We are square now. The two were in close proximity, his gaze lingering on her soft pink lips, his throat tightening with emotion. In truth, she was not as detestable as he had thought. The next moment, Qi Jun turned his head and caught sight of Assistant Mo outside the door. Their eyes met, creating an awkward tension. The man composed himself and rose, exiting the room. He glanced at Assistant Mo and scoffed. What do you think I am about to do? Assistant Mo rubbed his nose, remaining silent. Boss, your actions are akin to a clumsy attempt at concealment. However, a man should not expose another man. As Qi Jun entered the elevator, a thought struck him. Investigate the driver's background. See if there is any connection to Chu Zifeng. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. If a link existed, he would not let Chu Zifeng escape unscathed this time. Jiang Shi awoke from her slumber to find it was already evening. She discreetly inquired with the doctor about the child's condition. Upon learning that the child was in good health, she finally exhaled in relief and proceeded to complete her discharge paperwork. She had merely sustained a minor abrasion on her arm, which did not necessitate hospitalization. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she sensed that the hospital staff treated her with exceptional kindness, even displaying a hint of respect. Startled, yet relieved, she returned to the marital villa, where Lu Ma noticed her injury and thoughtfully prepared a nourishing pig's trotter soup for her. Jiang Shi consumed several bowls before retreating to her bedroom to rest. She slept soundly through the night, undisturbed, until the following morning. Upon awakening, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome man changing his clothes. She couldn't help but remark to herself that Qi Jun possessed a rather impressive physique. Have you seen enough? The man, leisurely fastening his belt and slipping into a white shirt with fluid movements, seemed to be wary of her gaze lingering too long. He adjusted his tie with a nonchalant demeanor, dressed in a deep blue suit, yet maintaining an air of casual indifference. As he turned to the side, squinting slightly, he remarked, You have 15 minutes left. Tardiness will result in a salary deduction. His tone exuded the essence of a ruthless capitalist. Jiang Shi sprang up to change her clothes, brushing her teeth, and barely finishing her breakfast. She took the breakfast box handed to her by Lu Ma, bending down to settle into the car. The man wore a look of impatience, his thin lips parting to command drive. Jiang Shi chose not to engage in a petty argument with the man, instead contemplating how to devour the soup dumplings within the box once they reached the office. Upon arriving at the entrance of Junyue Group, the two entered the elevator. Qi Jun spoke up, Join me for a meeting this afternoon, and please do not keep me waiting this time. Rest assured, Mr. Qi, I have been free from constipation lately, she retorted. The man frowned, as a woman. Could you not exhibit a bit more elegance? Jiang Shi was taken aback, thinking, wasn't it you who initiated this? The last time she was trapped in the restroom for half an hour was due to the women outside engrossed in gossip. As the person involved, she could not interrupt. Feeling aggrieved, she returned to the office and, unable to contain her frustration, posted on her moments. Men are like dogs. To further express her discontent, she added a meme of a person beating a husky. Meanwhile, as Qi Jun settled into his office chair, his assistant approached. Sir, here is the information on the van driver. We have yet to uncover any connection with Chu Zifeng. However, a week ago, the individual received $200,000 in their personal bank account, with the remittance originating from overseas. Upon seeing this revelation, the man smirked, clearly indicating a contract killing. Qi Jun set down the documents. Have Chu Yu come to see me. Chapter 60. The dogman's affairs are no concern of hers within the Group's secretarial department. Jiang Shi was browsing Taobao, selecting items for her child. She came across numerous adorable children's clothing pieces, each appealing to her taste. Just then, A woman dressed in a delicate white dress entered the office, exuding an air of vulnerability. Chu Yu, holding the latest cosmetics, addressed everyone. I sincerely apologize for the harm my previous mistake caused. I realize that no gesture can amend my error, so I have purchased the latest skincare products for you all, hoping to bring you some comfort. Chu Yu's demeanor was as sincere as it could be. She presented cosmetics worth over 10,000%, a veritable embodiment of currency. Initially, everyone hesitated to offend Chu Yu due to her rumored connection to the esteemed Mrs. Chi, especially since Chi Jun had been covering their medical expenses, clearly protecting her. The atmosphere in the secretarial department shifted considerably. Jiang Shi paid no attention to the performance of the White Lotus Chu by Lian. She knew Chu Yu was attempting to redeem herself. As anticipated, Chu Yu began to mend her relationships with her female colleagues. Having spent a significant sum this time, over 100,000, since the incident involving the misplaced sachet, Chi Jun had not sought her out for massage therapy or hypnosis in quite some time. She felt compelled to restore her image. Approaching Jiang Shi with the final set of cosmetics, she said, Shi, this is for you. I hope you are no longer upset. This is my gift of apology. The two locked eyes, and Jiang Shi lowered her voice. Aren't you tired of pretending? Shi, what are you saying? Just accept it. This set of cosmetics has no adverse effects on pregnancy. Even expectant mothers can use it. Chu Yu deliberately emphasized the word pregnant, her gaze lingering on Jiang's abdomen, filled with malice. How did she not meet her demise yesterday? What a pity. She truly has a charmed life. Jiang Shi suppressed her discomfort and smiled as she accepted the gift. Thank you for this token of apology. Please be more careful in the future. After all, committing heinous acts cannot simply be erased with an apology. There will be retribution. Chu Yu's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly restored her facade of innocence, her heart seething with venom. Jiang Shi, this time you may have one, but do not revel in it. Just then, the manager of the secretary department entered. Miss Lisa, Assistant M.O. is looking for you. He requests your presence in the president's office. The office fell silent. Assistant M.O. stood at the door, wishing he could drag the manager out and give him a good thrashing. I told you to discreetly summon her. Is this your version of discreet? His face flushed with embarrassment, knowing he was likely to be misunderstood by the lady. All right, I will go at once. Chu Yu's expression gleamed with triumph as she tossed her long black hair and cast a glance at Jiang Shi. See? The victor is always me. The staff in the secretary department exchanged glances, forming new opinions regarding Chu Yu's status beside the president, although they could not ascertain whether she was the mysterious president's wife. Her position near him was certainly noteworthy. The gossiping colleagues instinctively glanced at Jiang Shi, eager to observe her reaction. Jiang Shi did not lift her head. What did a man like him have to do with her? Yet, a hint of melancholy settled in her heart. Indeed, those favored often become overconfident. Chu Bailian stirred up such trouble, and he was there to handle it for her. No matter what she did, he perceived it as cunning and ulterior motives. After 2 years of caring for the household, she seemed worthless in his eyes. It appeared that the one who fell in love first was the true loser. A trace of derision flickered in her eyes as she caressed her abdomen. It's all right. Mommy can raise you on her own. In the president's office, Chu Yu entered with a cheerful demeanor, displaying an innocent smile. Mr. Chi, what can I do for you? The man sat at his desk, his gaze darker than usual. Upon seeing Chi Junyi's cold expression, her heart skipped a beat. Was yesterday's incident exposed? That shouldn't be possible. From contacts to finances, she and her brother had never revealed themselves, employing intermediaries to operate discreetly. After the incident with her brother's photographs, she had become exceedingly cautious. Lisa, I have suddenly realized that I have never truly seen through you. Chi Jun regarded the pitiful woman before him, her almond eyes forever kind and innocent. Had it not been for Jiang Shi's recent actions, perhaps he would have never uncovered this truth. He suddenly realized that Chu Yu possessed a cunning intellect and that her stratagems were not to be underestimated. Junyi, what do you mean by that? Have I done something to mislead you? I can explain. Beneath her facade of innocence, Chu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. What do you wish to clarify? Chi Junyi tossed a brown paper bag in her direction, his gaze sharp. 3 months ago at the hotel, it was your brother who drugged me. He also provided my grandmother with the photograph of Jiang Shi from the Junlin Tian Xiao bar, as well as information about my mother. Additionally, he orchestrated the recent car accident and hired someone to kill. Chu Yu, how do you intend to explain this? Upon hearing these accusations, Chu Yu's heart sank heavily. How could he possibly know so much? Where had she slipped up? In a flurry, she opened the paper bag, and upon seeing the evidence inside, she hastily responded, "I'm sorry. I have privately tried to dissuade my brother from committing these heinous acts. I never imagined he would become increasingly audacious." Shi Jiang observed the woman, tears streaming down her face, yet his heart remained unmoved. Had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly believed in Chu Yu's innocence, attributing all blame to her brother, who sought to manipulate their relationship for his own gain. However, now, he felt a sense of disingenuousness. Chapter 61. My brother is innocent. Chu Zifeng had now gone missing. He was nothing more than a petty criminal, incapable of contacting foreign black market banks for remittances. Yet Chu Yu had studied abroad and was capable of such feats. Nevertheless, there was no direct evidence. The sudden disappearance was a sign of guilt, was it not? Junyi, if you were to place blame, then let it fall upon me. It is my foolish infatuation with you that led my brother to harbor such despicable thoughts, attempting to provoke discord between you and your wife to create an opportunity for me. It is all my fault. I shall go and apologize to Shi Shi immediately. Wiping away her tears, Chu Yu stood to leave the office. Shi Junyi inquired, "Are you truly unaware of everything? If I had known, I would have certainly intervened with my brother. Having stayed by your side for so many years, I had numerous opportunities to act. Why would I wait until now? Junyi, I understand that I am unworthy of you, and thus, I only wish to remain by your side. For me, that is sufficient. I know that with your temperament, had I truly committed these acts, you would have cast me aside. I cannot bear such consequences, do you understand?" With a defiant gaze, Chu Yu, enhanced by her carefully crafted, delicate appearance, resembled a woman yearning for love yet unable to attain it. Even Assistant Mo was moved. "Ki Yun Yi Faunil. Then how do you explain the incident at the hospital? You explicitly told me that Jiang Shi had contracted an illness, yet she clearly has not. Your brother colluded with a nurse to mislead me. Can you genuinely claim ignorance? Is that true? Shi has not fallen ill. That is wonderful news. It seems my brother has deceived me once more, deliberately sharing such news to mislead you into believing that Shi lives without restraint, thus fostering disdain towards her. To me, this is rather fortuitous." Chu Yu, in a blend of laughter and tears, declared, "I always knew Shi was not that kind of person." Yet deep down, she felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Shi Junyi was aware of Jiang Shi's pregnancy? However, she could not inquire at this moment. Otherwise, with Shi Junyi's vigilance, he would surely sense something amiss. Misunderstandings could be clarified with time, but the revelation of Jiang Shi's pregnancy must remain concealed from Shi Junyi. Shi Junyi tapped on the table. "You saved me in the past, which is why I've been so forgiving over the years. However, this time, your brother has crossed my boundaries. I warned him last time to cease harming my family. This time, he shall face the consequences. Junyi, this is all my fault. If you must blame someone, let it be me," she pleaded. The man lowered his gaze, his tone icy. "So you intend to take the blame for him?" Chu Yu's expression momentarily faltered, her voice stiffening as she shifted the topic. "Could you spare my brother's life?" "Huh, spare his life? If not for someone rescuing Jiang Shi, she would likely be lying in a hospital bed, her fate uncertain. I despise being manipulated, and I shall repay this debt tenfold." Shi Junyi's countenance grew cold and foreboding as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Yu. "I hope you are truly uninvolved in these matters." Chu Yu felt as if she were plunging into an icy abyss, trembling as she responded, "My brother is innocent, unless you wish to bear the consequences for him. Do not speak, understood?" Taking a deep breath, she stumbled out of the office, dialing her brother's number, only to find it switched off. She hoped her brother could escape. In the restroom, she wiped away her tears. Her eyes no longer reflected vulnerability, but rather a fervent resolve. "Jiang Shi, did you say something to Shi Junyi? Surely, you must have. Otherwise, how could you be so cautious and yet be discovered? Huh, I truly underestimated you." In the president's office, Shi Junyi addressed Assistant Mo. "Have someone keep a watch on Chu Yu. Every movement of hers must be documented. I suspect this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Is Chu Yu genuinely unaware? If Chu Zifeng feels cornered, he might resort to extreme measures. After all, he is already engaged in contract killing. What else would he not do?" Contemplating this, he frowned. Also arranged for 2 bodyguards to discreetly protect Jiang Shi Shi, lest she encounters any misfortune and I end up a widower. Assistant Mo remarked, but didn't you both get divorced? Though he refrained from voicing this, fearing retribution. Chi Jun retrieved his phone, noticing a notification for an update on Moments, revealing Jiang Shi Shi's avatar. She had updated her status? Initially indifferent. He inexplicably clicked on it, finding a post from an hour ago. Men are like dogs, accompanied by an emoticon depicting a dog being struck. He narrowed his eyes, sensing that she was perhaps using the term dog in a derogatory manner directed at him. Chi Jun disabled his Moments, lifting his gaze to his assistant. Do not disclose the truth behind the van accident to her. Amend the investigation results. Given that Jiang Shi Shi was not particularly sharp-witted, a fright might prove detrimental. Assistant Mo felt that the boss was being quite considerate towards his wife, demonstrating a thoughtful kindness. Regrettably, he mused that had this been before the divorce, his wife would likely have been deeply touched. However, in the current context, he doubted she would feel the same way. The following day, Jiang Shi Shi received a call from the police regarding the van accident. The investigation revealed that the perpetrator, a repeat offender, had unlawfully transported cargo on the road. The individual had been apprehended and would likely face decades of imprisonment. Jiang Shi Shi gently caressed her abdomen, relieved that the child was unharmed. After the call, she received a friend request on WeChat, accompanied by a verification message containing merely 3 characters. Lin Maching. Chapter 62. Dogman, what are you hissing about? Jiang Shi Shi was somewhat taken aback, but did not hesitate to accept the friend request, recalling that Lin Maching had saved her life last time. She sent a greeting, but he did not respond, so she let it be. In the subsequent days, Jiang Shi Shi noticed that Chu Bailian had not been around the office. This was unusual, considering she had recently gifted a substantial sum of cosmetics to boost her favorability. It did not align with Chu Bailian's character not to engage in socializing. Colleagues were also discussing her absence. Why hasn't Lisa shown up? They speculated that she had taken leave due to some family issues. Jiang Shi Shi paid little mind to it. After all, it had nothing to do with her. She focused on finalizing her design sketches and sending them to the design department manager, for her paramount concern was to earn money. With 2 months left in her agreement, she needed to accumulate work experience before securing a good job to support her child and purchase milk formula. With a departure from the dogman, many tasks awaited her. She had no time for melancholy. Upon returning home from work, as Jiang Shi Shi prepared for bed, she sensed something peculiar about Chi Jun, though she could not pinpoint the exact cause. Perhaps it was his distraction due to Chu Bailian's family troubles? Pushing the thought aside, she reminded herself, early to bed, early to rise, and eat well. This is the way. Yet, just as she lay down, she felt a poke on her arm. Irritated, she turned to confront him, asking, "What is the matter?" Their eyes met, and the man raised an eyebrow. "Who upset you? You subtly mock me as a dogman in your moments, and I refrain from reacting." Jiang Shi Shi silently thought, who else could it be but you? Suddenly, a booklet appeared before her, and he softly urged, "Take a look." Jiang Shi Shi accepted it, discovering that the booklet was filled with raw gemstones of commendable quality. This must have been the material the group had acquired recently. No woman can resist the allure of exquisite jewelry. After perusing the collection, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "They're all stunning, especially the emerald jade. If crafted into a bracelet or a pendant, it would surely be breathtaking." The man was momentarily taken aback. "You have a fondness for jade?" "Indeed, it embodies the mysterious and ancient beauty of the East." Then, she inquired about the batch of pink diamonds. A sense of unease stirred within Chi Jun. Didn't all women adore such dazzling and fashionable treasures? What set Jiang Shi Shi apart? Pink diamonds could also be fashioned into a Valentine's Day collection. They are bound to capture attention for a time. "Your taste is commendable, Mr. Chi." With a soft sigh, Jiang Shi Shi lamented, "Will I ever possess emerald jewelry?" Chi Jun felt a pang in his chest. Did he err in his purchases? Wasn't it Mr. Mo who suggested that women favor romantic pink treasures? With a grim expression, he abruptly switched off the light. Time for sleep. Late nights age one prematurely. This capricious man, who had urged her to make her selection, was now dismissing her choice? In the past, she would have meticulously considered his preferences, but now, she resolved to choose what she truly desired, regardless of his tastes. Jiang Shi Shi directed a silent punch at his back, though she lacked the courage to follow through, knowing the consequences could be dire. The next day, Shi Jiang arrived at the office with an equally stern demeanor. He addressed Mr. M.O. There will be no bonuses this month. Mr. M.O. appeared bewildered. May I ask why? Certainly, there will be no bonuses next month either. It felt somewhat unjust. Yet one must face the truth, albeit at a steep price. Mr. M.O. straightened his back. I would like to know the reason. Ah, she does not fancy pink diamonds. Replace them all with emerald jade. With tears in his eyes, Mr. M.O. exited the office, posting on social media. From today onward, I shall detest all diamonds, especially pink ones. He accompanied this with a meme, yet another heartbroken soul today. Upon seeing this post, Jiang Shi Shi commented, "What's the matter?" Not long after, she noticed a reply notification, and upon opening it, she found Shi Jiang had responded with a simple, dismissive, "Humph. What's with humph? Speak plainly. You dog a man." Setting her phone down, Jiang Shi Shi received a message from the design department manager. "Shi Shi, the group has partnered with DK for a new series. You must assist us in completing the work. 2 designers from DK will also be joining us. They are quite esteemed, and we can learn much from them." "Understood, manager. I will give it my all." Instantly invigorated, Jiang Shi Shi shared a new post, "Onward and upward toward wealth," accompanied by a meme, "Becoming a shallow yet joyful little rich woman." Soon, her friends began to comment enthusiastically. "Lu Shi, go for it. I want to be supported by a little rich woman." Li Weisheng, "Focus on wealth and don't look back." Jiang Shi Shi smiled as she replied to her friends' comments, only to discover that Lin Maching had unexpectedly commented, "Ambitious. When will you come to DK to develop? I assure you will swiftly become a wealthy woman." She felt a surge of excitement and thought to herself, "I'll have this screenshot as evidence when I come to seek refuge in the future." General Lin must not go back on his word. Her mood brightened instantly, but as she set her phone down, she noticed a certain man had liked her post. In the next moment, he commented, "Come my office." Jiang Shi Shi's hand slipped. Surely this man hadn't added Lin Maching on WeChat. Chapter 63. Is this woman so difficult to coax? Jiang Shi Shi approached with a mix of apprehension. She had even brewed a cup of his favorite latte to bring to the president's office. Assistant M.O. opened the door proactively, and she paused, softly inquiring, "How is his mood today?" The president should be in a decent mood. At least he wouldn't be cold towards his wife. Reassured by this response, Jiang Shi Shi lifted her head and entered. The man was engrossed in his work, his handsome profile serious yet captivating. She forced herself to look away and placed the coffee beside him. "Is there anything you wish to instruct, Mr. Chi? What do you think of the position of chief designer in the design department?" Jiang Shi Shi replied casually, "Sounds good." She looked at the man in front of her, somewhat puzzled by his inquiry, until he handed her a job application form, his tone calm. "Fill it out. I don't quite understand what this means." Jiang Shi Shi saw the word chief designer written on it. Was he suggesting that she take on this role? Isn't this what you desire? If you go to DK, you can only join as a newcomer. Do you realize how much time and effort it takes for newcomers to make their mark? And even then, success is not guaranteed. The man raised his gaze, his expression indifferent. "And I can directly offer you this position. Can Lin Maching do that?" She had even mentioned keeping a screenshot as proof for her future endeavor with Lin Maching. Aside from him, who would provide such generous terms to a newcomer? The office fell into silence. His tone, as always, was calm, yet it bore a condescending hint that stung her heart once more. "I cannot accept this." Jiang Shi Shi returned the application form, lowering her eyes to conceal the fleeting sorrow. She stated, "While this is indeed what I want over the past 2 years, a certain man has taught me one thing. It is best not to rely on others for what you desire, or you will only face disappointment time and again. For instance, my marriage over these 2 years has imparted a harsh lesson." Shi Jiang's eyes flickered with surprise. She forced a smile. "So this time, I wish to rely on my own efforts, regardless of success or failure, or whether I ever rise to prominence. At least I will have tried. Much like a meteor streaking across the night sky, its presence is sufficient. I do not seek eternity." The man regarded the woman before him seriously. The stubbornness in her eyes seemed genuine, her features softened, exuding a gentle charm. Yet she audaciously rejected her own terms. The individuals in the design department fought tooth and nail for this position. Yet when it was presented to her, she turned it down. Deep within, Shi Jiang felt a surge of frustration. Despite his overt advances, she remained unappreciative. How had he not realized before just how difficult she was to placate? A flicker of dismay crossed the man's eyes, quickly replaced by a stern demeanor. You refuse me, yet seek refuge with another man? But Lin Maching, at over 30, has never maintained a female companion for even half a year. Do you truly believe you would be interested in a divorced woman like you? Jiang Shi. Must you remain so naive? The tactics you employed against me will not work on Lin Maching. He will not marry you. Aside from him, who else would desire you? Jiang Shi straightened her back, striving not to show any sign of weakness. His words pierced her heart like daggers. It was all right, for she had endured such pain before and had long since developed immunity. Now, it was merely a tinge of sadness. With reddened eyes, she managed a tearful smile. So, in your heart, this is the woman I am. What else could it be? His tone was harsh, then shifted abruptly. Unless you prove me wrong. Prove to me, Jiang Shi, that you are not that kind of woman. Let us return to the past, as if nothing had transpired. In that moment, Qi Junyi was unaware that his gaze held a glimmer of expectation. Jiang Shi looked back at him earnestly, her eyes calm. There is no need for that. His pupils constricted, and he coldly remarked, So you admit it? Jiang Shi, why do you continue to disappoint me? Yes, I admit it. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Shi turned to leave, not wishing to linger for another moment. The past 2 years felt like a thorn embedded in her heart, forever intertwined with her flesh and blood. Stop, Jiang Shi. Who allowed you to leave? She turned back, her delicate lips curling coldly. I've already admitted it. What more do you desire? My self-respect has been shattered in your hands. Do you wish to trample on it further? Jiang Shi, I shall grant you another opportunity. What opportunity? The chance to remain by my side. His tone exuded the usual air of superiority. Chapter 64. Is this folic acid? Jiang Shi scrutinized him closely. The man leaned against a dark chair, his arm casually draped beside him, exuding an air of arrogance and aloofness. Indeed, this was Qi Junyi. Was she not initially captivated by his cold, distant demeanor, that of a high-caliber elite? He was like a blazing red lotus, drawing her in, heedless of the flames. He claimed he would keep her by his side. Had it been a few months prior, she might have been overwhelmed with joy, feeling that she had finally touched this man as heart. She suppressed the pain in her eyes and feigned nonchalance. This opportunity should be reserved for those in need. With that, she departed swiftly, tears falling silently. Jiang Shi, do not look back, do not turn around. Have you not learned enough from your lessons? Qi Junyi, I confess my affection for you may have been my folly, but henceforth it shall cease. With your departure, the temperature in the office plummeted, and Qi Junyi, gazing at the employment document before him, tore into shreds. Jiang Shi, you are exceptional. Now that an opportunity to ascend alongside DK's Lin Maching presents itself, you harbor ambitions of reaching even greater heights. The assistant trembled beside him, clutching the booklet, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How did negotiations suddenly fall apart? Qi Junyi looked up, his face shrouded in clouds of discontent. What is the matter? Nothing of significance, Assistant Mo replied, wishing he could disappear. Bring it here. His tone was frigid. Resigned, Assistant Mo approached and placed the booklet on the desk. This is the newly selected emerald, though its quality is mediocre. There is an upcoming auction featuring a fine piece of raw stone. At this point, he could not continue, as the boss's expression was darker than soot. He longed to resign for his safety. Just moments ago, the boss had been meticulously scrutinizing the emeralds, critiquing them relentlessly. Now he seemed ready to devour the booklet itself. That evening, as they returned home, neither Jiang Shi nor Qi Junyi exchanged glances or uttered a word. Lu Ma, perceptive as ever, sensed a quarrel had ensued. Just days prior, they had been harmonious. What had sparked this discord? Jiang Shi finished her meal first and retreated to the bedroom, preparing to gather her blanket and sleep on the sofa. She did not wish to share a bed with him. It was too easy to lose control of her heart, and she needed to remind herself that they were divorced, that it was over. Though everything appeared unchanged, it was ultimately different. At that moment, Qi Junyi entered, noticing the blanket in her hands, and frowned. So you are preparing to seek refuge with another man. Have you begun to conduct yourself with decorum? He said coldly, You need not tidy up. I shall sleep in the study. Her hand paused. The next moment, he continued, Who knows what you have been up to with that man? I fear contracting a disease. Jiang Shi gripped the blanket tightly, responding calmly, Oh. Qi Junyi felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton. Frustrated, he exited the bedroom. Silence enveloped the room once more, and Jiang Shi lay on the bed, covering her head and closing her eyes, striving to dismiss her thoughts. It was futile. The atmosphere in the villa had descended to a freezing point, with the servants treading carefully, wary of provoking the two. For several consecutive days, the villa remained under immense pressure. Nevertheless, Shi Jiang still erupted in anger one morning. "Can you not find a piece of clothing? You should donate your eyes to those in need." The young maid, drenched in humiliation, received no sympathy from anyone. Jiang Shi, unable to bear it, found another garment and brought it to the study. That infuriating man was once again unleashing his fury. The young maid was her own protégé. How could she have erred? He was merely being deliberately difficult. Jiang Shi entered the study, where the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. She gestured for the young girl to step outside. The man sat on the small sofa, his profile adorned with a hint of youthful stubble, clad in a wrinkled white shirt and suit pants, reminiscent of a weary office worker who had pulled an all-nighter. Yet, despite this disheveled appearance, he remained strikingly handsome. Neither of them spoke. Jiang Shi placed the clothes she had brought on the nearby rack, only to be met with the man's icy voice from behind. "Did you think that your presence would spare you from reprimand? Jiang Shi Shi retorted arrogantement. Were you so proud of?" She turned to face him. "If you were so displeased, I could suggest you don the emperor's new clothes. You would surely make the headlines." "I dare to wear them. Do you dare to look?" The man leaned back on the sofa, a faint smirk gracing his lips, the stubble on his face adding a rugged charm. "I will call the police," he declared. With that, Jiang Shi left the study without a backward glance, slamming the door behind her. She paid little mind to the man's tantrum and promptly changed her clothes before heading downstairs for breakfast. In the grand scheme of things, the needs of a pregnant woman take precedence. Just as she settled down, the previously tearful young girl approached her, somewhat shyly expressing, "Thank you for earlier." Initially, the girl had harbored romantic notions about her handsome boss, but after being scolded countless times for her perceived foolishness, those dreams had withered away. Now, she simply wished to work diligently and avoid further reprimand. "Don't mention it. After all, he's just like that," Jiang Shi replied, nearly letting slip a more colorful term, but quickly corrected herself. When she had finished her meal, the brooding man finally made his entrance, wearing an expression as though the world owed him a debt. As he took his seat, she set down her chopsticks, preparing to leave. The man glanced at her empty plate and remarked with a cold smirk, "I have never seen a woman consume so much. Be careful, or no man will want you." Jiang Shi gritted her teeth and shot back. A man with such a poisonous tongue is bound to remain single as well. She anticipated a retort, but to her surprise, Shi Jiang remained silent, quietly eating his meal. Gathering her canvas bag, Jiang Shi departed, unwilling to share a ride to work with him, finding the shared space too suffocating. Once she was gone, Shi Jiang set down his chopsticks, feeling no appetite. Her presence had vexed him. As he prepared to leave, he noticed a medicine bottle beneath Jiang Shi's chair. He picked it up and read the label, folic acid. Shi Jiang held the bottle, his expression shifting between uncertainty and realization. He was aware that folic acid was typically associated with pregnancy. Could it be that Jiang Shi was expecting? Chapter 65. Have you begun preparing for pregnancy? Holding the bottle of folic acid, Shi Jiang's demeanor fluctuated as he grappled with the revelation. It felt as though an invisible green cap rested atop his head, one he could not remove. "So, Jiang Shi, you are with child. To ascertain the identity of the father of the child within you, I would undoubtedly take the life of the one who dares to touch my wife." The man's profile grew icy, his features etched with a sinister intensity. At that moment, Lu Ma entered. "Young master, what are you doing standing here? What do you have in your hand? Are you unwell?" Shi Jiang initially intended to conceal the bottle from Lu Ma's gaze, not wishing for her to see the inscription upon it. However, Lu Ma, with her keen eyes, recognized the bottle's design and discerned a faint character that resembled Yi. "What medication bears the character Yi?" Lu Ma's eyes brightened. "Young master, could it be folic acid? Have you begun preparations for pregnancy?" Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry. He pondered seriously. Is it necessary to take this for preparations as well as during pregnancy? The man's thoughts shifted. Perhaps Jiang Shi was awaiting their remarriage before embarking on the journey of parenthood? What a duplicitous woman she is. With this thought, Shi Jiang's previously frigid expression softened slightly. Maintaining an outward calmness, he handed the bottle over, It belongs to her. I must be on my way to work. How careless of the young mistress to misplace even her folic acid. She had hardly consumed any and would need to procure more. Lu Ma, holding the bottle of folic acid, chattered cheerfully. If the old lady were to find out, she would surely be delighted. Shi Jiang donned his suit jacket and turned his head slightly. For now, let us keep this a secret. She is rather sensitive. Since she wishes to conceal it, let her do so. Understood, understood. This is your little secret as a couple. It will certainly be a grand surprise for the old lady. Liu Ma winked, assuring him she would keep her lips sealed. Upon arriving at the corporate office, Shi Jiang sat down, spinning his chair with ease, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the desk. Assistant Mo observed quietly, noting that, remarkably, the boss seemed to be in a splendid mood today. Just yesterday, he had been tempestuous. Yet today, it was as if the clouds had parted. Is Madame truly that adept at soothing him? Assistant Mo couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Jiang Shi. The man lifted his gaze. When does the upcoming auction commence? Assistant Mo was momentarily puzzled, recalling that just days ago, the gentleman had personally torn the brochure apart and discarded it. Why the sudden change of heart? The auction is scheduled for tomorrow evening. But you have a charity business dinner that night, he replied without hesitation. Assistant Mo cautiously ventured. This dinner is hosted by Miss Lisa. Will you truly not attend? Shi Jiang narrowed his eyes, arms crossed over his chest. Did my words not convey the message? Why must you ask again? Assistant Mo nodded vigorously. Understood. So, it means that Miss Lisa is of no significance. In the secretary's department, Jiang Shi was in a flurry, rummaging through her canvas bag, unable to locate her folic acid. How could it be lost again? She felt a pang of anxiety. If it were merely misplaced in a taxi, that would be acceptable. But if it were to fall into the hands of the servants, or worse, be discovered by Shi Jiang, wouldn't that spell disaster? Jiang Shi's eyelids twitched incessantly. Could she truly be so unfortunate? The mere thought of being discovered at home filled her with dread. Now living with Shi Jiang and under the watchful eye of Lu Ma, she was perpetually at risk of revealing her secret. The documents she was currently scrutinizing were entrusted to her dear friend, Li Yuansheng, for safekeeping. All she could do was hope for the best. In the afternoon, Jiang Shi attended a meeting in the design department. With an impending collaboration with DK on the horizon, this presented a rare opportunity for the team. However, midway through the meeting, a commotion erupted outside. Shi, do you know who is in trouble out there? A colleague's conspiratorial expression prompted her to speculate. Is it Chuyu? Indeed, it is her. Previously, all jewelry design projects were allocated to our department, yet manager Bao inexplicably assigned this significant contract to Chuyu. Despite being from the architectural design department, had been temporarily transferred to our team. Exactly. Chuyu even feigned humility by apologizing in our office, putting on quite the show. Now, however, it seems the affluent client is dissatisfied with the design and has accused her of cutting corners. The client, relentless in her grievances, has brought her bodyguards to confront Chuyu, demanding accountability. A collective sense of anticipation washed over the group. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. So her recent leave wasn't due to family matters, but rather an attempt to evade the wealthy client? Indeed, but one cannot outrun fate, someone chimed in. Let us go see the spectacle. With little inclination to continue the meeting, they all hurried outside to witness the unfolding drama. Where Chuyu found herself cornered by the very client she had disappointed. With tearful eyes and a visage reminiscent of a wilting flower, Chuyu lamented. I will take responsibility for this matter. The corporation has its protocols. Mrs. Lin, your insistence is rather excessive, don't you think? Excessive? You are the one who ruined my jade, ignoring my calls and avoiding me. Who's truly being unreasonable here? Chuyu's demeanor was markedly uneasy. She had never anticipated that issues would arise during the jade processing stage, believing that substituting materials would go unnoticed. She was taken aback when the middle-aged woman saw through her ruse. What is going on? Shi Jiang emerged from the elevator, his gaze icy. Is everyone so idle that they have time for this? His eyes landed on Jiang Shi, momentarily pausing. Chapter 66. Shi Jiang, the lecherous pig receiving his gaze. Jiang Shi turned on her heel, avoiding eye contact. The man clicked his tongue, evidently irked. Everyone from the jewelry design department, stay. Shi Jiang's deep voice resonated, causing Jiang Shi to falter momentarily, glancing back. What did he mean? Was he suggesting that their department should bear the brunt of Chu Bailian's troubles? Was he truly such a romantic fool? A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Shishi's brow as she focused on the polished floor, unwilling to involve herself in the unfolding chaos. Shi Jiang gazed at the noblewoman, Mrs. Lin, and stated, "The group will provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter." She retorted, "Huh? I have waited several days while you have been evading responsibility. How am I to trust you?" Shi Jiang cast a cold glance at Manager Bao before continuing. "We will compensate you for the damaged jade. Do you think I lack funds? That jade was of great significance to me. It cannot merely be bought with money. What do you propose? I require you to restore the damaged jade to its original design specifications, or I shall expose the unsavory history of your Junwei group within the industry." The noblewoman was aggressive, yet Shi Jiang remained composed, nodding, "Very well, grant us 1 month. No, my sister's birthday is next week. I need in 1 week. It is your delay that has caused this. Had I known, I would have sought out DK. What a stroke of misfortune." The noblewoman spoke with no restraint, and Shi Jiang replied in a gentle tone, "Understood. I expect you to keep your word, Shi Jiang. I will return in a week to collect my items." Seeing Shi Jiang's amiable demeanor, the noblewoman chose not to prolong the confrontation and stormed away. Those left behind exchanged glances, recognizing the predicament they faced. Chu Yu, filled with gratitude, smiled through her tears. "Thank you, Mr. Qi, for coming to my aid." The man's gaze was icy. "I am merely resolving a company issue." Chu Yu's expression darkened momentarily before she regained her composure. "I acknowledge that I have caused you trouble this time, but I was not shirking responsibility. There were genuine family matters to attend to, as you know." She hinted at her brother's situation, asserting that her avoidance was unintentional. "I informed you on your very first day that I prefer to keep work and personal life separate. Chu Yu, this predicament is of your making. How do you intend to address it?" Shi Jiang offered no leniency. Jiang Shishi felt a sense of vindication, witnessing Chu Balian's discomfort, relishing her realization of a man's fickleness. The next moment, she observed Chu Balian approaching the design department staff and bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Previously, my excessive confidence led to this incident. I now recognize my inadequacies, and I kindly request your assistance in navigating this corporate challenge, so that Mr. Qi may witness the professionalism of our design department." This declaration incensed Jiang Shishi, who thought, "Look at her eloquence. This mess, clearly caused by Chu Yu, is now being handed over to the design department under the guise of unity in overcoming difficulties to impress Mr. Qi with our professionalism. If the design department fails to manage it, will they be deemed unprofessional? Goodness, has Chu Balian turned into a venomous flower?" The design department staff exchanged glances, none willing to speak. Who would desire to take on such a task? The atmosphere grew tense, and Shi Jiang turned to them. "What is this? Is there not a single capable person in the design department? What do you think I am paying you for?" The matter concerning Chu Yu involved a unique jade material. Yet none from the design department chose to intervene, feigning ignorance as the situation escalated. Jiang Shishi, unable to contain her frustration, spoke directly. "Mr. Qi, after all, this predicament was not of our making. Unlike certain individuals, we lack a powerful backing, waiting for the storm to pass only to emerge unscathed." Chu Yu bent slightly, a fleeting smirk flickering in her eyes. She intended to shift the blame onto the design department. What could Jiang Shishi do about it? Shi Jiang frowned, observing her fair and rounded visage, and replied earnestly, "No one possesses a powerful backing. There are no exceptions to this rule, I assure you." The words of a man, often mere fabrications. Jiang Shishi nearly rolled her eyes, but restrained herself. Nevertheless, the mockery in her gaze did not escape Shi Jiang, who spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Since you are so indignant, it seems you possess the capability. Otherwise, you would not be so confident." Jiang Shishi thought, "What does he intend? For me to clean up the mess for that White Lotus? On what grounds?" Just as she was about to refuse, Shi Jiang interjected, "It is decided, Jiang Shishi. You will act as the interim director of the design department. Within a week, devise a solution to this issue." A torrent of expletives surged through her mind. Chu Yu then straightened, approaching her with feigned gratitude, saying, "Shishi, thank you for your help. As a favored member of the design department, I am certain you have the ability to resolve this matter. I trust you. Go for it." Jiang Shishi's face darkened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. "Get lost, White Lotus. Spare me your encouragement." Chapter 67. Do you think I am humiliating you? As the commotion subsided, Jiang Shi was thrust into the unfortunate role of interim director, inheriting this proverbial hot potato. She felt indignant and stormed into the president's office. Forcefully pushing the door open, Shi Jiang, you did this on purpose, didn't you? After a few days of heated arguments and a Cold War, it seemed he deliberately left the mess for her to handle. Who in the design department would willingly tackle this issue? However, aside from Shi Jiang, there were others present in the office. All eyes turned toward her, and Jiang Shi awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry for the interruption. Blushing, she shut the door behind her, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Not long after, the door reopened, as she lowered her head, pretending to be invisible, silently chanting that no one could see her. The other executives emerged one by one, discreetly casting a glance at Jiang Shi. Had she dared to look up, she would have seen admiration in their eyes. What a remarkable individual, boldly barging into the president's office and addressing the boss by name. Truly, the rumored woman of the president is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Shi felt increasingly uncomfortable and was on the verge of slipping away when Assistant Mo appeared before her. Madam, please. She was so embarrassed that she momentarily overlooked the title of Madam. Jiang Shi strode in with an air of determination, her gaze resolute as if she were prepared to sever ties with her past. However, the office was devoid of anyone, save for Shi Jiang, who stood tall and poised before the floor-to-ceiling window, his figure exuding an aura of both precision and enigma, his white shirt buttoned to the collar, yet devoid of a tie. As her breath caught momentarily, his dark eyes turned toward her, scrutinizing her with an intensity that left her feeling somewhat vulnerable. In those fleeting seconds, Jiang Shi felt herself faltering, a hint of trepidation creeping in. I came to discuss matters concerning the design department, she began. You are already the acting director. You have the authority. There is no need to consult me. Once again, he adopted that tone of self-assured superiority, as if his decisions were infallible. Jiang Shi raised her chin defiantly. Shi Jiang, why should I inherit Chu Bailian's mess? Is this your way of humiliating me? Should the predecessor be left to flounder? Do you believe I am attempting to belittle you? He replied, raising an eyebrow at her indignation. This is fundamentally a matter for the design department. Chu Yu lacks the requisite skills, and thus it falls to you to resolve it. Professional matters necessitata professionals. A sardonic smile crept onto her face. At that moment, the term professional felt laden with irony. The man turned his gaze toward her, his demeanor calm. The design department is still in its infancy, and there are numerous dissenting voices. Jiang Shi was neither surprised nor oblivious to the fact that a titan of the construction industry like him would venture into the realm of jewelry. Was it sheer confidence that drove him to seek unparalleled success in that domain? Come here, he beckoned, his long fingers curving slightly in invitation. Jiang Shi's heart raced as she took a few steps forward, neglecting his outstretched hand and instead standing beside him. Isn't it beautiful outside? She remarked, gazing at the sunset, which painted the sky in hues of orange and red, reminiscent of a goddess's flowing gown enveloping the earth. It is indeed beautiful, she murmured. On the road below, vehicles and pedestrians alike were striving toward their own aspirations, laboring diligently, yet only a handful would taste success. But you are different, his voice resonated from above her, jolting Jiang Shi back to the moment. They stood in close proximity, he slightly bent, yet maintaining a gentlemanly distance of 2 centimeters, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and restrained. She barely comprehended his next words, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl. Standing here, you possess a broader perspective than most. Thus, you will undoubtedly find yourself on a radiant stage, establishing your own kingdom. Jiang Shi focused on regulating her breath, feeling a stirring within her. His words were undeniably stirring, especially in this context, rendering her incapable of rational thought, as if she were already poised for success under the spotlight. He then shifted the conversation's direction. Thus, this situation presents an excellent opportunity. You must seize it. With that, he stepped back, dispelling the earlier tension. Jiang Shi regained her composure, suddenly realizing that this charismatic leader had played her for a fool. The man adjusted his white shirt, a faint smile gracing his thin lips. Return and prepare thoroughly. Should you encounter any difficulties, I shall exert all my efforts to eliminate every obstacle in your path. March forward boldly, with me at your side. You need not fear anything. Jiang Shi inhaled deeply, pinching herself firmly. She must not succumb to the allure of his gentle words. Wasn't he merely attempting to delegate this mess to her? Very well, she could take it on. If she were to falter, perhaps she could be dismissed without issue, or tarnish Chu Yu's reputation throughout the entire group and the design industry. Suddenly, he cast a clear gaze in her direction. Do not entertain thoughts of surrender. You're a member of the design department. The last time President DK sought you out, it was due to your remarkable performance. Can you imagine how he would perceive you if he knew you were incapable of handling this matter? Jiang Shi felt a wave of frustration. Emotions awaited her here. Chi Huli, you wretched man. Your woman has caused a stir and left it for your ex-wife to clean up. May you rot in hell, you scoundrel. Qi Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you cursing me in your heart? Jiang Shi forced a disingenuous smile. How could I dare to curse you? You dog of a man, what of it? Angrily, she turned on her heel to leave, wishing she could draw a circle and curse him. By the way, it seems you left something at the restaurant today. The words behind her halted her in her tracks, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. Chapter 68. What do you need folic acid for? Jiang Shi swallowed hard. Did he know? She steeled herself and turned back, feigning calmness. Oh, what is it? Panic surged within her, and she wished she could flee at that moment. If only it were possible, she would silence him, though that was out of the question. Why are you so nervous? Are you feeling guilty? Qi Jun observed the flicker in her eyes. After all, she was secretly contemplating pregnancy, and being directly confronted by him must have been mortifying for her. For some time, she had maintained the persona of an independent woman, divorced and resolute in her stance. What do I have to feel guilty about? There is nothing to be guilty of, Jiang Shi insisted, feigning composure, her toes tapping nervously. If her friends were to witness her, they would undoubtedly realize her profound anxiety. However, Qi Jun remained oblivious. He raised an eyebrow. Then why did you purchase folic acid? Don't tell me you're eating it for fun? That was actually for someone else. My best friend is preparing for pregnancy, and I happened to stop by the pharmacy to pick it up for her, but I kept forgetting to give it to her and just left it in my bag. Jiang Shi continued, her words flowing in a single breath. She hoped this explanation would suffice to deceive him. Qi Jun noted the decline in her ability to fabricate lies. Yet, considering her efforts to maintain her facade, he decided to let it slide, not wanting to force her into a corner. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at her. For the next 2 years, I do not intend to have children. If one wishes to prepare for pregnancy, he intends to wait 2 more years, as he has significant matters to address before considering marriage and children. His marriage to Jiang Shi 2 years ago was primarily for the sake of his grandmother's health. He feels it imperative to inform her that now is not the opportune moment for conception, as they are still youthful and have no pressing urgency in the next 2 years. Jiang Shi, her eyelids fluttering in a fluster, softly replied, Oh. What was the purpose of his reassurances? She had long been aware of his reluctance to have children and felt unqualified to bear his offspring. Thus, she resolved to keep the truth about the child from him. Qi Jun observed her despondent silhouette as she departed, raising a hand to massage his temples. After a moment, he turned to Assistant Mo, contemplating, am I being too cruel? Assistant Mo found himself at a loss for words. The man opened his eyes, regaining his composure. Please inform the finance department to prepare a substantial sum. I shall be attending an auction tomorrow night. Assistant Mo nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that the boss was attempting to placate his wife for not having children over the next 2 years, a testament to the advantages of wealth. Jiang Shi spent the afternoon chastising Qi Jun, feeling deceived and threatened by the burden she now bore. Upon returning home after work, she recalled the incident with the folic acid and felt a pang of anxiety. Should the truth come to light, she feared she might not be able to extricate herself from the situation. Ah, the young mistress has returned. Tonight, I have prepared your favorite chicken soup, enhanced with ginseng to nourish your energy and blood. Wow, then I shall indulge in an extra bowl of rice. The mention of chicken soup lightened Jiang Shi's spirits considerably. Lu Ma watched her with a warm, affectionate gaze, having prepared a meal rich in restorative properties, ideal for those preparing for or expecting a child. Jiang Shi drank 3 bowls of soup and devoured 2 bowls of rice, feeling quite full as she leaned back in her chair. Qi Jun returned home rather late, just in time to see her finishing her meal. Observing her satisfied demeanor, he settled down and remarked, eating so much, are you not concerned about gaining weight? Women are always lamenting their bodies, fearing they are too plump, yet here you are, indulging without restraint. Jiang Shi straightened her posture defiantly. That is none of your concern. Your little belly is quite pronounced. Be cautious, lest you gain more weight and find yourself unable to fit into your dresses. Jiang Shi, feeling a twinge of guilt, instinctively touched her abdomen, attempting to mask her discomfort under his scrutinizing gaze. With a firm resolve, she replied, "Then I simply want you wear the dress." The man let out a soft huff, returning to his meal with diligence. Jiang Shi stole a glance at him. "There's a matter I wish to discuss. Since you have decided to develop the jewelry design department, we must separate it from the architectural department, ensuring we are not confined under Manager Bao's oversight." This suggestion arose from discussions with colleagues this afternoon. It is unacceptable for the architectural team to benefit while the jewelry design department bears all the burdens. "Very well," the man replied nonchalantly, pausing to clarify, "but this is contingent on your ability to manage the situation effectively. Although the task of cleaning up after others is rather distasteful, I shall endeavor to give it a try." Qi Jun, suddenly devoid of appetite, set down his chopsticks. "Was that intentional?" he inquired, his tone laced with a hint of irritation. Was he being deliberately provoked with such vulgarity? Chapter 69. Mutual harm among us upon achieving her objective. Jiang Shi stood up and departed, her actions intentionally provocative. If she felt disgusted, she deemed it only fair to reciprocate the sentiment. After all, we harm one another in this manner. The following day, Jiang Shi steeled herself to convene a meeting with her colleagues in the design department. With only a week to spare, time was of the essence. After a night of earnest contemplation, she resolved that though the idea of cleaning up after Chu Yu was somewhat repugnant, if she managed to navigate the situation adeptly, it would enhance her professional credentials. This achievement would serve as her asset when she eventually sought new employment. Thus, she committed herself to resolving the issue rather than merely attempting to do so. The damaged jade material was exceptionally unique. She needed to see and touch the pristine jade to determine how to proceed with the design to rectify the previous damage. But where could she acquire such jade? Jiang Shi was so troubled that she lost her appetite for lunch. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, notifying her of a new message. Upon glancing at it, she was surprised to see a response from Lin Machin. Days had elapsed since their last communication, and she had not given it much thought. "I was on a business trip a few days ago. I apologize for the delayed response." "That's quite all right, considering how busy you are," Jiang Shi replied, genuinely unperturbed. He continued, "Miss Jiang, would you be willing to assist me in designing a piece of jewelry for my mother? I fear my abilities may fall short." Jiang Shi was taken aback. After all, he was the president of DK. Surely, he could find any esteemed designer he wished. Yet he sought the services of this relatively unknown designer. "Your designs possess a certain spirit. My mother has seen countless commercial designs, and perhaps your work would offer her a refreshing perspective." Unable to refuse, especially since he had once saved her, she acquiesced. "Miss Jiang, there is a jade auction this evening, and I would like to invite you to accompany me in selecting some fine pieces." Jiang Shi inhaled deeply. Logically, she should attend. Yet, her head throbbed, compelling her to decline the invitation. Fortunately, Lin Machin did not press the matter further. Not long after, a colleague exclaimed, Shi, I discovered an auction featuring a piece made of that very jade material. Where is it? I'll send you the address via WeChat. It's happening tonight." Jiang Shi glanced at the time and location, recalling Lin Machin's earlier invitation. What a coincidence! Could it truly be the same auction? After researching the event, she found it to be quite prestigious, with admission by invitation only and a requirement for asset verification. She patted her meager wallet, realizing she likely could not afford the ticket. What to do now? After much deliberation, she tagged 2 friends in a small group chat. "Could you assist me in obtaining tickets to this auction?" Li Yuesheng, "The auction tonight?" "Indeed, it is of utmost urgency." A moment later, Li Yuesheng replied, "The number of attendees for the auction is limited. Had you mentioned it sooner, I could have procured a ticket for you, but alas, it is now fully booked." Jiang Shi responded with a pained emoji. Ultimately, she picked up her phone and messaged Lin Machin. "Ahem, Mr. Lin. I want to be working late tonight and am quite eager to experience the grandeur of a high-end auction. As a designer, I must observe the materials to create designs that align with your expectations." Summoning her courage, she sent the message and admired her own audacity. Yet, she found herself in a predicament, relying on Lin Machin to secure an entry pass. The cruel world of capitalism forced her, a mere commoner, to look up in awe. After sending the message, Jiang Shi fidgeted anxiously, and half an hour later, Lin Macheng replied, "Sure. Let us meet at 8 o'clock sharp. We can have a meal together and discuss my ideas." Jiang Shi could not decline. The reasons he provided were entirely justifiable, and she hoped to accompany him to the auction. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Qi Jun glanced at the time. "If she inquires about my whereabouts later, just say I have something to attend to and will not be returning for dinner." After all, this is a surprise for Jiang Shi. She mustn't find out prematurely. Assistant Mo dutifully conveyed the boss's schedule to the secretarial department. As closing time approached, Jiang Shi ascended from the design department, returning to the main office of the secretarial department, preparing to gather her belongings and clock out. Just as she entered, she noticed Chu Bai Lian adorned in a dazzling evening gown, looking as if she were attending a grand event, her makeup exquisitely applied. With a smile, she remarked, "Mr. She has left early today and will not be returning for overtime. The secretarial department can breathe easy and leave on time." "Thank you, Lisa, for sharing this insider information with us. Wishing this charity gala a resounding success." The manager of the secretarial department could only smile ingratiatingly, well aware that despite Chu Yu's numerous blunders, her position remained unshaken. He had known about this matter for some time. After all, Assistant Mo had informed him just an hour prior that the boss had an engagement to attend. It was evidently to participate in the charity gala hosted by Chu Yu. Upon seeing Jiang Shi walk in, Chu Yu's smile widened. Shi, how are things in the design department progressing?" Chapter 70. Trouble from Mr. Qi. The wife has run off with another man. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Who was unaware that the design department had to clean up Chu Yu's mess, while she remained unscathed, and tonight the boss would attend the charity gala she was hosting? The disparity between individuals was stark. Watching the events unfold, Jiang Shi from the secretarial department felt a shift, while Chu Yu's status remained firm. Jiang Shi casually remarked, "I have a bit of a headache, having to clean up after someone." Her caustic words elicited gasps from her colleagues who were eavesdropping. It was indeed a sharp retort. Chu Yu's countenance nearly faltered as she lowered her voice. "I hope you can be this audacious a week from now." With that, she departed with a stern expression. Casting a glance at the firmly shut office door, a flicker of anxiety flashing in her eyes. They had agreed to attend the charity gala that evening, yet she was unable to reach Qi Jun, compelling her to seek him out. Fortunately, the manager of the secretary department, Qi Jun, had left early to attend an event, conveniently located near her charity gala. What else could he be attending besides her own event? With a slight sigh of relief, Qi made her way to the venue. After Chebalian's departure, Jiang Shi calmly returned to her seat to tidy up her belongings, utterly indifferent to her colleagues' prying gazes. At present, her sole focus was on her work and accumulating wealth. As she descended the stairs with her canvas bag, she was just about to board the subway when a car halted beside her. The window rolled down to reveal a handsome, mature visage. "Miss Jiang, please get in." It was Lin Macheng. After a moment's hesitation, she deemed it too pretentious to refuse and decisively opened the car door to take her seat. "President Lin, are you in the area for work today?" "I came specifically to pick you up," he replied with a chuckle. "Isn't President Qi too kind? Then I shall shamelessly accept." Jiang Shi laughed lightly to deflect the situation. Lin Macheng's smile radiated charm, his mature features akin to aged wine, captivating enough to stir the hearts of many women. Yet, Jiang Shi had just extricated herself from the clutches of that dog of a man, Qi Jun, and held a cautious distance from such types, especially those who were accomplished, young and dashing. "Toxic." Lin Macheng maintained his smile. "What would you like to eat tonight? Actually, considering how you saved me last time, I should be the one treating you. I've always wanted to properly express my gratitude." "All right, I'll one tea contest with you on that," he replied readily. Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he understood her intent. She had no desire to develop any romantic entanglements. Her focus was solely on financial gain. The vehicle soon halted outside a restaurant, where Jiang Shi caught sight of the sign bearing the name Lu Shiming. Her smile faltered slightly. Lu Shiming was notoriously expensive, its prices starkly contrasting with its name. With a somewhat forced smile, she stood by the roadside. "President Lin, I wonder if it's too late to retract what I just said?" If she dined there, she would undoubtedly face financial ruin, mired in debt. What was pride, if not something intangible? Clearly, it could not be consumed. The man turned to scrutinize her for a moment. "Miss Jiang, you are quite amusing." In truth, he was not accustomed to women offering to pay, Previously, many had insisted on footing the bill, yet nothing changed in the end. However, Jiang Shi was the first woman to backtrack at the entrance and outright declare her refusal to dine there. It was somewhat embarrassing, yet refreshingly honest. Jiang Shi managed to smile. I speak only the truth. Given my income, I truly cannot afford to treat you to a meal here. Is this the sincerity Miss Jiang shows to her benefactor? Lin Machin found himself puzzled. Even if this woman divorced Shi Jiang, she should still be entitled to a considerable portion of his wealth, enough to afford a meal. Could it be that Shi Jiang was so miserly? Jiang Shi quickly clarified. That's not the case. In fact, I can cook quite well. If Mr. Qi doesn't mind, perhaps you could sample my culinary skills next time. All right. I sincerely hope Miss Jiang won't change her mind again. Jiang Shi could only force a silly smile and ultimately followed Lin Machin into the restaurant. After all, one's financial struggles can be quite disheartening. As she stepped inside, a modest Volkswagen discreetly parked across the street, and the two men inside exchanged glances. Should we inform President Qi? They were there to ensure the lady's safety, but unexpectedly found her dining out with another man. This changed the situation entirely. Perhaps President Qi is already aware? The very notion sounded incredulous. What if President Qi truly has been deceived? What if he decides to silence us? Inside the restaurant, in the VIP room, as the two dined together, Jiang Shi noted that this man was quite affable and the conversation flowed effortlessly. Frankly, it was far more relaxed than being with the cold and distant Shi Jiang, who always wore an expression as if someone owed him a great debt. Jiang Shi observed Lin Machin's secretary entering and whispering something. The man's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. He looked at her and said, Miss Jiang, it appears President Qi is quite concerned about you. What do you mean? Jiang Shi watched as Lin Machin set down the towel he had been using. He spoke softly. There's a car outside that has been following us since you left the company, and it remains stationed outside the restaurant. My people initially thought it was paparazzi, but now we realize they are bodyguards. Shi Jiang's men. Jiang Shi was taken aback. His implication was that Shi Jiang had sent someone to track her. Chapter 71. Why is that dog of a man at the auction? Jiang Shi hurriedly explained, I was unaware of this. I apologize for any trouble this may have caused you. I've grown accustomed to dealing with paparazzi. What about you? Do you need assistance? Lin Machin noted the shock on the woman's face, tinged with guilt toward him, indicating her genuine ignorance of the situation. This divorced couple was indeed quite intriguing. Jiang Shi awkwardly responded, I don't need anything for now. Thank you. She lowered her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. How could Shi Jiang have someone tailing her? Moreover, being publicly exposed like this was incredibly unpleasant. She desperately wanted to hide the truth of her relationship with Shi Jiang over the past 2 years, not wanting anyone to know or ridicule her for being cast aside. But what did Shi Jiang intend by this? Let us go. I'll help you shake off the people outside. Lin Machin did not press for further details. Jiang Shi followed him out of the restaurant, unaware that someone had stealthily captured the moment and sent the photograph to Chuyu. Lisa, isn't this the little vixen trying to steal General Qi from you? She's actually dining with President DK. Upon receiving the photo, Chuyu's lips curled into a cold smile. The opportunity had arrived. Chuyu was also present at the gathering at the modest establishment, inviting the key figures attending the banquet for a meal. Naturally, she was not a member. All expenses were covered by Shi Jiang. Their relationship had once been amicable, and he would assist her with such trivial matters. However, ever since Jiang Shi, that little vixen, returned after her brief departure, everything had shifted dramatically. Lisa, General Qi truly treats you well, sparing no expense in hosting guests at such an extravagant restaurant. Indeed, Lisa holds a significant status. She is destined to become Mrs. Qi. General Qi will surely attend tonight's charity banquet. I envy you immensely. Chuyu graciously accepted the flattery and envious glances, feeling quite elevated. If Jiang Shi were to disappear, she would face no obstacles whatsoever. She made her way to the restroom and sent the photo to Shi Jiang. This was taken by a media friend of mine. I intercepted it beforehand. I believe this is a misunderstanding. You should have known that Shi was dining with President DK at the modest establishment. Meanwhile, in the private lounge of the auction, Shi Jiang received the photo. He cast a fleeting glance at the couple in the image, walking side by side, with her looking up and smiling as she spoke. The man's expression darkened instantly, and the temperature around him plummeted. He dialed a number, and after a few rings, Jiang Shishi's voice came through. Hello. Jiang Shishi followed Lin Machin through a private passage directly to the lounge. Just as she settled in her seat, she received a call from Shi Jiang. Remembering the bodyguard who had been tailing her, she felt a surge of irritation. Was he questioning her about dining with Lin Machin? What right did he have? The cold voice on the other end of the line inquired. Where are you? Out. Who are you with? Shi Jiang frowned. Jiang Shishi. I am offering you an opportunity to come clean. His tone remained inquisitive, and a flicker of derision crossed Jiang Shishi's eyes. Who I am with is none of your concern. With that, she hung up the phone and looked at Lin Machin, her demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. Miss Jiang, may I ask, what is your relationship with General Qi? Jiang Shishi replied swiftly, I have no relationship with him now. The man opposite her smiled. Miss Jiang, I genuinely believe you possess considerable talent. If you ever wish to leave Qi Jiang's side, you might consider a position at DK. Thank you, President Lin. I will give it careful thought. Jiang Shishi smiled, her palm pressed tightly against her phone, feeling somewhat disconcerted. She could not comprehend why that dog of a man would send someone to monitor her and then question her. What was the purpose of this charade? Was he unwell? Half an hour later, the auction commenced. Jiang Shishi accompanied Lin Machin to the venue, and they encountered an acquaintance along the way who greeted them with enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, it seems you have a new companion. She appears quite different from your previous preferences. Please, do not jest. This is the designer I invited. Let us not offend anyone. Lin Machin clarified succinctly, allowing Jiang Shishi to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that Mr. Lin led quite a vibrant life outside the public eye. As they took their seats, the man beside her murmured, Do not take their words to heart. I won tea, Jiang Shishi replied, displaying a polite yet slightly awkward smile, as it was of no concern to her. The auction was about to begin when a man with a dark expression entered through the grand doors. Making his way to the VIP section, his demeanor radiating coldness. Those who wished to greet him promptly fell silent. The moment Shi Jiang stepped in, Jiang Shishi spotted him. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the insufferable man had followed her to the auction? Instinctively, she pulled back, wishing to conceal herself. But it was too late. Assistant Mo leaned in to whisper something to Shi Jiang, who then lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and penetrating. In that instant, her breath caught. She cursed silently. The assistant's perception was unervingly keen. Chapter 72. A calamity like a tornado, Shi Jiang's gaze fell upon the ungrateful woman seated beside Lin Machin, and her presence was utterly irksome. How ironic it was, he thought. He had intended to inquire why she was dining alone with Lin Machin, but she had audaciously hung up on him. Was she afraid of her new target discovering the truth? His expression darkened. An assistant Mo stood nearby, trembling with apprehension. What the predicament? Their boss had come to the auction today in high spirits, hoping to acquire a coveted emerald as a surprise for his wife on their upcoming wedding anniversary. Yet, the situation had turned disastrous far too swiftly. The auction commenced promptly, with the host introducing the items up for bid. Jiang Shishi endeavored to concentrate on the presenter, deliberately disregarding the presence of the vexatious man, for they were divorced, and she owed him no explanations regarding her company. She had yet to address the matter of him sending someone to tail her. Suddenly, Lin Machin spoke up beside her. Miss Jiang, please assist me by raising the paddle later. Me? Jiang Shishi held the bidding card, feeling as though she were carrying a suitcase full of cash. Yes, if I bid, they will perceive the item as highly valuable and compete for it. If you bid, it will be much easier. She gazed at him, astonished. Mr. Lin, with your wealth, do you truly lack for such a trivial sum? After all, I am a businessman. I do not engage in unprofitable ventures, Lin Machin replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Jiang Shishi found it difficult to refuse, and, as she grasped the bidding card, she felt a surge of excitement. Today, she would finally experience the thrill of extravagance. Yet in the next moment, she sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Lifting her eyes, she met the cold, elongated stare of the man, her expression momentarily stiffening before she resolutely turned her head to face straight ahead, offering him not a single glance. Shi Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired in a low voice, What is the next item for auction? Sir, it is the emerald we have come to bid on, came the reply. A smirk flickered in the man's eyes, a hint of derision evident. It was no wonder that Jiang Shishi was so eager to cling to another man, hastily bringing her to purchase an emerald. Was it not merely a worthless stone? Did he not have the means to acquire it? Shi Jiang, maintaining his composure, spoke, request the finance department to double the funds. Assistant Mo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Boss, you must remain calm. Are you not buying it for your wife? Why inflate the price and allow the auction house to profit from this?" Yet, a man consumed by jealousy oftentimes lacks reason. Soon, the next auction item was presented. The host began to elaborate on the origins, material, and luster of the emerald, ultimately announcing the starting price: 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. After a couple of bids, Jiang Shi heard Lin Maching's voice whispering in her ear, 10 million. Her breath hitched as she raised her paddle, ready to speak, but a deep voice from across the room interjected, 10 million. Jiang Shi glanced over, questioning whether the man was being deliberate. Recently, the group had been emphasizing diamonds. Why was he bidding on an emerald? 11 million. Jiang Shi felt a hand grasp her wrist, lifting her paddle to bid. She shot a bewildered look at Lin Maching, recalling that he had previously asserted the stone would not exceed 10 million. Why was he now bidding so high? Lin Maching murmured, "This is a contest among men. Do not concern yourself." In the next moment, Shi Jiang declared 15 million, increasing the bid by 4 million, igniting fervor in the auction hall as all eyes turned toward him. Such a bold move. Jiang Shi stood frozen, listening to the two men's escalating bids, which swiftly reached 20 million. The host was taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. When Shi Jiang called out 20 million and then cast a glance her way, his expression remained calm, yet inscrutable, though Jiang Shi could sense his seriousness. Beside her, Lin Maching spoke, "Miss Jiang, do you think it necessary for him to suffer a loss? Perhaps we should let it be." Jiang Shi finally understood Lin Maching's intent to deliberately drive up the price, compelling the other to pay a premium for the stone. Lin Maching remained silent, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, their actions appearing rather intimate from a distance. Shi Jiang watched this scene with a stoic demeanor, snapping his bidding paddle in half. At that moment, the host excitedly announced, 20 million, going thrice sold. Applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by envious glances directed toward the pair. However, Shi Jiang maintained a frosty expression, revealing no signs of joy. Soon, the auction concluded, and he observed Jiang Shi departing the venue alongside Lin Maching. The man's demeanor was inscrutable as he sat motionless, his profile undeniably handsome. In no time, a lady could no longer restrain herself and approached. "Mr. Qi, I leave." Shi Jiang coldly interrupted without lifting his gaze. Assistant Mo, steeling himself, stepped forward with the auction list in hand. "Sir, I require your signature." Good heavens, someone put him out of his misery. This is beyond difficult. I wish I could vanish. Chapter 73. Do not be deceived by Jiang Shi's performance. Shi Jiang took the list, swiftly signing his name before rising and striding out. Assistant Mo hastily retrieved the document, initially bracing for the boss to tear it apart, never anticipating such a spectacle at the auction. This couple must reconcile quickly. I implore you. Jiang Shi left the auction with Lin Maching and encountered Chu Bai Lian outside, whose gaze was filled with resentment, resembling a spurned wife. Jiang Shi, I did not expect you to resort to such tactics. Upon seeing Jiang Shi at the auction, Chu Yu grasped the situation. Shi Jiang's absence was solely due to Jiang Shi's association with another man at the event. Had she known this would transpire, she would have delayed sending photos to Shi Jiang. His absence from today, as charity gala, had left her utterly humiliated. Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow. If you have rabies, go to the hospital. Refrain from biting indiscriminately. The remark was quite biting. Lin Maching's lips curled slightly, surprised by Jiang Shi's audacious side. Chu Yu, filled with hatred, glared at Lin Maching. Mr. Lin, this woman flirts with you while maintaining ambiguous ties with Shi Jiang. Her methods are cunning. Do not let her deceive you. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Shi's face, and just as she was about to speak, the man beside her chuckled softly. I find Miss Jiang to be quite admirable. That is only because you have been beguiled by her performance. Do you know what she did to climb into Shi Jiang's bed? Lin Maching's expression darkened slightly as he regarded Chu Yu. You ought to take a look in the mirror. The jealousy in a woman is quite unbecoming. Chu Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she watched Lin Maching protectively escort Jiang Shi away. Her eyes turned malicious. How could Jiang Shi, after leaving Shi Jiang, still attract the favor of the CEO of DK? At that moment, A woman adorned in luxury approached, her demeanor exuding arrogance. Do you also harbor a grudge against that little vixen Jiang Shi Shi? Chuyu was taken aback. Miss Chiyu? You know me? Of course. I once quite admired the character you portrayed, Miss Chi. Chuyu reverted to her usual demure demeanor, quickly charming Chiyu into a beaming smile. In her quest to marry Chi Jun, she had thoroughly investigated the intricate relationships within the Chi family, and she was well aware of the animosity between Chiyu and Jiang Shi Shi. At present, my brother is unable to assist me, which presents an opportune moment to leverage Chiyu to deal with that little wretch, Jiang Shi Shi. As Jiang Shi Shi and Lin Maching were engaged in a discussion about the design concepts during their journey, she soon realized that time had slipped away. Miss Jiang, allow me to escort you home. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today, and trust your work will not disappoint me. I will do my utmost, Jiang Shi Shi replied, eager to prove herself and carve out her own path in life. Upon returning to the villa that served as her marital residence, she noted that it was already nearing 11 o'clock. She quietly entered, refraining from turning on any lights, and stealthily ascended to the upstairs bedroom. Surely, everyone must be asleep at this hour. Just as she stepped into the bedroom, a mocking baritone echoed from behind her. Oh, back so early? Jiang Shi Shi felt her breath catch. Turning around, she discerned the silhouette of a man seated on the small sofa, illuminated only by the faint light filtering through the window. She retorted, Aren't you awake as well? What is this? Did you not even make it to the hotel and just have me brought back? His words were painfully sharp. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shi Shi responded, Chi Jun, you are overstepping your bounds. I do not wish for a repeat of your intrusive surveillance on my affairs. You are infringing upon my privacy. Did my words strike a nerve, or were you merely displeased that I took something from you tonight? Thus refusing to accompany him to the hotel, the man abruptly rose, advancing towards her with a menacing demeanor. Anger welled within her, her eyes reddening as she coldly declared, Whom I choose to sleep with is none of your concern. We are divorced. You have no right to dictate my life. Was it that no matter what she did, she appeared so pitiful in his eyes? However, according to our agreement, until the announcement of our divorce is made public, your identity remains that of Mrs. Chi. Therefore, your entanglements with other men are indeed my concern. If memory serves, our agreement stipulates that this matter must not reach the ears of our parents or the media. As for private matters, it seems we have no such stipulation, do we? Jiang Shi Shi defiantly lifted her chin, unwavering in her stance. The man towered over her, his gaze imposing. The terms of this arrangement are determined by me. And what of your flirtation with Chu Baiyan? You attended some gathering of hers today. Have I ever commented on that? Mr. Chi, one cannot be so hypocritical. Chi Jun paused. I did not attend that charity gala. So what? Did you ever consider my feelings when you shared a bed with Chuyu? What gives you the right to look down upon me? We are divorced. Jiang Shi Shi's voice quivered with suppressed tears, resonating starkly in the dark room, revealing her long-held discontent. After a prolonged silence, the man reached out, his slender fingers brushing her cheek in an attempt to wipe away her tears. But Jiang Shi Shi recoiled slightly, her rejection unmistakable. Chi Jun remained silent for a moment before speaking. That matter, I can explain. Chapter 74, I have no desire to hear your explanations. Not a single word. The reasons for a man's infidelity are merely excuses, and she is too weary to listen. After all, they are divorced, and it no longer concerns her. Jiang Shi Shi turned sideways and made her way to the small sofa, wrapping herself in a blanket, entirely disinclined to engage in conversation. Chi Jun struggled to close his eyes, and after a long moment, he left the bedroom. The following morning, the two of them arrived at the dining room one after the other, neither uttering a word. The atmosphere remained tense. Lu Ma, witnessing the discord between the couple, felt uncertain about how to mediate. They were still hoping to conceive, and such quarrels would only delay that. After much contemplation, Lu Ma decided she must relay this news to the elderly matriarch, so she could counsel the young couple or devise a means for reconciliation. Jiang Shi Shi finished her meal early and took a taxi to the company. The design department had been awaiting her arrival, and one of her colleagues inquired, Shi Shi, how did the jade investigation go yesterday? Who bought it? Indeed, the same jade material required actual inspection. Only then could they determine how to proceed with repairs. Jiang Shi Shi froze, realizing that the jade had been purchased by that scoundrel. Faced with her colleagues' eager gazes, she mustered her resolve and declared, Actually, that's good news. The jade was acquired by our President Shi. What a fortunate turn of events. Now we can certainly obtain the jade for testing and gather the necessary data. Jiang Shi smiled and added, "Who will go and speak to President Shi about this?" Suddenly, the room fell silent, everyone turning their attention toward her. She forced a laugh. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Director Jiang, you're the one who has a closer relationship with the president." "Indeed, and, as the acting director, you're the most suitable for this task." As they pressed her, Jiang Shi sought an excuse, but her colleagues dispersed in unison. She stood alone, perplexed. Was Shi Jiang truly that intimidating? They all scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat. With a sigh, Jiang Shi realized she indeed had to approach Shi Jiang regarding that piece of stone. Just the thought of last night's events made her head spin. Why hadn't she considered being a bit more courteous toward Shi Jiang, not allowing their relationship to become so strained? Now, she found herself at a loss for how to approach him. Covering her face, she lamented, "This is too difficult." She would rather face the end of the world than seek out Shi Jiang in the office. She racked her brain for a reasonable approach, eventually retreating to the break room for some fresh air, only to overhear gossip from the architectural design department. "I heard that President Shi didn't even attend the charity gala yesterday. Chi stood there awkwardly to host the event, and it was utterly embarrassing." That shouldn't be the case. The secretarial department mentioned that President Shi left early in the afternoon. Surely he was going to the gala, but didn't go? The exact reasons are unclear, but yesterday, Chuyu arrived at the office in her evening gown, looking quite pleased with herself. One might have thought she was the lady of the house. Yet, how humiliating it must have been for her, considering President Shi didn't even show up. Jiang Shi felt somewhat astonished. Shi Jiang had indeed not attended the banquet. No wonder she encountered Chuyu outside the auction venue, her gaze radiating hostility as if she wished to devour her. It was clear that Shi Jiang did not attend the auction because of her. It was merely a coincidence. Standing nearby, she listened for a few minutes and realized that the two had no intention of leaving. Not wishing to intrude, she turned to depart, only to catch sight of Chuyu standing not far away, her complexion pale and her expression dark and uninviting. Chuyu spoke venomously. "You must be quite pleased, aren't you?" Jiang Shi was taken aback. Did her delight in another's misfortune truly manifest so overtly? Although she understood that the man was not neglecting Chu Balian due to her presence, she could not shake off the inexplicable satisfaction it brought her. Chuyu's countenance was dire, all due to Jiang Shi. If it were not for this woman's return, how could her relationship with Shi Jiang have turned so frigid? After years of effort to bring them closer, Jiang Shi's sudden reappearance had altered everything. Jiang Shi had no desire to engage with the deranged woman and turned to leave. Do not revel too soon. Shi Jiang would never want a woman who flirts indiscriminately with other men. Jiang Shi, do not waste your efforts. Jiang Shi chuckled lightly. Chuyu, your jealousy is truly unbecoming. She did not wish to dwell on the matter. Yet Chuyu's agitated demeanor led her to ponder whether the new love had morphed into an old flame. Nonetheless, the damage that Chuyu had inflicted upon her would never be forgiven. Later that afternoon, after much contemplation, Jiang Shi ascended to the office of the secretarial department, where she discovered everyone in a frenzy. Shi, if you're free, could you lend a hand? The boss has been in back-to-back meetings, berating numerous staff members, and all the executives are working overtime. You were absent this morning, and all those who emerged from the conference room looked utterly defeated. It was quite a grim scene. Yesterday, the boss was in good spirits, but for some reason, this morning he seemed as if he had ingested a stick of dynamite, scolding everyone he encountered. Jiang Shi felt an unexpected pang of guilt and hurried to assist. In the midst of the chaos, she made a point to intercept Assistant Mo outside, whispering, "Could you spare me a few minutes?" Of course. Assistant Mo promptly halted his work. Everyone was frantically busy, yet he alone understood the reason behind the boss's fury. If the lady could placate the boss, the storm might very well dissipate. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, she had become a beacon of hope in Assistant Mo's eyes. She glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then quietly inquired, "Yesterday, Shi Jiang purchased an emerald stone at the auction, didn't he?" "Oh, indeed. What of it?" "Due to that stone, everyone has faced the brunt of his ire today." It's true. The last order from Chu Balian had a jade material identical to the one auction today. Would it be possible to borrow it for the design department to analyze some data and discuss the restoration plan? Assistant Mo let out a sound of surprise and promptly said, I will go speak with President Shi. No, you must not let him know about this matter. She urged. You are aware that my relationship with him has not been particularly cordial lately. Please, lend it to me discreetly. I will return it immediately once the data is extracted, ensuring that no one is the wiser. Is that acceptable? Jiang Shi gazed at Assistant Mo with sincerity. He was the only one capable of facilitating this request. After a moment of hesitation, Assistant Mo was about to relent when she added, with a look of desperation. Time is of the essence. Please help me, Assistant Mo. I will remember your kindness. What are you two doing? A chilling voice resonated. As Shi Jiang stood at the office entrance, his expression cold, having caught sight of the two in a compromising position. He smirked. Jiang Shi. Are you not even sparing those close to me? Assistant Mo quickly stepped back, wanting to clarify, Boss, it is not as you perceive. However, the current situation clearly did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Jiang Shi turned her head to meet his slender, mocking gaze. Taking a deep breath, she approached him directly. Believe what you will, but I have matters to discuss with you. I have a meeting shortly, Shi Jiang stated flatly, moving towards the conference room without acknowledging her further. Once the formidable man entered his office, Assistant Mo hesitated, looking at her. Madam, after the meeting, I will mention this to the boss. I truly cannot retrieve the jade without his signature. Thank you, Jiang Shi replied as she returned to her office, feeling a pang of discomfort at his derisive gaze. What a wretched man. With such a sharp tongue, he was destined to remain single forever. Buzz. Her phone chimed several times. Her friend, Lu Shi, sent numerous pictures. Little zombie sister, look how adorable these children's clothes are. I bought a lot and will bring them back for you. As Jiang Shi viewed the tiny garments, baby bottles, and little shoes, her heart softened. She replied with a smile, Have you finished filming? Let's gather once I return after next week's wrap. Lu Shi sent a photo of himself in a traditional costume, adorned in a striking red hanfu, looking both dashing and enchanting. Jiang Shi waited the entire afternoon. By the time work concluded, Shi Jiang still had not emerged from the conference room. Inside, he closed the file with finality, stating, If the sales performance continues to dismal next quarter, you may all find yourselves seeking new employment. The room fell silent, eyes cast downward, too afraid to speak. After the meeting, the man returned to his office, wearily rubbing his temples. Assistant Mo offered him a cup of hot tea and tentatively suggested, Boss, the stone material from the design department is unique and closely resembles the one we purchased yesterday. Perhaps we could provide it for their analysis, ensuring we meet the deadline next Monday. Shi Jiang set down the teacup. Did she send you to say this? Assistant Mo cleared his throat. Madam came to see me regarding this matter. I inquired why she did not approach you directly, and she mentioned that you two have been in a Cold War recently, making it difficult for her to approach you. Cold War? He scoffed. She had entangled herself with men outside, and in her eyes, it was merely a Cold War. Who granted her such audacity? Shi Jiang felt a surge of anger recalling yesterday's events. Assistant Mo spoke up. Regardless of the circumstances, the matters of the design department are tied to the reputation of the corporation. Work takes precedence over personal feelings. The man raised an eyebrow. Who decreed that? Assistant Mo straightened his back. You did. Shi Jiang let out a cold snort. Since she is the one in charge, let her come to me personally. Assistant Mo remarked. What are these two quarreling about? It's merely a matter regarding a piece of jade. One wants to seek out the other, while the other insists on a personal meeting. Assistant Mo approached the Secretariat's department and walked over to Jiang Shi. Ahem, regarding the jade matter. The boss has requested that you go personally. After all, some procedures require your signature. Assistant Mo racked his brain to concoct such a reason, feeling quite the genius. The boss clearly intended for the lady to soften her stance. Jiang Shi inwardly cursed the man, feeling somewhat distressed. Can't you just bring that document over for me to sign? She genuinely did not wish to confront Shi Jiang. Assistant Mo replied with unwavering conviction. No, madam. If you do not go, our situation will become increasingly dire. After much contemplation, Jiang Shi reluctantly made her way to the CEO's office. After all, whether one extends their neck or withdraws it, the outcome would be the same. Standing at the office door, she was not quite prepared when Assistant Mo opened the door, seemingly fearful she would change her mind. Her lips twitched. How dedicated Assistant Mo was. She took a deep breath and walked in, raising her gaze to see the man at his desk, handling documents with long fingers, swiftly writing and drawing. Chapter 76. A woman who burns bridges behind her. The office was silent, save for the sound of Shi Jiang turning pages. Jiang Shi stood frozen, unsure of what to say, as seconds ticked by. She observed the man instinctively reach for his cup of water, only to set it back down. After a moment's thought, she turned and made herself a cup of orange tea to alleviate the heat. As she placed the cup on the desk, the man finally paused, taking a sip and visibly relaxing his furrowed brow. The tea she brewed, in terms of temperature, sweetness, and acidity, was exactly to his liking. Shi Jiang maintained his stern demeanor, placing the cup down. "What is it?" Jiang Shi's expression faltered slightly, aware of the pretense. Did he not know why she was there? Yet she refrained from losing her temper. Adopting a business-like tone, the design department requires the data for the piece of stone you photographed yesterday. "Oh, you dog of a man. Does it harm you to provide a clear answer?" Jiang Shi held her temper. "If President Shi has no objections, I shall proceed with Assistant Mo to complete the process. If you do not deny it, I shall take it as your consent." Just as she turned to leave, the man's voice resonated behind her. "Is Lin Machin from DK unwilling to procure even a similar piece of stone for you?" His voice, deep yet melodious, carried an unmistakable air of sarcasm. "My relationship with Lin is entirely innocent, far from the sordid implications you might presume. The truth is, after he rescued me last time, he wished for me to design a piece of jewelry for his mother's birthday. That is why I accompanied him to the auction, also for work, to examine stones of similar quality. Unlike certain individuals..." Shi Jiang raised his head. "So, I have misunderstood you?" As he absorbed her explanation, his emotions grew increasingly complex. Could it truly be so? Was her intention not to entice another wealthy man? In the eyes of some, no matter what I do, I am perceived as scheming. Misunderstandings or not, it matters not. My sole desire is to fulfill this task and rectify the mess left by someone. Jiang Shi spoke with the explosive fervor of a firecracker, her words laced with intensity. Yet, as soon as she expressed herself, a pang of regret struck her. She had yet to secure the stone, and what if that insufferable man threw a fit and denied her? However, the office remained quiet, and the man spoke coolly. "Please prepare another cup of lemon tea for me." With cup in hand, Jiang Shi stepped outside, her mind swirling with confusion. Had things taken a turn? Upon emerging from the tea room, Assistant Mo approached with a list in hand. "Madam, the signatures have been completed. I will arrange for someone to deliver it. You are fully responsible for the safe, and I will send you the password via WeChat." "Very well." Jiang Shi exhaled in relief, though the weight of responsibility loomed large. After all, this was a stone worth 20 million. Such a capricious man, so easily willing to expend such a sum. Assistant Mo hesitated before adding, "Madam, regarding the two bodyguards, their presence is intended solely for your protection, not for surveillance." He felt it necessary to clarify the matter. Protection? How peculiar, she mused, recalling how he wished for her to vanish from his sight, loathed by his presence. Why would he send someone to safeguard me? Moreover, I am but an inconsequential person, having offended no one. Jiang Shi dismissed this rationale entirely. She placed the teacup in Assistant Mo's hand. "I must return to my duties. Please take this inside." Assistant Mo sighed silently, recognizing the deepening misunderstandings between the two. He resignedly carried the tea in, and upon seeing the cup in his hand, the man scoffed. A woman who burns bridges. Having secured the stone, she swiftly forgets those around her. He had inquired of the bodyguards tracking Jiang Shi. Indeed, they had only dined together yesterday afternoon, and Lin Machin had just returned from a business trip. While discussing designs, they had also attended the auction together. The design department had only discovered that afternoon that stones of the same material were at the auction, and Lu Shi had inquired about the tickets. It was certainly Jiang Shi who sought the tickets, prompting Lu Shi to assist. Thus, everything fell into place. Shi Jiang's mood lightened somewhat, and, as he considered Lin Machin, his slender eyes narrowed. That man, publicly virtuous yet privately promiscuous, had now set his sights on Jiang Shi. It was time to give him something to occupy himself with. Shi Jiang gazed at Assistant Mo, instructing him to discreetly convey insider information about DK to the proprietor of Wei Ao Jewelry. Given Lin Machin's apparent idleness, it was time to assign him some tasks. Assistant Mo understood immediately. Was this a strategy to reprimand a rival? In the following days, Jiang Shi toiled late in the design department, striving to produce the design sketches promptly to rectify her prior mistakes. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, her eyelids heavy, and her stomach occasionally protested. As she stared at the computer, she gently caressed her abdomen, whispering, "Be good, my little one. Mommy is working hard, and it will soon be all right." She had to finalize the design today so that she could take it to the factory with the data tomorrow, allowing the skilled craftsman to restore and handcraft it anew. Eventually, she completed her work in the dead of night and succumbed to sleep on her desk. The next day, before she had fully awakened, her colleagues roused her with urgent voices. Sure, the design document you sent last night was empty." In an instant, her drowsiness vanished. Chapter 77. Someone must have tampered with my computer. Jiang Shi quickly checked her files. She distinctly remembered sending the document, and it could not possibly be empty. As she prepared to resend it, she discovered that the design sketches had vanished from her computer. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, "This is impossible. I clearly saved it. How could it be gone?" Sure. Could it be that you were too tired and made a mistake? Time was of the essence. If she could not resend the design within an hour, she would undoubtedly miss the Monday deadline. Sitting in her chair, she pressed her forehead, overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Soon, the entire design department was aware of the situation. Seeking respite, Jiang Shi ventured to the break room for some fresh air. Chu approached her, worry etched across her face. Sure, I heard that you accidentally deleted the design sketches. Will you be able to complete them by Monday? How do you know the document was deleted? Did you see it happen? Jiang Shi regarded her intently, and Chu hesitated before explaining. That's what everyone is saying. With a cold smile, Jiang Shi replied, "The document was indeed deleted, but I assure you, it was not by my hand. Someone else is responsible." Exhausted from the previous night, she had fallen asleep, yet she distinctly remembered saving the document. Now, as it inexplicably vanished, it was evident that someone had taken advantage of her slumber to tamper with it. Is that true? Surely no one would do such a thing on purpose. Although Chu feigned concern, a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes, revealing a demeanor of triumph. "I've already instructed someone to review the surveillance footage. I believe results will surface soon." "Well, I wish you luck," Chu declared, strutting away with an air of superiority. Jiang Shi seethed with frustration. She had been careless. She never anticipated that someone could stoop so low as to delete her document while she slept. It was glaringly evident that this was linked to Chu Balian. But what advantage would it bring her if Jiang Shi failed to complete the task? Indeed, she would never comprehend the convoluted thought process of a white lotus. Jiang Shi emerged from the tea room, only to find several men clad in black suits who promptly seized her computer. With a bewildered expression, she inquired, "What is happening?" "Miss Jiang, we are from the technical department, here to investigate this matter. If it has indeed been deleted, there will be a record," they replied. Jiang Shi sighed in relief. "Is it possible to recover the documents?" "We will do our utmost," the technicians responded as they departed with her computer. A sense of dread enveloped Jiang Shi as she turned and made her way to the surveillance room. Upon entering, she discovered Shi Jiang was also present. The technician in charge of retrieving the footage appeared quite anxious, especially with the CEO standing nearby, fearful of making a mistake. As the surveillance was accessed, Jiang Shi observed herself laboring in the office, engrossed in her computer until the late hours, yawning incessantly and even rubbing her stomach. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, she cast a furtive glance at Shi Jiang, hoping he wouldn't discern anything amiss. Later, after completing her tasks, she succumbed to slumber at her desk. By the following day, no one had entered the surveillance range. In disbelief, Jiang Shi exclaimed, "This cannot be. How could the document have vanished?" At her utterance, Shi Jiang turned to her. "That is a question you must answer. I am certain the document was saved, and I even sent a copy to my colleague's email." Jiang Shi stated, noticing her co-workers regarding her with suspicion. Regaining her composure, she continued, "The technical department has yet to provide any updates. Someone must have tampered with my computer. If it wasn't offline, then it must have been online." Shi Jiang regarded the personnel in the surveillance room with a stoic expression, continued to investigate the details. After that, he turned to her, "Come with me." Jiang Shi followed him out of the surveillance room. They walked side by side. The man spoke softly. "If the design blueprint cannot be found, do you have an alternative plan to salvage the situation? I can work overtime today to recreate it, but time is of the essence," she replied. As Shi Jiang entered the elevator, he said, "I will negotiate for an additional day for you." Jiang Shi was momentarily taken aback. He was actually offering her assistance instead of mocking her. This unexpected gesture surprised her. However, just as they returned to their office floor, the manager of the secretarial department approached. "President Shi, Madam Chun has arrived." "Very well," Shi Jiang acknowledged, though he was slightly surprised at Madam Chen's prompt arrival. It was fortuitous, as he also needed to speak with her. "I will accompany you," Jiang Shi said, taking a few steps forward to follow him. "I bear some responsibility in this matter as well." The man remained silent and proceeded directly to the reception room. Upon entering, Jiang Shi saw not only Madam Chun, who had visited previously, but also a familiar face, Chi Yu. The sight of Chi Yu caused her eyelids to twitch involuntarily, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. Chapter 78. "Grant me another day, Madam Chun. What brings you here? I have heard that there are further issues with your design, and upon reflection, I find your company unreliable. I wish to terminate our contract and have DK take over the jewelry design," Madam Chun asserted, her tone as commanding as ever. Chi Yu, with a hint of malice, remarked, "Brother, I have long asserted that Jiang Shi is unreliable and has tarnished our company's reputation." Shi Jiang cast a fleeting glance at Chi Yu, his gaze imbued with a subtle warning. Chi Yu instinctively recoiled, refraining from further commentary. Her purpose for attending today was merely to witness a spectacle and to exacerbate Jiang Shi's downfall, hoping she would be expelled from the group. The man turned his attention to Chun Tai, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Indeed, a minor incident has occurred, but I am not interested in hearing any buts. Chi Jiang, you would do well to focus on architectural design rather than diverting into jewelry. Haven't you learned enough from your father's failures?" The atmosphere in the office grew tense, the man's expression darkening slightly. Jiang Shi abruptly stood, bowing towards him. "Chun Tai, I must first apologize for this incident. My oversight has led to this mistake. However, I assure you that the design draft I present will undoubtedly meet your expectations. What makes you think you can satisfy me?" Jiang Shi retrieved her phone and displayed several design images. "These are the designs I have completed. Please take a moment to review them." Initially stern, Chun Tai's expression softened as she examined the designs. Jiang Shi promptly knelt beside Chun Tai, whispering, "This design was created for your sister. I apologize for any prior misunderstandings between you two, which I researched online. Therefore, I have deliberately included this motif, a willow tree from your ancestral home, recalling the times you and your sister planted in your childhood." Unbeknownst to her, Chun Tai became entranced by the explanation. Chi Jiang silently observed the scene, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shi, whose earnest and gentle demeanor appeared almost radiant. Half an hour later, Jiang Shi concluded her presentation regarding the design's concept and its origins. Chun Tai's expression had shifted from its initial severity. She feigned a cold tone. "The design appears satisfactory. Madam, if you grant me just one more day, I assure you the final presentation will be identical to this draft." "Very well. I shall place my trust in you one more time." Jiang Shi smiled as she bid farewell to Chun Tai, while Chi Yu, frustrated, stamped her foot but dared not voice her thoughts. She had come to relish the misfortune of Jiang Shi, yet the outcome was not as she had anticipated. How could Chun Tai appreciate the design she deemed unattractive? Once Chun Tai departed, Jiang Shi felt as though her throat was on fire. Grabbing a cup from her desk, she took a sip of the sweet and tangy lemonade, draining it in one go. After quenching her thirst, she spotted the man standing before her. "So, how was it? Did I hold you back by coming along?" A playful glimmer danced in her eyes, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten. Chi Jiang remained silent, casting a glance at the cup in her hand, and slowly inquired, "Is my water to your liking?" Jiang Shi cast a glance at the empty cup, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "I apologize, I was too thirsty just now. I will get you a new one." "No need," he replied, a reminder lacing his tone. "Your time is running short." His voice bore an annoyingly taunting quality. Jiang Shi set down the teacup and left without a moment's pause. He watched her retreating figure, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes, unbeknownst to him. She had managed to secure an extra day, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The news swiftly reached Chu Yu's ears, though she was hardly surprised, having just received a message from Chi Yu moments earlier. How could Jiang Shi be so fortunate every time? A week later, working in unison with her colleagues, Jiang Shi successfully completed the jewelry on schedule. The banquet was set for Tuesday evening, coinciding perfectly with Mrs. Chen's sister's birthday. Following the previous mishap, Jiang Shi took extra precautions this time, fearing unforeseen complications. Once the finished jewelry arrived, she personally inspected it, ensuring everything was flawless before placing it in the box. All set? A deep voice resonated from behind her. Jiang Shi turned sharply to find Shi Jiang standing there. When had he arrived? She quickly spoke up. Send someone to deliver it to the banquet. It should make it in time. This piece is your design. Naturally, you should deliver it yourself. Mrs. Chen highly appreciates your design philosophy, and you must take full responsibility. Jiang Shi hesitated for a moment. All right then. Change your outfit. Dress like this. Others might think our Junue group has poor taste. Jiang Shi glanced at her attire. It's too late for me to change now. Humph, he scoffed before walking away. Jiang Shi ground her teeth in frustration. If he wanted her to deliver the jewelry, he should have mentioned it sooner. Who could manage such last-minute changes? Assistant Mo approached. Madam, the makeup artist has arrived and is in the small reception room. Jiang Shi had no time to scold the man and rushed to the small reception room. However, while changing, she felt a bit awkward as she had gained some weight. The fitted evening gown no longer suited her. The stylist looked somewhat embarrassed. We brought the clothes based on the measurements provided. Who could have predicted that the sizes would be entirely inappropriate? No matter, what else did you bring besides the dress? Ultimately, Jiang Shi donned a stylish suit that the stylist had brought along, which was relatively loose. She applied only light makeup, wishing not to use too many cosmetics that might affect her baby. In haste, she hurried downstairs to the garage, flinging open the car door only to find the man inside as well. Jiang Shi froze. You're going to? Chapter 79. You're going out dressed like that? Jiang Shi felt a twinge of surprise, but the man lifted his gaze, his tone unperturbed. Get in, don't waste time. She instinctively settled into her seat and shut the door. The vehicle started, and silence enveloped the interior. Jiang Shi stole a glance at him. How strange. Was even the big boss, now, personally venturing out to secure business? Shi Jiang scrutinized her intently, remarking, attending the banquet dressed thus. Others might assume our Group S designers are impoverished. After all, I am merely a gopher. Donning formal attire to deliver jewelry demonstrates our company has commitment. I am not a guest at this soiree, but rather a designer from Junue Group. The man scoffed, sharp-tongued. Upon arriving at the suburban estate hosting the gathering, a plethora of vehicles parked outside indicated that the attendees were indeed affluent. Clad in a sleek black suit, he commanded attention as he entered the banquet, his tall, statuesque figure captivating those around him. Jiang Shi followed closely behind, acutely aware of the numerous gazes directed towards the man ahead of her. Mr. Qi, I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence, Mrs. Chen remarked as she approached with a middle-aged man who wore a warm smile. Mrs. Chen then cast a glance at Jiang Shi, inquiring, have you brought the jewelry? Jiang Shi stepped forward, responding, yes, would you like me to deliver it to the safe? Dear cousin, even you, a busy individual, have come to the banquet? Qi Yu suddenly interjected, adopting a familiar tone. Yet, Shi Jiang merely glanced at her, offering no significant reaction. In the next moment, Qi Yu turned her attention to Jiang Shi, suggesting, everyone is quite curious about the jewelry you designed, given its tumultuous journey. Why not unveil it for all to see? Qi Yu. Shi Jiang's voice carried a note of warning. Jiang Shi calmly pretended not to hear, well aware that Qi Yu was an oddity within the Qi family. She nodded slightly at Mrs. Chen before cautiously opening the box. The emerald gemstones sparkled under the lights, radiating brilliance. Many attendees displayed expressions of awe. Emeralds were typically associated with older jewelry, often risking a dated appearance. Yet, this set exuded a modern flair. Mrs. Chen observed it closely, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. It matches the images perfectly, Miss Jiang. You have not disappointed me. Qi Yu glanced at the jewels and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, so fashionable. However, Mrs. Chen's sister is quite mature, making it rather unsuitable. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Just as Jiang Shi felt compelled to retort, a throng of people entered, led by a middle-aged woman who glanced over, declaring, suitability is not for you Qi family members to determine. Upon seeing the newcomers, Mrs. Chen's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried towards the entrance. Sister, I thought you wouldn't come. How could I possibly miss it? We are family, after all. Mrs. Chen's eyes glistened with emotion. As she looked up, Jiang Shi approached with the jewelry box, but Mrs. Chen's sister scrutinized her closely, asking, "Have we met before?" Jiang Shi was taken aback, recognizing a faint familiarity in the woman's face. The latter smiled. "A little over a month ago at the Sky City, I suddenly collapsed due to a health issue. Had you not intervened, I might have met my end." "Ah, so it is you?" Jiang Shi recalled that she had indeed rescued a middle-aged woman at the Sky City restaurant. However, at that time, the woman appeared somewhat haggard, unlike her current vibrant and graceful self, exuding the elegance of a noble woman with every gesture. "Sister, this exquisite jewelry was also designed by Miss Jiang. What a remarkable coincidence." Jiang Shi hadn't anticipated such serendipity. Mrs. Chen had continuously held onto her hand, introducing her as a designer to everyone they encountered throughout the evening. That night, Jiang Shi received numerous business cards. Shi Jiang observed quietly from the side, noting the radiant smile on the woman's face, shining amidst the crowd. He was astonished to discover that the woman whom Jiang Shi had saved at Sky City was, in fact, Mrs. Chen's sister. One must admit, Jiang Shi was quite fortunate. Mrs. Chen's family was in the gemstone business, and her sister had married a magnate of South American minerals. Tonight, the rift between Mrs. Chen and her sister was mended, paving the way for her future in the jewelry industry. "Cousin, look at Jiang Shi flaunting herself over there. And you're not going to intervene?" Shi Yu was so incensed that she had lost all desire to enjoy the evening. She hadn't expected Jiang Shi to not only complete her design on time, but also win Mrs. Chen's favor. Earlier, she had attempted to strike up a conversation with President Lin Machen of DK, only to be completely ignored. Now he was smiling at Jiang Shi. Why was that? What did Jiang Shi have that she did not? Shi Jiang replied coldly, "You spend your nights at the bar cavorting with men. You should rein in a bit, lest your in-laws catch wind of it and you find yourself left with nothing. This time, I will not intervene on your behalf. Cousin, I simply feel it is unjust. Jiang Shi is utterly unworthy of you. Do you know she is involved with men outside?" Shi Yu enough. The man's expression turned icy, his brows furrowed with intensity. "She's your sister-in-law. Mind your words." Chapter 80. They are actually divorced. Shi Yu was momentarily silenced, her anger boiling beneath the surface. In the Qi family, Shi Jiang held the most authority, and even their parents dared not offend him. Yet, she could not swallow her indignation. Once she divorced and married Lin Machen, she would no longer be under her cousin's thumb in the Qi household. Frustrated, she called Shi Yu. "Hey, let me tell you about Jiang Shi, that little minx. She truly stole the spotlight at the banquet. She is so lucky, designing such a mediocre piece, yet escaping scrutiny simply because she saved Mrs. Chen's sister." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's eyes turned notably colder, though her tone remained calm. "I also think she is quite fortunate, both in the past and present. Lisa, is there any way you can deal with this little minx? She is far too arrogant. At the banquet, she even flirted with Lin Machen. How shameless. I remember she attended the auction with him last time. Their relationship seems rather ambiguous. Heh, I never anticipated that Jiang Shi could be so materialistic. She resorted to despicable means to marry my cousin, yet she remains unsatisfied, even engaging in extramarital affairs and daring to covet Lin Machen." Upon hearing this, Shi Yu's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and she feigned hesitation. "Actually, there is something I'm uncertain whether to share with you. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shi cannot be deemed to have committed adultery. How is that possible? They are not even divorced yet. They have already divorced. However, very few are privy to this information. Your cousin has confided in no one, so please do not disclose that I was the one who informed you." Shi Yu's tone shifted to one of excitement. "Really? That is splendid news. Jiang Shi, that jinx has finally been cast aside. A woman who has been married before still dares to aspire to Lin Machen. It is akin to a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Just wait and see how I deal with her." Shi Yu could hardly contain her eagerness as she ended the call. A slight smile graced Shi Yu's lips as she awaited the unfolding drama. Jiang Shi attended the banquet, her smile strained, yet she was reaping ample rewards. However, perhaps due to standing for too long, she began to feel unwell. Seeking an excuse, she retreated to the restroom, only to emerge feeling slightly dizzy. "Miss Jiang, are you all right?" Lin Machen caught her just in time, preventing her from collapsing. She leaned against the wall. "I must be experiencing a bit of low blood sugar. I will assist you to the lounge." Jiang Shi feeling lightheaded and apprehensive about the potential harm to her child if she were to fall. Accepted Lin Macheng's help and leaned on his arm as they made their way to the lounge. This scene was perfectly captured by Chi Yu, who had rushed over intending to mock Jiang Shi Shi. Immediately, she took several photos of the pair from behind and sent them to Chi Jiang, cousin. I told you Jiang Shi Shi is not a modest person. You must come and teach her a lesson. After sending the message, Chi Yu strode after them, determined to ensure Jiang Shi Shi faced humiliation today. Once my cousin witnesses Jiang Shi Shi's disgraceful behavior, he will likely announce their divorce. Then, we shall see how she holds her head high. Moreover, Lin Macheng will surely see the true nature of Jiang Shi Shi. He would never want a woman who has been married before. This is truly a masterstroke, killing two birds with one stone. In the lounge, after sitting down and sipping a glass of lemon water, Jiang Shi Shi felt considerably better. She looked up. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Not at all. I never anticipated I would have the chance to be a hero twice. Miss Jiang's design work this time is truly remarkable. It has heightened my anticipation for what you will create for my mother. I will strive to excel. Jiang Shi Shi took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of hope in life. Suddenly, Lin Macheng leaned closer. Miss Jiang, it seems your makeup is run. Just then, the door to the lounge swung open forcefully. Chi Yu, upon seeing the proximity of the two, felt her jealousy ignite, her eyes nearly blazing with fury. From her vantage point, it appeared as though they were about to kiss. Chi Yu shrieked, "What are you two doing? Jiang Shi Shi, how can you be so shameless?" Jiang Shi Shi stood there, stunned. She lifted her gaze and caught sight of the man standing behind Chi Yu, his expression devoid of warmth, his eyes shrouded in shadows. Chapter 81. She is my wife. Jiang Shi Shi instinctively recoiled, evading Lin Macheng's outstretched hand, and wiped her cheek. Yet this gesture, observed by a discerning eye, appeared akin to the aftermath of a kiss. Chi Jiang's countenance darkened to a hue reminiscent of ash. Jiang Shi Shi felt as though she had been caught in a compromising situation by her husband, a twinge of embarrassment washing over her. Especially as she recalled her earlier fear of being misunderstood, she bit her cheek in regret. After all, that man had long since divorced her. What was there to fear? A misunderstanding was merely that. She was single now. Jiang Shi Shi, are you secretly courting another man here? Do you not owe my cousin an explanation? Though you are divorced, it remains unannounced. Even if you seek a new beginning, you ought to conduct yourself with decorum. Chi Yu's words fell like a bomb in a tranquil pond. Jiang Shi Shi was taken aback. How did Chi Yu know about the divorce? In the next moment, she saw Chi Jiang approach with a cold demeanor, seizing her wrist, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. His icy gaze swept over Chi Yu. If I discover you have divulged this matter to the family, your escapades at the bar will become a spectacle for all to witness. Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? She was merely gathering with friends at the bar. Spending a bit more than usual, nothing untoward occurred. Chi Yu explained, albeit begrudgingly, her heart secretly elated, believing Lin Macheng would finally see through Jiang Shi Shi's true nature. However, Lin Macheng stepped forward, grasping Jiang Shi Shi's other hand, his tone calm. President Shi, it seems Miss Jiang does not wish to accompany you. Release her. Chi Jiang's eyes brewed a tempest as he regarded Lin Macheng's hand. She is my wife. Do not meddle. Jiang Shi Shi momentarily froze. Chi Jiang had never before acknowledged their relationship. Once, she had dreamed of hearing those words. She is my wife. A surge of complex emotions washed over her. Yet she maintained her composure. After all, they were divorced. Hindsight held no value. If I heard correctly, you should be divorced, which makes her a single lady. Lin Macheng retorted, casting a downward glance. Miss Jiang, do you require assistance? At once, Jiang Shi Shi felt the weight of a scrutinizing and aggressive gaze. Chi Jiang's domineering behavior was not a recent development. Thank you, I can handle it myself. Once Lin Macheng graciously released her, Jiang Shi Shi turned to Chi Jiang. President Chi, kindly let go of me. I shall reiterate, you will come with me. The man, unwilling to relent, spoke with an authoritative tone. Jiang Shi Shi remained steadfast, her gaze calm as she replied, we have dissolved our legal marriage. You have no grounds to reproach me for my association with another man. Furthermore, I possess the right to refuse your request. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, and the man, upon noticing the serene expression in her eyes, seemed oblivious to the affection she once held for him. Indeed, she had sought a higher path. Ah, you're correct. It is he who is foolish. Shi Jiang remarked coldly, releasing her hand before turning away. His silhouette remained as effortlessly graceful as ever, never looking back. Jiang Shi concealed her sorrow and turned to Lin Maching, forcing a smile. I apologize for the spectacle. Understanding the absurdity is a start. Jiang Shi, you would do well to temper your conduct and refrain from embarrassing yourself, lest you bring shame upon the Qi family, of which you were once the lady. Upon witnessing Shi Jiang's departure, Qi instantly reverted to her usual demeanor. Jiang Shi sneered, I have no ties to the Qi family now. Instead of fretting over my private affairs, perhaps you should contemplate how to navigate this divorce without being left with nothing. Qi Yu, fuming with indignation, ground her teeth at the audacity of publicly mentioning her divorce. After delivering her retort, Jiang Shi exchanged pleasantries with Lin Maching before departing. Eager to avoid any member of the Qi family, Qi Yu hastily pursued Lin Maching to clarify, Mr. Lin, things are not as that little vixen Jiang Shi portrays. You must believe me. Though we have both experienced divorce, I am not like her. Indeed, you are quite different, Lin Maching replied before departing, uninterested in engaging with the deranged Qi Yu. If it were not for the Qi family's protection, she would have likely faced dire consequences long ago. A flicker of delight crossed Qi Yu's eyes. She knew this would surely reveal Jiang Shi's true nature to Lin Maching. As Jiang Shi left the banquet and prepared to hail a taxi, she encountered an awkward predicament. This was the suburbs, where residents were either affluent or noble, and taxis seldom ventured here, rendering her unable to secure a ride. Gritting her teeth, she made her way to the parking lot, only to find that the man's vehicle had already departed. Cursing her misfortune, she wondered if she would have to walk home. After standing outside for a while, she reluctantly called Shi Jiang, but the call rang several times before indicating that the line was busy. He had actually rejected her call. Infuriated, Jiang Shi sent several messages to him, her anger escalating. Meanwhile, Shi Jiang received an important call, and after concluding the conversation, he noticed the missed call in her messages. Is there not Lin Maching? Why is she messaging me? He casually opened the chat and, upon reading her 3 messages, felt his brow twitch with irritation. Mr. Qi, as an employee of Junue Group, might I request the company to arrange transportation for this crisis? Despite our divorce, I remain a part of Junue Group. If I am to clean up after your little white lotus, though I have no merits, at least I have endured hardships. Must you discard your ex-wife so callously? Scoundrel. Shi Jiang's gaze fell upon the last 2 words, and he could almost envision her gritting her teeth in frustration. The tall, imposing figure of the man leaned back. Closing his eyes, stopped the car. Chapter 82. Turn around and head back. The vehicle came to a halt, and Assistant Mo cautiously turned to inquire, President Qi, shall we turn around and return? Did she reach out to you? The dangerous undertone in Shi Jiang's voice prompted Assistant Mo to hastily clarify. You were likely on the phone earlier, and your wife couldn't locate you, which is why she messaged me. After all, as your assistant, finding me equates to finding you. The man raised a hand, partially obscuring his face. Do you believe I should go back to meet her? Assistant Mo hesitated. That question is rather challenging. Finally, he spoke softly. However, I've heard that the mountains have recently become quite perilous, with several reports of disappearances. It is unsafe for your wife to walk alone at night. In the next moment, the man opened his eyes, turned around. His expression darkened as he irritably undid a few buttons of his shirt. Lately, Jiang Shi had been acting unpredictably, rendering him unable to fathom her intentions. The man, accustomed to controlling every situation, felt a sense of miscalculation regarding this woman. Ever since their divorce was finalized, he had indulged her too much. When he returned, he expected to see the anxious and restless demeanor of Jiang Shi. He needed to devise a strategy to regain the upper hand. After all, could she just dictate when he should let go or when to return? 15 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the parking lot outside the estate. Shi Jiang spotted Jiang Shi bending to enter a sleek black luxury car, with Lin Maching kindly closing the door behind her. The man's profile abruptly turned icy. Shi Jiang's gaze fixated on the luxury vehicle as it departed, and the temperature within the car plummeted. Assistant Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have anticipated that the boss, after finally turning back, would witness such a heart-wrenching scene? Ever since the couple's divorce, the frequency of the boss's sullen expressions had increased, with his mood shifts akin to the weather, all tied to his wife. Madam, the flames are already fierce enough. Must you stoke them further? With a scoff, Shi Jun yanked off his tie and tossed it aside, his brow furrowed in darkness. Very well. It is I who am being foolish. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi had returned to the marital villa, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Maching for escorting her home. She resolved that if she failed to create an exceptional piece of work for him this time, she would truly owe him a debt she could never repay. As she turned back into the hall, she contemplated purchasing her own vehicle. The car she once drove had been a gift from Chi's grandmother, and she had not taken it after the divorce. Without a car, venturing outdoors would be quite inconvenient. Welcome back, young lady. Did you not have a good dinner? Cool. Enjoy the chicken soup I prepared for you. It's still warm. This time, I added American ginseng. It's beneficial for your health. Jiang Shi, having barely eaten, now felt a pang of hunger. She held a bowl of chicken soup alone, finally regaining her composure. Luma, your soup is the most delicious, she exclaimed. If you find it tasty, indulge yourself a bit more. I will prepare more soup for you later. It is beneficial for your health and will be good for the child in the future. Coughing, Jiang Shi was startled at the mention of child. She covered her mouth, her heart racing. What child? Could it be that Luma has figured it out? Madam, there is no need to conceal anything from me. After all, I have been through it myself. Surely, I can discern the situation, Luma said. Jiang Shi's heart sank. Who else knows about this? Most importantly, does Shi Jun know? Madam, this is not an embarrassing matter. There is nothing to hide. The old lady was quite pleased when she found out. She urged me to take good care of you and to ensure that you conceive soon, so she can welcome another grandchild. Jiang Shi, realizing the misunderstanding, repeated, conceiving? Indeed. You have been married for a while now. It would be best to aim for pregnancy soon. The old lady can even help out for a few days. By the way, I noticed you were running low on folic acid in the dining room, so I bought you a few more bottles. Jiang Shi let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed they had mistakenly thought she was planning for pregnancy. She quickly conjured an excuse to retreat to her room to rest, although she actually no longer needed to continue taking folic acid. However, she had to ensure that Luma did not notice anything unusual. Glancing at the calendar, she noted that the end of next month marked the 2-month deadline she had agreed upon with Shi Jun, coinciding with their second wedding anniversary. How ironic. The following morning, Jiang Shi saw Shi Jun emerge from the study, dressed in a black suit, with assistant Imo trailing behind him, carrying a suitcase. Instinctively, she asked, "Are you going on a business trip?" Chapter 83. Has he grown petty? Shi Jun walked past her without a sideways glance, not uttering a single word. Jiang Shi gritted her teeth in frustration. She was the one who had been abandoned in the suburbs yesterday, not him. Yet he was giving her the cold shoulder. Truly, a man is a man, with a temperament to match. During breakfast in the dining room, Shi Jun wore a sullen expression, radiating displeasure at everyone around him. However, Jiang Shi chose to ignore the dark-faced tyrant across the table and focused intently on her breakfast. After all, a wonderful day begins with a good meal. Seeing her carefree demeanor, a small flame of irritation ignited within him. He spoke in a low voice. "It appears you are in good spirits." Meanwhile, she was busy texting, casually finding opportunities to slip into a stranger's car. As expected, Jiang Shi never failed to surprise him, no matter the circumstances. She would not be the one at a disadvantage. Not too bad, considering I was left stranded by a heartless boss in the mountains last night, nearly facing a perilous journey home. Thankfully, a kind soul offered me a ride, sparing me from disaster. Now, having survived, I must embrace joy. After all, overthinking leads to loss of appetite. Jiang Shi looked up, revealing a facade of feigned smiles. Shi Jun pressed his lips tightly together, narrowing his eyes. Your use of idioms is commendable. It seemed she was even capable of mocking him. Jiang Shi wiped her mouth, turned away, and exited the dining hall, leaving behind a proud and defiant silhouette. Shi Jun furrowed his brow. Jiang Shi. She paused momentarily, feigning ignorance, her steps remaining light and unhurried, showing no intention of glancing back. The man suddenly lost his appetite, leaning back in his chair, fixated on the direction of her departure, his mood inexplicably turning irritable, devoid of any clear reason. Was it him who was amiss, or was it her? Ever since the divorce proceedings commenced, this sense of discomfort had intensified, becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Assistant Imo received a phone call, promptly approaching him. "Sir, there is an urgent matter." Shi Jun donned his coat and strode out of the villa. For several consecutive days thereafter, he did not return, reportedly away on a business trip to address pressing issues. She felt a sense of relief. Jiang Shi rose to prominence within the corporation, successfully securing Mrs. Chen's account, and had begun to establish connections within the affluent circles. Receiving numerous orders, her spirits remained high. During her lunch break, she received an unexpected call from Qi Junyi's mother, her former mother-in-law. Since the last incident at the bar, when her mother-in-law had reported her to her own mother in an attempt to tarnish her reputation, Jiang Shi harbored little fondness for the woman she regarded with distant respect. Nevertheless, she patiently answered, "Hello. Have you forgotten how to address me? Jiang Shi. Do not presume that just because you're now preparing for pregnancy to bear a child for the Qi family, you can act with arrogance. It would be wise for you to remain at home, preparing for pregnancy and childbirth, and refrain from cavorting in bars. Otherwise, even if you do give birth, I will ensure the child is taken away to prevent him from going astray." Hearing those words sent a chill down Jiang Shi's spine. She touched her abdomen, realizing that if her mother-in-law discovered her pregnancy post-divorce, she would undoubtedly attempt to seize the child. "Jiang Shi, are you listening to me?" Not uttering a single word. "Is this the upbringing of your Jiang family? If it weren't for the old lady, do you think your family's conditions would allow you to marry into the Qi family? 2 years of marriage, and not even a single egg laid. Have you said enough?" Jiang Shi could no longer restrain herself, sitting up straight and declaring, "Ms. Song, I have divorced your son. You should seek another woman to bear children." With that, she hung up the phone. Throughout their 2 years of marriage, Ms. Song had persistently pressured her to have children, adding immense stress both overtly and subtly, making her feel like nothing more than a hen meant to lay eggs. Today, she finally released that pent-up frustration. She felt as though the world had transformed for the better. After all, Qi was already aware of the matter, and given Qi Yu's evident disdain for her, it was likely that the news would soon reach the rest of the family. Informing them in advance should not constitute a breach of agreement, should it? Meanwhile, Miss Song, upon being disconnected, was left fuming, her complexion paling. She had never anticipated that Jiang Shi would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Is it true that she is already divorced? This is indeed a positive development. Miss Song promptly called Qi Junyi, who took a while to answer, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Hello, what is it? Xiao Yi, have you truly divorced Jiang Shi?" Upon hearing this, Qi Junyi's weariness vanished instantaneously, his tone growing cold. "Who informed you of this? Was it Qi Yu?" Chapter 84. "We haven't divorced, who else could it be? Jiang Shi just told me herself," with quite an arrogant demeanor. "However, I believe your decision this time is commendable. Your mother supports you." Qi Junyi's expression darkened with annoyance. That woman, Jiang Shi, had become increasingly audacious to speak so openly. At that moment, an image flashed through his mind from a few days ago at the banquet, where Jiang Shi had bent down to enter Lin Machen's car, further souring his mood. "Jiang Shi, if you wish to leave, I shall not permit it. What gives you the right to marry me and then leave at will?" Qi Junyi rubbed his temples. "Mother, we haven't divorced." She merely spoke out of anger. "Have you called her to urge her to conceive? I have already told you that for the next 2 years, I do not plan on having children, and it has nothing to do with her. What is wrong with urging her? Shouldn't I? Listen to how she speaks to me, devoid of any decorum. She even declared in a fit of anger that you are divorced. If she desires divorce so much, why not just go through with it?" Ms. Song had never been so publicly humiliated in her life, especially not by a daughter-in-law she disliked. Her dissatisfaction with Jiang Shi only grew. "Mother, this is a matter between me and her. Please do not interfere. I have some matters to attend to. I must hang up now." With that, Qi Junyi ended the call and glanced at Assistant Mo, who had just entered. "What is it?" "Mr. Qi, our people have spotted your wife's brother, Jiang Zia, in Trading City, and it seems he has encountered some trouble." Qi Junyi furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "What does the Jiang family have to do with me?" Assistant Mo sighed silently. Whenever matters concerning his wife arose, the boss's temper resembled that of a ticking time bomb, especially in recent days. On the morning he left, the boss had been so furious he hadn't even eaten breakfast before departing. That evening, upon returning home, Jiang Shi contemplated that once Qi Junyi returned, she would soon be able to move out. After all, everyone was aware of their divorce, and she had no reason to continue living there. She touched her abdomen, thinking it was for the best. The child was already over 3 months along, and she feared being discovered if she stayed any longer. Particularly after hearing her mother-in-law's threats to take the child, she wished to leave immediately. Buzz, her phone rang. Jiang Shi hesitated before answering, seeing the caller ID. Hello, mother. Shi, your brother has gone missing. He isn't answering his phone or replying to messages. Jiang Shi was taken aback. How could he possibly be missing? Perhaps he's out with friends, intoxicated, or traveling where there is no signal. This has happened before. However, this time is different. I inquired with his friends and learned that he had gone to the trading city at the border. Just imagine how chaotic it is there. Would he be safe alone? Jiang Zia actually ventured to the trading city? After listening to her mother's lamentations for quite some time, Jiang Shi finally grasped the situation. Jiang Zia claimed he was going to the trading city to procure goods for business. In simpler terms, he intended to engage in the trade of stones. Acting as a second-hand dealer, Jiang Shi was nearly driven mad. How could an amateur possibly think of conducting business in the trading city? Was he out of his mind? She attempted to reach Jiang Zia several times by phone, but to no avail. She recalled a message her brother had sent 3 days prior, stating that he was seeking a job and would not remain idle, determined not to let the chief family look down upon their maternal relatives. Jiang Shi had assumed her brother, after the recent incident, was striving for reform, but she never anticipated his fanciful notions. Anxiously, she turned to her small group chat and tagged 2 friends. Do you know anyone in the trading city? Lu Shi responded. What's the matter? Jiang Shi urgently replied. My brother has been missing in the trading city for 3 days. Lu Shi, don't panic. I'll ask my friends. I believe someone there might be able to help. Li Yu coldly interjected. If you ask me, don't concern yourself with your brother's fate. He has always caused you trouble. If it weren't for him 2 years ago, you wouldn't have faced such humiliation marrying into the Chi family. Jiang Shi, I simply want to locate him. If his life is not in danger and he is merely facing hardships, I'll 1T intervene. She was well aware that her brother had consistently brought trouble upon himself. Yet, during their childhood, their sibling bond had been quite strong. It was only after her brother reached adolescence that he became increasingly rebellious, stirring up trouble wherever he went. Ultimately, if it weren't for her desire to defend her own dignity, Jiang Zia would not have dared to risk venturing into such a perilous place as the trading city. The following day, Lu Shi had news. It was reported that Jiang Zia had offended someone and was being detained. All his identification documents were in the hands of a powerful figure in the trading city. Lu Shi remarked, my friend mentioned that the person in charge of the trading city is formidable. Unless we can find someone of equal stature to negotiate, there is little hope. Li Yu replied, that's convenient. It saves trouble. Jiang Shi felt overwhelmed. She could not stand by and do nothing. In a state of turmoil, she reluctantly opened the WeChat dialogue with Shi Jiang, the last conversation having taken place just days ago. The final message read, scoundrel, and it was she who had sent it. Jiang Shi had to admit that Shi Jiang was her only option for assistance. She sent him a message, only to find the dialogue box displaying, you are not yet friends with this person. The recipient has activated friend verification mode. Jiang Shi froze. She had been blocked. A flash of self-deprecation crossed her eyes. Indeed, considering Shi Jiang was such a proud man, it was only natural for him to delete her after being insulted. Now, what was she to do? In the next moment, a new message popped up in the WeChat dialogue box from Lin Maching. Are you free tonight? I would like to discuss some design matters and, incidentally, sign an intention contract. Chapter 85. Did Shi Jiang save you? Jiang Shi did not ponder for long and readily agreed. After work, she hailed a taxi to the designated restaurant, this time opting not to have him pick her up. 10 minutes later, Lin Maching entered the private room. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. No worries, I arrived not long ago, Jiang Shi replied. Setting aside thoughts of her brother for the moment, she began discussing work. In reality, conversing with Lin Maching felt less like a professional exchange and more akin to a delightful conversation between friends. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Shi glanced at the intention contract he handed her, her eyes widening as she noted the deposit of 500,000. Mr. Lin, isn't this deposit a bit excessive? She inquired. Typically, a deposit amounts to 10% of the design fee. Based on this deposit, the total design fee would reach 5 million. Generally, the works of prominent designers command fees exceeding 5 million. However, given her current reputation and experience, she felt unworthy of such a sum. Lin Maching chuckled. I hadn't intended to offer such a high amount, but upon seeing your work for Mrs. Chun, I believe you possess the capability. And I also wish to secure your availability. You won't disappoint me, will you? At that moment, Jiang Shi felt the weight of responsibility intensifying upon her shoulders. Ultimately, she signed her name, resolved to strive for even better creations. After both parties had signed, Lin Maching regarded her thoughtfully. Miss Jiang, have you been troubled by anything recently? You don't seem in good spirits today. Is there any way I can assist you? Jiang Shi hesitated momentarily, instinctively dismissing his concern. It's nothing, she replied. If you require assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. After all, a designer in a positive frame of mind can channel their energy into their work more effectively. I genuinely wish to help you, Miss Jiang. With the conversation having reached such a point, Jiang Shi hesitated before admitting, I have encountered a troublesome matter of late. Do tell, he encouraged. I wonder if you have any acquaintances in the boundary trading city. My brother has landed himself in a bit of trouble there and has been detained by someone named Master Shi, who seems quite influential. Lin Maching contemplated for a moment before responding, I do have some connections there. I will have someone look into it right away and will inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you, Mr. Lin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Shi replied. She received several calls from her mother, undoubtedly urging her to find Qi Jun. If she did not take action soon, her mother would surely approach the Qi family, and inevitably, her grandmother would learn of the situation. She wished to avoid turning this into a public affair. After all, she had only just revealed her intention to divorce to her mother yesterday. Should her mother confront them, she would surely discover the circumstances surrounding the divorce, and the potential repercussions were too daunting to contemplate. Initially, she had hoped to find a suitable moment to confess the truth about her divorce to her mother. Yet, Jiang Zia had stirred up trouble again, leaving Jiang Shi feeling utterly helpless. After she departed, Lin Maching made a phone call, and a cold voice from the other end inquired, What is it? Old Fourth, have you recently detained someone named Jiang Zia? How do you know? I was just about to inform you. This young man came to my establishment a few days ago, looking for trouble, and was apprehended. He audaciously claimed to be Qi Ye's brother-in-law, and I initially thought he was lying. To my surprise, upon investigation, it turned out to be true. Such a prime opportunity should not be squandered. Shi Shi, with a nonchalant demeanor, responded coldly, This is a perfect chance to eliminate Qi Ye. That man has been in Trading City these past few days. Qi Ye is not easily dealt with, so do not act impulsively. As for the young man, let him endure some hardship before releasing him. Lin Maching had looked into Jiang Shi's background and indeed discovered that she had a disobedient younger brother. A lesson for such a young man would be beneficial. He lowered his gaze and sent Jiang Shi a message. Your brother will be fine soon. Do not worry. Grateful for his words, Jiang Shi replied with a thank you emoji. However, the specifics of what her brother had gotten into would only be clear once he returned. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Shi Shi clicked his tongue. Now that the young man was in his grasp, he would not easily let him go. After all, Qi Ye deserved to be shown a bit of resistance. One of his subordinates approached and said, Boss, Qi Ye has arrived. How many people did he bring? He came with only one assistant. Shi Shi raised an eyebrow. How audacious. Today, I shall assist Mo Gu in dealing with this individual and bring the young man out. He is about to have a personal encounter with a man known as Qi Ye. On that day, the largest establishment in the border trading city closed its doors, and soon thereafter, the sounds of a struggle erupted from within, culminating in an explosion. The details of what transpired were the subject of much speculation. That evening, Jiang Shi had a restless night, and the following day she arrived at work with dark circles under her eyes, distracted while sketching. At noon, she received a call from her brother and quickly answered, Hello, Jiang Zia. Where are you? Are you all right? Sis, I'm at your apartment. Hurry back. Without further inquiry, Jiang Shi took leave and hurriedly hailed a cab back to her apartment. Ever since their grandmother had packed her belongings to return home, she had not visited this place. It seemed Jiang Zia was aware of the trouble he had caused and was too frightened to return home. Upon inputting the password and entering the apartment, she was met with the sight of Jiang Zia, his head wrapped in white bandages, bruises marring his lips and eyes, transforming the once handsome young man into a visage reminiscent of a swollen face. Sis, you finally made it. I thought I was going to die this time. If it weren't for brother-in-law, I fear the outcome would have been dire. We might have to be siblings in our next life. Jiang Shi was taken aback. You mean Qi Ye saved you? Chapter 86. The handsome brother-in-law indeed. You cannot fathom the extent of my brother-in-law's handsomeness at that moment. A throng encircled him. Yet he stood there, unfazed, accompanied only by an assistant, exuding an aura of calm authority, both striking and cool. Sister, you cannot imagine how captivating he was. Were I a woman, I would undoubtedly have fallen for him. Jiang Shirshi's eyes twitched as she turned to grab a cushion and hurled it at her brother. While striking, she scolded, "So handsome, huh? Are you seeking death? Such perilous circumstances, and you still have the audacity to be excited about his looks, completely oblivious to the danger." A slight misstep could mean Jiang Ziya's life hangs in the balance. Sister, please stop hitting. You should go upstairs and check on brother-in-law. His injuries seem quite severe. Jiang Shirshir abruptly halted, her heart skipping a beat. Shi Jiang was injured? Ascending the stairs, she found the door ajar. Cautiously, she pushed it open, catching a whiff of antiseptic. The man on the bed lay in a deep slumber, his pale lips cracked. Assistant Mo lingered nearby, his arm bandaged, and everyone appeared rather disheveled. Jiang Shirshir lowered her voice. Is he all right? He feels a bit warm. Why not take him to the hospital? She touched Shi Jiang's forehead. It was somewhat hot, his temperature decidedly abnormal. Assistant Mo looked a bit hesitant. This is a gunshot wound. Hospital treatment would be rather complicated. Moreover, he is unwilling to go, fearing that rumors of his ill health might circulate and jeopardize the stability of the corporation. After earnestly conveying this, Assistant Mo added, therefore, I must trouble you to take care of him for a while. What qualification do I have to care for him? Jiang Shirshir instinctively rejected the notion. Their relationship was merely that of a divorced couple, and there were many others who wished to attend to him. The news of the boss's injury cannot leak, and with the elder lady's health being fragile, he cannot stay at home. Thus, we must impose upon you for some time. Jiang Shirshir cast her gaze downward, glancing at the weakened Shi Jiang, her eyes dimming considerably. She had never anticipated he would risk his life to save Jiang Ziya. Had he not deleted her from WeChat? Why go to such lengths? In a subdued tone, Jiang Shirshir conceded, all right, just tell me what you need me to do. Madam, I have watched over him all night and wish to rest for a while. I leave things in your capable hands. I shall return shortly. Without hesitation, Assistant Mo placed a towel in her hands and departed, kindly closing the door behind him. He glanced at Jiang Ziya, who stood at the staircase. Does your method truly work? It must work. My brother-in-law is injured, and my sister is here to care for him. What conflicts could they not resolve? My brother-in-law may be reluctant to lower his pride, but I must provide them the opportunity to nurture their feelings. Assistant Mo nodded. Though Jiang Ziya seemed somewhat unreliable, his experience in courting women should not be underestimated. One could only hope that this time, the two would reconcile smoothly. Jiang Shirshir had spent the afternoon tending to matters in the room and, feeling a bit fatigued, succumbed to slumber by the bedside. When Shi Jiang awoke, he beheld this scene. It seemed her position was uncomfortable, for her brows were slightly furrowed. The man rubbed his temples and surveyed the room's decor, as well as the solitary photograph on the bedside, deducing the location. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Assistant Mo at the threshold, holding some food. Shi Jiang instinctively raised his hand, glancing at the slumbering Jiang Shirshir, and remained silent. Assistant Mo understood immediately, placing the food on the small table beside the bed before discreetly retreating. Before long, Jiang Shirshir was roused by hunger. The enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air, and her baby protested in her belly, prompting her to open her eyes. She met a pair of calm, yet inscrutable eyes, and paused. You're awake? I am. Are you disappointed? His voice bore a hint of weakness, but retained its characteristic teasing tone. Jiang Shirshir sat up abruptly, wishing to say little, but as she did so, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Fortunately, someone caught her just in time, preventing a more embarrassing fall. When she looked up, the man swiftly withdrew his hand, a frown marring his features, displaying clear reluctance. A pang struck Jiang Shirshir's heart, and she quickly composed herself and exited the room. In the living room, Jiang Ziya was seated, enjoying a meal. Sister, why are you down here? What about brother-in-law? He has hands and feet. He can manage on his own. But he is patient. Shouldn't you be more gentle and feed him? How romantic that would be. You can't be so unyielding. I'm worried for you. Jiang Ziya expressed his disappointment with a look of exasperation. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have captured brother-in-law as heart and married him. Jiang Shirshir, with a cold demeanor, slammed her bowl onto the table. "If you utter another word, I shall toss you out." Instantly, Jiang Zia fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Assistant Mo finished his meal quickly and ascended the stairs. Jiang Shi had little appetite after a few bites. Her greatest regret was heeding her brother's ill-conceived advice, which had tarnished her image before Qi Jun. The stain she felt was irreparable. Just as she set down her chopsticks, her phone rang. It was a call from Grandma Qi. She hesitated before answering. "Grandma?" Sure. Why haven't you and Xiaoya returned home for dinner? You haven't answered your phone or even given a heads up. Are you two secretly on a date? From Grandma Qi's tone, it was evident she remained unaware of their divorce. Should she disclose the truth? Jiang Shi hesitated briefly before speaking. "Grandma, there's something I feel I must tell you. I'm sorry for disappointing your expectations." Sure, if you have something to say, do so without hesitation." Just as Jiang Shi was about to respond, her phone was snatched away. The scent of antiseptic filled the air as Qi Jun appeared beside her. His expression cold as he took the call. "Grandma, we're staying at the small apartment for a couple of days. There is no need for concern." "Ah, I see. Then you two enjoy your world together, and I shall refrain from inquiring further. Grandson, do treat Shi with more kindness. Do not be so stern, for one must be gentle with a lady." After Qi Jun concluded his conversation, he cast a glance at the two individuals in the room, who were rather bothersome. Jiang Zia, being quite astute, promptly pulled Assistant Mo aside, suggesting, "Let us step out and dispose of the trash." Soon, the two departed, leaving the small living room occupied solely by them. The man settled on the sofa, speaking in an ambiguous tone. "I recall our agreement from 2 months ago. The time has not yet come." "I am aware," she replied. "Nonetheless, since Qi Yu is already informed, it implies that soon the Qi family will also be made aware of this matter. Rather than allowing my grandmother to hear it through the grapevine, it is better for me to be forthright. I do not wish to deceive her. To not wish to deceive her, yet harbor intentions to hurt her? Jiang Shi, I have long declared how this relationship would conclude, and your words alone do not hold sway." Even if he bore wounds, his features remained stoic, and his demeanor exuded an air of superiority. Jiang Shi scoffed. "So you intend to use my friend as leverage against me, do you? What other tricks do you possess?" Qi Jun spoke slowly. "This time, your brother has caused trouble in the border trading city. Do you have any idea how much I expended to extricate him?" Jiang Shi momentarily faltered in her breath. She had not heard Jiang Zia mention this matter. She was only aware that Qi Jun had sent people to rescue her brother, leading to a conflict where shots were fired and injuries occurred. Had he truly spent money on this? "I spent 100 million. His tone was calm, but his gaze was profound. "Your Jiang family truly possesses a singular character, easily swayed by the glimmer of wealth, foolishly falling into traps laid before you. This 100 million, I shall repay you." She fought to maintain her composure. Qi Jun, with a semblance of smile, replied, "I nearly risked my life. What will you use to repay me?" She lowered her gaze. "I will take care of you until you are well again. Is that all? Do you consider my life so cheap?" Jiang Shi looked at him. "Do you wish to negotiate a price?" Qi Jun was momentarily taken aback. He certainly would not place a price on his own life. When did this woman become so formidable with her words? He raised his gaze. "Given your repeated lies and broken promises, I find it difficult to trust how long your words will hold. Rest assured, I will take responsibility." Jiang Shi declared as she retrieved a notebook from the drawer, scribbling an IOU and signing her name. The man responded unperturbed. "It is merely a scrap of paper. Since you are so resolute, how do you intend to repay this sum? I do not currently possess such funds. May I pay you in installments?" Jiang Shi's expression grew somewhat awkward. Poverty breeds a lack of ambition. Qi Jun's lips parted slightly. "That is unacceptable." She gritted her teeth. "If you do not consent, then there is little I can do. You are aware I lack such funds. You might as well ask Jiang Zia, as it is he who incurred the debt. Each grievance has its rightful owner. Seek him out." Jiang Shi, in a moment of defiance, resolved to be unyielding. Why should she bear the burden of this debt? Qi Jun cast her a glance, finally regaining his clarity of mind. However, extricating himself from this predicament would not prove to be an easy task. He would not afford her such an opportunity. He spoke softly when Jiang Zia was apprehended. "He invoked my name, claiming to be my brother-in-law. Master Shi from Trading City personally reached out, urging me to provide funds for his release. Were it not for you, I would not have such a troublesome brother-in-law. Tell me, does this bear no relation to you?" Jiang Shi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, wishing to obliterate Jiang Ziya. Last time it was 50 million, but this time it was a staggering 100 million. She lowered her gaze. I will design for profit to repay you. Jiang Shi, last time your design cost me 50 million, and that was only because production had already commenced and changes could not be made. Do you truly believe you could sell designs for 50 million? 100 million, and you think you can simply sketch a few drawings to clear your debt? Jiang Shi cast her eyes downward. She and T intended for matters to escalate so quickly. Yet, explanations now seemed futile. He would never believe her words regardless. Regaining her composure, she stated, I can only make payments in installments. Ah, where did that bravado go? His words were infuriating. Jiang Shi pressed her lips together. If you refuse the installment plan, do as you please. After all, she did not possess such a sum. The small living room fell silent after her declaration, until the man quietly ordered, bring me some food. Jiang Shi looked at him in surprise, and he raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you would care for my recovery? What can't you manage that? Taking a deep breath, she complied, turning to retrieve the meal and placing it before him. She forced a smile. Do you need me to feed you? No need. I fear you might choke me. Shi Jiang took the chopsticks himself and began to eat. The takeout was somewhat greasy, yet he remained unfazed. Finishing his meal, before placing the chopsticks down with a calm tone, for the next meal, I do not wish to eat takeout. What a demanding man he was. Under such circumstances, Jiang Shi felt utterly powerless, burdened by a debt of 100 million. When Jiang Ziya returned that evening, Jiang Shi dragged him into the small kitchen. You better confess honestly what transpired in Trading City. Are you truly in debt for 100 million? Sister, my ears are about to fall off. I could have made a fortune, but I was duped. It's actually not 100 million, just several tens of millions. The contract over there was flawed. Fuming, Jiang Shi retorted. Then why didn't you inform me about the 100 million? Jiang Ziya's eyes flickered, stumbling over his words. Anyway, brother-in-law already provided the funds. What is the point of discussing such a humiliating matter? What? How can anyone be so shameless? Chapter 88. Sister, are you pregnant? Jiang Ziya, I am already divorced from him. You must know that. How can you shamelessly regard him as a source of 100 million? Jiang Shi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her brother out of the window. Despite the divorce, he remains my brother-in-law and my idol. In this lifetime, I shall follow him unwaveringly, recognizing him alone as my brother-in-law, dismissing all other men. The youth, with a bruised face and a stubborn demeanor, left Jiang Shi at a loss for how to respond. This troublesome child had never been so bothersome in his younger years. She turned and seized a fruit knife from the rack, causing Jiang Ziya to flee upstairs in terror, calling out, brother-in-law, help. My sister is trying to kill me. Jiang Ziya, come down. Jiang Shi stood at the stairway, reluctant to ascend and confront the man she deemed unworthy. The boy remained outside the second-floor door, declaring, I want to come down. Only my brother-in-law can protect me. The incessant repetition of brother-in-law made Jiang Shi's temples throb with irritation. Within the confines of the second-floor bedroom, Shi Jiang, disturbed by the commotion outside, furrowed his brow. Assistant Mo promptly remarked, young Master Jiang is merely naive and lacks societal experience. That is why he is so easily deceived. Ah, one cannot blame society for foolishness, Shi Jiang replied, rubbing his temples. Have him quiet down, it is too noisy. Once Assistant Mo stepped outside, silence swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Shi Jiang, feeling drowsy after taking medication, lay down and soon succumbed to sleep, lulled by the fragrant scent of the bedding. Before retiring for the night, Jiang Shi received a call from Lin Maching. Miss Jiang, your brother should have returned safely. He was rescued by someone. I apologize for my inability to assist. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. Regardless, I must thank you for your willingness to help. Jiang Shi was taken aback to learn that it was Shi Jiang who had sustained injuries to save her brother, leaving her feelings somewhat conflicted. Lin Maching said little more before ending the call, but found the situation increasingly intriguing. Shi Jiang had indeed ventured alone to rescue the inept young man, despite their divorce. It appeared that feelings still lingered, especially for a man like Shi Jiang, who would never engage in a losing endeavor. The motivation for his heroic act could only be attributed to Jiang Shi. He sensed he had uncovered Shi Jiang's vulnerability. The following morning, as Jiang Shi prepared to leave for work, she emerged from the small study downstairs to find Jiang Ziya sprawled on the sofa, sleeping soundly. She ventured into the kitchen to prepare a simple chicken egg noodle soup. Just as it was ready, a man appeared at the kitchen door. His expression still far from pleasant. Jiang Shi glanced over, inquiring, "Up so early?" Shi Jiang acknowledged her with a nod, taking a seat at the small dining table, adopting a lordly demeanor and uttering not a word. With a sigh, Jiang Shi took another bowl, portioning half of the noodles for him. The man's cold gaze swept over her, prompting her to clarify, "I only made this much, as I am in a hurry for work. You can have Assistant Mo buy you some breakfast later. I mentioned that I do not eat takeout. If he goes out to buy it for you, it doesn't count as takeout." Jiang Shi lowered her head, blowing on the steaming noodles, perspiration forming on the tip of her nose as she ate. Noticing her hunger, Shi Jiang picked up chopsticks to have a taste. Despite his initial lack of appetite, he surprisingly finished the entire bowl. He set down his chopsticks and said slowly, "Are you leaving just like that?" "Well, I have for lunch." She replied, "What do you wish to eat?" "Just send me a message." "Oh, right. We are not friends yet. You can have Assistant Mo inform me." The man narrowed his eyes, her tone unwaveringly sharp. With that, he directly stated, "I would like to have 3 flavor soup, tomato ribs, and braised beef brisket, along with boiled cabbage." Jiang Shi's hand paused. These dishes required considerable time to prepare. To have them all ready, she would need to leave immediately to buy the ingredients in order to serve lunch on time. She smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "Given your current condition, such rich dishes may not be suitable. I believe a bowl of cabbage porridge will be quite fitting for you." He retorted, "Jiang Shi, I am the patient here, and I call the shots. Do you wish to go back on your word already?" His slender fingers tapped the table, casting a knowing glance that ignited her anger. She threw her canvas bag onto the sofa and nodded, "Fine, you're in charge." "Excellent." Shi Jiang stood up, his long legs striding leisurely back to the second floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Zia was awakened by the commotion, irritated. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Jiang Shi kicked him, her expression cold. "Come with me to the market." Upon seeing her stern face, Jiang Zia shook off his drowsiness and yawned as he followed her out. Jiang Shi directed Jiang Zia to labor in the kitchen, preparing the ingredients while she took a moment to request leave from her manager, stating she was unwell, yet assuring the progress of her design work would not be hindered. Thankfully, her manager did not raise any objections. After lunch, Jiang Shi worked in her small study, taking breaks to rest, for she was not alone now and could not afford to overexert herself. She was roused from her slumber by a loud voice, "Sister, you have a package." Yawning, Jiang Shi inquired, "What package?" "I'll open it to see. The sender's name is Lu someone." Upon hearing the sender's name, she immediately became alert, rushing to the door. "Don't open it." She realized what the package contained. Recently, Lu Shi had gone abroad for filming and had purchased numerous baby supplies for her. Since she had moved back to her marital home, receiving packages there had become inconvenient, so she had them sent to her apartment. She had planned to organize them discreetly, ensuring no one would find out. But who could have anticipated the current predicament? That insufferable Shi Jiang still resided here. Chapter 89. Terminating the pregnancy. Oh no. Jiang Shi covered her face, lowering her voice. "Quickly, put everything back. It's urgent. Shi Jiang must not see this." "Sister, have you not informed your husband about your pregnancy? Are you trying to keep a secret from him?" Jiang Zia did not need to ponder long to grasp her thoughts. The next moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs towards the second floor, "Brother-in-law, come out quickly. My sister is pregnant." "Jiang Zia, are you seeking death?" Jiang Shi, incensed, stepped forward, having never encountered a brother so adept at dragging her down. Had she committed some heinous act in her past life to be burdened with such a sibling in this one? The door to the second floor bedroom swung open, revealing Shi Jiang in a loose-fitting loungewear. His slender gaze swept across the small living room, pausing at the box filled with tiny clothes. With a weighty tone, he inquired, "Jiang Shi, are you pregnant?" In that instant, he felt an irrepressible green hat firmly affixed upon his head. Life is fraught with surprises, and Jiang Shi, you are the greatest harbinger of them all. At a loss for words, Jiang Shi felt her heart leap into her throat. Just then, Jiang Zia boldly interjected, "If she isn't pregnant, then why will my sister buy these things? Since you two are divorced, she must have decided to conceal the birth of this child from you. You must trust my sister. She is indeed capable of such folly." Jiang Shi, completely taken aback, felt beads of sweat forming on her nose. At that moment, she wished she could silence him permanently. As the man descended the stairs, his gaze fell upon the shipping label, and the name Lu pierced his eyes like a dagger. Lu Shime? Ha, splendid. He had been so thoroughly cuckolded. The atmosphere in the small living room grew tense, and Jiang Zia, confused, naively asked brother-in-law, "Aren't you unhappy that my sister is pregnant?" Unhappy? How could I be anything but? Qi Junyi's thin lips curled coldly as he fixed his gaze upon the woman beside him. How many months along is she? He had never even touched Jiang Shi. How could she be pregnant? Jiang Shi's mind was a blank slate. How could she respond? Sister, just confess. Even if you two are divorced, brother-in-law would never shirk his responsibility. Jiang Zia urged anxiously, only to be abruptly pulled out the door by assistant Mo, who deemed it unwise to exacerbate the situation. Left alone in the small living room, Qi Junyi advanced relentlessly. Speak. Whose child is it? What if I say it's yours? Jiang Shi was eager to discern his attitude toward the child, hoping for an alteration in his demeanor. Yet, the man's expression remained icy. I haven't even touched you. From where would this child come? Did it spring forth from a crack in stone? If there was such a possibility, there is no if. I have already stated I would not have children these past 2 years. Even if one were to exist, it would be terminated. Those 4 words weighed heavily upon Jiang Shi's heart, rendering her breathless. Deep down, she had known this outcome all along, hadn't she? You still haven't answered my question. Whose child is it? Her chin was gripped painfully in his hand, tears welling in her eyes as he glared at her with a chilling intensity. Even without your answer, I can surmise it is that film emperor named Lu Shi, correct? Huh, he truly is courting death. It has nothing to do with him. Jiang Shi forcefully swatted his hand away, only to have her shoulders seized once more, rendering her immobile. His frigid voice cut through the air, trying to absolve him. Regardless of whose child it is, you must terminate it. With great difficulty, she closed her eyes. Jiang Shi, you must remain calm. Think of a way to protect the child. Regardless of whether you acknowledge that the child belongs to Qi Junyi, you will not want this child. Do not harbor such illusions. Who informed you of my pregnancy? Jiang Shi reopened her eyes, her gaze regaining tranquility. Did I not previously mention that my close friend was taking folic acid in preparation for pregnancy? These gifts are what Lu Shi and I prepared for the child. Did you conceive so quickly? Jiang Shi feigned composure. Are you envious of their speed? Qi Junyi narrowed his eyes. Jiang Shi, you are truly adept at deception. At times, I cannot discern which of your words are true and which are false. After 2 years of marriage, during which you have not touched me, I am curious about how you would react if you were indeed pregnant. I have long since provided you with the answer to that question. One does not give up until they have crossed the Yellow River. I merely sought confirmation. Now, I have relinquished all hope. Jiang Shi managed a strained smile. If you harbor doubts, we may visit the hospital to ascertain whether I am indeed pregnant. Their eyes met, and for her, each passing second felt excruciatingly prolonged. She was gambling, betting that Qi Junyi would certainly not act in accordance with his own words. Chapter 90. When do you plan to remarry? After a prolonged silence, Qi Junyi withdrew his hand, creating distance between them. He took a tissue to wipe his hands. No need for that. Do you wish to check if you have contracted any diseases from other men? I have no such inclinations. With that, Qi Junyi ascended the stairs. It was not until the bedroom door closed that Jiang Shi exhaled in relief, covering her face as cold sweat dripped down her back. She had come perilously close to being exposed. She moved the box into the small study, gazing at the tiny garments and pressing her face against them, revealing a smile of contentment. Baby, mommy will protect you. I will never allow your scoundrel of a father to take away your right to be born. If he doesn't want you, I will. Before long, Jiang Zia returned and knocked on the door, his face alight with excitement. Sister, when do you plan to remarry? Remarry, you say? But you are pregnant. Does brother-in-law not wish to take responsibility? No, I must speak with him about this matter. A man cannot be so heartless. Jiang Shi grasped his arm firmly. I am not pregnant. Those baby items were purchased for my friend, who is the one expecting. In this moment, she could only use her friendly you as a shield. Jiang Zia came to his senses, disappointment etched across his face. I thought I would become an uncle. Jiang Shi ultimately refrained from revealing the truth to her brother. After all, the Qi family would only seek to separate her from the child, or even terminate the pregnancy. She could not take that risk. Jiang Shi took a leave of absence for 2 consecutive days, during which Qi Junyi also missed 2 high-level meetings, an unusual occurrence. The secretarial department speculated on the coincidence, How could both Jiang Shi and Shi Jiang take leave simultaneously? Could it be that they had embarked on a vacation together? The rumor swiftly reached Chu Yu's ears, igniting a sense of agitation within her. The possibility was not entirely unfounded. Ever since her brother's actions were uncovered by Shi Jiang, suspicion had also fallen upon her. Consequently, she had been exceedingly cautious, refraining from any bold moves, and had resorted to secretly inciting the foolish young Lady Chi Yu to take the lead, though ultimately, all her efforts had proven futile. Feeling increasingly restless, Chu Yu stepped out of her office and called Chi Yu, who, on the other end, was still yawning, clearly unrefreshed from a night of revelry. A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Yu's gaze, yet her words dripped with concern. Waking up so late? I'll brew some of the hangover tea I promised you. It's good for beauty and health. Strangely enough, the hangover tea was indeed quite effective. She thought to herself, perhaps she should request more next time. Certainly, but I have something to ask you. Shi Jiang hasn't been to the office for 2 days, and Jiang Shi has also taken a 2-day leave. Did you inadvertently reveal their divorce, leading to both of them being interrogated at home? Speaking of which, it infuriates me. When I inform my family, none believe my words and accuse me of spreading rumors. My cousin holds significant influence within the family, and his words carry weight. No one dares to offend him lightly. A tinge of regret washed over Chu Yu. It was unfortunate that Shi Yu's reputation was so tarnished, rendering her words unreliable. She patiently inquired, what about Shi grandmother and Shi Jiang's mother? Are they aware? I cannot dare to speak in front of either of them. My cousin threatened that if I disclosed anything to them, he would expose my escapades at the bar to the tabloids. I simply cannot. A flicker of animosity flashed in Chu Yu's eyes. What a useless individual, too timid to act. An idea suddenly struck her, and she continued, Chi Yu, I heard that Lin Machin specifically designated Jiang Shi to design jewelry, seemingly as a birthday gift for his mother. You do have a fondness for Lin Machin, don't you? Perhaps you could devise a way to win his mother's favor. Is that so? What merit could Jiang Shi's designs possibly hold? I am certain I can present a gift 10-fold or 100-fold superior to hers. Chu Yu chuckled as she ended the call, her laughter laced with a chilling undertone. While she did not expect Chi Yu to succeed, causing Jiang Shi some trouble would not be unwelcome. She remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Shi Jiang and Jiang Shi. Should Shi Jiang discover Jiang Shi's pregnancy and the truth be revealed, the misunderstandings from that fateful night at the hotel would dissolve, leaving her without any chance of redemption. Shi Jiang would undoubtedly not tolerate such deception. She needed to find an opportunity to ensure Jiang Shi would never speak the truth. Glancing at the calendar, she calculated that it was nearly time for Shi Jiang's episode to manifest. By then, he would have no choice but to seek her out. This was her trump card. On the 3rd day of her leave, while Jiang Shi was designing jewelry for Lin Machin, she encountered a creative block. In truth, she relished listening to stories, as they sparked her imagination for design. Taking the initiative, she sent Lin Machin a message. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you have some time? I would like to invite you to dinner and discuss the design matters. The next moment, the phone rang. Miss Jiang, is there a design issue? Just a minor problem. I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance. There's no need for such formality. Ahem, I am free this evening. Please send me the restaurant's address. After hanging up, Jiang Shi sent the address and recalled Lin Machin's earlier cough. She specially jarred some loquat syrup and pear syrup, sealing it neatly in a box. As she stepped outside, Jiang Zia was in the living room engrossed in a game. Sister, where are you going? I have some matters to attend to. The rib soup for dinner is simmering on low heat, and the other side dishes are ready. They just need to be reheated in the microwave. Having arranged everything, she walked away without looking back or answering Jiang Zia's question. The bedroom door upstairs was ajar. Shi Jiang heard her leave and, shortly after, saw her get into a taxi from the window. His expression grew intricate before he quickly averted his gaze. Noticing his assistant's restless demeanor, he furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it? Ahem, the proposal for the wedding anniversary has arrived. Would you like to take a look? Sighing, he thought, when will these turbulent days come to an end? The mention of the wedding anniversary proposal was particularly disconcerting to Shi Jiang. He raised his eyes to the small table by the bed, where a photo of Jiang Shi smiled sweetly at the camera, exuding an air of triumph that was somewhat irksome. He covered the photo with his hand, bowing his head and muttering, Let them handle it. Assistant Mo stroked his chin, having anticipated this outcome. However, given the boss's temperament, Not canceling the banquet hinted that he still intended to reconcile with his wife. After all, those who are divorced do not typically host anniversary celebrations. The boss's thoughts were truly perplexing. Soon, Shi Jiang received a call from his mother. Xiaoya, your grandmother called me, insisting that I return at the end of the month for your second wedding anniversary. Must the banquet take place? It's your grandmother's wish. Your grandmother is becoming forgetful. And so are you. What kind of woman is Jiang Shi Shi? Does she deserve this? There are no children. I see no need for this banquet. Even if your grandmother insists, I will not return. I have never acknowledged Jiang Shi Shi as my daughter-in-law. Since the last confrontation with Jiang Shi Shi, Mrs. Song's impression of her had plummeted. After finishing her tirade, she abruptly hung up. Shi Jiang gazed at his phone, his expression complex as he looked down at the contract documents, not turning a page for a long while. Oddly, the image of Jiang Shi Shi's stubborn, rounded features surfaced in his mind, and he found her somewhat appealing. What a strange turn of events. Jiang Shi Shi arrived at a private dining restaurant, and shortly thereafter, Lin Maching appeared. He surveyed the quaint ambience of the establishment and smiled. This place is quite delightful. I, too, find this quite agreeable, serendipitous discovery. And the proprietor is rather amiable. Jiang Shi Shi, feeling a tad bashful, extended her hand, offering the loquat syrup and pear syrup. I heard you coughing on the phone. This is homemade loquat syrup and pear syrup. It alleviates heat, quells coughs, and quenches thirst. You can simply brew it in tea. Thank you. I am pleasantly surprised and truly appreciate this thoughtful gift. Lin Maching was indeed taken aback, not anticipating Jiang Shi Shi's attentiveness. The two sat in a private room, dining and conversing, creating a scene of profound harmony. This moment was captured by an external camera, which discreetly snapped a few photographs before retreating. As Lin Maching was not so easily photographed, the private investigator extracted the images and sent them to the employer. Latest development: Lin is dining with another woman. Shi Yu, engrossed in a beauty treatment, sat up abruptly upon seeing the photographs, her expression contorting in disbelief. Jiang Shi Shi, you are truly relentless, determined to pursue the man I desire. She had developed a fondness for Lin Maching, contemplating that even if marriage were unattainable, a romantic liaison would suffice. Yet, Lin Maching had always ignored her. She was drawn to his aloof demeanor, which posed a challenge. But why then did Lin Maching turn to Jiang Shi Shi, that little vixen with such warmth? They had the audacity to arrange a private dinner. Jiang Shi Shi, is this a deliberate provocation? You truly believe I, Chi Yu, am so easily trifled with? In a fit of determination, Chi Yu sent a message to her friends. Ladies, this little vixen has stolen the man I have my eye on. Help me devise a plan to deal with her. She is a jewelry designer. A jewelry designer, you say? This should be straightforward. Place an order and then back out. Wouldn't that ruin her? A smile crept across Chi Yu's face. That sounds quite reasonable. I will fund the order, and you all will assist me in placing it, so that she remains unsuspecting. It was essential to create some trouble for Jiang Shi Shi to deter her from constantly seeking Lin Maching. In the subsequent days, Jiang Shi Shi busied herself with design drafts, yet remained unsatisfied. One afternoon, feeling peckish, she emerged from her study to prepare something to eat. The living room was eerily quiet, and she noticed that Jiang Zia was absent, likely engrossed in his gaming elsewhere. Just as she finished preparing a bowl of clear noodle soup, a man descended from upstairs. His demeanor markedly improved, clad in a casual white long-sleeve shirt and black lounge pants, projecting less of an elite aura and more of a friendly neighborly charm. The man nonchalantly pulled out a chair at the dining table, seated himself, and gazed at her. Jiang Shi Shi set down her bowl, dividing its contents to share with him, not uttering a single word throughout. Shi Jiang picked up his chopsticks, observing the woman across from him as she diligently consumed her noodles. Have you accepted a commission from Lin Maching? Yes, is there an issue? I have already submitted the contract for the manager's registration. Jiang Shi Shi was aware that the corporation prohibited accepting private commissions. However, such designated projects could be reported to the company by the designer, who would receive a nominal percentage as a form of humane consideration. As Shi Jiang observed the wary and resistant glint in her eyes, an uninvited sensation of discomfort settled within him. He spoke in a hushed tone. You are well aware of DK Group's clout. No designer would dare take on an order from Lin Maching casually. Do you comprehend why he has approached you? Jiang Shi Shi was momentarily taken aback before responding. He He mentioned that my designs possess a certain spirit. Jiang Shi. I never anticipated your naivety. He is the president of DK Group. What designer with a touch of spirit could he not find? Yet he specifically chose you. If you falter on this project, or if he proves difficult, the repercussions will solely fall upon Junwei Group. The man's words cascaded rapidly, striking her face with a painful intensity. It dawned on her that, in his eyes, she appeared so fragile. Chapter 92. Chiyu, this is your own doing suddenly. Jiang Shi felt a wave of disillusionment wash over her. She set down her chopsticks and declared, I understand that in your eyes, I am always in the wrong, that my intentions are suspect. However, design is my passion. You may belittle me, but you shall not tarnish my dreams. If I fail, I will resign and accept the consequences myself. With that, she turned on her heel and retreated to the small study, slamming the door with vigor. The small living room fell silent once more, and Shi Jiang, his expression cold, lost all appetite for food. After a long pause, Assistant Mo cautiously descended from upstairs. Sir, what if the situation is not as we perceive? What if the other party genuinely appreciates the madam's talent? Shi Jiang's brow arched in derision. Do you truly believe that? Lin Maching is a self-made man who established DK by stepping on the backs of others. Every action he takes is calculated. Moreover, Jiang Shi is the wife of the president of Junwei Group. Based on that alone, I am convinced Lin Maching harbors ulterior motives. Yet, a certain foolish woman remains oblivious. Assistant Mo fell silent, sensing the complexity of the situation, but it seemed the relationship between the sir and madam had not improved in the slightest. The man, his face darkened, uttered 3 terse words, go wash the dishes. Assistant Mo resignedly took the dishes to the kitchen, realizing that even after an argument, his boss still expected him to alleviate the madam's burdens. A contradictory employer indeed. After being emotionally bruised, Jiang Shi spent the entire afternoon in her room, devoid of any cheerful disposition. The following day, she received a call from the manager of the design department. Shi, another individual has requested you to design jewelry for her. A young affluent heiress. What are her design requirements? There are no specific requirements. Just create something beautiful. This is your specialty, emeralds. The deposit has already been sent. We are merely awaiting your signature. Jiang Shi was taken aback. No requirements at all? That seems unusual. Typically, there would be some specifications. Suddenly receiving an order with no stipulations feels somewhat dubious. After all, emeralds are not inexpensive. Just the material costs $1 million, not including the design fees. After ending the call, Jiang Shi made her way directly to the group. She inquired with her colleagues in the design department. Who among you has met the wealthy heiress who placed the order yesterday? What do we know about her? I have observed that she possesses a certain degree of fame, albeit among a frivolous crowd. There are photographs circulating on Weibo, which I shall promptly forward to you. Upon receiving the image, Jiang Shi felt a chill at the corner of her eye as she recognized the excessively altered woman within. She had encountered her before, likely among the wealthy second-generation socialites who frequently associated with Chiyu. She sensed that the sudden order was shrouded in deceit. What trickery was Chiyu concocting this time? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shi accepted the order, collecting a deposit of $1 million. This design was undoubtedly a trap set by Chiyu. With repeated schemes aimed at undermining her, she knew that if she did not retaliate, her future would be bleak. Having severed ties with the Qi family, there was no need for her to continually endure their whims. Otherwise, others would perceive her as weak and readily trample upon her. On the other side, upon accepting the order, news reached Chiyu. Excitedly, she messaged Chiyu. This time, I am determined to make that little vixen Jiang Shi regret her choices. After hearing this plan, Chiyu frowned and replied, how do you intend to evade the payment? After all, my sister used a fake ID and name. She will be untraceable. If Junwei Group reports this, your sister, despite her false identity, would still face arrest. Chiyu was at a loss for words, finding the situation utterly foolish. A look of displeasure flickered in her eyes. I will devise a way to resolve this. As long as the contract disappears, regardless of the outcome, your friend will remain untraceable. Indeed, you possess a knack for such matters. Chiyu abruptly ended the call, unwilling to waste another moment on the imbecile. If not for Chiyu's utility and her ties to the Qi family, she would have dismissed her entirely. Casting a glance at the calendar, she could not resist calling Qi Jun. Soon, a deep voice resonated on the other end. What is it? Mr. Chi, there is a week until your treatment. I wanted to inquire about your recent sleep patterns and whether you are still experiencing persistent headaches that disrupt your slumber, so I can adjust the medication accordingly. No, not for now. With that, the call was terminated. A shadow of gloom crossed Chu Yu's eyes, quickly replaced by a triumphant smile. How could he possibly think he would not need it? Chi Jun, your naivety is quite amusing. A week hence, you will inevitably seek me out. Meanwhile, Chi Jun ended the call and turned to Assistant Mo. How long has it been since Lisa last prescribed medication? It will be due next week. Have you experienced any resurgence of headaches lately? Historically, a week before an episode, the gentleman would suffer from insomnia and headaches, necessitating Chu Yu's massage to aid his sleep. Assistant Mo, having witnessed the gentleman's painful episodes, felt a pang of sympathy. Chapter 93. Chu Balian begins her performance. Chi Jun pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems I have not." He gently massaged his temples, attributing his current tranquility to the recent medication, which likely provided a sedative effect. He cast a glance at Assistant Mo and instructed, "Have someone investigate the medications I have recently taken to determine if any possess sedative properties." Understood, Assistant Mo replied, wishing for the swift recovery of his employer's persistent headaches, which plagued him intermittently, proving to be quite tormenting. Chi Jun glanced at the calendar and added, "Make arrangements. Should my old ailment resurface, ensure I am taken away immediately, without their knowledge." "Sir, are you referring to Madam and young Master Jiang?" Chi Jun acknowledged with a nod, yet Assistant Mo continued, "I believe it would be prudent to inform Madam. It would allow her to care for you. After all, she seems to possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and has even assisted Madam Chen's sister. What if she is able to provide a cure?" The man raised his gaze, his tone firm. "I do not wish for her to be informed. Do not make me repeat myself." An inexplicable desire to conceal his vulnerabilities from her arose within him, as he could not bear the thought of that woman mocking him. He would not permit such a scenario to unfold. Assistant Mo quickly fell silent, pondering. Why must the gentleman be so stubborn? Displaying a hint of weakness before Madam would not lead to any loss of dignity. Such a proud man was indeed challenging to manage. 3 days later, Jiang Shi completed the design sketches for the affluent heir and submitted them successfully. She then began preparing to cut the emerald stone. However, before her masterpiece could be realized, she found herself unable to contact the other party. Jiang Shi promptly dialed Chi Yu, who was still reveling at a bar. Her tone was icy. "Chi Yu, inform your friend that if she continues to vanish, we will promptly file a lawsuit for fraud. 10 million would ensure she serve a lengthy sentence." "Haha, what are you saying? I can't comprehend." Chi Yu replied smugly. "My friend has long since canceled the contract, deeming your design too hideous. Thus, there was no continuation of the project. Where's the fraud in that?" Exactly. I distinctly canceled the contract. The girl who placed the order was nearby, as they celebrated. Jiang Shi anticipated this outcome and coolly responded, "Yet during our phone call, you did not convey this sentiment." "I do not recall what I stated. In any case, I believe your design is quite ugly. Thus, I cancel the contract. Not demanding a refund is already generous of me." The other party had resolved not to acknowledge their responsibility. Jiang Shi remained unperturbed. "However, I happened to record our conversation that day. Do you wish to dispute the matter?" Immediately, they panicked, and Chi Yu hurriedly retorted, "So what if you did? Without a contract, what grounds do you have to sue us?" Jiang Shi turned to rummage through her drawer, but alas, the signed contract had mysteriously vanished, leaving her empty-handed. Akali, bewildered, inquired, Shi, where did you place the signed contract? If we had it, we could directly file a lawsuit, but without it, the situation becomes precarious." Jiang Shi's brows knitted in cold contemplation as she surveyed her surroundings, unable to fathom who would plot against her. Her gaze fell upon Chu Yu outside the design department, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, laced with a tinge of mockery. On the other end of the line, Chi Yu exuded a triumphant air. "Well, there's no contract. Is there? This time, you're finished. A disastrous order worth 10 million. Let us see how you'll handle this." In the next moment, Jiang Shi suddenly chuckled. "I just remembered, I took the original contract home. What you have here is merely a scanned copy. Although it bears a seal, it is not the original." Without bothering to consider Chi Yu's reaction, she stated earnestly, "Either you transfer the funds as agreed, or I will file a lawsuit for fraud." If you fail to provide a satisfactory resolution by tomorrow, I will report you to the authorities." With that, she hung up the phone. Her colleagues collectively sighed in relief. Thank goodness you had a backup. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Jiang Shi set her phone down. "This morning, I checked, and the scanned copy was still there, but now it seems to have vanished. I suspect it's still in the office." As she spoke, she glanced at the manager beside her. "Last time, someone tampered with my computer, so this time I was particularly cautious. The truth must be uncovered. We can either search the office or review the surveillance footage to ascertain what transpired." The manager, drenched in sweat from anxiety, quickly responded, "Everyone, please remain calm. I will consult with the higher-ups." The atmosphere in the office grew tense and silent, with some individuals exchanging furtive glances. Soon, the manager returned from his phone call. "The security team will arrive shortly. If we uncover any underhanded schemes, there will be no leniency." The security team conducted a thorough search and soon discovered the scanned contract hidden beneath a colleague's drawer. Jiang Shi was not in the least surprised. Indeed, there was a traitor among them. The man's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Jiang Shi's vigilance and swift response, leaving him no time to cover his tracks. "Lin Chong, how could you do this? Not only will it harm Shi, but it will also tarnish the reputation of the design department." A typically honest person, it was shocking to see him resort to such treachery. To be honest, Jiang Shi was also taken aback. She had no prior grievances with Lin Chong. Why would he conspire against her? "Lin Chong, you have greatly disappointed me. I never imagined you to be such a person." At that moment, Chu Yu entered, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, her demeanor reminiscent of a fragile flower. Gripping Lin Chong's hand, she implored, "You were never like this. Why have you chosen this path? It's my fault for allowing you to join the design department. You must have felt out of place, leading to such jealous and reckless actions." Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. When did Chu Balian become so persistent? How did she come to be in league with Chi Yu, conspiring to ensnare me? Chapter 94. An eye for the first time. Lin Chong stood close to his goddess, rendered speechless. Furthermore, he was holding her hand, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes as he stammered, I was driven by jealousy towards Jiang Shi. Why should she, a newcomer, become the darling of the design department? I thought it would be amusing to play a prank on her. Jiang Shi's gaze turned icy. A mere prank? Chi Yu turned back and said, Shi. He merely made a jest out of momentary folly, driven by an overwhelming jealousy of your talent. Could you possibly rise above this trivial matter and not hold against him? Ah, here we go again, the art of rhetoric from the White Lotus, becoming increasingly refined. The thought process of the White Lotus is as follows. I have struck you, but it is for a reason. If you do not forgive me, the fault lies with you. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction, is it not, manager? Jiang Shi was not easily deceived. She turned to the manager directly and replied, even if I were to indulge my benevolence and forgive him, would that absolve him from the consequences imposed by the corporation? At such a moment, responding to Chibalian's comments would only lead her into a trap. She wasn't so foolish as to take the blame herself, instead shifting it to the company's regulations. According to corporate policy, absolutely not. I will report this incident. Lin Chong, you would do well to confess and submit a letter of remorse. Perhaps the corporation will not pursue legal action against you, merely letting you go. Lin Chong's expression changed dramatically, yet upon seeing the goddess before him, he considered it worthwhile. A trace of coldness flickered in Chu Yu's eyes, astonished that Jiang Shi had not fallen for the ruse. The entire sequence of events was swiftly presented to Qi Jun. The man sat in the upstairs bedroom, his brows furrowed. Handle it by reporting to the police. Sir, it is said that this young lady has connections to Miss Chi Yu. Should we still involve the authorities, considering she is a member of the Chi family? Those who err must face the repercussions. My second uncle has failed to impart this lesson adequately. Let society educate Chi Yu. Qi Jun was baffled, unable to comprehend how his second uncle could have such a dim-witted daughter who had caused countless troubles since childhood. Now, to scheme against one's own kin, did she truly believe he was defenseless? That evening, Jiang Shi returned to her apartment to prepare dinner. Jiang Zia could scarcely endure 3 days, disappearing daily, leaving only Qi Jun and assistant Mo in residence. After dinner, Qi Jun gazed at her. You knew from the outset that the person placing the order was Chi Yu, did you not? Jiang Shi paused momentarily. The order was not placed under Chi Yu's identification. How could I possibly know who it was? You are lying. You are familiar with Chi Yu's entourage of opportunistic friends. Therefore, once you arrived at the company and verified the seemingly unremarkable design order, discovering it might be linked to Chi Yu, you did not refuse. Rather, you accepted the order. Chi Junyi's gaze was heavy with scrutiny. What scheme are you plotting? Jiang Shi boldly seated herself, meeting his gaze openly. I did not intend to harm anyone. It was Chi Yu who instigated the confrontation with me. So you admit it. The man's stare made her uneasy, as if she were the one at fault. Jiang Shi scoffed. What does it matter if I admit it? Is her intent not malevolent? Am I to endure yet another slap from her, remaining silent for the sake of the Chi family's reputation? We are already divorced. Why should I stand idly by and accept blows without retaliation? I'm no punching bag. Suddenly, she resembled a firecracker, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chi Jin glanced over, astonished at her capacity for resentment. Indeed, I am rather petty. For every ounce of kindness shown to me, I return tenfold. If someone wrongs me, I shall repay them in kind. How admirable to repay in kind. Do you know what my uncle is like? He has but one daughter in this lifetime, and upon learning of this incident, he will not let you off easily. Jiang Shi let out a cold laugh as she stood up. Regardless, this matter will proceed through legal channels. If Mr. Chi is unafraid of tarnishing the reputation of the design department, he may choose to continue to tolerate Chi Yu. I'm indifferent. I bear no loss. The one who stands to lose the most is Junyue Group. She turned and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Staring at the ceiling, she had initially intended to use Chi Junyi's influence to teach Chi Yu a lesson. After all, Chi Junyi was a man of clear distinctions between public and private affairs. Chi Yu's machinations against her had indirectly harmed the group's reputation. She had merely played along, ultimately wielding another's hand as her weapon. Although she knew Chi Yu would not face imprisonment, this lesson would be enough to make her reconsider her actions. Jiang Shi lowered her gaze to her own hands, realizing that it was her own weakness that rendered her incapable of confronting Chi Yu. In the small living room, Chi Jun wore an unhappy expression. He spoke with irritation. I merely thought she had left herself vulnerable, hoping she might learn from this. How dare she direct her anger at me? When had he ever indicated that he would tolerate Chi Yu? Assistant Mo touched his nose. Your uncle has called several times just now. Shall I connect you? Do not. Let Chi Yu remain at the police station for a few days. Otherwise, she will never learn her place. Assistant Mo fell silent, observing that even in his anger, he still shielded his wife, cleaning up the mess left behind. Without him, she would surely be devoured by Chi Yu's family. Chi Jun rose, tossing out 3 words, go wash the dishes. Assistant Mo nodded, wondering if he might ask for a raise for dishwashing duties. The following afternoon, Jiang Shi returned to the group for work, as the investigation results had emerged, necessitating her presence. She entered the manager's office. Shi, we have decided to terminate Lin Chong. As for whether to pursue legal action, the decision lies with you. Jiang Shi pondered briefly before responding, no prosecution. She understood that Lin Chong had been manipulated by Chu Bai Lian, yet another man brainwashed by her. She hoped that once he left the group, he might regain clarity. You're truly kind-hearted. The group has reported the fraud, and I hear that those responsible have been apprehended and have implicated their mastermind, who is also in custody. You may rest assured, the mastermind has been caught. Jiang Shi was somewhat taken aback. Was Chi Junyi truly prepared to act against his own kin? Nevertheless, Chi Yu had indeed stumbled upon a formidable adversary. He had always disdained anyone who jeopardized the interests of the group. At that moment, Jiang Shi received an unknown call. Jiang Shi, you calamity. How dare you scheme against my daughter? Who do you think you are? Once shamelessly marrying into the Chi family, do you now dare to turn the tables? She hardly heard the entire conversation before abruptly hanging up and blocking the number. Given her understanding of Chi Yu's mother, one could anticipate a barrage of phone calls. Upon blocking the number, she promptly provoked a furious response, resulting in the purchase of bombarding software, inundating Jiang Shi with incessant messages and calls, which became increasingly bothersome. In exasperation, she simply turned off her phone. Meanwhile, Chi Junyi dialed her number, but it was either busy or went unanswered, ultimately leading him to switch off his own phone. With a darkened expression, he set the device down, instructing, ensure the security team monitors the situation closely. Do not allow any unrelated individuals to enter. My second aunt is not to be underestimated. She is merely an upgraded version of Chi Yu. Upon finishing his statement, Chi Junyi stood, only to bend over in agony, pressing his head as veins throbbed at his temples, and his eyes were veined with crimson. Assistant Mo quickly supported him, exclaiming, "Sir, are you all right? I will summon Chu Yu immediately." "Leave this place," Chi Junyi gritted through clenched teeth. Assistant Mo, disregarding all else, promptly escorted him away, bewildered by the sudden onset of his ailment. As the workday approached its end, Jiang Shi clocked in at the secretary's office on the upper floor. Although technically a member of the secretary department, she spent most of her time in the design department. Such a convoluted arrangement could only be orchestrated by that dog of a man. Jiang Shi come out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Shi felt her brow twitch and quickly sought refuge in a nearby, small conference room, shaking her head at the secretary department manager. "Do not reveal my presence here." The secretary department manager, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find Chi Tai arriving, and he hurriedly approached her. "Chi Tai, what brings you here?" "Bring Jiang Shi to me. I have matters to discuss with her." The manager hesitated. "What business do you have with her?" "What business I have is not for you to question. Bring her to me, or no one leaves today. This is a matter for the Chi family, so stay out of it." The secretary department manager felt overwhelmed, fully aware of how difficult Chi Tai could be. He reluctantly led her to the small conference room, stating, "You may converse at your leisure." Could it be that Jiang Shi's relationship with Chi Junyi had been discovered by the Chi family, prompting her to settle accounts? After all, between Chi Tai and the boss's romantic interest, the former undoubtedly held greater significance. Upon seeing Chi Tai enter, Jiang Shi realized she had been betrayed by the secretary manager. With a sense of disbelief, she asked, "What do you want from me?" Still pretending, Jiang Shi, "What makes you think you have the right to scheme against my daughter? Do not think that marrying Chi Junyi elevates you to the status of the president's wife of Junwei Group. You are not worthy. This company is not yours to dictate." With that, she raised her hand to strike, but Jiang Shi swiftly grasped her wrist, her gaze steady. "Yet it is also not your place to speak. Chi Junyi has the final say." This statement thoroughly infuriated Mrs. Chi, who exclaimed with indignation, "You uncultured individual! Accompany me to the police station to withdraw the charges. Why do you have to sue my daughter? It is she who sought to ensnare me. This is merely poetic justice, and what relevance does it have to me?" Jiang Shi, your words bear no weight. Come with me. Naturally, Jiang Shi refused to comply, and the two women engaged in a brief struggle. Mrs. Chi found herself at a disadvantage physically and turned to the manager of the secretarial department, raising her chin defiantly. "You, come here and help me subdue her." The manager stood bewildered. Moments ago, he had heard with his own ears that Mrs. Chi claimed Jiang Shi was married to Chi Junyi. It turned out that the rumored mysterious wife of the president was indeed Jiang Shi, not Chu Yu. Jiang Shi was not a mistress. She was the legitimate wife of the president. How could he possibly restrain the president's wife? Even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare. Had he offended the president's wife earlier? And was there still time to apologize? The atmosphere thickened with an awkward tension. Mrs. Chi, enraged and humiliated, shouted, "What are you hesitating for? She has already been cast aside. She is no longer Chi Junyi's wife." Yet the manager still dare not move. Having heard no news of the boss's divorce. "Useless. If you won't act, call security immediately and have my bodyguards come up. I shall handle this myself." Mrs. Chi was seething with fury, and the security personnel unexpectedly blocked her bodyguards from entering. It was clear that Jiang Shi was feeling guilty, avoiding calls and hiding within the corporate walls. Sensing the situation was turning against her, Jiang Shi looked at the manager with a calm demeanor. "Send up two from the security department." She spoke in a manner that deliberately imitated Chi Junyi, exuding an air of authority. The manager did not hesitate, promptly nodding in compliance, hoping to atone for his earlier mistake and avoid termination. Mrs. Chi, exasperated, demanded, "Jiang Shi, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Shi met her gaze, her expression unwavering. "I request that you leave the company. Otherwise, I shall summon security to escort you out." "You dare? On what grounds?" "Simply because I am Chi Junyi's wife." Jiang Shi braced herself, knowing that under the current circumstances, she must temporarily fabricate a lie. Otherwise, Mrs. Chi would undoubtedly drag her to the police station. Once security arrived, Mrs. Chi realized she was at a disadvantage, especially since she could not ascertain whether the divorce was indeed final. Although she held Jiang Shi in contempt, she could not afford to offend Chi Juni, and ultimately had no choice but to leave in a huff. After her departure, Jiang Shi sat in a chair, still shaken. The manager hurriedly brought her a glass of lemonade. "Please, have a drink to calm your nerves." The atmosphere descended into a different kind of awkwardness. Jiang Shi held the cup, her heart racing, and looked up at the manager. "Rest assured, I shall keep the events of today confidential. I will not disclose your incognito visit." Jiang Shi thought to herself. In truth, she was no longer Mrs. Chi. However, she could hardly divulge to her manager that she had been divorced, as that would only complicate matters further. Under the manager's earnest gaze, she had no choice but to play along, relying on the hope that he would remain oblivious to her assumption of Mrs. Chi's identity. After waiting a while, Jiang Shi stealthily exited the building via the private elevator. She took a cab directly back to her small apartment, feeling utterly exhausted from the commotion caused by Mrs. Chi and resolved to order takeout instead of cooking that evening. Upon arriving at her community, Jiang Shi entered without realizing that she was being followed. Chu Yu, with a contemplative glint in her eyes, quietly trailed behind her. Initially, she was in high spirits, pleased that Chi Jun had finally shown signs of distress, albeit unexpectedly. She found it peculiar that he had been well for several days and was curious about the circumstances that had triggered his condition. Thus, she concocted a convenient excuse, suggesting that something had provoked Chi Jun's episode, which led Assistant Mo to accompany her for a visit. Originally, she had come with Assistant Mo, but due to the chaotic parking situation in the neighborhood, he had circled around several times without finding a spot. Consequently, she had alighted to wait by the side and, to her surprise, had encountered Jiang Shi. If her conjectures were correct, Chi Juni had indeed been residing with Jiang Shi these past few days. How fortuitous! Unbeknownst to Jiang Shi, she was being shadowed. Upon entering her home, she found it remarkably quiet. The door to the second-floor bedroom stood ajar. An assistant Mo had not emerged to greet her. Ascending the stairs, she discovered the bedroom was empty. Where could they have gone? Jiang Shi contemplated calling Assistant Mo, but decided against it. It was better that they had left, as it spared her the trouble. Just as she descended the stairs, she heard a knock at the door. Skeptical, she glanced over. Could it be that wretched man returning? Approaching the door, she was taken aback to find Chu Yu standing outside. Jiang Shi's expression turned frosty. "What are you doing here?" "Apologies. I came to collect some of Chi Juni's personal items. He is rather busy, so I thought I would grab a change of clothes." Chu stepped inside, surveying the modest apartment. Juni mentioned that he finds such a small space uncomfortable. Had his health not been compromised, he would have moved out long ago. "Well, I never invited him to stay. You need to leave. Who granted you entry?" Jiang Shi forcefully pushed her toward the foyer, then ascended the stairs to hastily gather Chi Juni's clothing into a bundle, which she tossed at Chu Yu's feet. "Take it." She had no use for it. Chu Yu glanced at the garments on the floor and remarked, "Never mind, these are dirty. I shall purchase new clothes for Juni." Jiang Shi scoffed, "You can leave. Just go far away and stop being a nuisance." However, Chu Yu suddenly glanced at her abdomen. "How long do you intend to linger at the company? That belly is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal, isn't it?" "You know quite well," Jiang Shi retorted, stepping back and eyeing her warily. "You were the one who sent those photos, urging me to go to the hotel. Indeed, if not for an unfortunate mishap, how could you have found yourselves in such a predicament? However, you ought to express gratitude towards me, were it not for this blunder. How would you have had the opportunity to conceive Chi Juni's child? After all, despite being married for 2 years, he had yet to lay a hand on you." With a gleam of triumph in her eyes, Chu Yu had no intention of revealing the truth behind that night-esque scheme to Jiang Shi. Chapter 97. Could you not make some concessions for Chi Yu? "Chu Balian, should you dare to lay a hand on my child again, I will not let you escape unscathed. This is Chi Juni's child. Do you not fear that I will expose your true nature?" A surge of delight filled Chu Yu's heart. Indeed, Jiang Shi had not divulged the truth to Chi Juni. She scoffed, saying, "Jiang Shi, you are exceedingly naive. Chi Juni will not want this child. After all, you are divorced. Would you dare to inform him?" At least for the next 2 years, she could not. For she had previously told Chi Juni that he was on medication and could not conceive. Otherwise, the child would face complications. Thus, Even if Jiang Shi were to tentatively inquire, Qi Junyi's response would inevitably be a refusal of the child. Jiang Shi's complexion drained of color. Indeed, Qi Junyi had conveyed the same to her. She felt as though her world had crumbled, and she dared not contest it. Jiang Shi, if you truly wish to safeguard this child, it would be wise to leave swiftly and as far away as possible. Otherwise, you will not bear the child. And even if you do, you will not be able to keep it. Jiang Shi leaned against the wall, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Get out. Consider your own well-being, for it would be quite simple for me to act against a pregnant woman. You must ponder this carefully." With that, Chuyu departed. She took the elevator down to the exterior of the complex, where Assistant Imo awaited her. "Miss Chu, where have you been? Why did you not answer your phone?" "I assess the environment of this community. Perhaps I'm allergic to the drifting catkins, so there is no need to return to the apartment." Chuyu deemed it unnecessary to ascend once more, for her visit had yielded substantial gains. Assistant Imo breathed a sigh of relief. He had merely wished to return early to avoid being caught by his wife discovering Chuyu's visit, and it was best that they did not go upstairs. The two departed the apartment complex together. Alone on the sofa, Jiang Shi felt her mind in disarray. The look in Chu Baoyan's eyes had been terrifying. It indicated that previous incidents had not been mere coincidences. Chu Baoyan intended to harm the child, but her sixth sense had thwarted the attempts thus far. Now that Chu Baoyan had made her intentions clear, what was she to do? Jiang Shi retrieved a calendar from her study and marked a bold X across the date. There were still 2 weeks until the end of the month, drawing closer to the day she had agreed upon with Qi Junyi. She gently caressed her abdomen, whispering, "Just a little longer, my dear baby. Mommy will soon take you away from Junyi Group. We will leave this perilous place." As the night passed, neither Qi Junyi nor Assistant Mo made an appearance. The following day, Jiang Shi went directly to the office, intending to visit the hospital for a checkup in the afternoon. She felt a lingering discomfort in her abdomen, likely due to the distress she had experienced. She had barely settled down when she received a call from Grandma Qi. "Sure. How have you been lately? Is work keeping you busy?" "Grandma, I'm doing well. How's your health?" "I'm fine. I heard that Chiyue has been causing you trouble again. Her mother came to the company yesterday. Did you face any difficulties?" It turned out to be about Chiyue. It was only natural for Grandma Qi to be aware of such matters, considering they were all from the Qi family. Jiang Shi felt somewhat disheartened and replied, "I didn't suffer any loss. I had security escort and air out." "Well done. That girl Chiyue has been spoiled. She should learn a lesson. How could she betray her own family? You need not worry about this. I will handle it. If they approach you, there is no need to show them any courtesy. This time we are justified." Hearing her grandmother's resolute support, Jiang Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Thank you, Grandma. I'm sorry to worry you. Just be good. With me around, no one can bully you." After receiving her grandmother's comforting words, Jiang Shi felt a bit better, but once the call ended, guilt washed over her. After all, she knew her grandmother longed for her to have a child. Yet now that she was pregnant, she could not reveal this to her grandmother. Perhaps in the future, when the timing is right, she would share the news. Not long after hanging up with her grandmother, she received a call from her mother, Ms. Jiang. "Jiang Shi, why did you scheme against Chiyue, leading to her being detained in the police station and facing imprisonment?" Ms. Jiang launched into a tirade. Jiang Shi listened quietly and replied, "Chiyue plotted against me. She is merely reaping what she sowed. Why would she plot against you? Besides, you even had Junyi Group sue Chiyue. If this gets out, people will surely mock us for infighting. Even if there are conflicts between you, they should be resolved privately. There is no need for such a public spectacle. We are family, and as a granddaughter-in-law, you should learn to yield." Ms. Jiang couldn't understand why. After finally marrying Qi Junyi, her daughter Wu Ti strived to please the Qi family. Last time at the trading city, it was thanks to Qi Junyi spending a fortune to save his son. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Who could compare to Qi Junyi? Could Jiang Shi not make concessions for the Qi family? Think as you wish. I have matters to attend to. I'm hanging up now. Jiang Shi felt a wave of helplessness, knowing that no matter how she explained, her mother would never believe her. She would only insist that she catered to Qi Junyi and anyone from the Qi family. She had never felt this way before, but now she was truly exhausted by such a life. Chapter 98. Qi Junyi, I like you at noon. The managers summoned her to the office. The outcome from the police station has been determined. They are willing to pay the penalty as long as we refrain from suing. The company can decide how to handle the situation without needing to consult me further. Jiang Shi had no desire to hear anything related to the Qi family. She simply replied and left. The design department manager was somewhat perplexed and called assistant Mo back. Jiang Shi said to let the company handle it and not to consult her further. What do you think we should do? Assistant Mo sighed, uncertain of how to proceed. Last night, Mr. suffered from a relentless headache, finally succumbing to sleep only recently. How could he possibly disturb him? As Assistant Mo ended the call, the man lying down opened his eyes. What is it? Sir, regarding the lawsuit against Miss Chi Yu, they are willing to settle financially, merely requesting that we refrain from pursuing legal action. Your mother's conveyed sentiment indicates her consent. But I have held off and inquired about the lady's perspective. And what did she say? The lady responded that it was of no consequence. With an expression void of emotion, the man remarked, if she claims it is of no consequence, then why meddle further? Assistant Mo felt an intensifying headache. At that moment, Chu Yu entered with a medicinal pouch, her tone gentle. It is time for your treatment. Assistant Mo stepped out, closing the door behind him. Chu Yu gazed at the man before her heart racing with excitement. She had finally reclaimed Qi Jun. As long as his ailment persisted, Qi Jun would remain bound to her. Opportunities were abundant. While applying the medicine, Chu Yu deliberately leaned closer to Qi Jun, her movements slightly suggestive. Qi Jun opened his eyes, grasping her wrist with a penetrating gaze. Jun, Chu Yu blushed, leaning in closer. There is much more I can offer. Qi Jun pushed her away, his voice icy. Lisa, you have lingered by my side for quite some time. What is it that you desire? I have stated that I want nothing but to be by your side. Chu Yu stammered, biting her lip, her anxiety palpable. That is my sole wish. Only then did Qi Jun scrutinize the woman before him, noting her gentle appearance, pleasing figure, and high emotional intelligence. She had always remained quietly by his side, often unnoticed. Typically, he preferred to avoid having women around, as it could lead to complications. Yet, Chu Yu was an exception. Aside from alleviating his headaches, she understood the roles expected of her. However, it was evident that Chu Yu now harbored ulterior motives. Her claim of wanting nothing was merely a pretext. Lisa, no one willingly gives without desiring something in return. The more you insist on this, the more I sense your intentions are profoundly intricate. You know I do not tolerate hidden dangers in my vicinity. Confronted by Qi Jun's scrutinizing gaze, Chu Yu felt a pang of trepidation and hastily exclaimed, in truth, I do not possess entirely selfless intentions. Speak. What do you wish for? Anything is permissible? Chu Yu summoned her courage and looked up. The man opposite her parting his lips, except to be my woman. In an instant, Chu Yu's heart sank. Under his penetrating gaze, she felt utterly exposed, as if he could decipher her concealed thoughts with ease. After years of subservience, quietly securing her place by his side, she found it had not earned her his affection. At that moment, a flicker of jealousy toward Jiang Shi surged within her. At least Jiang Shi had held the title of Mrs. Qi for 2 years and had shared his bed. However, what of her? Her brother was now compelled to remain abroad, too fearful to return. While she found herself making no progress whatsoever, she quickly adjusted her mood. I must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Grant me some time. Yes, you may leave now. There is no need to continue. Qi Jun closed his eyes once more, and although Chu Yu felt a pang of reluctance, she had no choice but to depart temporarily, unwilling to see her carefully crafted image crumble after years of planning. Yet, to relinquish her ambitions was utterly out of the question. How could she possibly yield to Jiang Shi? In the afternoon, Jiang Shi took a leave of absence to visit the hospital for a checkup. Her dear friend, Li Yuansheng, hurriedly arrived at the hospital to meet her, a look of concern etched on his face. I heard you were feeling unwell. How are you faring now? It's nothing serious. Why did you rush over? ISNT, the company preparing for an IPO, and busy? No matter how busy I am, nothing is more important than you. It must be quite arduous to come to the hospital for your prenatal checkup alone. I can accompany you next time. Even if you don't require my concern, my godson certainly does. Li Yuansheng's words left Jiang Shi momentarily speechless. Yet having someone by her side undeniably lifted her spirits. After the examination, everything appeared normal with the child, though maintaining a positive outlook was essential. Sure. Would you accompany me to the adjacent building? I have an important document that requires the signature of that insufferable investor. Jiang Shi nodded. recalling her friend's previous complaints in their group chat about this peculiar investor, who had numerous demands yet was quite generous with funding. They proceeded to the neighboring building, which seemed to house traditional Chinese medicine and psychological counseling services. Her friend entered the designated room while Jiang Shi waited outside. Feeling somewhat bored, she pulled out the ultrasound report to review it. What did the doctor say was the location of the child's head again? Before long, the elevator doors opened, and Shi Jiang stepped out. Upon noticing the woman seated on the bench, his gaze fell upon the ultrasound report in her hands. His voice was heavy. Jiang Shi. Chapter 99. This is actually my friend's prenatal checkup report. At the sound of that familiar voice, Jiang Shi looked up to see Shi Jiang, and her palms instantly grew clammy. How could he possibly be here? The man approached her step by step, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Jiang Shi lowered her gaze, feigning composure as she tucked the report into a brown paper bag, her hands trembling. She firmly told herself to remain calm, to keep her composure. His footsteps halted, and she glanced down to see his polished shoes before he placed the brown paper bag beside her and then raised his gaze. What a coincidence. You're here for consultation as well? Shi Jiang's eyes swept over her face, landing on the brown paper bag beside her. What is inside? This is none of your concern, is it? Mr. Qi, your excessive interest in me might lead one to believe you harbor ulterior motives. Jiang Shi said this intentionally, hoping to dispel his curiosity. After all, did he not detest her? Surely, he would not pursue the matter further. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the man took a seat beside her, leaving her momentarily breathless. Between them lay that solitary brown paper bag. Jiang Shi's heart raced like thunder, and she felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. After a brief silence, the man beside her spoke. You may choose to think of it that way. Jiang Shi was somewhat perplexed. What did that dog of a man mean? Why couldn't she comprehend his words? Yet in the next moment, as he casually picked up the brown paper bag, an alarm bell rang in her mind. The man glanced at her. Why are you so anxious about this item? Are you concealing some unspeakable secret? Jiang Shi tightened her grip, desperately pondering what to do. Just then, the door to the consultation room swung open, and a woman dashed in, snatching the brown paper bag away. I apologize, but this is my medical record, and I am entitled to keep it private. Upon witnessing her friend reclaim the item, Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Jiang, maintaining a facade of calm, remarked, Is this your pregnant friend? Li Wazeng, taken aback, quickly admitted, Yes, that's me. Mr. Qi, I have long heard of your reputation. Thank you for sparing my friend Shi. Allowing her a moment of freedom after the divorce. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Shi Jiang lifted his eyelids, snorted coldly, and strode into the consultation room. Once she saw that the man had left, Jiang Shi hastily dragged her friend away, narrowly avoiding exposure. After they settled into the car, Jiang Shi finally relaxed. Thank goodness you reacted quickly just now. How does that scoundrel keep reappearing? I'm glad I was there, otherwise, how would you explain next time? But, Jiang Shi, you must tell me how this rumor of my pregnancy arose. Jiang Shi reluctantly recounted the earlier crisis, explaining how she had been compelled to let her friend take the blame. Very well, in light of my godchild, I am willing to bear this burden. Thank you. And when you encounter Shi Jiang in the future, do not let the truth slip. Jiang Shi clutched the brown paper bag, resolving to hide it well upon returning, lest she be discovered again, for the name on the report was indeed hers. After they departed, Shi Jiang lay back on the consultation room bench, staring at the ceiling for a while, before glancing at Assistant Mo. Investigate her friend. They say she is pregnant. But today Jiang Shi's friend wore heavy makeup and high heels, completely contrary to what a pregnant woman should look like. In fact, Jiang Shi resembles the expectant one more. A man in a white coat approached. Why are you investigating Li Yueshan? Are you interested in that tomboy? She is Jiang Shi's friend. Your ex-wife's friend? How coincidental. For I am currently considering investing in a company, and it turns out to be the company of your ex-wife's friend. Sima Yu sat down, pondering. But wait, you two are divorced. Why investigate your ex-wife's friend? I find Jiang Shi's recent behavior rather peculiar, particularly during our encounter at the hospital. I can't shake the feeling that I may have overlooked something significant. Sima Yu shook his head. I believe your actions are rather unusual. The man's gaze turned icy, his eyes capable of inflicting harm. Night fell, and I pondered the situation. Should not these two individuals, having divorced, refrain from disturbing one another and lead their own lives? Your unwavering concern for your ex-wife suggests lingering sentiments or perhaps regrets regarding the dissolution of your marriage. Shi Jiang pressed his lips together. Impossible. Yet your actions and words starkly contradict this assertion. You even extend your attention to your ex-wife's confidant. Your level of interest in her is rather excessive. This is due to the fact that our divorce has yet to be made public. Does a lack of publicity negate the reality of a divorce? Shi Jiang's heart felt as though it had been pierced. A wave of irritation washed over him. Even if we are divorced, she remains my family. Sima Yu's eyes twitched. Was this not a forced explanation? He was evidently concerned about his ex-wife, yet adamantly refused to admit it. He perused the data from the examination, his expression turning solemn. Honestly, have you experienced any alleviation from your recent headaches? Chapter 100. Jiang Shi Shi, I'll end you. Indeed, there was a brief respite, but it proved futile after a few days. Shi Jiang had scarcely slept these past few days. Now, as he closed his eyes, he found himself reminiscing about the days spent sleeping in his small apartment on the second floor, oddly finding them rather pleasant. Had he grown too accustomed to Jiang Shi Shi's presence? The following day, Jiang Shi Shi returned to the company. Upon her arrival at the secretarial department, the manager approached her with great eagerness, offering a glass of lemonade while lowering his voice. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. However, I have communicated with the security department to ensure such a situation will not recur. Ever since learning of Jiang Shi Shi's status as the president's wife, the manager had been unable to sleep the previous night, fearing a notification from the HR department come morning. You are not required to come to work tomorrow. He felt quite foolish for having doubted Chu Yu's status as the president's wife, mistakenly believing Jiang Shi Shi to be the mistress. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Shi Shi's experiences mirrored the treatment befitting a president's wife. Having spent 2 years as an inconspicuous figure in the comprehensive department, she had suddenly transformed into a rising star in the design department, concurrently serving as a special assistant in the secretarial department. Such privileges were not typically afforded to an ordinary woman. How careless! Thus, one must refrain from underestimating others, as they may one day become the wife of your superior. Jiang Shi Shi's expression was somewhat stiff. There is no need for such formality. No formality at all. The manager hastily retreated, slipping away. Jiang Shi Shi could only smile wryly. Unable to provide an explanation, it would suffice for now, as the end of the month approached and the news of her divorce from Shi Jiang would soon be revealed. Just before the end of her workday, she received a call from Grandma Shi. Shi, would you accompany Grandma for some shopping after work? The end of the month marks the 2nd anniversary of your marriage, and Grandma wishes to purchase something for you. 2 years of marriage? Jiang Shi Shi paused. Grandma. Actually, there's no need to be polite, dear. The driver should be arriving shortly. You may come directly. Grandma is waiting for you. The elderly lady seemed to have pressing matters, abruptly ending the call. Jiang Shi Shi was in a state of inner turmoil. There would be no wedding anniversary banquet at the end of the month, yet her grandmother's tone was filled with anticipation, leaving her at a loss for how to explain the situation. What was going on with Shi Jiang? Hadn't they agreed that the end of the month would signal a time to clarify matters? Why hadn't he communicated clearly with her grandmother yet? After much contemplation, Jiang Shi Shi resolved to seek out Shi Jiang, only to discover his office was empty. It seemed he hadn't been to the company in over 10 days. Perhaps he was off somewhere with Chu Balian. Gritting her teeth, she dialed the man's number. Since he had decided to be with Chu Balian, they might as well discuss how to explain things to her grandmother. It pained her to keep deceiving the elderly woman. The phone rang several times without an answer. And just as she was about to hang up, the call connected, but it was Chu Balian's voice that greeted her. Hello. Who is this? Jiang is currently unavailable. Jiang Shi Shi's expression remained impassive as she hung up the phone. It was futile to pursue him further. On the other end of the line, Chu Yu smiled at the disconnected call. Despite the absence of a name, how could she forget Jiang Shi Shi's number? She promptly deleted the call record. The man behind her, still in a drug-induced slumber, was hers. Jiang Shi Shi had no chance. After work, Jiang Shi Shi received a call from her driver, who was waiting in the garage. She gathered her belongings and descended in the elevator, only to be nearly struck by a Maserati as she stepped out. Heart racing, she looked up to see the driver roll down the window, revealing Chi Yu's face twisted with malice. Well, you certainly have a knack for survival. Chi Yu, if you're unwell, you should seek medical attention. Have you not learned your lesson after your recent stint at the police station? The mention of the police station made Shi Yu seethe with rage. She had become the laughingstock among her peers, all because of this little vixen, Jiang Shi Shi. Initially, she sought to confront Jiang Shi Shi, but security had intercepted her. Without a car for the exclusive elevator, she was stuck waiting in the garage, and fate had indeed conspired to bring them face to face. Shi Yu hissed, "Don't get too cocky. Today, I will make you pay." With that, she pressed the accelerator, aiming her vehicle towards Jiang Shi Shi. Taking several steps back, Jiang Shi Shi thought, "What a lunatic." At that moment, another vintage car approached, and its driver rushed out, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Shi Shi. "Young lady, are you all right?" "Em me fine," Jiang Shi Shi replied, eyeing Chiyu. "There are surveillance cameras here. Chiyu, it seems you truly wish to revisit the police station." Following her words, she promptly called the authorities. Noticing the shift in circumstances and the presence of her grandmother's driver, Chiyu, fearful of reprimand, swiftly turned her vehicle around and fled. After reporting the incident, Jiang Shi Shi finally joined her driver in the car, her hand resting on her abdomen, her eyes betraying a cold intensity. Chiyu truly wished to harm herself. She perceived the malice lurking within the depths of the other's eyes. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Grandma Chi's chauffeur, the consequences could have been dire. Should anything happen to her, the Chi family would undoubtedly exonerate Chiyu, leaving her with no recourse against the latter's actions. Such incidents have transpired twice before. This marks the third occurrence. As the saying goes, things happen in threes. Chiyu, this is of your own making. The vehicle arrived at the grandest of shopping malls, where Jiang Shi Shi followed the driver to the lounge where Grandma Chi resided. Upon seeing the benevolent elder, she broke into a smile. "Grandma. Shi Shi, you've come. Look at what Grandma has prepared for you. You'll find it useful in the future. Do you like it?" Jiang Shi Shi turned her head to discover a crib, a stroller, and a plethora of toys and clothes for children nearby. A sharp pang of pain struck her heart. Chapter 101. She has already divorced my cousin. "Shi Shi, please don't mock Grandma for starting so early. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't resist purchasing more. Even if it's just for display, it brings me joy." Observing Grandma Chi's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Shi Shi found herself at a loss for words, unable to voice the sentiments she had rehearsed during the journey. Instinctively, she touched her abdomen. "Baby, Grandma adores you and eagerly awaits your arrival. Although your scoundrel of a father is unreliable, know that you are still loved." "Oh dear, have I arrived too late?" The door to the lounge swung open, revealing her mother, Mrs. Jiang, which elicited a moment of surprise in her eyes. Mrs. Jiang approached, taking her hand. "I noticed you've gained some weight recently. It turns out you were preparing for pregnancy. Such significant news. Why didn't you inform me?" Mrs. Jiang was elated upon hearing about their plans for conception. If her daughter were to bear Chi Junyi's child, that would signify the heir to the Junyue group, thereby elevating the Jiang family's status and ensuring financial security. Jiang Shi Shi felt as though she had become a money tree, soon to sprout another little money tree. She lowered her gaze to conceal the fleeting wave of weariness that washed over her. Mrs. Jiang sat with Grandma Chi, engaging in extensive discussions about matters concerning children. Jiang Shi Shi, seated nearby, experienced a tumult of emotions. The words her mother spoke made her restless. She resolved to step outside for some fresh air, only to be confronted by two women who stormed in with an air of aggression. "Jiang Shi Shi, how could you be so venomous? What has Chiyu done to you that you would call the police and have her imprisoned?" The lounge fell silent. Jiang Shi Shi cast a glance at Chiyu, who hid behind Mrs. Chi, her eyes glimmering with smugness. At that moment, Grandma Chi furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is happening now?" "Mom, Jiang Shi Shi has called the police again. Chiyu merely played a prank to frighten her, yet she took it to heart. Last time, Chiyu was locked up for several days. Is she not entitled to voice her grievances?" Mrs. Chi, the second wife, was quick to accuse. Chiyu spoke up, expressing her frustration. "Indeed, I was merely venting my anger and threatened verbally, yet I never anticipated that Jiang Shi Shi, this lunatic, would actually call the police." Nearby, Mrs. Jiang frowned upon hearing this and quickly urged her daughter, "Shi Shi, what on earth is going on?" Jiang Shi Shi retorted with a cold smile, "A verbal jest? You drove into me in the garage. If that constitutes a joke, then I could just as easily jest with you in the same manner." Chiyu immediately fell silent, not daring to respond. The elderly matriarch of the Chi family, having understood the situation, interjected, "Chiyu, have you forgotten what I previously told you? Apologize to your sister-in-law. Grandma, you are biased. She is not my sister-in-law. She is merely an outsider. Why should I apologize to her? Shi Yu protested. Indeed, mother, another voice chimed in. Jiang Shi should apologize for tarnishing our Qi family's reputation by threatening to report this. Jiang Shi maintained her frosty demeanor. Grandma, you can have Uncle Lu testify. He witnessed Shi Yu driving into me. Shi Yu's expression changed. She had momentarily overlooked this detail. Uncle Lu entered and recounted what he had observed, causing Tai's demeanor to brighten with the revelation of a witness. She promptly turned to Mrs. Jiang, saying, "Oh, it was just children playing around, taking things a bit too far. There is no need for police involvement. Wouldn't you agree, dear-in-law?" Yes, quite right, Mrs. Jiang thought, though she felt dissatisfaction brewing within her. After all, Shi Yu was Shi Jiang's cousin. However, Jiang Shi showed no sign of retreating. I can withdraw my complaint, but Shi Yu must apologize to me. On what grounds? Shi Yu was pulled back by Tai, who cautioned her against speaking out of turn with the elder present. The matriarch declared, Shi Yu, apologize to your sister-in-law. Grandma, I will not apologize. Am I to truly be taken to the police station for this? Jiang Shi observed the matriarch's gaze and said, if Shi Yu refuses to apologize, you may handle it as you see fit. Reporting it is entirely your prerogative. You have every right to pursue accountability for this matter. Her implication was clear. She would not intervene further. Shi Yu's complexion paled. Tai, being astute, quickly admonished her daughter, apologize to your sister-in-law. Do you hear? What sister-in-law? She is divorced from my cousin. Shi Yu exclaimed defiantly. Jiang Shi closed her eyes, relieved that she need not relay this information to the matriarch directly. The room fell silent. Tai harbored doubts, uncertain about the divorce. Jiang Shi turned to the elder. Grandma, I am sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. It is not your fault, the matriarch replied. She then fixed her stern gaze upon Shi Yu. They are not divorced, and a celebration for their 2-year wedding anniversary is scheduled for the end of this month. Shi Yu, starting this month, your allowance will cease entirely. If you do not apologize, I will not intervene when the police pursue this matter. Jiang Shi was taken aback and stepped forward. Grandma, actually, I am tired and wish to return home to rest. Let this matter be settled as it is, she concluded. After the elderly Mrs. Qi finished speaking, she departed, leaving Jiang Shi apprehensive about the old woman's distressed expression, which deterred her from pursuing clarification. Shi Yu and her mother shot a scornful glance at Jiang Shi before hastily following after the elderly lady. The lounge was left with just the two of them, and Jiang Shi sat on the sofa, her emotions in turmoil. Jiang Shi, confess honestly, have you truly divorced? Mrs. Jiang, well acquainted with her daughter, discerned the guilt reflected in Jiang Shi's countenance. What could have induced such remorse? It was evident that Shi Yu had spoken the truth, and Jiang Shi felt guilty for concealing it from Mrs. Qi, which explained her demeanor. She knew her daughter all too well. Jiang Shi lifted her gaze, her expression composed. Indeed, we are divorced. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp slap, causing a stinging pain to resonate. Jiang Shi observed her mother's icy demeanor, her mind momentarily blank. She recalled her mother's admonition. By the end of the month, it will be your second wedding anniversary celebration. The old lady will publicly acknowledge your status. In the future, you will be the rightful Mrs. Qi. Do not take your blessings for granted. I do not wish to hear the word divorce again. As long as the old lady does not relent, even if you are divorced, remarriage remains a possibility. Ultimately, Jiang Shi found herself alone in the lounge. She covered her face, fully aware that no one at home wished for her divorce. After all, she would no longer be the family's financial support. Returning to her small apartment, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, there remained just over a week before she could entirely sever this marital bond. The following morning, upon waking, she discovered several missed calls from her mother. Alongside a message, Shi, please withdraw your complaint at the police station. Be obedient and do not create a rift with the Qi family. After all, you are Qi Yu's sister-in-law. Show some grace. A cold glimmer flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes as she promptly turned off her phone. Show grace? On what grounds? Someone like Shi Yu was hardly deserving of such courtesy. After changing her attire, Jiang Shi took a taxi to the corporate headquarters. As she stepped into the secretarial department, She noticed Chu Bailian entering with an array of boxes in hand. Chu Bailian's usual strategy was to ingratiate herself with the secretaries. Sure. These are souvenirs I brought back from my recent trip. Everyone has a share. Do take some a try. With a smile, Chu Bailian deliberately mentioned her recent travels. It was clear that with Shi Jiang also away on business, she was attempting to flaunt her exploits. I have been suffering from a toothache and cannot indulge in sweets. Jiang Shi flatly refused, offering no pretense. She had no desire to play games with Chu Bailian. Unfazed, Chu Bailian turned to the secretary department manager. Manager, do give this a try. Coughing slightly, the manager, unusually, also declined Chu Bailian's offering. I too have been experiencing a toothache and cannot partake in sweets. Thank you for your kindness. He is now privy to a secret, and aligning oneself accurately is imperative. Chu Yu is the one on the outside, while Jiang Shi is indeed Mrs. Qi. He is not foolish. Following this rejection, Chu Yu struggled to maintain her composure. Though she refrained from expressing her frustration, the manager had declined the gift, and the remaining individuals were astute, leaving little appeal for the first time. Chu Yu found herself at a disadvantage in the secretary department. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shi, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. What had caused the sudden shift in demeanor among the staff? What had transpired during her absence from the company? Chu Yu inquired about her associates within the organization and learned that Mrs. Qi had previously confronted Jiang Shi at the company. The incident unfolded in a small conference room, where a third party was present. Given Mrs. Qi's character, it was likely she had mentioned Jiang Shi's true identity, prompting the change in attitude from the secretary department manager. Frustration simmered within Chu Yu, leading her to directly call Chi Yu, who answered almost instantly. Hello, Chu Yu. You must think of a solution quickly. That little vixen, Jiang Shi, is threatening to call the police on me. What on earth happened? Chi Yu recounted the events from the previous day in a heated manner, exclaiming, Grandmother is biased. She knows I disclosed their divorce, but continues to shield that little vixen. Chu Yu was taken aback by how much Jiang Shi had won over the elder Mrs. Qi. Chi Yu was also a fool, having caused a scene in the Junyue group as parking lot without even hitting anyone, yet attracting a multitude of troubles. Suppressing her impatience, Chu Yu whispered, There is, in fact, one person who can resolve this situation. Chapter 103. Grandmother intends to reveal your identity who? Mr. Chi's mother, Ms. Song. But my aunt has been living abroad for years, and our relationship is quite tenuous. How could she possibly come to my aid? My father's relationship with my aunt is also strained. She certainly wouldn't assist me. Chu Yu smiled. What if it isn't solely about aiding you, but rather about the stability of the company? After all, you both hold shares in the group. If outsiders learn of the Qi family's internal discord, it would undoubtedly affect the stock price. Your aunt would be loath to witness such a spectacle. You make a valid point. I shall approach my aunt. As the call ended, a cold smirk graced Chu Yu's lips. If her memory served her well, Qi Junyu's mother was not fond of Jiang Shi. However, she had consented to the marriage out of respect for grandmother Qi. Given Jiang Shi's repeated disruptions within the Qi household, should Qi Junyu's mother learn of their divorce, she would undoubtedly take action. Meanwhile, Jiang Shi had just prepared a cup of fruit tea and settled down when the internal phone rang. Answering, she said, Hello, Secretary Department. Please send a drink to the office immediately. The man's tone remained as haughty as ever. After issuing his command, he hung up. Jiang Shi contemplated for a moment before heading to the pantry to prepare tea for the president's office. As she departed, the staff in the Secretary Department huddled together, murmuring, What's going on? Manager, why did you refuse Chu Yu's overture just now? Are you not concerned about offending her? After all, Chu Yu occupies a position beside the boss. The competition for status between Jiang Shi and Chu Yu reveals no clear hierarchy for the time being. The manager of the secretarial department wore an inscrutable expression. It is not for discussion. Henceforth, focus your energies on work and refrain from indulging in idle gossip. Following this, no further information could be extracted from manager. Yet, it is certain that there must be a reason compelling the astute manager to dismiss Chu Yu so curtly. Could it be that Jiang Shi is on the verge of ascending to power? Meanwhile, Jiang Shi remains oblivious to her role as fodder for gossip. She entered the president's office, cup in hand, and beheld the man seated in a large black chair, leaning slightly back, his sharp gaze sweeping over her. Everything appeared unchanged. Jiang Shi walked over without glancing aside, placing the cup near him, saying nothing, and turned to leave. Stop. Have you stirred up trouble, thinking you can evade the consequences? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi recognized that this day would inevitably come. She turned back to face him. Mr. Qi, I am not the instigator. I merely defended my rightful interests. Last time, you used me to expel Mrs. Qi, and now, what do you intend to do with me again? Jiang Shi, is my reputation so convenient for you? The man's tone was flat, and Jiang Shi paused, realizing she could not conceal anything from him. She feigned calmness. At that time, your second aunt had already revealed our relationship. Were I not to act, the consequences would have been far worse. You must understand the nature of your second aunt. In essence, I was merely alleviating your troubles. She spoke quickly, her words laced with sharpness. Taking advantage and then acting innocent? Thank you for the compliment. I learned it all from you. Qi Juni tapped the table with his elongated fingers. How do you plan to resolve this matter? This is my affair. I will manage it well. The man furrowed his brow. Given your intellect, I am quite doubtful of your capabilities. No need for your concern. After all, we are divorced now, and it would not be appropriate to trouble you further. With just over a week remaining until our 2-month agreement concludes, I would like to know when you intend to publicly announce our divorce. Her words were delivered with a serene gaze. However, Qi Juni's expression grew somewhat complex. Are you so eager to sever ties with me? Is there a man outside who cannot wait? I fear it is your woman outside who cannot wait. Jiang Shi recalled the phone call from the previous day, answered by Chu Yu, and a wave of irritation washed over her. Coupled with the incessant troubles from the Qi family, she was keen to disentangle herself from them, especially from the second Mrs. Qi's family. Qi Juni frowned. Are you referring to Lisa? My relationship with her. Stop. I do not wish to hear about your affairs, nor do I care for the details of your dealings. When will you provide a definite answer regarding the public announcement of our divorce? A hint of cold sarcasm glimmered in Jiang Shi's eyes. In this world, one must possess strength. Otherwise, they are destined to suffer blows. The man suddenly realized that the end of the month had arrived, marking the second anniversary of their marriage. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, Grandmother intends to host a banquet to celebrate our 2-year union. He then inquired, when you plan to reveal the truth to her? Noticing her lack of response, Qi Juni continued, she also intends to publicly acknowledge your identity as Mrs. Qi at the banquet. Surely, Jiang Shi, this should satisfy you. Therefore, you must clarify to grandmother that we are already divorced. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Shi's mind. Did he truly wish to continue the charade? Qi Juni furrowed his brow and pressed, speak up. What further conditions do you have? What conditions? She retorted, I merely hope you will explain the situation to grandmother soon, to spare her any heartache. Jiang Shi, what are you fussing about? Are you not content with your identity being made public? What more do you desire? Just say it. Taken aback, Jiang Shi then scoffed. We are divorced. Is it necessary for everyone to know I am the former Mrs. Qi? That is quite unnecessary. What I am referring to are the conditions for remarriage. His expression remained composed, not resembling that of a jest. Jiang Shi had vaguely sensed this possibility earlier, yet she had not entertained such hopes. Now, he was indeed suggesting remarriage. She looked at him in astonishment. Mr. Qi, have you lost your senses? Do not doubt your hearing. You have not misheard. After all, grandmother holds great affection for you. Apart from your brother causing trouble, you have been quite accommodating at home, alleviating me of much hassle. I am indifferent to who Mrs. Qi is, but I am rather nostalgic and do not wish to replace you. Upon finishing, Qi Juni produced a blank check. This is your compensation. Jiang Shi remained unmoved. His earlier words conveyed a singular notion. She was convenient, endearing to grandmother, capable in the kitchen, obedient and trouble-free, all in accordance with his preferences. So you seek a free housekeeper? Jiang Shi approached and took the check, speaking deliberately, Mr. Qi. Do you not find your previous remarks reminiscent of an interview for a 24-hour maid? Maids do not command such high wages. Or perhaps you can make an offer. The man before her maintained his lofty demeanor, seemingly untouched by the mundane world. She folded the check and tossed it back at him, landing at his feet. She dusted off her hands and declared, rest assured, I can find you 10 or 8 women who meet your criteria, rotating daily without repetition. Jiang Shi, you will regret this. Her footsteps faltered momentarily, but she then left without a backward glance. Promptly posting on social media, the owner of Junwei Group is currently seeking a female aged between 23 to 30 who is obedient, sensible, and well-mannered. Job requirements include able to amuse elderly family members, responsible for all bedroom cleaning, laundry organization, culinary skills, and tea preparation. Working hours, 24/7. Salary negotiable. Interested parties, please DM me for recommendations. She had just sent it out and instantly received countless likes. Someone commented, does the boss need to hire a Filipino maid 24/7? In the office, Shi Jiang glanced at the check with a frown, his mood decidedly sour. Assistant Mo entered and asked earnestly, boss, are you looking to hire a new personal assistant? If I may speak frankly, I believe a woman would be unsuitable. Shi Jiang recalled the woman's earlier words and asked suspiciously, when did I express a need for a female assistant? Did you not see Madam's moments? The man instinctively opened his phone, realizing he had previously deleted Jiang Shi, and they were no longer friends. He tossed his phone aside and demanded, let me see. Assistant Mo handed over his phone, and Shi Jiang glanced at Jiang Shi's moments, his expression darkening to that of a stormy sky. The demands listed were indeed what he had just mentioned. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. Assistant Mo earnestly advised, boss, you're ill-suited to hire a female assistant. These tasks could easily be managed by the housekeeper, rendering a new hire unnecessary. The mention of a housekeeper struck Shi Jiang like a blow, and he gritted his teeth. I do not require a housekeeper. Yet, these conditions sounded more akin to hiring one. Be quiet. Leave. Frustrated, Shi Jiang sent a request to add Jiang Shi on WeChat. Thinking to himself, well done, Jiang Shi, your actions are quite swift. How dare she subtly mock him on her moments? Meanwhile, after leaving the office, Jiang Shi's heart raced for quite some time before calming down. After all, she had never envisioned a day when she could throw a check in that man's face. It felt exhilarating. Shortly after posting on her moments, many reached out to her, and she chuckled while documenting their details, intending to pass them along to Assistant Mo for Shi Jiang's review. She shared the incident in her group chat. Do you think I might not see the sun tomorrow? Li Weisheng replied. Well done, girl. You are magnificent. Lu Shi remarked. That scoundrel dares to propose remarrying you. This is undoubtedly a trap. The Junwei Group's overseas branch is on the verge of going public. A marital scandal would certainly have repercussions. He simply wants to delay you. Do not fall for it. Jiang Shi responded. I am aware. I will not fall into the same pit twice. After work, Jiang Shi returned to her small apartment, choosing not to go back to the marital home to avoid further disdain for the scoundrel. As she prepared to cook, she received a message from him. Come back to make dinner. Jiang Shi pretended not to see it and had no intention of returning. Chapter 105. Do you remember that you owe me $1 billion? Before long, Assistant Mo called, and after a moment's hesitation, she answered, hello, Assistant Mo cough, madam. The driver has arrived downstairs. Please hurry down. Was he really dissatisfied with the people around Grandma? Given that Lu Ma's cooking was quite good, the phone was on speaker, and Assistant Mo felt overwhelmed. Shi Jiang coldly remarked, you deceitful woman. You previously promised to care for my recovery, yet you have quickly forgotten your words? Mister, Shi surely does not lack caretakers by his side, does he? Hasn't Chu Bai Lian been attending to him these past few days? What pretense is this? A voice on the other end of the line, that of the insufferable man, retorted, this is your responsibility, and might I remind you, you still owe me $1 billion. Jiang Shi gritted her teeth and hung up the phone, fuming as she descended the stairs. She vowed to earn money swiftly to repay that insufferable man. One day, she would transform into a wealthy woman, free from such indignities. After driving away for a few minutes, 2 cars parked outside the community, one of which contained a middle-aged man who coldly instructed, bring her down. Yes, Mr. Chi. The men in black ascended to the apartment above, heading straight to Jiang Shi's residence. Wearing white gloves, they swiftly opened the door, only to find it empty. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the middle-aged man discovered that Jiang Shi had been picked up mere minutes ago. After checking the license plate, he let out a cold snort and dialed Shi Jiang. Xiao Yi, what does it mean that you've taken her away? Uncle, she is my wife. You are divorced. Jiang Shi is no longer your wife. Such petty tricks might deceive others, but not me. Initially, Chi Yu's claim of their divorce seemed dubious, yet investigation confirmed its veracity. Chi Shuli's expression turned grave. This materialistic woman, it matters not that they are divorced. However, she has targeted Ye twice, and I must seek an explanation. Uncle, in this matter, she bears no fault. Chi Yu provoke her first. Xiao Yi, you cannot be biased. Is there no way to discuss this amicably? If she insists on escalating it to the police, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Is that not so? Shi Jun narrowed his eyes. Uncle, what do you intend to do? Have her withdraw the lawsuit and apologize to my daughter to earn her forgiveness. Otherwise, you had best confine her to the house for eternity. With that, the call ended abruptly. Shi Jun rubbed his temples, surprised by his uncle's early return. His uncle had long been absent, living separately from his aunt, yet he had always doted on Chi Yu. This time, it seemed his aunt had contacted him. With his uncle's return, the situation became far more complicated. Half an hour later, Jiang Shi returned to the villa, only to find Lu Ma absent. Feeling puzzled, she inquired of assistant Imo, "Where is Lu Ma?" Grandmother sent her home, stating she did not wish to intrude upon our private world. Qi Junyi descended from upstairs, donning a beige loungewear ensemble that accentuated his handsome demeanor. He appeared with graceful strides, lips slightly parted. "Tonight, I wish for beef and tomato meatball soup." Jiang Shi, infuriated, turned sharply and stormed into the kitchen without uttering a word. If murder were not a crime, she genuinely wished to poison him. After her departure, Qi Junyi turned to assistant Imo, arranged for 2 people to follow her. His uncle's return suggested he would employ the most effective and swift means to resolve this matter. Half an hour later, the meal was served. Aside from the tomato meatball soup she had prepared, the other dishes were all crafted by the chef, creating a dinner that was quite nutritionally balanced. Qi Junyi glanced at the spread and remarked, "You certainly know how to take it easy." With that, the man promptly ladled himself a bowl of meatball soup, swiftly consuming all the vegetables within. Jiang Shi barely managed to eat a single leaf of vegetable. She felt certain he was doing this on purpose. After the meal, Jiang Shi intended to leave immediately, unwilling to stay here. However, the man emerged, directing his gaze at her. "How do you plan to handle the matter concerning Chi Yu? My second uncle has returned, and he is known for his rather forceful methods, as you may have heard." Qi Junyi's second uncle? Jiang Shi had only seen him once, 2 years prior when she married Qi Junyi, but that uncle had long been residing away from home, separated from Qi Tai Tai. Rumor had it he had a second family elsewhere, along with children. Qi Tai Tai pretended to be oblivious, firmly holding onto her status as the legitimate wife. Yet that uncle was quite fond of Qi Yu, having resolved numerous troublesome issues for her. Qi Junyi's second uncle had indeed made a name for himself outside, and was not someone to be trifled with. I am aware that the Qi family is formidable, yet even a cornered rabbit will bite. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind warning, Mr. Qi. The man sat on the dark sofa, observing her smile. Though his words bore a sharp edge, he raised his gaze and said, "This matter can certainly be resolved. Will you choose to continue facing troubles? Or will you opt to remain as Mrs. Qi?" His insinuation was unmistakable. Before Jiang Shi could formulate a response, her phone buzzed. She picked it up casually, but paused when she saw the caller ID. It was Qi Junyi's mother. Upon answering, the voice on the other end was aggressive. "Jiang Shi, you jinx. Even after the divorce, you won't let us Qi family have a moment's peace, will you? Do you have any idea how much money you and your family have taken from us over the years? Do you really have the audacity to sue Qi Yu? Where do you find the gall?" Mrs. Song had not initially intended to involve herself in Qi Yu's affairs, but Qi Yu threatened to expose the matter to the media. She was desperate for no one to know who Qi Junyi's wife was and would never allow Qi Yu to make it public. "Auntie, Qi Yu deliberately crashed into my car. Should I just endure it? Are you living in a fantasy? Qi Yu isn't foolish enough to truly crash into you. And you only called the police out of melodrama. Do you want to play the victim in front of my son? Let me be clear, after the divorce, you have no ties to our Qi family. If you wish to continue your lawsuit, you must repay every penny you owe us, not a cent less." Jiang Shi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qi Junyi across the table. Her phone was on speaker, resting on the surface. The middle-aged woman on the other end of the line continued her tirade, her words growing increasingly unsavory. However, Jiang Shi remained remarkably composed, stating, "Annie, all your words boil down to one thing. You want me to withdraw the lawsuit. The conditions are quite simple. If Qi Yu personally apologizes, I shall retract the suit." With that, she hung up the phone. Jiang Shi stood up and noticed the man furrowing his brow. She remarked, "When I married you, many claimed I had soared to great heights, akin to a phoenix alighting on a branch. It appeared as though a pie had fallen from the heavens. But in truth, according to the laws of physics, this is merely a calamity that has befallen me." Without glancing back, Qi Junyi left, slamming the door of his office with considerable force. His gaze was fraught with complexity as he suddenly perceived many details he had previously overlooked. Assistant Mo approached him, stating, "Sir, your mother is on the line." Shi Jiang took the call. "Hello, mother. Xiaoya, have you truly divorced Jiang Shi? Mother, you have already investigated and know the outcome. Why inquire further?" A flicker of delight passed through Mrs. Song's eyes as she could hardly contain her joy, exclaiming, "When I asked you last time, why keep it from me? This is good news. Would I ever disclose it? The anniversary banquet at the end of the month must be cancelled." "Mother, this matter is not as you perceive. I do not intend to cancel the anniversary banquet." Mrs. Song's breath caught momentarily. "Why? I believe she is quite suited to be Mrs. Qi. How could she possibly be suitable?" Mrs. Song's voice suddenly escalated. "Let us not even discuss other matters. Consider your cousin's issues. What has she resolved? I just spoke with her, urging her to handle it privately, and I would provide a satisfactory explanation. Yet she refused to comply, which makes me question her intentions. Jiang Shi is utterly unworthy of being my daughter-in-law. Did you truly say that to her? Is there any doubt? I have always told you. Jiang Shi presents one face in private and another before you and your grandmother. She is nothing but a greedy gold digger. How much did she take from her family? The last time her design was accused of plagiarism, she abruptly resigned and skipped the press conference, showing a complete lack of responsibility. And now, her deliberate lawsuit against Qiyu. Doesn't that insinuate she harbors thoughts of reconciliation? Shi Jiang listened in silence, feeling an emptiness within. Previously, he would have sided with his mother without question. Yet now, he found himself doubting her, for he had just heard her words to Jiang Shi, which starkly contrasted with her current statements. His mother was lying. "Son, are you truly listening to what I am saying?" "Mother, I was present when you spoke with Jiang Shi. I heard everything." On the other end, Mrs. Song abruptly fell silent, unable to utter a word. Chapter 107. Miss Jiang. "I am Qiyu's father." Mrs. Song's animosity towards Jiang Shi had reached a pinnacle. The scheming woman had intentionally allowed her son to overhear. She hurriedly explained, "Son, listen to me. It is not as you perceive. There is no need for you to intervene. I will handle this matter myself." After speaking, Shi Jiang promptly ended the call, refusing to answer Ms. Song's subsequent attempts to reach him. He leaned back against the sofa, gazing vacantly at the empty hall, his eyes devoid of focus. An inexplicable image of Jiang Shi flickered through his mind. From her once obedient, pleasing demeanor, she had transformed into a figure brimming with thorns, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance and wariness. She was right. He seemed to have never truly understood her life. Was this the reason she was unwilling to remarry? Jiang Shi took a taxi back to her apartment to sleep. The next day, she was jolted awake by the sound of knocking on her door. As she approached and peered through the peephole, she spotted several men in black standing outside. A flicker of caution crossed her eyes, and she remained silent. "Miss Jiang, I know you're inside. Open the door so we can talk." Jiang Shi turned, changed her clothes, and emerged to find a refined middle-aged man entering her space. Making his way directly to the small sofa, his feet treading on her immaculate carpet, her brow furrowed slightly. "You are here regarding Qiyu, aren't you? The condition for me to withdraw the lawsuit is quite simple. She must publicly apologize to me." Jiang Shi did not beat around the bush. If a confrontation was inevitable, she knew that she would be the one to suffer if she did not stand her ground. If she was to withdraw her lawsuit, she had to assert herself. "Miss Jiang, now that you are divorced from Shi Jiang, do you believe you still possess the leverage to impose conditions upon me?" The middle-aged man retorted, "Indeed, I lack the leverage to negotiate. However, the evidence is indisputable, and Qiyu will certainly not escape the consequences. After all, those who walk barefoot fear not the one in shoes." Seated across from the middle-aged man, Jiang Shi's gaze remained calm and indifferent as she regarded him. Shi Shi scrutinized the young woman before him. "You seem quite different from 2 years ago." Jiang Shi remained silent, observing as he presented a document. "This is a statement compiled by Shi Jiang's mother, detailing every transaction your family has received over the years." Beside the document lay a tablet connected to a video feed, displaying a scene of her mother and Jiang Zia shopping. Jiang Shi's pupils constricted as the middle-aged man spoke. "Miss Jiang, you are aware that in these times, many unforeseen events can occur. Should she refuse to withdraw the lawsuit, the individuals in that video, your mother and brother, may find themselves in jeopardy." The hall fell into a profound silence, each passing moment an agonizing ordeal. Miss Jiang, this is a letter of understanding. Please sign it. Your family will remain unharmed. And I will also resolve the matter of the statement for you. So, have you made your decision? He remained inscrutable, cornering her into a desperate situation. Jiang Shi fidgeted with a pen, causing it to clatter to the floor. She turned her gaze toward the middle-aged man. Coincidentally, I also have something to show you. She pulled up a document on her phone and extended it toward him. Shi Shi glanced at the photos in the document, his expression shifting dramatically. The subjects of these images and videos were none other than his daughter, Chi Yu, dressed provocatively and engaging in wild antics, each time accompanied by a different male lead. After a long pause, the middle-aged man managed to regain his composure, securing his phone with a heavy gaze. Miss Jiang, I fail to comprehend the purpose of presenting these digitally altered images to me. Digitally altered images? Indeed, the old fox was not easily swayed. Jiang Shi replied nonchalantly. Whether they're altered or not, you are aware of the truth within your heart. Once these materials surface online, they are bound to attract considerable attention. Chi was already embroiled in a divorce with her second husband. If this information fell into the wrong hands, it would not bode well for her. Even with the Chi family's legal team, winning this case would be a formidable challenge. In her previous divorce, Chi had leveraged her family's lawyers and public sentiment to subdue her first husband, who now bore the irreparable stigma of scoundrel. Suddenly, Shi Shi chuckled, finally looking directly at her. Jiang Shi, you have taken me by surprise. What makes you think these materials can threaten me? I can have identical videos and photos taken for you in no time. The remark was sharp and laden with pressure. Jiang Shi bit her tongue, feigning calmness. Before you entered, I had already sent these videos to a friend for backup, and the email is set to send at a specific time. I programmed it for 10 minutes, which has now elapsed by 8 minutes, leaving just 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes would suffice. Shi Shi cast a glance at his subordinates, and in an instant, Jiang Shi was pinned to the sofa. She looked at the wall clock. There are still 2 minutes. If you truly intend to take action, you must hasten. The middle-aged man searched her phone frantically, but found no trace of the email. His calm demeanor finally cracked, revealing a hint of urgency. Jiang Shi smirked. Counting down 10, 9, 8, 7. You've won. Log into the email and retract it. Frustrated, he slammed his phone down before her. She lowered her eyelids, her back drenched in cold sweat. She had emerged victorious. Chapter 108. Your ex-wife is quite impressive, Jiang Shi smirked, holding her phone without making a move. I'm miscounted. I actually set it for 15 minutes, not 10. Shi Shi dropped onto the sofa, suddenly laughing, his gaze icy. Miss Jiang, your audacity exceeds my expectations. There was no choice. A cornered rabbit will bite, and humans even more so. Jiang Shi logged into her email to cancel the scheduled send and deleted the videos and photos. I have no desire to oppose the Chi family. I merely seek self-preservation. These images are certainly not backed up. As for whether Chi Yu's friends have copies, I cannot say. Chi Yu's reckless behavior had not yet leaked publicly, largely due to the formidable influence of the Chi family. Shi Shi took her phone, instructing his subordinates to investigate, while Jiang Shi feigned calmness, seated in her chair, idly toying with the letter of understanding. From the very beginning, she anticipated that the letter would indeed be signed. Yet the manner of signing was not dictated by the Chi family. At that moment, sound of a scuffle resonated from outside the door. Jiang Shi turned her head to see a tall figure entering. The formidable Chi Jun, striding in with assured steps and a piercing gaze. She could not help but acknowledge that his entrance was somewhat impressive. But what was his purpose? Was he here to witness her humiliation? Chi Jun approached, his eyes fixed on Jiang Shi as he sat beside her, glancing across the room. Second uncle, why did you come without a word? Xiaoye, are you here to support your ex-wife? What, planning to take action against me? The middle-aged man's words were unwavering. Jiang Shi held her breath, sensing the atmosphere grow tense. A thought struck her. Could he possibly be here to back her up? In the next moment, a pair of long hands snatched the letter of understanding from her grip. The man glanced at it, murmuring, I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Jiang Shi bit her lip, knowing that this man could not harbor any good intentions. The middle-aged man remained inscrutable, clearly skeptical of Chi Jun's claim of mere leisure. Jiang Shi attempted to reclaim the letter, but the other party did not relent. As she exerted force, the letter tore apart with a resounding rip. Chi Jun nonchalantly released his grip, remarking, It seems we will need a new copy. Jiang Shi, seething with frustration, retorted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Your knack for turning the tables has certainly improved." Qi Jun met her gaze, saying, "Second uncle. Qi was at fault first. She should apologize. This is a fundamental principle of propriety. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this, Jiang Shi stared at him in astonishment, noting his pale profile, which obscured his current expression. The middle-aged man scoffed. "Qi Jun, do I need to remind you that you are divorced? Even if divorced, she remains my ex-wife." Jiang Shi lowered her eyes, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Moments later, the man's voice reached her ears. "Second uncle, you are aware that she has always employed cunning tactics. If pushed too far, exposing this matter could adversely affect the corporation, as well as your impending negotiations. Wouldn't it be better to let this matter go?" Jiang Shi was taken aback. Indeed, this could serve as leverage against the Qi family. Yet, she had never contemplated such a course of action, for her grandmother was also part of the Qi family. The middle-aged man regarded Qi Jun with a complex gaze, stating, "Regrettably, you underestimate your ex-wife. I've just witnessed her methods." Jiang Shi maintained her composed demeanor as she watched Shi Shi pass her the phone, which she accepted with ease. "You flatter me," she replied lightly. Shi Shi frowned as he departed, accompanied by a formidable entourage. The small sitting room fell silent once more. After a brief pause, the man beside her remained silent, prompting Jiang Shi to break the stillness. "Mr. Qi, it's getting late." A subtle reminder for him. "You may take your leave now." Jiang Shi, your ability to sever ties has only grown more formidable. When did she ever sever ties? Perhaps her gaze was too overt, causing the man to momentarily display an uncomfortable expression. "It was my grandmother who personally called to inform me." Assistant M.O. beside him blinked, seemingly perplexed. "That doesn't seem quite right. Isn't the one who relayed the message the bodyguard assigned by the gentleman to protect the lady?" The gentleman's skill in turning the tables has also become increasingly adept. A burgeoning sense of guilt enveloped Jiang Shi. Her grandmother had treated her with such kindness, yet she had concealed the matter of the divorce from the elderly lady. It was clear that she should be aware of their divorce, and to continue hiding it from her grandmother served no purpose. It would be far better to confess outright. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face her grandmother. Her eyes shone with clarity and composure. Yet the man appeared troubled. Did she not appreciate his efforts at all? After traveling such a distance, did she truly believe he had come merely for amusement? Qi Jun felt a surge of annoyance. "Jiang Shi, is it truly so difficult to remarry me? I am grateful to Mr. Qi for the opportunity to remarry, but I believe we are fundamentally incompatible." The passage of 2 years had illuminated the reality for her. He did not love her. A chill flickered in the man's brow. "Stop pretending. Didn't you feel a sense of joy when you initially married me?" "Indeed, I nearly smiled my way to the grave." After delivering her retort, it was evident that the man beside her had no desire to engage further, and silence enveloped them both. She stood up. "If Mr. Qi is weary of my company, please remember to close the door upon your departure." With that, she retreated to her small study, completely disregarding him. The man's brow furrowed once more. This woman now displayed an audacity to dismiss him, lacking even a trace of her former obedient demeanor. Chapter 109. You have been dismissed the following day. Jiang Shi arrived at the office to clock in, only to find herself unable to do so. Initially, she presumed it to be a system error. However, she soon received a call from the Human Resources Department. "Jiang Shi, you have been dismissed from the group. Please report to HR to complete the necessary formalities." Before she could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. She attempted to access her employee profile, only to discover her account had been locked. How truly heartless this man is, turning against her. She had declined his proposal for reconciliation yesterday, and today he had terminated her employment. Oh well, it was for the best. She had no desire to remain here any longer. Jiang Shi began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave, when a manager of the secretary department approached, lowering his voice. "Are you resigning?" He had received notification from HR that Jiang Shi was to complete her departure procedures today and needed to sign the necessary documents. The manager suspected that Mrs. She had grown weary of her taste of ordinary life and wished to return to her former status. Jiang Shi's expression briefly betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "Yes. Understood. I comprehend fully." Jiang Shi looked at him, sensing that the manager did not truly understand. perhaps even misinterpreted the situation. The manager turned to face everyone, saying, "Tonight, none of you are to leave. We shall host a farewell party for Miss Jiang. After all, when we meet again in the future, our circumstances will have changed, and we may not have the opportunity to dine with Mrs. Qi. We must seize this final moment." "What? Sure, is resigning?" Sure. Why would you resign? Are you unhappy working at the group, or are you planning to embrace an entirely different life? Jiang Sure was immediately surrounded, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her colleagues assumed her resignation was due to her association with Qi Jun, leading her to a life of luxury. In truth, however, she had been cast aside. Is the group out of work? A cold voice pierced the air, and the secretary's office fell silent. Qi Jun stood at the entrance, his handsome face betraying no emotion. His gaze heavy as it settled on Jiang Sure. Everyone promptly dispersed, returning to their seats. Jiang Sure remained rooted in place as the man commanded. "Send a drink to my office." The arrogant man then turned and left, exuding an air of aloofness. Setting down her belongings, she made her way to the tea room, considering it a final farewell. Jiang Sure brought a fruit tea to the office and placed it beside the man. He took a sip and frowned, declaring, "Too sweet." She returned to fetch another cup. "Too hot." Jiang Sure, maintaining her composure, went for a third attempt, only for the man to dismiss it without tasting, saying, "Bring me a cup of coffee." This time, she stood her ground, observing him intently. "Mr. Qi, if you have any grievances, please express them directly instead of making this unnecessarily difficult. Do you think resigning equates to liberation? Until your paperwork is finalized today, you remain an employee of the group, and I can still exercise authority over you." The man's gaze intensified. Jiang Sure's breath hitched slightly. She decided to endure. After all the trials she had faced over the years, could she truly be daunted now? However, seeing her compliance seemed to irritate Qi Jun. "Stop right there. Your handover is not complete. Did you think you could simply walk away today? But the HR department has informed me that I am to leave today. I lack the time for a handover." A complex expression flickered in Qi Jun's eyes as he maintained his impassive demeanor. "Actually, you need not leave." "No, thank you." Jiang Sure turned to depart. Alone in his chair, Qi Jun took a sip of the fruit tea she had brought, a hint of relaxation crossing his features, until Assistant Mo entered, prompting him to regain his composure. "Speak, what is the outcome?" Assistant Mo hesitated slightly. "It was my mother who instructed the HR department to act in this manner, was it not?" Chapter 110. The dazzling appearance of the wealthy younger brother. Assistant Mo nodded, having not anticipated that Jiang Sure's previous resignation had not been voluntary, but rather a dismissal. In the Junwei group, only Mrs. Song possessed the authority to terminate someone without it becoming common knowledge. Qi Jun suspected that the person behind everything was his mother. Yet he was somewhat taken aback to discover that it was indeed she who had manipulated the circumstances surrounding Jiang Sure's resignation, even misleading him into believing that it was a voluntary decision on her part. The woman failed to provide any explanation, instead allowing him to mistakenly assume that he had been the one to dismiss her. He cast his gaze downwards, retrieving a reconciliation agreement from the drawer. He had intended to discuss it with her earlier, but she had outright refused. His agitation was mounting. He had already expended considerable time on the matter of Jiang Sure. Yet that woman remained unyielding. Wasn't the tactic of feigning disinterest a bit excessive? Assistant Mo cautiously ventured, "Boss, there is something I am uncertain whether I should say." "If it's trivial, then don't," he replied tersely. "It pertains to Madam." After a brief pause, the man conceded, "Speak." Assistant Mo earnestly continued, "I believe your approach to reconciling is fundamentally flawed." "Oh, because she is a woman, suddenly faced with divorce, she must harbor resentment. If you were to soothe her, winning her back would not be insurmountable." Qi Jun raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I have nothing but time on my hands?" "No, certainly not. I lack the luxury to engage in such trivial pursuits." He casually discarded the contract into the trash bin, realizing that the one truly lacking sense was himself. If Jiang Sure was unwilling, so be it. The news of Jiang Sure's resignation circulated throughout the corporation. The secretarial and design departments were preparing to host a farewell party for her, but she fervently dissuaded them, ultimately settling on a group dinner instead. After work, she reserved a large private room and invited colleagues from both departments. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, she encountered Chu Yu and colleagues from the architectural design department. creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Jiang Shi couldn't help but lament, sometimes, fate truly is a fickle mistress. What tangled web this is. Chu Yu smiled, saying, Sure. I heard you resigned. When you find a new job, do not forget your former colleagues. Of course, Lisa, just be sure not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Otherwise, there will be no one to catch you if you fall, Jiang Shi retorted without hesitation. Chu Yu's expression momentarily stiffened before she glanced at the people from the secretarial department and announced, Today is my birthday, and soon Mr. Qi will be coming by. Feel free to drop in. The manager of the secretarial department responded awkwardly, internally puzzled. Jiang Shi was indeed Mrs. Qi, so why was she not here with him? But rather at Chu Yu's side? The intrigues of high society are so convoluted. Both groups entered the restaurant simultaneously, only to discover that they had unwittingly reserved the same private room. The receptionist appeared bewildered and quickly contacted the manager. I have a membership card and have already informed your manager. Is there an error in your system? The implication was clear. Jiang Shi was the one who had been misallocated. Jiang Shi could easily deduce that Chu Bailian was being deliberately obstructive. She turned to the receptionist. Are there any other private rooms available? I'm sorry, but all our private rooms are fully booked today. At this moment, Chu Yu smugly declared, Actually, we could all dine together. However, it seems there isn't sufficient seating for so many. Why not head to the adjacent restaurant? I can arrange a reservation for you. She was already aware that Jiang Shi was treating her colleagues to a meal in celebration of her departure and had purposely booked the same private room without notifying Jiang Shi. Her intention was to publicly humiliate Jiang Shi, allowing the secretarial staff to discern who was truly the woman destined to remain by Qi Junyi's side. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Sister, what brings you here? Are you dining with your colleagues? Jiang Zia arrived with a group of friends, having just stepped out of a row of flashy sports cars. He noticed Jiang Shi standing at the reception, feeling somewhat guilty for having unwittingly fallen into a trap that led to his sister being threatened by the Qi family. Jiang Zia, with his crimson lips and pearly white teeth, donned designer attire that screamed affluent second-generation air. The ostentatious lineup of sports cars outside was equally eye-catching. His appearance instantly captivated the attention of the female colleagues present, yet his call of sister astonished everyone in the vicinity. Is this Jiang Shi's younger brother? I never heard that her family was wealthy. Only the secretary department manager maintained a cryptic expression, seemingly already aware. After all, what kind of woman could marry Qi Junyi if her family's circumstances were lacking? Consequently, the smile on Chu Yu's face faded significantly. Chapter 111. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Seeing her troublesome brother, Jiang Shi's tone turned curt. What? Am I not allowed to eat here? Of course you can. Sister, today, I'll cover your bill. Order anything you like. No need, I have money. Jiang Shi stepped on her brother's foot, feeling exasperated. She was struggling under a mountain of debt, while he lived in carefree luxury, which only aggravated her further. At that moment, the manager hurried over, addressing Chu Yu. Miss Chu, your private room is ready. You may proceed directly. Turning to Jiang Shi, the manager continued, I apologize, madam, but there was a system error, and your room was not actually booked. Here is a 10 discount voucher as compensation for your next visit. Does that work for you? Jiang Shi's lips curled into a cold smirk. It was clearly intentional. Does that work? How dare you? Jiang Zia exploded, furiously confronting the manager. What system error? You clearly manipulated things to give my sister's room to someone else. A 10 discount? Do you take us for beggars? The manager was flustered, sweating profusely. Young Master Jiang, I didn't realize you were acquainted. He had thought they were casual visitors, and offending them would be inconsequential. I don't care. Arrange for us a luxurious private room. Can't you see my sister is treating her colleagues? Just because my sister is low-key doesn't mean you can bully us. The youthful boy, with his striking features, exuded an impressive forcefulness. Jiang Shi was taken aback, having never seen her brother display such assertiveness. In the next moment, Jiang Zia declared, Otherwise, I'll call my brother-in-law and have you fired. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Jiang Shi seized her brother's arm. Fully aware she could not escape this predicament, she spoke directly. Forget it, let's go somewhere else. No, madam, the manager interjected, his tone transforming dramatically. We just happen to have a VIP room available. Please follow me. Jiang Zia let out a cold scoff. Now that's more like it. Dare to slight my sister. and I assure you, your establishment may not remain in business. Enough, Jiang Shi commanded. Your friend is still waiting over there. Go on. Upon her words, the previously defiant youth transformed into a docile little puppy. Sister, call me if you need anything. They wouldn't dare bully you. Jiang Shi's lips twitched slightly. Just don't cause trouble, and I'll count my blessings. After her brother departed, she turned to her colleagues, mustering her courage. Let us go. Suddenly, a female colleague from the secretarial department chimed in. Oh, we're heading to the VIP room? I've heard that regular members can rarely secure a reservation there. Today, we're lucky to be under Shi's auspices. Next to her, Chu Yu's expression darkened significantly as she turned away in frustration. She had intended to give Jiang Shi a hard time, but was blindsided by an unexpected turn of events. Accompanying the manager to the so-called VIP room, Jiang Shi noted its elegant decor, with everyone enjoying their meals and conversations, blissfully ignoring the earlier encounter with Chu Yu. A young lady from the design department inquired about her brother, leaving Jiang Shi both amused and exasperated, given her brother-esque character. It was best he didn't inflict himself upon any unsuspecting girls. As the dishes were served, Jiang Shi caught sight of the food and the red wine, gasping inwardly. She recognized the brand of the wine, notoriously expensive, and the dishes appeared equally lavish. A pang of regret hit her. Had she known the VIP room's fare was this exorbitant, she wouldn't have put on airs. With tears welling in her eyes, she attempted to savor the meal. When suddenly, the door to the room swung open, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Raising her gaze, she beheld the imposing figure of Shi Jiang entering. He approached with unwavering focus. The manager beside her promptly stood, offering his seat. Mr. Chi, please sit. Shi Jiang acknowledged with a nod and settled beside her. The room fell into an expectant hush, with all eyes darting around in surprise. Who would have thought the big boss would grace them with his presence? Was it possible that Jiang Shi had truly ascended to new heights? Chapter 112. My people, I shall foot the bill. The man scanned the room, his voice calm. Please, continue dining. With that, the guests resumed their meals, speaking little. Jiang Shi leaned closer, lowering her voice. I never imagined Mr. Chi would grace us with your presence. What a delightful surprise. I feared you might deplete my membership card. Suddenly, her expression froze as realization dawned. Her brother's so-called VIP card was, in fact, Shi Jiang's. It dawned on her why her brother had managed to procure such a coveted pass. Oh dear, how awkward this situation had become. The atmosphere in the private room was somewhat awkward, with everyone exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Shi's appetite was noticeably affected. However, she observed that the man, whom she referred to as the dog man, barely touched his chopsticks. What was his purpose for being there? If not to monitor her and deter her from ordering more? At that moment, the door to the room swung open again. Chu Yu entered, holding a glass of red wine, and cheerfully inquired, how is everyone enjoying their meal? Jiang Shi raised an eyebrow as she watched Bai Lian approach, standing beside Shi Jiang. And with practiced ease, she said, Mr. Chi, I didn't get the chance to toast you earlier. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend my birthday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi lowered her gaze, a flicker of derision flashing beneath her lashes. She had suspected that the dog man would not coincidentally arrive. His presence was merely to celebrate the birthday of Bai Lian. Shi Jiang furrowed his brow, unaware that it was Chu Yu's birthday. He had come because he received a call from his brother-in-law, Jiang Zia, informing him that Jiang Shi was hosting a meal and had used his membership card. It was just the right time for dinner, so he had come directly. His encounter with Chu Yu downstairs had been merely coincidental. Assistant Mo, standing nearby, wore a guilty expression. He was aware of the situation, but had thought his boss would not have time to attend. To his surprise, the boss had come because his wife was having a farewell dinner, and even more surprisingly, they had chosen the same restaurant. What an extraordinary coincidence. Although Shi Jiang disapproved of Chu Yu's behavior, he maintained his composure in public, nodding in acknowledgement and saying, I'm a bit busy today. No worries. I'm just thrilled that you could come. Chu Yu responded warmly, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Ultimately, Shi Jiang rose, addressing everyone in the room. Please continue your meal. I will take care of the bill. The manager quickly interjected, of course, Mr. Chi, take care. Chu Yu followed suit. Casting a glance back at Jiang Shi, her gaze laced with provocation. Jiang Shi felt a surge of emotions, but quickly regained her composure. After all, She had anticipated this outcome, had she not? She turned to her colleagues, a slight smirk on her lips. Let us continue. Unfazed by her colleagues' scrutinizing looks, she was determined to enjoy her meal, especially since she wasn't the one footing the bill. After dinner, Jiang Shi and her colleagues made their way downstairs. As they approached the elevator, several well-dressed young men emerged, led by a strikingly elegant man who instantly caught attention. Lin Maching approached with a smile. Miss Jiang, are you all dining here today? Yes, quite the coincidence, Jiang Shi replied, surprised to encounter Lin Maching, especially since she had yet to complete her design sketches. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Maching handed a card to the front desk, stating, Miss Jiang's bill, I shall take care of it. Mr. Lin, you're far too kind. There is truly no need, Jiang Shi responded, a bit taken aback, quickly reaching out to stop him. After all, the dogman had already declared he would pay. So let him bear the burden. Miss Jiang, please do not be so polite, he insisted. Upon finishing his words, Lin Maching turned to the receptionist, instructing her to charge Miss Jiang's bill to my account. The man exuded an aura of authority that rendered the receptionist unable to meet his gaze, and she nodded vigorously in compliance. There's no need for you to trouble yourself with the bill, Lin Zong, Jiang Shi remarked, exasperation creeping into her tone as the voice of the man she despised pierced through the air. Shi Jiang strode forward confidently, causing Jiang Shi's colleagues to retreat. Clearing a path for him, he halted beside her, his deep voice resonating. My person, I shall take care of the bill. She paused, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. Chapter 113, A Fiery Retort to the White Lotus. My person? Jiang Shi bit her lip, questioning whether he could communicate without creating misunderstandings about their relationship. Lin Maching smirked slightly. Qi Zong, are you always so generous with your subordinates? Quite so. Qi Jun retorted without hesitation. It was well known that Junwei Group offered generous treatment. Lin Zong should not entertain thoughts of poaching. Their mutual awareness of the underlying tensions was palpable, with Qi Jun's gaze issuing a silent warning to keep his distance from his woman. If Qi Zong wishes to avoid competition, he must keep a close watch, for DK's doors are always open to talents like Miss Jiang, Qi Jun thought. Feeling a surge of displeasure at the knowledge of Jiang Shi's resignation, Jiang Shi stood awkwardly between the two men, enduring their verbal sparring. Fortunately, Lin Maching did not linger, offering a brief greeting before departing. Just as she exhaled in relief, she heard a contemptuous scoff from beside her, prompting her to suppress an eye roll. What are you being so cryptic for? She thought. I hear congratulations are in order for your impending employment at DK Group, sure. Soon, we shall be rivals. Chu Balian finally interjected, seeking to assert her presence, while simultaneously undermining Jiang Shi and aggravating Qi Jun. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun's expression darkened ominously, casting an uncomfortable atmosphere over those present. Jiang Shi clicked her tongue. Chu Balian was once again stirring trouble, seemingly unable to go a day without disparaging her. Nonchalantly, Jiang Shi replied, I have yet to finalize my decision on which group to join, as several companies have extended offers. I find DK quite appealing, a large corporation. And your rapport with Lin Zong is commendable. It would indeed be a pity to overlook DK. Chu Yu continued, her tone growing more enthusiastic, deliberately highlighting the peculiar connection between Jiang Shi and Lin Maching. Should Jiang Shi wish to prove her independence from DK, she would be compelled to seek employment elsewhere, thereby shackling her prospects and hindering her growth beyond her current position at Junwei Group. If she were still to join DK, it would undoubtedly prick at Qi Jun's heart, fostering doubts about her relationship with Lin Maching. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Shi, you find yourself with no escape route. Jiang Shi's brows furrowed, her tone turning icy. Your enthusiasm for recommending me to DK suggests that you harbor aspirations of joining as well, Chu Yu. Shall I facilitate an introduction to Lin Zong for you? There's no need for that. After all, I am a member of the Junwei Group in life and a spirit of the Junwei Group in death. Regardless of what transpires, I shall stand with the Junwei Group through thick and thin. TSK, observe the eloquence of the White Lotus. Jiang Shi chuckled. Yet you speak so highly of the DK Group. I thought you had divided loyalties. If you weren't interested, how could you be so well informed about DK? Chu Yu's expression faltered, but she quickly retorted, understanding one's adversary is quite normal. Then why are you so eager to recommend DK to me? As if you wish to compete? Jiang Shi pressed. leaving Chuyu momentarily speechless. Shi Jiang furrowed his brow. What was Chuyu up to? Was she trying to sow discord? Chuyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered her gaze and said, I merely suggested. You need not take it to heart. She cursed silently, finding Jiang Shi rather cunning for turning the tables on her. She sensed that Jiang Shi was becoming increasingly formidable. Jiang Shi merely smiled, remaining silent. But her male companion spoke up. Do you wish to join DK? Haven't I mentioned? I haven't made a decision yet. The secretary department manager looked bewildered. Surely, Shi Jiang's wife wouldn't go to DK, but this couple was rather perplexing. Chuyu smiled lightly. Sure. When you find a new job, do let everyone know. After all, we ought to maintain connections within the same industry. Jiang Shi couldn't help but admire Chu Bai Lian's audacity. Despite having just embarrassed her, she seemed to bounce back in no time. Indeed, as long as the individual involved is not uncomfortable, it is others who feel the awkwardness. Sister, at that moment, a youthful voice echoed, and Jiang Zia appeared with a group of friends, leading the way. Upon seeing him, both Jiang Shi and Chu Yu's expressions changed simultaneously. Chapter 114. The ex-Mrs. Chi's disguise is unmasked. Jiang Shi hurried forward to grasp Jiang Zia's arm. You've finished eating, then let's go. I have something to discuss with you. Chu Yu quickly turned to her colleagues. It's getting late. You should head home to rest. Jiang Zia was no ordinary person. She needed to ensure her colleagues left early to avoid any revelation of Jiang Shi's identity that could jeopardize her standing within the group. After all, wouldn't her carefully crafted image as Mrs. Chi be at risk? Her colleagues began to prepare to leave. The boss's antics were not to be taken lightly. The youthful boy took a few steps and said, Sister, Grandma wants us to come over for dinner tomorrow. Be sure to come early after work. Jiang Shi paused. When did this happen? The grandmother Jiang Zia referred to as Chi Grandma. Just now, Grandma called and told me not to be late. She even prepared the latest sneakers for me. With that, Jiang Zia turned and called out loudly, Brother-in-law, don't work overtime tomorrow night. Grandma specifically asked me to ensure you both leave on time for dinner. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Chu Yu's face turned ashen, shifting colors like a palette. Feeling as if she had just endured a fierce slap, the sting scorching her senses. Her greatest fear had finally materialized. Jiang Shi stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, as she forcefully pinched Jiang Zia's waist, exclaiming, What prompted you to speak out? Why are you pinching me, sister? Jiang Zia grimaced in pain, unable to retaliate. I must fulfill the task entrusted to me by Grandma Chi. Jiang Shi, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished she could disappear into the ground. Now, her carefully concealed identity, which she had hidden for 2 years, was exposed at the moment she was cast aside as a discarded wife. Could there be a more unfortunate turn of events? The employees of the secretary department were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. What on earth is happening? They murmured. Jiang Shi's brother had just referred to Chi as brother-in-law. Did this mean that Chi and Jiang Shi were indeed married? Was a rumored Mrs. Chi not Chuyu, but rather Jiang Shi? What a revelation! Amidst the chaos, only the manager of the secretary department remained calm, his expression revealing that he had known all along, though he had stumbled upon this shocking secret quite by accident. Everyone was left in a state of shock, their eyes darting between the two, brimming with disbelief. Shi Jiang approached with an air of nonchalance, his long strides purposeful, causing Jiang Shi's breath to hitch in anxiety. She looked up and said, This is an accident. However, the man didn't even glance her way, merely patting Jiang Zia on the shoulder. I understand. Jiang Shi retorted, What do you understand? You should explain yourself instead of merely admitting it. With that, Shi Jiang walked towards the restaurant entrance, leaving behind a tall silhouette. Was he out of his mind? Did he comprehend the repercussions of his words, with colleagues still observing them? Jiang Shi felt disheveled as her brother led her out of the restaurant. The dining hall was now left with a few lingering colleagues and the awkward presence of Chuyu. It was undeniably one of the most embarrassing scenes in history. A female colleague from the secretary department finally spoke up. I never imagined that Jiang Shi was actually Mrs. Chi. She is so low-key. Another chimed in. Indeed, unlike certain individuals who deliberately mislead others while pretending to be the legitimate wife. The speakers were among those who had suffered from the teabag incident last year, leaving them unable to conceive, harboring significant resentment towards Chuyu. Chuyu's complexion darkened, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing the pain. She whirled around, her gaze ominously dark, You know nothing. Shi Jiang has already divorced Jiang Shi. She is nothing now. Chapter 115. Rubbing the White Lotus's face in the dirt, even if they are divorced, she was once Mrs. Qi. Some people are simply envious, yearning for an opportunity to ascend, but finding none. Did they not hear Grandma Qi invite Jiang Shi's family to dinner just earlier? They might reconcile soon. Enough chatter. Let us return, someone concluded. The manager of the secretarial department, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, swiftly intervened and led her colleagues away. There was no need to create a scene with Chuyu. Once everyone had departed, Chuyu stood in place, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Why, despite her years of hard work, could she not measure up to Jiang Shi? With a heavy heart, Chuyu exited the restaurant, only to be called back. She turned to see Lin Chong. It's me. Chuyu, my goddess, you seem unwell. Have you encountered some troubles? Noticing Lin Chong's own despondent expression, a flicker of impatience crossed her eyes as she replied, Do you remember Jiang Shi? She constantly plots against me and opposes me. My goddess, you need not worry. I shall deal with her for you. A faint smile tugged at Chuyu's lips. With her brother no longer by her side, many matters have become inconvenient. Now, even a fool like Lin Chong could be of use. Jiang Shi was dragged by her brother to the nearby parking lot, where the rascal promptly fled. After hiding in the car, Jiang Zia quietly sent a WeChat message to Grandma Qi. Grandma, it's done. By tomorrow, the entire group will likely know my sister's true identity. Really? No slip-ups? You can rest assured, while I may not handle serious matters well, I have never faltered in these underhanded dealings. Having accomplished his task, Jiang Zia hurriedly drove away, anxious not to be caught. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shi gazed at the man leaning against the car door, his long legs slightly bent. One hand resting beside him, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Aren't you going to explain? She knew he would ask. With a stiffened resolve, she replied, It's not something I disclosed. He is your brother. The implication was clear. She had undoubtedly instructed her brother to deliberately reveal their relationship. Jiang Shi clenched her teeth. If I wish to expose it, would I have waited until now? Who knows what your intentions are? If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. However, we are divorced now. Should it be exposed, the one most affected would be me, not you. His narrowed eyes hinted at a growing tension. You are well aware that the group is at a critical juncture. Negative news cannot be tolerated. It's merely a normal divorce, a peaceful separation. There is no division of shares, and I have not pursued legal action against you. The group will not be adversely affected. Her words left Shi Jiang momentarily speechless. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Post-divorce, Jiang Shi had been quite apprehensive about others discovering her connection with Shi Jiang, fearing ridicule. Yet, now that events had unfolded, she found it wasn't such a monumental issue after all. Stop. Hearing his voice, she turned back. What else do you require? Get in the car. Huh? Jiang Shi feigned ignorance of his command. The man glanced at her. Everyone knows your current status. Leaving you here? What impression does that leave of me? Following his gaze, Jiang Shi noticed several colleagues lingering at the restaurant entrance, likely unable to secure a ride. Indeed, her departure would be conspicuous. Bending down, she entered the car and addressed the driver. To the apartment, please. Thank you. The driver cast a troubled glance into the rearview mirror, pondering their destination. Shi Jiang let out a cold snort, instructing, do as she says. As if anyone desired to take her home. The black Bentley glided smoothly along the road. Yet at this hour of the evening rush, traffic was exceedingly congested. With the vehicle barely moving an inch, Jiang Shi caught a whiff of gasoline fumes, feeling somewhat unwell. The man lowered his gaze towards her, noticing her pallor, and then turned to the driver, inquiring, what is the matter? Sir, madam, it seems there has been an accident ahead, which is causing this traffic jam, the driver replied. Flustered, it was not for lack of effort. The circumstances simply did not permit any progress. Jiang Shi tapped on the car door, saying, I wish to get out. She felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 116. Puked in a man's car. No sooner had Jiang Shi spoken than the vehicle lurched for a fraction, moving at a tortoise's pace. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, Stop. Shi Jiang frowned, turning to assistant Mo, make a call and have someone clear this road immediately. With so many cars outside, getting out now would be akin to seeking death. Yes, sir, Assistant Mo promptly dialed to arrange for assistance. Jiang Shi knocked insistently on the car door, but the driver did not unlock it. Ultimately, she succumbed to her discomfort and vomited inside the car, the odor quite unpleasant. The man, with a dark expression, opened the window and gritted his teeth. Jiang Shi. If looks could kill, she would have met her demise countless times. Given this man's obsession with cleanliness. I said I wanted to get out. Jiang Shi retorted, feeling embarrassed. She had no desire to disgrace herself in the vehicle. Having already requested to exit. I recall you used to not get car sick? The man's tone was laced with confusion, recalling how, in previous journeys, Jiang Shi had shown a strong aversion to exhaust fumes, a stark contrast to her current state. Jiang Shi's back stiffened momentarily before she replied, people can change. I probably ate too much today. You spent 100,000, and yet you can eat so well. Jiang Shi maintained a stony expression, still feeling unwell, and could barely muster the energy to engage in banter with him. Since her pregnancy, she had grown increasingly sensitive to such odors. Noticing her feeble condition, Shi Jiang sent a message to Assistant Imo. Pass me the water from the front. Assistant Imo complied. In the next moment, Jiang Shi felt something cool prod her arm. She looked up to see Shi Jiang's disdainful expression. Drink this. If you vomit again, I shall leave you on the roadside. Jiang Shi desperately craved water, though she hesitated to admit it. Ignoring his biting remarks, she accepted the water and took a few sips, feeling significantly better. Soon, the road cleared, and half an hour later, they arrived outside the apartment complex. Jiang Shi exited the vehicle without a backward glance, but as she reached the elevator, she noticed the man approaching her, standing nonchalantly beside her. She bit her tongue, unable to suppress her curiosity. What brings you here, Mr. Chi? To get the car washed. He replied. Jiang Shi felt a twinge of guilt as she took the elevator back up to her home. The man behind her was quite familiar with the surroundings. He slipped into his shoes and stepped inside. His gaze fell upon the sheets hanging on the balcony, remnants from his previous stay, which he recalled vividly. Even the men's pajamas he had worn last time were draped there. His expression softened as he regarded them. Jiang Shi turned to him and said, only a few colleagues are aware of today's events. You can greet them and trust that they will keep our relationship confidential. Though she had not been the one to disclose it, she felt somewhat implicated. The man glanced at her, a knowing look in his eyes, and remarked, is this a case of hiding something in plain sight? Jiang Shi, feeling weary of the conversation, turned away to rinse her mouth and wash her face. Feeling considerably better afterwards, she deliberately went to the kitchen to wash some fruit, hoping to alleviate the heaviness in the air. She took her time, waiting for the person outside to leave, and at last she heard the door close. Convinced that the coast was clear, she emerged with a plate in hand, only to find the man lounging on the sofa, casually seated, his suit pants slightly raised to reveal white socks, with his jacket draped beside him. He appeared utterly relaxed. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What caught her eye was the neatly folded men's pajamas beside him. Was it that the same sleepwear she had washed along with the sheets? Jiang Shi's face flushed crimson. She regretted stepping outside today, having endured 2 mortifying encounters. After a moment, she regained her voice and stammered, ahem, I merely did it out of convenience. Washing just the sheets would have been wasteful. You need not explain so much, he replied, his tone suggesting a complete understanding, which nearly made her explode with frustration. She set down the fruit plate and insisted, no, I believe you misunderstand. I must clarify. No need. Shi Jiang suddenly stood up, casually taking the plate she had set down, and with the pajamas in his left hand, he ascended the stairs. At the doorway of the second-floor bedroom, he looked down at her and said, do not disturb me. With that, he closed the door. Jiang Shi stood in stunned silence. Her fruit was gone, and her bedroom had been commandeered. She couldn't shake the feeling that Shi Jiang's recent behavior was decidedly unusual.